Chapter 1. Creating a Deity. This is a true story from my life. When I was about 5 years old, a fortune teller insisted on reading my fortune, claiming that I would grow up to be able to see through others' thoughts at a glance. I would also gain fame and fortune. Word spread, and everyone in the village believed I would be a genius, and why parents invested all their efforts to send me to school, but they were very disappointed. My English and math scores consistently stayed below 60. Despite taking numerous supplements, my intelligence in these areas never improved. A high school diploma became my highest level of education. Then, why mother was so angry that she jumped up and cursed the fortune teller for being a fool. After that, I followed the old path of village children and went out to work. I became a stir-fry worker at the Fat Brother Noodle shop run by my sister and brother-in-law. Enough said, the more I talk, the more tears I shed. Let's just focus on stir-frying. The September nights in the South were still like a furnace. My sister shouted at me, "Wan Shan Hong, your turn." My arms ached terribly with her command. I took over from my brother-in-law, pouring oil, adding noodles, sprinkling salt, sauce, garlic, pepper, chili powder. One hand kept stirring, the other tossing the noodles. The rice noodles leapt from the pan and fell back down from the air, once, twice, 3 times. It looked like a circus performance. 4 times, 5 times, 6 times. Suddenly my arms lost control and couldn't toss the pan anymore. Clang! The pan fell heavily to the ground. Yellow, white, and green ingredients scattered everywhere. All the diner's eyes turned to me. My brother-in-law rushed over, grabbed another iron pan, and within a minute, the show continued. My sister crouched down to clean up the mess and shot me a glare, scolding, useless. If this continued, my life would be ruined. Stir-frying day in and day out. Besides building some arm strength, I gained nothing. What are you sitting here for? If you can't do it, go back and rest. You're embarrassing yourself. My sister shot me a disdainful look. Out of spite, I returned to the dormitory. Ever since I came to Wuxiang to help my sister, I had been restless. In the first month, I suggested to her, lease the struggling recycling shop next door, hire some professional stir-fry chefs, and expand the business. My sister glared at me. You just want to slack off. What if we lose money hiring chefs? In the second month, I suggested again. We could offer a self-service meal during the day. She told me to go home if I didn't want to work. After countless suggestions, I gave up. That I became a mechanical hand, repeating the same tossing motion every day. Exhausted, I often had accidents where I couldn't toss properly, and the rice noodles that spilled on the ground that night were not the first time, nor would they be the last. The sounds from outside gradually quieted down. It was almost time to close up. I checked my phone. It was 1 o'clock in the morning. I sat alone on the bed, my arms growing more and more sore. I thought, surely they would come to check on me, right? Until we closed, no one paid attention to me. Anger welled up in my heart. I grabbed a pillow and threw it. It hit a book on the bedside table. The book wobbled, but didn't fall. That I had salvaged it from the recycling station a few days earlier. The book was titled Golden Business Ideas. I reached over and slowly read it, since I couldn't sleep anyway. The book mentioned a person who wasn't making money collecting scrap copper and silver, but made a fortune by melting them down into Buddha statues. I stared at the 2 words Buddha statue, unable to look away. Suddenly, I slapped my thigh. I got it. I was going to create a myth, because my sister believed in Buddha the most. Little did I know, this idea would change my life. I ordered a Buddha statue mold from Taobao, about the size of a 1 yuan coin. The day after I received the mold, at 1 o'clock in the morning, I quietly got up, took a hammer and a ladder, and went to the big tree. I climbed the ladder and hammered the Buddha statue mold into the trunk, 1 hammer at a time. After securing it, I climbed down from the ladder point 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. I often went to check late at night, injecting some nutrient solution with a syringe into the trunk surrounding the Buddha mold. By the following spring, the mold fell off, and a Buddha statue grew on the trunk. In March, the recycling shop next door closed down. I started my action plan. One afternoon, I invited my sister to play badminton. I had already hidden a shuttlecock in the tree in front of the recycling station. When it was my turn to serve, I faked a move, stuffed the shuttlecock into my pants pocket, and shouted, "I hit it too far, it stuck in the tree." My sister looked a bit frustrated. "I'll go get it." With that, I moved the ladder over. I climbed to the spot where the shuttlecock was hidden and pretended to shake all over, then slid down from the ladder, sitting on the ground, speechless for a long time. "What's wrong with you?" My sister squatted down, shaking my shoulder. "There's something strange." "What is it?" "There's a bodhisattva in the tree." My sister quickly said, "I'll go see." She climbed up and indeed saw a vividly lifelike Buddha statue among the tree branches. She quickly climbed down and pulled me aside, saying, "How can there be a bodhisattva? Our days of getting rich have come." Getting rich? My sister looked puzzled. I lowered my voice. "Why is the recycling shop doing poorly?" "Why is that?" "Because all this filth and trash piled up there is disrespectful to the bodhisattva. That's why it can't go on." It made sense the recycling shop had been barely surviving because there was a bodhisattva in the tree that if we lease the recycling shop, expand the noodle shop, and offer hot meals to the bodhisattva every day, it will surely bless our business. My sister listened, her mouth agape for a long time. If you don't take action, what if someone else notices the recycling station, leases it, and opens a noodle shop? Their business might flourish. My sister was taken aback, immediately calling my brother-in-law over. He excitedly said, "Isn't this the bodhisattva reminding us to get rich? Why did one Shanhong's shuttlecock just happen to land there?" My sister thought for a long time and said, "How about this? We invite Taoist Hong to take a look at the feng shui. If he says we can expand, then we will." I volunteered. "I'll go invite him tomorrow." Taoist Hong, he was quite famous around here. When I went to the market to buy ingredients, I always passed by his house, but had never gone inside. The next day, I walked to the Taoist house. There was a yard, and at the entrance, there was an archway with a plaque above it that read leisurely abode. When I reached the entrance, I hesitated. What if the Taoist looked at that place and said we couldn't open a shop? Wouldn't all my efforts be in vain? The Taoist spotted me a glance. With his flowing white beard, he was half reclining in a bamboo chair in the yard, looking at me with curiosity that I couldn't go in or back out. I mustered my courage and said, "Hello, Taoist, I just came in out of curiosity. I run a noodle shop at the fork in the road a mile ahead. Just come in and take a look." I continued, "I would like to ask you for a favor." The Taoist scanned me from head to toe. Speak.my place is a traffic hub with many migrant workers. If we expand the shop, the business will surely be good. But my sister lacks courage and is very stubborn. I advise her, but she never listens. The Taoist smiled faintly, as if he could see through my heart, and said, "So what you mean is for me to persuade your sister, right? My sister greatly admires masters like you." He snickered. "At such a young age, you don't walk the right path and rely on such deceptive tricks? The way of business must be based on honesty. As for the way of learning, it must also be based on honesty." I stood there, feeling as if I'd been slapped in the face by the Taoist, utterly dejected. After a moment of contemplation, he said slowly, "If you invite me to take a look in person, I would be willing." I wasn't confident. What if he looked and said it wasn't feasible? The Taoist began to fan himself. I could tell he still wanted to make this deal. I said, "I've heard of your great name, but we're just a small business and may not be able to afford your fee." I was testing his price. He looked at my hesitant demeanor and smiled. "Although I need to inspect the site, some signs have already revealed themselves." "Signs?" I looked confused. The Taoist waved at me. "Come in and sit." I steeled myself and followed him inside. On the wall hung a piece of calligraphy. "The way that can be spoken of is not the eternal way." When I sat down, my gaze fell on a small plaque on the table, and my heart sank even further. The plaque bore 4 cold words. "No bargaining." It is said that his prices for feng shui consultations are frighteningly high. Sitting across from him, my legs trembled non-stop. Chapter 2. Successful Operation. Seeing the words "no bargaining," my face went from red to white. The Taoist priest smiled and said, "You came in out of curiosity, right?" I nodded. "This shop is mainly run by your sister, and you and your brother-in-law are just helpers, right?" I nodded again. He pondered for a moment. "The speaker has no intention, but the listener has meaning. This shop can be expanded, but we need to see if there are any conflicts on site. Is there any hidden meaning in what I said? Think carefully about the word curiosity." At that time, I hadn't learned the art of divination, so I couldn't figure out any hidden meaning. The Taoist wrote the character a good as mere woman and a child, and she strange as a big and can. A woman can indeed. Does that mean as long as a woman is in charge, it can develop? The Taoist smiled kindly at me. "How much do you charge for a consultation?" I was afraid he would ask for an exorbitant price that would upset my sister, causing the matter to fall through. The Taoist asked, "Do you have perseverance?" I looked puzzled. What does the price have to do with my perseverance? If the shop needed time to make money, then it should be about my sister's perseverance. My sister, when losing money, would show a bad face after 1 day, scold after 2 days, and after 3 days of losses, she would argue with me. After 4 days, She would definitely tell me to get lost. My heart was pounding. The Taoist asked, "After your new shop opens, can you send me a month's worth of soup noodles?" So that's what he meant by perseverance. I exhaled deeply and immediately said, "No problem. Even 2 months is fine." The Taoist laughed heartily. "I won't charge you, have your sister invite me." I thought I misheard and asked again, "As long as I send a month's worth of soup noodles, it's free?" The Taoist nodded with a smile. "Sis, the Taoist is willing to come and take a look. He won't charge anything as long as I send him a month's worth of soup noodles." "Do you have such great ability?" My brother-in-law joked, "Maybe the Taoist has a daughter, and he's taken a liking to Shan Hong. Dream on. Can't carry a load, can't lift a finger, graduated from high school. And the Taoist has a fortune. Why would he like him?" My sister scolded me, both reopening old wounds and stabbing me in the back, saying whatever felt good. I held my temper. "Don't say such harsh things. The Taoist said, as long as you invite him, he'll come." My sister looked at me. "To fulfill your wish. If the Taoist says no, don't shout about it every day anymore." The next day, my sister and I stepped into the Taoist's leisure residence. The Taoist was busy divining for someone. We didn't dare to interrupt. After he finished, my sister said, "Teacher Hong, we..." The Taoist paused for a moment. I quickly added, "Master, this is my sister." Upon hearing my sister's strange title, he laughed and said, "Calling me teacher is good. It's about imparting knowledge and resolving doubts." Just as my sister was about to speak, a woman in her 30s dressed in red entered. The Taoist said, "There's still 2 people waiting for me to look at feng shui." The woman in red smiled and said, "I only need a few minutes. I want to change jobs and work in Guangzhou. I need to divine the character Xin Heart." The Taoist gestured that the paper and pen were on the table. The woman in red wrote the character Xin. She handed it over with both hands. The Taoist glanced at it, half closing his eyes, and said, "To speak frankly, you have switched jobs at least 5 or 6 times. You have difficulty sticking to anything for a year. You need to focus wholeheartedly, otherwise you won't accomplish anything. You can't go to Guangzhou." After the Taoist finished, he stood up. The woman nodded repeatedly, counted her money, and left. I listened nearby, astonished. The Taoist could tell she had switched jobs 5 or 6 times just by a single character. Moreover, when he said she couldn't go to Guangzhou, she didn't even ask why. Just like that, with a few words, the woman counted out 100 yuan and left. "This money came too easily, right?" The Taoist said, "Let's go." My sister said while walking, "Teacher, our small business is just an old Buick. I'm sorry to trouble you." After saying that, she led the Taoist towards the car. The Taoist didn't say a word and walked towards a BMW, where a fat man got out to open the car door for him. I told my sister, "The master has many fans." He arrived in a car and was already waiting for him. After a while, both cars stopped in front of the Fat Brother Noodle shop. The man quickly got out, placing his hand over the Taoist's head, afraid that the master would bump his head against the car door. The Taoist got out, waving his feather fan, and stood in the front yard. "This junkyard wants to take over and expand the noodle shop," my sister said nervously. The Taoist spoke sparingly, saying only 4 words, "Guarantee you will prosper." He turned and got into the car, which sped away. The onlookers asked my sister, "You invited Master Hong to look at feng shui for this little shop? How much did it cost?" My sister replied, "It didn't cost anything." The onlookers nearly fainted, all saying she was about to make a fortune. My sister felt reassured. 3 days after the Taoist looked at the feng shui, he signed a contract with the landlord, and on the 4th day, they began renovating the shop. I said, "Since we're expanding, we need to let others know there's a Buddha statue on that tree." My brother-in-law suggested, "Let's invite a TV station to come and film." I shook my head. "What TV station? Everyone has a smartphone." In the afternoon, I called Dongzi, asking him to come for dinner. Dongzi and I are from the same village and are in the 4th year at Wuxiang Normal University. Dongzi arrived early. I invited him to play badminton, and as we played, people gathered to watch. When it was my turn to serve, I stuffed the shuttlecock into my pants pocket, pretending to make a move, and Dongzi didn't see the shuttlecock at all. I said, "I hit it too high, it flew up into the tree." I reenacted the story of tricking my sister. When Dongzi went to retrieve the shuttlecock, he shouted, "There's a bodhisattva on the tree." "A bodhisattva?" I set up a ladder, climbed up to take a look, and pretended to be scared, freezing in place. Nearby kids took turns climbing up, all astonished. 1 told 10, 10 told 100, and 100 told thousands. Overnight, The news of this extraordinary event spread throughout Wuxiang City's social circles. Suddenly, my family shop became an internet sensation. Day and night, people came to see the spectacle. Especially at night, those coming to see the spectacle would come in groups, and once they arrived, they had to order a portion of fried noodles. They would sit down, eat slowly, and chat leisurely. My sister soon realized, no matter how hard we tried to fry noodles, we couldn't satisfy the customers' demands. Moreover, customers said that the fried noodles now tasted better and better. Wow! It turned out that effort was useless in the internet age. A turnaround can happen in an instant. Traffic is like money. We had to temporarily hire 2 more chefs to fry noodles. Forestry experts and TV reporters came. The experts concluded the tree had a growth anomaly that looked a bit like a Buddha, but it wasn't worth making a fuss about. The TV station repeatedly aired the experts' opinions. The citizens, however, didn't believe it and questioned the experts on the spot. If it's just an anomaly, why haven't similar anomalies grown on other trees? The experts were left speechless by their questions. To prevent people from climbing, the city government specially installed a stainless steel fence around the tree. The more they restricted it, the more attractive it became. I suggested to my sister and brother-in-law. Quickly rename the new shop to Buddha Tree Noodle Shop. This time, my words carried weight. My sister immediately had a new sign made. Ever since this sign went up, we had to hire 2 more chefs. Our noodles were still the same, and the chef's skills were still the same. But people believed that eating at the Buddha Tree Noodle Shop would earn them the Bodhisattva's blessing. In the summer of my second year in Wuxiang, the Buddha Tree Noodle Shop was doing booming business. I no longer fried noodles. I believe that people have destinies otherwise. How could the fortune teller predict that I would definitely be famous and wealthy? Chapter 1. Creating a God. This is a true story from my life. When I was about 5 years old, a fortune teller insisted on reading my fortune, claiming that I would be able to see through others' thoughts when I grew up, and that I would gain fame and fortune. This news spread, and the whole village believed I would be a prodigy, and my parents spared no effort to send me to school, only to be very disappointed. My English and math scores always stayed below 60. I took plenty of supplements, but my intelligence in these areas never improved. A high school diploma became my highest educational achievement. My mother was so angry that she jumped up and cursed the fortune teller for being a fool. Then, I followed the old path of village children and went out to work. I became a stir-fry worker at the Fat Brother Noodle Shop run by my sister and brother-in-law. Enough said. Talking too much brings tears. Let's just focus on stir-frying. The nights in southern September were still like a furnace. My sister shouted at me, "Wan Shan Han, you go." My arm was aching terribly, and with that command, I took over from my brother-in-law, pouring oil, adding noodles, skillfully scooping salt, sauce, garlic, pepper powder, chili powder. One hand kept stirring, while the other hand tossed the noodles. The rice noodles leaped out of the pot and fell from the air, once, twice, 3 times. It looked like a circus performance. 4 times, 5 times, 6. My arm suddenly lost control and couldn't toss the pot up anymore. Clang! The pot fell heavily to the ground. Yellow, white, and green spilled everywhere. All the diners turned their eyes toward me. My brother-in-law rushed over, grabbed another iron pot, and within a minute, the show continued brilliantly. My sister crouched down to clean up the mess, shot me a glare, and scolded, "Useless. If I continued like this, my life would be ruined." Every day, stir-frying, night after night. Besides building some arm strength, I gained nothing. What are you doing sitting there? If you can't do it, go back and rest. You're embarrassing yourself. My sister glared at me in disgust. I sulked back to the dormitory. Ever since I came to Wuxiang to help my sister, I had been restless. In the first month, I suggested to her, lease the struggling scrap shop next door, hire a few specialized stir-fry chefs, and expand the business. My sister glared at me. "You just want to be lazy. What if we lose money by hiring chefs?" In the second month, I suggested again, we could do a buffet during the day. She said, "If you don't want to work, just go home." After countless suggestions, I gave up. I became like a mechanical hand, repeating the same tossing motion every day. I was so exhausted that accidents often happened, and the rice noodles spilled everywhere that night was not the first time nor the last. The noise outside gradually quieted down. They were about to close. I looked at my phone. It was 1 o'clock in the morning. I sat alone on the bed, my arm getting more and more painful. I thought, surely they would come and check on me. Until they closed up, nobody paid me any attention. I was filled with anger, grabbed a pillow, and threw it. It hit a book on the nightstand. The book wobbled, but didn't fall. I had dug it out from the scrap station a few days ago. The book was titled Business Golden Ideas. I reached for it and read slowly since I couldn't sleep. The book said there was a person who didn't make money collecting scrap copper and silver, but made a fortune by melting them into Buddha statues. I stared at the words Buddha statue, unable to look away. Suddenly, I slapped my thigh. I got it that I was going to create a myth. Because my sister believed in Buddha the most. I never expected this idea would change my life. I ordered a Buddha statue mold from Taobao about the size of a 1 yuan coin. The next day at 1 o'clock in the morning, I quietly got up with a hammer and a ladder and went to the big tree. I climbed the ladder and hammered the Buddha statue mold into the trunk, one hammer at a time. After finishing, I came down from the ladder. A month, 2 months, 3 months. I often went to check late at night, injecting some nutrient solution into the trunk around the Buddha statue mold with a syringe. The BY spring of the following year, the mold fell off and a Buddha statue grew on the trunk. In March, the scrap shop next door closed down. I began my action plan. One afternoon, I invited my sister to play badminton. I had secretly hidden a shuttlecock in that tree in front of the scrap station. And when it was my turn to serve, I made a fake move, stuffed the shuttlecock into my pants pocket, and shouted, "I hit it too far. It flew into the tree." My sister was a bit frustrated. "I'll go get it." After saying that, I moved a ladder over. Climbing to where the shuttlecock was hidden, I pretended to shiver all over and slid down the ladder, sitting on the ground and not saying a word for a long time. "What's wrong with you?" My sister squatted down and shook my shoulder. "There's something strange." "What thing?" "There's a bodhisattva in the tree." My sister quickly said, "Let me go take a look." She climbed up and saw that indeed there was a lifelike Buddha statue growing among the branches, and she hurriedly climbed down, pulling me aside. "How could there be a bodhisattva? Our days of getting rich have come." "Getting rich?" My sister looked puzzled. I lowered my voice. "Why is the scrap shop's business so bad?" "Why?" "Because all this dirt and junk piled up there is disrespectful to the bodhisattva. That's why it can't stay open." That made sense. The scrap shop had been struggling because there was a bodhisattva in the tree. If we lease the scrap shop, expand the noodle shop, and serve hot meals to the bodhisattva every day, it will surely bless our business to thrive. After hearing this, my sister stood there with her mouth agape, unable to close it for a long time. If you don't take action, what if someone else sees the scrap station, leases it, and opens a noodle shop, and their business thrives? My sister paused for a moment, then immediately called my brother-in-law over. He excitedly said, "Isn't this the bodhisattva reminding us to get rich? Why did Wan Shanhong's shuttlecock land right there?" My sister thought for a long time and said, "How about this? We invite Taoist Master Hong to come check the feng shui. If he says we can expand, we will expand." I volunteered. "I'll go invite him tomorrow." Taoist Master Hong, he was quite famous in this area. Whenever I went to buy ingredients at the market, I always passed by his house, but had never been inside. The next day, I walked to the Taoist's house. There was a yard in front of his house, and at the entrance, there was an archway with a plaque above it that read Leisurely Residence. When I arrived at the entrance, I hesitated. What if the Taoist looked at that place and said we couldn't open a shop? Wouldn't that mean all my efforts were in vain? The Taoist spotted me at once. He had flowing white whiskers and was half reclining in a bamboo chair in the yard, looking at me with curiosity that I couldn't move forward or backward. I gathered my courage and said, "Hello, Taoist master. I just came in out of curiosity. My family runs a stir-fry shop at the intersection a mile ahead." He replied, "If you want to look, then look." I said, "I would like to ask you for a favor." The Taoist looked me up and down. "Speak." "My place is a traffic hub with many migrant workers. If we expand the shop, the business will surely be good. But my sister lacks courage and is very stubborn. I advise her, but she never listens." The Taoist smiled faintly, as if he could see through my heart, and said, "What you mean is that you want me to persuade your sister, right? My sister admires masters like you very much." He sneered. "At such a young age, not taking the right path, relying on such deceitful tricks? The way of business must emphasize sincerity. And as for the way of learning, it must also emphasize sincerity." I stood there frozen, as if I had been slapped in the face by the Taoist, feeling utterly dejected. After pondering for a while, he said slowly, "If you invite me to take a look in person, I would be willing." I wasn't sure. What if he looked and said it couldn't be done? The Taoist began to wave his fan. I could see he still wanted to make this deal. "Oh," I said, "I've heard your great name for a long time, but we're just a small business, afraid we can't afford to invite you." I was testing his asking price. He looked at my hesitant expression and smiled. Although I need to check in person, some signs have already revealed certain indications. Indications? I was confused. The Taoist waved me in. Come in and sit. I steeled myself and followed him inside. On the wall hung a piece of calligraphy. The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. When I sat down, my gaze fell on a small plaque on the table, and my heart sank even further. The plaque had 4 cold words written on it: no bargaining. It is said that his feng shui consultation fees are shockingly high. Sitting across from him, my legs trembled uncontrollably. Chapter 2. Successful Operations. Seeing the words no bargaining, my face turned from red to pale. The Taoist priest smiled and said, "Your first sentence was that you were curious to come and take a look, right?" I nodded. "This shop is mainly run by your sister, and you and your brother-in-law are just helpers, right?" I nodded again. He pondered for a moment. "What you say casually may carry deeper meaning. This shop can be expanded, but we need to see if there are any negative energies present. Is there any hidden meaning in what I said? Think carefully about the word curious." At that time, I hadn't learned divination, so I couldn't think of any hidden meaning. The Taoist wrote the character for curious in a way that ha became gling, and she became da. Nudu da ka. Does this mean that as long as a woman is in charge, it can develop greatly? The Taoist smiled kindly at me. "How much do you charge for a consultation?" I was afraid he would ask for too high a price, causing my sister pain and leading to the abandonment of this matter. The Taoist asked, "Do you have perseverance?" I looked confused. What does the price have to do with my perseverance? If the shop needs to be run for a long time to make money, then it should be my sister's perseverance that matters. My sister, however, is quick to lose her temper if she loses money for a day. Her face will be sour if she loses for 2 days. She'll complain after 3 days. She'll argue with me, and if it goes on for 4 days, she'll definitely tell me to get lost. That my heart was pounding. The Taoist asked, "After your new shop opens, will you bring me a month's worth of soup noodles?" So that's what he meant by perseverance. I exhaled deeply and immediately replied, "No problem, 2 months is fine." The Taoist laughed. "I won't charge you, let your sister invite me." I thought I misheard and asked again, "As long as I bring a month's worth of soup noodles, it's free?" The Taoist nodded with a smile. "Sis, the Taoist is willing to come take a look, and he won't charge anything as long as I bring him a month's worth of soup noodles." "You have such great ability?" My brother-in-law joked. Maybe the Taoist has a daughter, and he has taken a liking to Shan Hong. Dream on that he can't carry a load, can't lift a hand, graduated from high school, and has a fortune. How could he possibly like him? My sister scolded me, both reopening old wounds and stabbing with a knife, doing whatever felt good. I suppressed my temper. "Don't say such unpleasant things." The Taoist said that as long as you invite him, he will come. My sister glanced at me. "To fulfill your wish. If the Taoist says no, then don't keep shouting about it every day." The next day, my sister and I stepped into the Taoist's leisure residence. The Taoist was busy divining for someone else. We didn't dare to interrupt. After he finished, my sister said, "Master Hongwei." The Taoist paused for a moment. I quickly said, "Master, this is my sister." Hearing my sister's strange address, he smiled and said, "It's better to call me teacher. I'm here to impart knowledge and solve doubts." Just as my sister was about to speak, a woman in red in her 30s walked in. The Taoist said, "There are 2 more people waiting for me for feng shui." The woman in red smiled and said, "I just need a few minutes. I want to change jobs and work in Guangzhou. I need to check the character for heart." The Taoist gestured to the paper and pen were on the table. The woman in red wrote the character Shin and handed it over with both hands. The Taoist glanced at it, half closing his eyes, and said, "Let me be frank, you have switched jobs at least 5 or 6 times. You find it hard to stick with any job for a year. You need to dedicate yourself wholeheartedly, otherwise you won't accomplish anything. You can't go to Guangzhou." After finishing, the Taoist stood up. The woman in red nodded repeatedly, counted her money, and left. I was astonished by what I heard. The Taoist could tell she had switched jobs 5 or 6 times just by one character. Moreover, when he said she couldn't go to Guangzhou, she didn't even ask why. Just a few words, and the woman in red counted out 100 yuan and left. This money seemed too easy to come by. The Taoist said, "Let's go." My sister said as we walked, "Teacher, we are running a small business with just an old Buick. We are sorry to trouble you." After saying that, she led the Taoist towards the car. The Taoist didn't say a word and walked to a BMW, where a fat man got out and opened the door for him. I told my sister, "The master has many fans, he's been waiting in the car." In a while, the two cars parked in front of Fat Brother Noodle Shop one after the other. The man quickly got out of the car, covering the Taoist's head with his hand to prevent him from bumping it on the car door. The Taoist got out, waving his feather fan, standing in the front yard. "This junkyard wants to take over and expand the noodle shop," my sister said anxiously. The Taoist spoke sparingly, saying only 4 words, "I guarantee your wealth." He turned and got back in the car, which sped away. Onlookers asked my sister, "You got Master Hong to come check the feng shui for your little shop? How much did it cost?" My sister replied, "No cost." The onlookers nearly fainted, all saying she was going to make a fortune. My sister felt reassured. 3 days after the Taoist checked the feng shui, he signed a contract with the landlord, and on the 4th day, renovations began. I said, since we were expanding the shop, "We need to let others know that there's a statue of Buddha on this tree." My brother-in-law suggested, "Let's get a TV station to come and film." I shook my head. "What TV station? Everyone has a mobile phone." In the afternoon, I called Dongzi and invited him over for dinner. Dongzi and I are from the same village, and he is a senior at Wuxiang Normal University. Dongzi arrived early. I invited him to play badminton, and as we played, some people gathered to watch. When it was my turn to serve, I stuffed the shuttlecock into my pocket, faking a move, and Dongzi didn't see the shuttlecock at all. I said it flew away and got stuck in a tree. I reenacted the trick I played on my sister. When Dongzi went to retrieve the shuttlecock, he shouted, "There's a bodhisattva on the tree." A bodhisattva? I moved a ladder, climbed up, and pretended to be shocked, standing there frozen. The kids nearby took turns climbing up, all astonished. 1 told 10, 10 told 100, and 100 told thousands. Overnight, the story of this strange event spread throughout Wuxiang City's social circles. It turned my family's shop into an internet sensation. Day and night, people came to marvel at the oddity. Especially at night, those coming to see the wonder always came in groups and ordered a portion of fried noodles. They would sit down, eat slowly, and chat leisurely. My sister soon realized, no matter how hard we try to fry the noodles, we cannot satisfy the customers' demands. Moreover, customers said the fried noodles tasted better and better. Wow, it turns out that hard work doesn't matter in the internet age. A turnaround can happen in an instant. Traffic is money. We had to temporarily hire 2 more chefs to help with frying noodles. Forestry experts and reporters from TV stations came. The experts concluded, the tree has a growth anomaly that somewhat resembles a Buddha and isn't worth making a fuss over. The TV station repeatedly broadcasted the experts' opinions. However, the citizens didn't believe it and directly questioned the experts. If it's a growth anomaly, why haven't such anomalies appeared on other trees? The experts were left speechless by their questions. To prevent people from climbing, the city government specifically installed a stainless steel fence around the tree. The more they set up, the more it attracted attention. I suggested to my sister and brother-in-law, quickly rename the new shop to Buddha Tree Noodle Shop. This time, my words carried weight. My sister immediately hired someone to make a new sign. Since this sign was hung up with the 2 chefs reduced, we had to hire 2 more. Our noodles were still the same, and the chef's skills were unchanged. But people believed that if they ate at the Buddha Tree Noodle Shop, the Bodhisattva would bless them. In the summer of my 2nd year in Wuxiang, the Buddha Tree Noodle Shop was booming. I no longer fried noodles that I believe that people have destinies otherwise. How could the fortune teller predict that I would definitely become famous and wealthy? Chapter 1. Creating a God. This is a true story from my life. When I was about 5 years old, a fortune teller insisted on reading my fortune, claiming that I would grow up able to see through others' thoughts at a glance. I would also achieve fame and fortune. The news spread, and the whole village believed I would be a prodigy, and why parents devoted all their efforts to send me to school. As a result, they were very disappointed. My English and math scores were consistently below 60. No amount of supplements could boost my intelligence in these areas. A high school diploma became my highest qualification, but my mother was so angry that she jumped up and cursed the fortune teller for being a fool. Then, I followed the old path of the children in the mountain village and went out to work. That I became a stir-fry worker at the Fat Brother Noodle Shop run by my sister and brother-in-law. Enough said. Talking too much brings tears. Let's just stir-fry. September nights in the south were still like a furnace. My sister shouted at me, "One Shan Hong, you go." My arms were aching terribly, and with her command, I took over from my brother-in-law. Pouring oil, adding noodles, quickly scooping salt, sauce, garlic, pepper, and chili powder one hand kept stirring, while the other tossed the noodles. The rice noodles leapt from the pot and fell back down from the air, once, twice, 3 times. It looked like a circus performance. 4 times, 5 times, 6 times, my arms suddenly went numb and couldn't lift the pot. Clang! The pot fell heavily to the ground. Yellow, white, and green ingredients scattered everywhere. All the diners turned their gazes toward me. My brother-in-law dashed over, grabbed another iron pot, and within a minute, the show continued. My sister, crouching down to clean up the mess, shot me a glare and said coldly, "Useless. If I kept this up, my life would be ruined. Stir-frying day in and day out. Besides building some arm strength, I gained nothing. What are you sitting there for? If you can't do it, go rest. You're embarrassing yourself." My sister glared at me in disgust. I sulked back to the dormitory. Ever since I came to Wuxiang to help my sister, I had started to feel restless. In the first month, I suggested to her, take over the struggling scrap shop next door, hire a few specialized stir-fry chefs, and expand the business. My sister shot me a glare. "You just want to slack off. What if we lose money hiring chefs?" In the second month, I suggested again, we could do a buffet during the day. She said, "If you don't want to work, just go home." After countless suggestions, I gave up. I became a mechanical hand, repeating the same tossing motion daily. Exhausted, accidents occurred frequently. The rice noodles spilled all over the ground tonight. Not the first time nor the last. The noise outside gradually quieted down. It was almost closing time. I checked my phone. It was 1 o'clock in the morning. I sat alone on the bed, my arms increasingly sore. I thought, they must come and check on me, right? Until closing time, no one paid me any attention. I felt a surge of anger, grabbed a pillow, and threw it. It hit a book on the bedside table. The book teetered, but did not fall. I had picked it up from the scrap station a few days ago. The book was titled Golden Business Ideas. I grabbed it and began to read, since I couldn't sleep anyway. The book mentioned a person who wasn't making money from collecting scrap copper and silver, but made a fortune by melting them into Buddha statues. I stared at the words Buddha statue, unable to look away. Suddenly, I slapped my thigh. Got it. I was going to create a myth. Because my sister believed in Buddha the most. Little did I expect that this idea would change my life. I ordered a Buddha statue mold online about the size of a 1 yuan coin. The next day at 1 o'clock in the morning, I quietly got up, took a hammer and a ladder, and went to the big tree. I climbed the ladder and hammered the Buddha statue mold into the trunk. Once secured, I climbed down a month, 2 months, 3 months. I often went to check late at night, using a syringe to inject some nutrient solution into the trunk surrounding the Buddha statue mold. By the following spring, the mold had fallen away, and a Buddha statue grew on the trunk. In March, the scrap shop next door closed down. I began my action plan. One afternoon, I invited my sister to play badminton. I had secretly hidden a shuttlecock in that tree in front of the scrap station. When it was my turn to serve, I faked a move, stuffed the shuttlecock into my pants pocket, and exclaimed, "I hit it too far, it flew into the tree." My sister looked a bit frustrated. "I'll go get it." Saying that, I moved a ladder over. I climbed to the hiding spot of the shuttlecock, pretended to shake all over, and slid down the ladder, sitting on the ground, not saying a word for a long time. "What's wrong with you?" My sister squatted down and shook my shoulder. "Something strange." "What is it?" "There's a bodhisattva in the tree." My sister quickly said, "Let me go take a look." She climbed up and saw that indeed there was a lifelike Buddha statue growing between the branches. She hurriedly climbed down and pulled me aside. "How could there be a bodhisattva? Our days of making money have come." "Making money?" My sister looked confused. I lowered my voice. "Why is the scrap shop business so bad? Why?" "Because these filthy scraps are piled up there. It's disrespectful to the bodhisattva. That's why it can't go on." It made sense. The scrap shop had been struggling for a long time. It turned out there was a bodhisattva in the tree. If we take over the scrap shop, expand the noodle shop, and provide hot meals to the bodhisattva every day, it will surely bless our business. My sister listened, her mouth agape, unable to close it. "If you don't act, what if someone else sees the scrap station, takes it over, and opens a noodle shop? What if their business booms?" My sister paused for a moment, then immediately called my brother-in-law over. He excitedly said, "Isn't this the bodhisattva reminding us to make money? Why did Shanhong's shuttlecock land there?" My sister thought for a long time and said, "How about this? We invite Master Hong Yi to come and check the feng shui. If he says we can expand, then we will." I volunteered. "He'll go invite him tomorrow." Master Hong Yi was well known in the area. Whenever I went to the market to buy ingredients, I always passed by his house, but had never gone in. The next day, I walked to the Taoist priest home. There was a courtyard with an archway at the entrance, above which hung a plaque that read leisurely residence. When I reached the entrance, I hesitated. What if the Taoist priest looked at that place and said it couldn't operate a shop? Wouldn't the Buddha statue be all in vain? The Taoist priest spotted me immediately. With his flowing white beard, he was half reclining on a bamboo chair in the courtyard, looking at me with curiosity. Neither advancing nor retreating, I mustered my courage and said, "Greetings, Master. I just wanted to come in out of curiosity. My family runs a stir-fry shop at the fork in the road ahead. I thought I'd just take a look." I continued, "I'd like to ask the master for a favor." The priest scanned me from head to toe. "Speak." "Our place is a traffic hub with many migrant workers. If we expand the shop, the business will surely improve. But my sister is timid and very stubborn. I try to persuade her, but she always refuses." The priest smiled faintly, as if seeing through my heart, and said, "What you mean is, you want me to persuade your sister, right? My sister greatly admires masters like you." He scoffed. "At such a young age, not walking the right path, relying on these deceptive little tricks? The way of business must emphasize sincerity. And for the way of learning, sincerity is even more important." I stood there, feeling as if I'd been slapped by the priest, utterly deflated. After a moment of contemplation, he said leisurely, "If you invite me to take a look in person, I would be willing." I was uncertain. What if he looked and said it wouldn't work? The priest began to fan himself. I sensed he was still interested in this business. "Oh," I said, "I've heard of your great name, but we're just a small business, afraid we can't afford your fees." I was testing his price. He looked at my hesitant expression and smiled. "Though I need to inspect in person. Some signs have already revealed themselves." "Signs?" I looked confused. The priest waved me in. "Come in and sit." I steeled myself and followed him inside. On the wall hung a piece of calligraphy. "The way that can be told is not the eternal way." When I sat down, my gaze landed on a small plaque on the table, and my heart sank further. The plaque read 4 cold words. "No bargaining." That IT is said that his price for feng shui consultations is shockingly high. Sitting across from him, my legs trembled uncontrollably. Chapter 2: Success in Operation. Seeing the words "no bargaining," my face turned from red to white. The Taoist priest smiled and said, "Your first sentence was that you were curious to come and take a look, right?" I nodded. "This shop is mainly about your sister. You and your brother-in-law are just 2 helpers, right?" I nodded again. He pondered for a moment. "Words spoken without intention can be heard with meaning. This shop can be expanded, but you need to see on-site if there are any conflicts. Is there any hidden meaning in what I said? Think carefully about the word curious." At that time, I hadn't learned the art of divination, so I couldn't figure out any hidden meaning. The Taoist wrote the character how good as near woman and your child, and wrote she strange as big and ka. Isn't it saying that as long as a woman is in charge, it can develop? The Taoist smiled kindly at me. "How much do you charge for a consultation?" I was afraid he would ask for too much, causing my sister to feel pained and abandoning the matter halfway. The Taoist asked, "Do you have perseverance?" I looked puzzled. What does the price have to do with my perseverance? If the shop needs to run for a long time to make money, then it should also ask if my sister has perseverance. My sister, when losing money, if it's 1 day, her face darkens if it's 2 days, she would complain if it's 3 days, she would argue with me if it's 4 days, she would definitely tell me to get lost. My heart raced. The Taoist asked, "After your new shop opens, can you send me a month's worth of soup noodles?" So that was what he meant by perseverance. I let out a long breath and immediately said, "No problem, 2 months is fine." The Taoist laughed heartily. "I won't take your money, let your sister invite me." I thought I had misheard and asked again, "As long as I send a month's worth of soup noodles, it's free?" The Taoist nodded with a smile. "Sis, the Taoist is willing to come and take a look. He doesn't charge as long as I send him a month's worth of soup noodles." "Do you have such great ability?" My brother-in-law joked. "Maybe the Taoist has a daughter he has his eye on." "Dream on. He can't carry anything, can't lift anything, graduated from high school, and has a fortune. How could he look at him?" My sister scolded me, both exposing wounds and stabbing with a knife, whatever felt comfortable. I suppressed my temper. "Don't say such harsh words. The Taoist said that as long as you invite him, he will come." My sister looked at me. "To fulfill your wish. If the Taoist says no, then don't complain every day." The next day, my sister and I stepped into the Taoist's leisure residence. He was busy divining for someone. We didn't dare to disturb him. After he finished, my sister said, "Master Hongwei." The Taoist paused for a moment. I quickly said, "Master, this is my sister." Upon hearing my sister's strange title, he smiled and said, "Calling me teacher is good after all. I teach and resolve doubts." Just as my sister was about to speak, a woman in red in her 30s entered. The Taoist said, "There's still two people waiting for me to look at feng shui." The woman in red smiled and said, "I'll only take a few minutes of your time. I want to change jobs and work in Guangzhou. I want to divine the character heart." The Taoist gestured, indicating that paper and pen were on the table. The woman in red wrote the character Shin heart and handed it over. The Taoist glanced at it, half closed his eyes, and said, "Let me speak frankly. You have switched jobs at least 5 or 6 times. You can't stick with anything for a year. You need to focus wholeheartedly on one thing, otherwise, nothing will be accomplished. You can't go to Guangzhou." After saying this, the Taoist stood up. The woman in red nodded repeatedly, counted her money, and left. I was astonished listening from the side. Just from one character written by someone, the Taoist knew she had switched jobs 5 or 6 times. And when he said she couldn't go to Guangzhou, the woman didn't even ask why. With just a few words, the woman in red counted 100 yuan and left. This money came too easily, didn't it? The Taoist said, "Let's go to my sister said as she walked. Teacher, we're just running a small business. With an old Buick, I'm sorry to trouble you." After saying this, she led the Taoist toward the car. The Taoist didn't say anything and walked toward a BMW, where a fat man got out and opened the door for him. I said to my sister, "The master has many fans." He was already waiting in his car. After a while, the two cars stopped in front of the Fat Brother Noodle shop, one behind the other. The man quickly got out, covering the Taoist's head with his hand, afraid that the master would bump his head on the car door. The Taoist got out, waving his feather fan, standing in the front yard. "This waste recycling station wants to take over and expand the noodle shop," my sister said nervously. The Taoist spoke sparingly, saying just 4 words, "I guarantee you will prosper." He turned and got into the car, which sped away. The onlookers asked my sister, "You invited Master Hong to look at feng shui for your small shop? How much did it cost?" My sister said, "No cost." The onlookers almost fainted, exclaiming that she was about to make a fortune. My sister felt reassured. 3 days after the Taoist looked at the feng shui, he signed a contract with the landlord, and on the 4th day, the shop renovations began. I said, "Since we are expanding, we need to let others know that there is a statue of Buddha in that tree." My brother-in-law said, "Let's invite a TV station to film." I shook my head. "What TV station? Everyone has a mobile phone." In the afternoon, I made a call to Dongzi, asking him to come over for dinner. Dongzi and I are from the same village, and he is a senior at Wuxiang Normal University. Dongzi arrived early. I invited him to play badminton, and as we played, people gathered to watch. When it was my turn to serve, I stuffed the shuttlecock into my pants pocket and faked a move, and Dongzi didn't see the shuttlecock at all. I said, "I hit it too high, it went up into the tree." I reenacted the trick I played on my sister. When Dongzi went to retrieve the shuttlecock, he shouted, "There's a bodhisattva in the tree." "A bodhisattva?" I moved a ladder, climbed up, and pretended to be shocked, frozen in place. Nearby, my little friends took turns climbing up, all dumbfounded. 1 told 10, 10 told 100, and 100 told thousands. Overnight, the news of this strange event spread throughout Wuxiang City's social media. Suddenly, my family shop became an internet sensation. During the day and night, people came and went to see the spectacle. Especially at night, those coming to see the spectacle came in groups, and everyone would order a plate of fried noodles. They would sit down, eat slowly, and chat leisurely. Chapter 3: Formal Apprenticeship. Since the new store opened, I have been delivering rice noodles to the Taoist priest every day. A month later, I was still delivering. 2 months later, I continued to deliver. After delivering the noodles, when I encountered the priest divining for someone, I curiously sat by and listened. Strangely, when I got home late, my sister didn't scold me. It wasn't until the 3rd month that I felt something was off. My sister hadn't arranged any work for me. One day I asked sister, "What am I supposed to do?" My sister looked at Sister Lee and raised her lips in a sneer. The creative mind behind the famous Buddha tree noodle shop, a non-famous, because I didn't want anyone to know, planner Wan Shan Hong, was reduced to washing dishes and preparing vegetables. I had a part in this store too. If not, we should do a shareholding system. Upon hearing this, my sister's expression changed dramatically, and she said sternly, "Shareholding system? Your brother-in-law and I are already family. We haven't divorced. Do you mean we should give you some shares? May I ask when you ever invested?" My brother-in-law came to my defense. "The store is growing, and Shan Hong has contributed ideas and strategies. It's only fair to give him some shares. My sister, while drinking tea, smashed her cup and pointed at me angrily. Wan Shan Hong, are you trying to drive me crazy? You haven't even done anything yet, and you want to split the family. Besides, what right do you have to split the family? I wanted to argue. The Buddha tree myth was created by me. I invited Taoist Hong E, but I held back, knowing her words could erase my achievements and call me nonsense. Sister, I want to establish my own career too. Should a man just depend on you for food? Why don't you lend me some money so I can start my own business? Upon hearing this, my sister cried, and after crying said, Little brother, we suffered in the past, couldn't even afford to eat. We were as close as one person. Now that we have a little money, does our family bond not exist anymore? After crying, she called our parents. Unaware of the truth, my parents called and scolded me. Especially my father, who pointed out my 3 sins. First, not being affectionate enough to my sister. When I couldn't find work, she accepted me. Second, taking advantage of delivering noodles to avoid work, being lazy by nature. Third, being unable to handle big matters and unwilling to do small tasks. Washing dishes is much easier than frying noodles, yet I still throw a tantrum. Thus, I, as senior executive at the Buddha Tree Noodle Shop, was reduced to a full-time delivery person. One day, I suggested to my sister, hang a banner outside the shop that says, Eat Buddha Tree Noodles, Connect with Buddha. As a 7th grade graduate, she had no understanding of the great role of advertising and snapped. Stay out of the shop as matters. If you meddle, I'll be annoyed. I simply stopped returning to the shop. After delivering the rice noodles, I sat at the Taoist priest's house, listening to him divine for others. After the guests left, I asked the priest how he could deduce so much from a single character. Unexpectedly, the priest didn't mind me and didn't ask why didn't he work, occasionally teaching me. Not only did the priest not mind me, but even his wife smiled slightly when she saw me. Aunt Shun, their housekeeper, poured tea for the guests and also poured cup for me. Compared to my sister, Wan Shui Xiao, the priest family was truly warm to me. Time flew to the end of July, and I went to deliver rice noodles again. The priest had just finished eating when a man came in, cupping his hands and greeting, Master, hello. The priest stood up and clasped his fists. What brings you here, Mr. He? Please have a seat. The guest boldly plopped down in the chair opposite the priest. The priest gestured for me to make tea, and I immediately went to prepare it. Mister, he asked, where's the mistress? The priest chuckled. She and Aunt Shun went to burn incense. Mr. He laughed. My memory, today, is the river goddess' birthday. I served the tea and stood. The priest gestured for me to sit down. Mr. He turned around and glanced at me, making me feel embarrassed, thinking he had some confidential matter to discuss with the priest, so I stood up to leave. Unexpectedly, the priest said, This is Xiao Wan. It's fine. You can speak freely. Mr. He slowly began to explain. It turned out he had a project in Guangxi that was in the bidding process. His mother was critically ill at home. He hurried back and wanted to divine a character to see if his mother could hold on for another 10 days so he could settle the matter in Guangxi. The priest smiled slightly. Write a character. Mr. He wrote the character think on the paper. The priest said, She won't die within half a month. Mister. He leaned forward and asked, How did you deduce that? I was also particularly curious, raising my butt and stretching my neck. The priest pointed at the character think and slowly explained, You wrote this character, which is inherently inauspicious. The first stroke is a wood character, resembling a coffin. Once the coffin is set, death is inevitable. But the second radical saved this character. Look at the eye character. The last stroke does not close the eye, meaning it's not closed eyes. Saying this, the priest waved his hand. Quickly go, hurry to Guangxi to handle your matters. Mr. He hesitated for a moment. Master, how do you know she can last half a month? We'll talk about it later. The priest waved his hand again. On the way home, I thought how nice it would be to run into Mr. He again to verify whether the priest was right. So, from then on, after delivering the rice noodles, I lingered and refused to leave, staying all day at the priest's house as an auditor. Day 1, Day 2, Day 3, I didn't see Mr. He's shadow. A month later, I finally saw him. That day, Mr. He hurriedly entered the house, pulled out several bundles of cash from his bag. My goodness. It was at least 20,000. He placed the cash on the table. Last time you were too accurate. I successfully secured a 500 million project. I just completed my mother's funeral. A big shot's mother passed away, and I need to leave immediately. Thank the priest, and we'll talk again another day. Surprisingly, the priest didn't decline. It seemed receiving such a large sum of money was a common occurrence for him. He called out to his wife in the inner room, and she directly took the bundle of cash away. Inside, I felt a storm of emotions. How many bowls of rice noodles would 4 masters have to make to earn that back? In that moment, I was tempted. Since my sister didn't want me in the shop and thought I was useless, Why not become an apprentice to the priest and learn divination? For several days, I was enveloped by this strange thought. One day, a man brought 2 packs of cigarettes to thank the priest, saying he had found his car keys. After he left, the living room was empty, and my strange thoughts erupted. I didn't know where I got the courage, but I stood up from my chair, imitating a scene from a TV show. Kneeling on the ground, I said, "Taoist priest, I want to be your apprentice." The priest helped me up and kindly asked, "Did a Buddha statue grow on your family tree?" My face turned red, and I didn't dare look at him. I knew he must have known it was my doing. "Why do you want to be an apprentice?" I poured out my story. I was good at writing essays, but poor at math and English. Didn't get into college. Came to Wuxiang to help my sister. But she always complained about my lack of physical strength, assigning me to wash dishes and prepare vegetables. I spilled everything out. The priest sighed. "It's similar to my past. When I was young, I worked at a grocery store for my cousin, but I was also weak, and my cousin kicked me out of the store." What happened later? On my way home, I stopped at a temple to ask for a drink and met my master, Ongyuan. Seeing me pitiful, he inquired about my background and took me in. He then taught me the art of reading faces and divination. Hearing the priest say this, I knew he was willing to accept me as a disciple, and I hurriedly said, "You must accept me. I don't want to fry noodles or wash dishes." He didn't respond. "How about I recite the memorial on the expedition or the song of everlasting Sur or the lament of the Apang Palace for you?" He seemed thoughtful and said, "We should have a connection." Connection? I was a bit surprised. One night, I had a dream where my master Han Yuan appeared. He asked, "Do you still like eating rice noodles?" I replied, "Yes." My master said, "Today, a young man will come to visit you and will bring you rice noodles in the future." As soon as I heard this, I suddenly realized why the Taoist priest would look at the feng shui of my family's shop, and why he wanted me to bring rice noodles. After a month of bringing them, he still didn't refuse. When I attended his lecture, he didn't ask why I wasn't working. At that moment, I left my seat and bowed, knocking my head in respect. "Respected teacher, please accept my sincere bow." The Taoist priest helped me up and said, "Go back and ask your family before we talk." My sister was delighted to hear that the Taoist priest was willing to take me as a disciple. Clapping her hands, "You can't do physical work. Learning this is good. I won't have to worry about you anymore." She still understood some etiquette, and in the afternoon, she took me to the Taoist priest's home, saying she wanted to hold a ceremony for my initiation. The Taoist priest shook his head and said to my sister, "There's a rule in my line of work. I do not accept locals as disciples. You are from outside, so I'm willing to give it a try. If he is not cut out for this, he can go back to the noodle shop after a year. If he has potential, then he can study with me for a few years. For now, just call me teacher. Once you acknowledge me, then you can call me master." My sister asked, "What ceremony should we hold, and what preparation should we make? Please advise." "Teacher, I do not hold an initiation ceremony in my lineage. Only an exit ceremony is held. Let's skip all that for now." My sister was stunned and couldn't speak for a long time. I knew the Taoist priest meant what he said, so I said, "Then I will follow the teacher's order. Let me bow to you once more." I had been in Wuxiang for 3 years, and through twists and turns, I finally no longer had to do physical work. I became a disciple of Taoist Hongyi, learning the arts of divination, feng shui, and fortune-telling. That year, I was 21. Chapter 4. First glimmer of talent on my first day at work. The Taoist priest gave me 2 books. One called How to Choose a Date, and the other The Secret of Divination. He said, "Finish them in a month." I completed them in half a month. During work, I hesitantly said, "Master, can I change to 2 of the books?" He looked me up and down and asked, "What are the 10 methods of divination?" I have a good memory, so I recited, head measurement, foot measurement, heart measurement, dragon measurement, resolution measurement, added stroke measurement, reduced stroke measurement, relation measurement, character extraction measurement, and plumb observation measurement. I took a breath and continued. In addition to these basic methods, there are also the 3 methods of pictograms, associative meaning, and transferred annotation. The Taoist priest nodded slightly. At that moment, 2 girls came in. One was thin and the other was plump. The thin girl urged the plump girl, Write a character so the master can measure your marriage." The plump girl hesitated and wrote the character, Faith. The thin girl then said, "Master, can you measure my cousin's marriage?" But the Taoist priest suddenly pointed his chin at me and said, "He will measure for you." This exam came too quickly. I was learning during the day and cramming at night. I felt somewhat confident, so I decided to show off a little. I said in an undeniable tone, "You are not here to measure characters." The thin girl argued, "We are here to measure characters." I shook my head, "Don't lie. You passed by the courtyard." Felt curious for a moment and came to try it out. The thin girl blushed. The plump girl turned red to the roots of her neck. The thin girl, as the cousin, shyly smiled, "You are right." The Taoist priest crossed his arms, his face expressionless. I knew he was pretending, but he was actually quite satisfied. I glanced at the character and said to the plump girl, "Your marriage will only bloom, but not bear fruit." The plump girl asked, "What do you mean?" I explained that people often introduce you to boyfriends, but some only meet once without follow-up. Some talk for a few days, but again, no follow-up. In any case, every relationship ends in failure. The plump girl blushed, and the thin girl couldn't help but interject, "Why is that?" I smiled faintly. The plump girl became anxious, "Master. I asserted, "You're a person without opinions." The thin girl was so scared that she leaned back. "That's too accurate." "How did you see her character from just one character?" I pointed to the character. "This character, when separated, consists of person and words. When a person speaks, it is called the words of others. Today you meet one person. Your friend says the boy is not tall, and originally you were satisfied. But after hearing your friend's words, you no longer want to talk. Tomorrow you meet another. Someone says the boy is too honest, and you don't want to talk again. The day after tomorrow you meet another, and someone says the boy is too sweet-tongued and unreliable, and you break it off." The plump girl became redder as she listened, wishing she could dig a hole in the ground and hide. The thin girl laughed, banging on the table and chair. "That's so accurate, so magical. It's like you were there." I stole a glance at the Taoist priest. He still stood with his arms crossed, his face expressionless. The thin girl said, "I'm missing 2 legs. I need to borrow one to kneel before you." She then asked, "Can my cousin find a boyfriend?" I advised, "In the future, like whoever you like, trust your own feelings. Don't listen to what others say." The thin girl thanked me repeatedly. After counting the money, she pulled her cousin away. The Taoist priest nodded slightly. She has some spiritual insight. Half an hour later, a woman in red entered. As soon as she walked in, she smiled at the Taoist priest. He looked at her without any expression. She said, "Master, please help me measure my marriage." I handed her paper and pen. She wrote the character, "Stand." I looked at this character and felt uncertain. The previous character was analyzed by separating it into 2 characters. This character cannot be easily separated, so I could only use the added stroke method. What should I add? The Taoist priest showed no intention of letting me take over. He glanced at it and slowly said, "You want a divorce?" The woman was taken aback. I was also startled. Why did he conclude that the woman wanted a divorce just from this character? The woman nodded. The Taoist priest continued, "This character is the upper half of the character, hardship." He used the added stroke method, adding A to analyze this simple character. "Your marriage is very hard. Let me analyze it for you." The woman in red leaned forward. "Your marriage is something you have to decide for yourself. Everyone at home opposes it, and no one supports you. Yet, you seem to be under spell, determined to marry." The woman was shocked, her eyes almost popping out, and hurriedly asked, "Is there any hope for reconciliation?" The Taoist priest frowned. "This is a character measurement. We are discussing the character itself. As for the hope of reconciliation, I need to hear about the origin and current situation of your marriage." The woman in red lowered her head for a while before raising her face. "I have endured for a long time and rarely speak to others because what you said is too accurate. I'll lay it all out." The woman in red began to recount her sad past. She was from Hunan and came to Wuxiang City to work as a foot washer. During her work, she met a local boy who treated her particularly well, often inviting her to have supper after washing her feet. As time passed, they developed feelings for each other and established a romantic relationship. The boy took her watch movies, have supper, and go to karaoke. When the woman told her family about her relationship, they all opposed it, believing that the distance between Hunan and Wuxiang City would prevent them from caring for their daughter in the future. However, she insisted on marrying him, leading to a falling out with her family. They didn't hold a formal wedding. A trip together counted as their marriage. Half a year later, the woman discovered that the man was a drug addict. She cried and urged him to turn his life around. The man also cried, apologizing to her and promising to quit. It became a cycle. Every time the woman held the man and cried, he would vow again. Then he would use again, cry again, and use again. After hearing the woman's story, the Taoist priest asked, "Do you believe he can quit?" The woman shook her head hopelessly. The Taoist priest looked at her. "I only measure characters. As for how to handle this matter, I dare not give you advice. You must decide for yourself." The woman nodded, wiped her tears, counted her money, and turned to leave. After she left, I asked, "How did you tell she wanted a divorce from just one character?" Chapter 5. Observing people before divination. The Taoist priest smiled slightly and said, "To gain others' trust, you must be accurate when you speak. To be accurate, you first need to learn to observe people, grasp their characteristics, and express them without hesitation. For example, this woman is wearing a red dress with a wrinkled collar, which is not typical for an unmarried woman. The two women before were unmarried and paid great attention to their appearance. She does not. That's one point. Her arms and legs are not fat. In fact, they are quite slender, but her breasts are large, which is a characteristic of women who have given birth and are nursing. That's the second point. The teacher did not determine her marital status from the character itself, but from her physical characteristics. I learned another trick. How did you determine from the character that everyone in her family opposes this marriage, and only she insists on it? The Taoist priest wrote the character on paper and said, "The key lies in the middle part of this character. The art of divination relies on adding or subtracting strokes. The middle part consists of a short diagonal stroke and a long one. If we add 2 strokes, it becomes everyone, right? Now, the character is missing 2 strokes, therefore, cannot stand. Lacking support. I only had a general understanding and asked, what if she divined the character? Does that mean everyone supports her?" He smiled and said, "In my decades of divination practice, I have never encountered anyone who divined the character. People usually seek auspicious outcomes through divination. They either choose characters with good meanings or select a character from their own names." I nodded. Suddenly, the Taoist priest tested me. "Is the woman at the back here specifically for divination, or did she come on a whim?" I scratched my head, thought for a moment, and smiled shyly. He chuckled. "A whim. You knew that. The Taoist priest taught me. Everything in the world is interconnected. Let me give you a logical reasoning." I nodded. "Go ahead." "The first 2 women and the one at the back are all footbath attendant from the same hometown." I stared at him, afraid of missing a word. The Taoist priest continued his analysis. "First, I detected a hint of Hunan accent in their Mandarin. Second, since you divined accurately for the first girl, she immediately called the woman in red to come for divination. Third, they're all divining about marriage." I thought the Taoist priest's reasoning made some sense. He said, "After the woman in red received the call, she pushed her child to her mother-in-law or other family members. Didn't T have time to change her clothes?" And hurried over. Although I couldn't say the Taoist priest's judgment was 100 accurate, his analysis was logically sound. The teacher stood up, went to the study, and soon came back, throwing 2 books at me. "Read for a month, and I'll test you again." For that month, I focused almost entirely on the art of observing people, which was much harder than the secret of divination. Divination involves breaking down a character, while observing people means you must look at someone and articulate a 1, 2, or 3, and they must acknowledge it. This experiment, apart from careful observation, I could only try it on family and friends. One day, I noticed some ink stains under my brother-in-law's fingernails. I joked, "Are you trying to become a calligrapher?" He looked puzzled and asked, "How did you know I was learning calligraphy?" I truly didn't know, so I laughed and said, "I just wanted to remind you that I am now a disciple of Master Hong Yi." My brother-in-law pulled me aside and said seriously, "The shop has expanded now. Your sister manages the front desk, we have a chef for fried noodles, and waiters in the hall. I only handle procurement. Unlike before when I had to go to the market, now people deliver supplies to the door, and I just need to check the goods." With nothing to do, I set up a table in the underground warehouse to practice writing. I felt pleased that I observed correctly and said, "Your writing is already good. Just practice a bit, and you might become a member of the Provincial Calligraphy Association." That would surprise my sister. My brother-in-law sighed, "If I'm not in charge, I have to find some fun, right?" I felt a bit sympathetic toward him. He was somewhat of an intellectual, while my sister had only completed 7 years of elementary school. I wondered how they got together back then. A few days later, Dongzi came to see me. From the joy mixed with unease on his face, I sensed something was up and said, "You look happy. Let me predict your fortune." He replied, "I'm a materialist and don't believe in your stuff." I shot him an annoyed glance and said, "Just give it a try. If I'm wrong, you can laugh it off. If I'm right, it might give you some confidence." He asked, "What do you see?" "You should have some good news coming soon, but it hasn't been finalized yet." Dongzi was taken aback, unable to believe I said that. "You're actually right. After graduation, I've been looking for a job. I just took the civil service exam for the city government. I came in first in the written part. I'm just waiting for the interview. I wanted to ask if your sister's business has grown and if she is familiar with any city leaders to help me out." I shook my head. My sister is just starting out, and I wrote her speech for the roundtable discussion. She doesn't know the city leaders well enough to ask for favors. Dongzi looked disappointed. "I came to ask because I have no connections. Maybe the interview will be fair. How about I divine a character for you?" He said, "Didn't I just say, I don't believe in your stuff? Didn't I just predict correctly?" Dongzi hesitated and couldn't make up his mind. "How about this? Just sign your name on this piece of paper." He lazily wrote Xiao Dong in a flamboyant style. "You say a character, and I'll write the result on the back, put it in this drawer, and we'll look at it later." Dongzi looked disinterested and said, "Just pick any character. Convenient." I moved to another spot. Wrote down. Update your environment. Successful admission. I went into the room, crumpled the paper in front of him, and placed it in the drawer. After Dongzi left, I reluctantly went to find my sister and explained Dongzi's intention. She scolded me with a stern face. I only know the leaders a little. Besides, we have a ton of our own demands to raise. How could I ask for him? I was left with nothing but disappointment. Half a month later, Dongzi called to say he got the job and asked what I had predicted. I sent him 2 photos, and as the phone rang again, Dongzi said, "Master, I really want to kneel to you. Come over for dinner." After dinner, we went to a foot bath. We met at Funya Hotel, and he introduced us. "This is Xiao Xiaoyan, my classmate." Xiao Xiaoyan said, "Master Wan, Dongzi has already introduced you to me." After dinner, Dongzi took us to the 4th floor of Liangzi Foot Bath City. When 3 women entered, I was startled, and they were equally surprised. Dongzi saw this scene and asked, "Do you know each other?" The slender girl replied, "Yes, the master from Yuranju." I couldn't help but exclaim, "The teacher is truly half a deity." I recognized they were all foot bath attendants from the same place. Chapter 6. Performing excellently in Ziziching, Dongzi was quite pleased and asked, "Have you been to Yuranju to have your characters measured?" The slender girl replied, "Of course. This little master is really accurate." After saying that, she took the initiative to wash my feet, while the plump girl washed Dongzi's feet, and the one who measured characters last time washed Xiaoyan's feet. The slender girl, straightforward and outspoken, said, "I'm number 24, my chubby sister is number 25, and that older sister is number 26. From now on, when it comes to washing feet, just call the 3 of us." Now, I want to play a bit deeper and said to number 24, "I can tell that the 3 of you are from the same place." The slender girl was surprised and said, "You can even figure that out, right? Last time I said she is my cousin. You must know we're from the same place." After saying that, she felt something was off and pointed at number 26. "Even her, you know she is with us?" Dongzi played coy. If he can't figure out, how can he make money? Dongzi's classmate Xiaoyan became interested and said to me, "Teacher Wan, can you measure a character for me?" I smiled and said, "Between friends, let us not measure characters. How about I tell you about your facial features instead?" All right. I sat in the middle, with Xiaoyan on my left. Although the light wasn't very bright, I had already observed him during dinner. As it was our first meeting, I only picked out the good things. Habitually glancing at him, I said, "You have double, sword-like eyebrows, you're bold, and have charisma. Your work is methodical, and you will definitely become a leader in the future. Your nose is high and full, indicating wealth. Your upper lip curls slightly outward, suggesting you had respiratory issues as a child." Xiaoyan turned to me and said, "Putting everything else aside, how do you know I had respiratory issues as a child?" I found it amusing. This was something I had said when measuring characters for someone else. Now, when I repeated it, it turned out to be accurate again. I was overjoyed inside but kept a calm face and asked, "Is that right?" "Absolutely right. I even had surgery." I casually remarked, "Because when you were young, you had difficulty breathing. During the day it was fine, but at night you had to breathe through your mouth while sleeping. Over time, the growth of your bones protruded outward, resulting in your characteristic outward curving upper lip." Xiaoyan lost interest in washing feet and turned to me, pulling out a cigarette to offer, saying, "Master, during dinner, I was quite convinced by Dongzi's introduction, but now I'm completely convinced." Dongzi also turned to me and said, "Shan Hong, you've only been at this for a few months, and you're already this impressive." Speaking of current matters, Xiaoyan thought I had some insider information. It was too amazing that I even knew about his childhood. The 3-foot washers had long been drawn in by our conversation, stopping there washing to listen, their bodies leaning in and adjusting their positions to continue washing feet. At this moment, number 24, who was washing my feet, strongly requested I read her face. I leisurely smoked, having imitated my teacher's demeanor about 60 to 70% since I started following him. Occasionally, I flicked off some ash. She playfully said, "Show me. Let us make it a 30 discount, and I'll show you." All right. As soon as I heard that, I laughed heartily. "I can tell at a glance that you're a relative of the boss." "Why?" Even Dongzi and Xiaoyan burst into laughter. Dongzi joked, "If you're not a relative of the boss, what right do you have to offer a discount?" Number 24 immediately turned red. At this time, the plump girl, no, 25, spoke up, "Teacher, can you talk about her character?" I instinctively glanced at the slender girl again. Her face had distinct features, which I categorized as an open and stubborn type. In other words, her personality is bipolar. When she is cheerful, she is a typical optimist. When she is stubborn, not even 9 oxen can pull her back. You're an optimist, cheerful, and easy to get along with. You don't have any bad intentions, and you speak your mind. She beamed with delight. Then she playfully said, You can't just pick out the good things. Tell me my shortcomings too. Really? Aren't you afraid they LL here? Both of them already know my shortcomings. As for the bad aspects, sometimes you can be particularly stubborn. Not even 9 oxen can pull you back. Number 25 and number 26 giggled. What else? You can also be particularly selfish in love. I don't understand. Can you explain? This explanation, I can only give you a metaphor. Your attitude toward men is polarized. For men you don't like, you absolutely want to compromise. Even if he has immense wealth or looks like a handsome man. If you don't like him, you just don't. But if you like a man, especially if you fall in love with him, you'll be completely devoted. You'll love him to the point of being intoxicated. If this man ever betrays you, you could do anything. Cough, cough. The plump girl coughed a few times, reminding me not to go on. The slender girl shot her a glare and shouted, I'm not afraid. Why are you coughing? Then she smiled at me. Please continue, sir. I bluntly said, you might want to kill him or jump into a river or hang yourself. To my surprise, she boldly admitted, I admire your true skill. You've hit the nail on the head. I'll give you a 50 discount. The boss won tea agree. I'll pay for it myself. Dongzi exclaimed, so generous. Xiaoyan laughed. Indeed, you've guts. I had to pull out a big move to surprise her again, so I sneered, with your personality, washing feet is a waste. You should go be a small boss, and you'll be a big boss in the future. Really? I never tell lies. You have charisma. If I'm not mistaken, your long hair has hardly changed. Huh? The three of them exclaimed simultaneously. I leisurely said, because you have a noticeable mole on the back of your neck that you want to hide. The three women stopped what they were doing. Dongzi said, let us see if the master is right. The slender girl stood up, turned around, and gathered her hair up. Sure enough, there was a black spot. The entire room erupted in exclamations. Dongzi and Xiaoyan stared at me with admiration. I imitated my teacher's demeanor. While they were amazed, I acted indifferent, flicking my lighter and taking a leisurely puff. Xiaoyan sighed, incredible, incredible. Everyone wanted to add me on WeChat, but I waved my hand, explaining, I don't add anyone as WeChat except for my family. Xiaoyan asked, why is that? I smiled. If you come to me for character measurement next time, and I get it right without fail, you might think I looked at your moments. In our line of work, one must test their true skills. Dongzi helped me out. Shan Hong makes sense. Xiaoyan, I'll give you Shan Hong's phone number later. Having a phone number is just as convenient. The three women were even more hesitant to ask for my WeChat number. After we finished, the front desk indeed only charged us half the price. On the way home, I felt a bit elated. The few books my teacher gave me had absorbed well, and I performed without a single mistake. Of course, this was just the surface. Soon after, I would make a mistake. Chapter 7, first mistake, I thought I had some skill in reading people, but I almost made a mistake. It was a sunny day. I arrived early at the tranquil residence, wiped the tables, swept the floor, and then boiled tea. The Taoist priest got up, had some rice noodles, and then a few people came in to select auspicious dates. Selecting auspicious dates is relatively simple, and I can handle it independently. The teacher then walked out of the courtyard for a stroll. Both couples were selecting dates for their weddings, and I helped them combine their birth dates, picking a good day for each and advising them on some precautions for their weddings. The two couples left happily. After selecting the dates, another couple came in, the woman holding a baby girl in her arms. The man said, Master, please help us name the child. This was easy. I asked for the birth date and used the theory of the 5 elements to name her. While I was thinking about the girl, surnamed Yi, who lacked wood, I wrote on paper. The man was a bit picky, saying that the name for his daughter should have a literary quality, more like a pen name than a real name. I wrote the 4 characters branches flourishing and leaves lush on the paper, pointing to the last 2 characters and said, Yi Mao, it resembles both a real name and a pen name, and Mao belongs to wood. The man was very satisfied and left after counting the money. After 2 hours of work, I was just about to stand up and take a break when an old man walked in from outside, looking to be in his 60s. He entered and looked me up and down, smiling. I sized him up as well. He was wearing a somewhat new black outfit, expensive-looking leather shoes, and thick glasses like the bottom of a wine bottle. He asked me, where's the master? His tone was quite imposing, so I smiled and said, he went out for a walk. He nodded and asked, are you an apprentice with him? I nodded. From my observation, I really couldn't figure out who the visitor was. He could be described as a pedantic scholar. He could also be an unpretentious academic, or perhaps a wandering sorcerer. However, he was certainly not an ordinary person. I couldn't determine what kind of person he was, nor could I understand his relationship with the teacher. An acquaintance? A friend? A fellow practitioner? Should I make him wait or serve him tea first? The Taoist priest had an agreement with me. Usually, if he tapped once on the table, it meant no need to serve tea. If he tapped twice, serve tea. If he tapped 3 times, serve tea and also prepare cigarettes. I thought since this person was older, I would stand up and pour him a cup of tea. He, however, remained silent, sitting there calmly, as if I were not worth his attention, just waiting for the teacher to return. I didn't dare to act rashly. He didn't speak, so I didn't say much either. After a while, the Taoist priest returned, and the visitor stood up, clasping his fists and saying, "Greetings, master." The Taoist priest glanced at him and said coolly, "Have a seat." The visitor said, "Master, my surname is Chun from the neighboring county. I've long heard of your great name and specially came to visit." The Taoist priest smiled slightly. "It's a long journey. You've worked hard." Old Chun looked sincere. "I would like to ask the master to predict the character for my grandson's college entrance examination next year." I pulled out a piece of paper for him. He refused to write, saying, "Heavy, as in the weight." Without thinking, the Taoist priest casually replied, "You'll do well in the exams. No need to worry." Old Chun smiled. Doing well doesn't always guarantee admission. Filling out the school applications is crucial. Can the master offer some guidance? Just then, 2 middle-aged men walked in. The Taoist priest raised his head and glanced at the two. I also sized them up. One was fat and the other thin, both neatly dressed, sitting aside as if they had nothing to do, just there to listen. The Taoist priest turned his attention back to Old Chun. When filling out school applications, the farther, the better. If you apply within the province, you might not get in. Old Chun looked surprised. "Why do you say that? Didn't you say you were predicting a character heavy?" "This character, when split, means 1,000 miles. 1,000 miles is heavy." Old Chun chuckled. "So the master's character prediction is that simple?" The 2 middle-aged men laughed in unison. The Taoist priest said, "In a world of knowledge, the simplest is the true knowledge. The mysterious and profound is merely pretentiousness, seeking to impress the crowd." Old Chun tilted his head. "Since the master is so skilled, could you predict a character for me?" The Taoist priest nodded. Old Chun mentioned a character from to predict a career. It was the first time I encountered a career prediction. I was just about to learn something when unexpectedly, the Taoist priest answered very decisively, "Not predictable." Old Chun laughed. "Is it that it can't be predicted or that you are unwilling to say?" The Taoist priest replied, "It can't be predicted. Some have odd appearances but are exceptional. Some appear dignified but are ordinary. One cannot judge a person by their looks, and one cannot measure the sea by a single bucket. But the master is far from appearance, and with 72 trades, I also find it hard to count them all." Old Chun chuckled. "So it's your unwillingness to predict?" The Taoist priest also chuckled. "If I must say, I'll give you 2 lines of poetry. A lifetime of career is in dreams, half a life drifting like raindrops on duckweed." Old Chun laughed heartily. "Impressive, impressive." Old Chun then asked, "Since the master can predict accurately, how much do you charge?" In ancient times, literati would write and paint for each other without accepting money. The master merely travels the world, and I just sit at home. Why discuss money? I understood this sentence. It turned out this person also worked in this field. Old Chun's face turned a bit red, and he said, "Then I will take my leave for now." As he stood up, the 2 middle-aged men also stood up, one of whom said, "Interesting, interesting." The Taoist priest called out to Old Chun, "Take care. Remember to relive the university experience in your dreams 1,000 miles away." Old Chun cupped his hands. I am humbled. I am humbled. What kind of play is this?" I was left in a fog. The Taoist priest taught me. "The 3 people who just came in our group. That man who claims to be Old Chun is also in our line of work." The 2 younger men behind him must have been discussing how impressive I am in front of him. So Old Chun came to challenge me, and the younger men came to watch him challenge me. "Is that so?" The Taoist priest analyzed. "Why did those 2 not come in with Old Chun?" I thought for a moment and replied, "They pretended not to know Old Chun." "Why did they leave when Old Chun left?" "Because they had nothing to do, and since you saw through Old Chun, they felt embarrassed to stay." What was Old Chun hinting at in his words? A provocative tone. Exactly. You need to be more observant in the future. Not everyone who comes is there to predict characters. Some are there to test you deliberately, and some are there to disrupt the scene. So, when it comes to tea, it's better to offend someone than to mistakenly brew it. You must be polite to people, but also have a sense of proportion. My face turned crimson. The Taoist priest said, "I have told you that the art of character prediction starts with reading people, but I only gave you half of the book to read. You haven't read it completely. You need to read it thoroughly. Next, I will tell you how to observe people and what books you should read." Chapter 8. Read medical books first. The Taoist priest explained. The art of divination begins with observing people. As soon as he entered the room, his gaze was not right. Have you ever seen someone who reads faces or calculates birth dates look at a person with a proper gaze? I hadn't observed this before. So I said, "I have little contact and not enough observation." The Taoist priest said, "Generally, Such people always use their peripheral vision to look at others. The reason for using peripheral vision is to observe your expressions and movements when you are not paying attention. This gentleman earns a living by this. Upon entering, his eyes betrayed him. I simply cannot observe people, so I cannot distinguish his identity. I am very eager to learn the art of observation. So I immediately responded. There are two types of speech. One is called common speech, which is what a person of a certain identity would say. The other is called deceptive speech, where one conceals their identity and speaks differently. For example, someone who is knowledgeable may pretend to be foolish, or someone of a certain status may pretend to be of a lower class. With such people, after a few exchanges, you will understand their true nature. How to do this? Let me give you an analogy. In the past, there was a person who wanted to retire due to illness. To retire due to illness, a physical examination is required. However, he was indeed not sick and did not meet the criteria. He went to the hospital for a checkup and claimed he had hearing loss. When a doctor tapped a small gong with a hammer, he said he couldn't hear it. The doctor noted on the examination form, examination normal, cannot retire due to illness. How did the doctor know he had hearing loss? The Taoist priest laughed. When the doctor tapped the gong near his ear, his head immediately turned away. I laughed heartily upon hearing this. The Taoist priest also laughed. Nothing can hide from the reflex action. I said, this is indeed a skill. The Taoist priest then revealed the steps he wanted to teach me. If you want to learn this skill from today on, you should read medical books first. Why read medical books? You will slowly understand later. The Taoist priest asked me to read medical books and selected a few for me. Perhaps I have an affinity for traditional Chinese medicine, as I found myself reading quickly. Sometimes he randomly tested me, and I answered fluently. Later, he handed me a book titled Moles and Health. This is not a superstitious book, but an academic work with a preface by a famous person, and I surprisingly found it very engaging. One afternoon, when I had nothing to do, the Taoist priest began to test me. Is there a hereditary factor for moles? Generally speaking, there is. He asked again, if you see a person with fair skin and few moles, what would you say? This was a question that required my input. I answered, one or both of your parents likely have fair skin and very few moles. The Taoist priest asked, on average, how many moles does a person have? I replied, generally, not more than 20. He asked, what are clear moles and hidden moles? I answered, visible moles are clear moles, while those that are not visible, such as on the chest, back, soles of the feet, buttocks, armpits, etc., are called hidden moles. The Taoist priest asked again, what are the red spots on the body called? I answered, they're not called moles, they're called hemangiomas. The Taoist priest asked, what do they indicate? I said, they indicate that the blood vessels are hardening, not flowing smoothly, and there may be liver issues. The Taoist priest asked, how do you interpret this if the person is already married? I replied, I don't know. The Taoist priest laughed, very honest. I countered, how do you interpret it? The Taoist priest shook his head, there are no standards, it varies from person to person. You should guide them to reveal themselves. I thought to myself, didn't he see that other people were married last time? Is it because my skills have not reached that level that he is unwilling to teach me? After reading medical books for 2 months, I finally had an opportunity for a practical experience. One day a woman came in. She sat down and wrote a character for divination regarding marriage. The Taoist priest said to me, you go first. I applied the character decomposition method he taught me because this character consists of 2 components. One component resembles a hall, and the other is a weapon. The weapon signifies a great conflict. I tentatively asked, the character indicates that you two are in a contradiction, right? The woman nodded. I understood. The contradiction was significant, almost to the point of divorce. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come for divination. So I said, currently, there's a conflict, and divorce is unavoidable. The woman sighed and murmured, I glanced at the Taoist priest, unsure how to proceed. The Taoist priest took over, asking the woman, what do you think? To separate or to stay together? The woman, looking indignant, replied, separate. I've had enough. The Taoist priest smirked. Since you have clearly said you want to separate, why come for divination? If you want to separate, just do it. After saying this, he shook his head. The other party remained silent. The Taoist priest struck at her pain point directly. You want to separate, but you don't dare to. The woman said, Master, how can you be so sure? The Taoist priest didn't hide his opinion. If you were truly going to separate, you would come for divination. If it were a false separation, you also wouldn't come for divination. You only came because you're uncertain about whether to separate or are too afraid to do so. This is called indecision, seeking answers from others. The woman nodded and asked, can a master give me some advice? Then, The woman recounted how the other party fell in love with her, loving her to the point of being the happiest woman in the world. But after marriage, he controlled her actions and forbade her from speaking to other men. And so on. The Taoist priest said, "Shan Hong, you continue." I naturally understood immediately. I realized this was a selfish man and, following my teacher's guidance, boldly said, "He has a red mole on the back of his neck." The woman was taken aback and asked, "Do you know him?" I laughed. "Do you think it's that coincidental?" The woman then found it absurd. "I don't know him. But you are right about the red mole on the back of his neck. This mole is also called a tragic love mole. Such people are very clear in their affections and hatreds. They can reach the heavens to catch the moon for someone they love, but if they hate someone, they can chase them down the street with a knife until they kill them." At this point, I suddenly hit a snag and looked at the teacher again. The Taoist priest said, "A mole on the back of the neck also symbolizes wealth and nobility. In the future, there will be benefactors to assist you. Your husband loves you too much. It's not worth divorcing." The woman's mood improved, and she nodded. The teacher said, "Let me analyze this for you. Before marriage, he revolved around you, holding you in the palm of his hand. Why didn't you find it annoying? After marriage, he still loves you this much. Why do you find it so annoying? Love is the same love. It's just that your mindset has changed. He hasn't changed." The woman said she was thirsty, and I poured her a cup of tea. According to the teacher, being thirsty is a sign of seeking comfort. I knew the woman was starting to soften and no longer held on to her original thoughts. At this moment, the teacher said something shocking. "I'll tell you a truth. Remember, whatever you consider a flaw before marriage will be a virtue after marriage." The woman was just about to drink tea, but when the cup reached her lips, she stopped. She put down the cup and looked at the Taoist priest, appearing bewildered. The teacher explained, "For example, before marriage when you went out to eat, he was stingy with ordering just one meat, one vegetable, and one soup for the two of you. Isn't that stingy?" The woman nodded. "This person, after marriage, will save money and manage the household well. Conversely, if the two of you ordered 5 or 6 dishes, if it doesn't become a boss after marriage, you two would be living on air." The woman nodded repeatedly. The teacher said, "That's right. If he loved you deeply before marriage, that's a virtue. After marriage, if he manages things more tightly, and he still loves you deeply, why does it suddenly become a flaw?" The woman suddenly burst into laughter, and a mouthful of tea sprayed onto my face. Immediately embarrassed, she kept saying sorry. I laughed and said, "It's okay. Go home and laugh about it. Spray some tea on your husband's face, and tomorrow the sun will shine brightly, bringing springtime." The woman bit her lower lip, still unable to hold back her laughter, and even covered her mouth with her hand, her chest heaving. Then she counted the money, thanked us, and left. After the woman left, the Taoist priest began to teach me. A red mole on the back of the neck relates to medicine. Those with excessive liver fire have a bad temper, and people with bad tempers easily get angry and have strong control issues. Wives may feel he is too controlling. Furthermore, in any indecisive marriage, we only advise reconciliation, not separation. People spend money, and we must help them clear their mental blockages. How do we do this? By relying on your regular reading. So, besides reading medical books, you better be an encyclopedia. It turns out that learning this art of divination is not easy. You have to understand everything. I thought to myself, luckily I have an interest in the humanities. Otherwise, if I encountered someone who doesn't like to read, they wouldn't learn well either. For several days, it was just ordinary divination, nothing worth recording. On Friday, a neighbor came over for divination, and this was a situation that couldn't be ignored. Neighbors live side by side. If they don't get along, it will definitely cause chaos. I thought, teacher, you need to be careful this time. If the divination is inaccurate, it could be a bad advertisement. Chapter 9, Indirect Approach. My neighbor is a female boss who specializes in delivering goods to supermarkets. As soon as she entered, she said, "Master, I've lost my necklace. Do you think there's any hope of finding it?" This time, the Taoist priest didn't let me practice and took the stage himself. Without mentioning any divination, he first asked her to sit down and then told me to brew some long Jing tea. The neighbor glanced at me and said, "Shaowan, you understand taste. Don't use disposable cups for me. Use your master's precious Jing Dejun blue and white cup. Aren't you afraid I'll break his beloved item?" I laughed and said, "The teacher actually likes it when you break his cups. If you break a cup during divination, it just makes his skills seem even more miraculous." The lady chuckled. "This apprentice is not bad. He has a good tongue." The Taoist asked, "When did you lose it? Where exactly did you lose it?" The neighbor thought for a moment and said, "I'm sure I lost it at home. I've searched everywhere and still can't find it." The Taoist asked, "Are you certain you lost it at home?" The lady replied, "Absolutely." The Taoist pointed to the paper and pen, Write a character to try. The lady wrote the character drop. The Taoist looked at it for a long time and slowly said, "You will definitely find it." The lady tilted her head and asked, "Why?" The Taoist carefully analyzed for her. The left side of the character drop which is half of the character find. There is half a hope that you can find it. On the right side, it ends with a character, indicating that it must be hanging on something. The lady thought for a long time and said, "The necklace is either in the drawer or on the table. How could it be hanging?" The Taoist comforted her, saying, "Take your time. You will find it someday." After finishing her tea, the lady said, "Good tea. I'll go look again." After she left, a woman in her 30s came in. She wrote a character, complex, and said, "Can you measure if I can recover the debt?" The Taoist said, "Shan Hong, you go first." I really had no confidence. I thought to myself, she must have asked countless times without getting it back. Let's take it slow and start with a lesson on character analysis. The character, complex, means that every time you ask for the debt, you feel an impulse to hit someone, right? I tested it using the method the Taoist taught me. She responded, "How did you know I wanted to hit someone?" I thought to myself, if you can't get it back. Everyone feels the same unless you're a Ninja Turtle. So I said, the character, reverse, on the right means attack. She nodded and asked, "Can it be recovered? How would I know if you can get it back? What if the debtor is a deadbeat?" I changed the condition to test. What if this debt is a public business? She quickly replied, "Yes, it's a public business." As soon as I heard this, I climbed up the pole. What kind of public institution is it? Government agency. I suddenly saw the light and said, "You can recover it, but you need to negotiate a discount." She retorted, "Why should I give a discount?" I explained, the character you wrote ends with a small character, meaning it's going to shrink. If you give a discount, you'll get it back. She suddenly understood. That makes sense. Just then, the neighbor lady rushed in and said, "I couldn't find it, but I found it." The Taoist asked, "Where did you find it?" The lady smiled and said, "Guess." Everyone guessed several times, but couldn't get it right. Finally, she revealed the reason. That day, she changed clothes, first taking off the necklace, then the bra, and then changing her underwear. As a result, she accidentally put the necklace, bra, and underwear all into the laundry bag with the zipper, washing them together with the clothes. The necklace swam around in the washing machine and ended up hanging on the drying rack. Amazing. If it weren't for your hint about hanging on something, I wouldn't have thought of that bag. The woman who was measuring debts also heard the story and laughed on the side. I said to the debt-collecting woman, "Your money is similar to her necklace. It needs a wash to lose some luster. But the result is the same. The money will come back." The woman smiled, paid the money, and left. The lady said, "Xiao Wan, brew another cup of Longjing. Your master earns so much money. If I don't help him drink more, his tea will get moldy." As I brewed, I thought, this is so much better than being a high-ranking official for my sister. Here, I feel a sense of accomplishment. So I grabbed a big handful of tea leaves and tossed them into the cup, letting the lady enjoy her tea. This kind of character measurement, without counting money, is something neighbors must be willing to invest in. After the neighbor lady left, I asked the Taoist, "Master, why did you deduce that she would definitely find it from the character?" The Taoist pointed out, she herself said the result, stating she absolutely lost it at home. Such valuable items aren't placed randomly. She just temporarily forgot where she put it. I asked, "Why are you so sure it's hanging on something? If it fell on the ground, she could have swept it up long ago." The Taoist explained, hanging on something is easy to explain, in drawers, on tables, and pockets. Anything off the ground, I call it hanging. I pressed on. What if it's not accurate? The Taoist laughed heartily. In character measurement, there are only two outcomes, right or wrong. Theoretically, either one has a 50% probability. It doesn't matter if it's wrong. Their essay saying, "No one is a god." I still felt he hadn't fully explained it. The Taoist seemed to see through my thoughts and said, "Some things you have to understand slowly. It's still too early to tell you now. A doctor can't cure every illness. Curing a few difficult diseases makes one a miraculous doctor." Sure enough, on Thursday, a person with a difficult case came in. That afternoon, business was particularly good, so I had to attend to each visitor one by one. The first to come in was a woman in her 30s, dressed extravagantly and wearing sunglasses, which she didn't take off upon entering. After sitting down, she wrote a character for divination, asking if she could find her lost dog. This was a tough question. Could the dog be found? People can go missing and not be found, let alone a dog. Therefore, this kind of measurement is one of the more challenging ones. If you say it can't be found if the dog runs back one day, you wouldn't even need to look for it. It just temporarily strayed for a few days because it saw a pretty female dog outside. If you say it can be found, perhaps it has already ended up in someone else's stomach. Thus, for living beings like this, it can't be said with certainty. Given the uncertainty of the question, I noticed the teacher had a method. First, calm the visitor down. I was now watching how the teacher would do this. The Taoist glanced at the character and coldly laughed. Let's not talk about finding the dog for now. The woman exclaimed, clearly puzzled. The Taoist coldly laughed again and slowly said, people are more important than dogs. The woman exaggeratedly patted her chest and asked in a soft voice, are you saying I have a problem? The Taoist smiled slightly and gently said, yes, my dear. As soon as the Taoist said this, the room came alive, and everyone scooted their chairs closer to the coffee table. The Taoist continued, the dog isn't important. Whether it can be found or not, I'll tell you later. But your health isn't good. Isn't this nonsense? Whose body indicators are all normal. Even if you randomly pick someone from the maternity ward, they could have congenital genetic diseases. The woman panicked upon hearing this and urgently asked, can you tell from this character that I have health issues? Don't underestimate the character you wrote. Each character carries personal information. This information is measure, water, shell, knife. The water at the front indicates and for drip, and the knife at the back indicates surgery. The woman was horrified and gasped. Is it that serious? The Taoist laughed heartily. It's just a metaphor. The woman and everyone else let out a long sigh of relief. The Taoist asked, have you been experiencing dry eyes and tearing in the wind lately? The woman nodded. He continued, do you often have dreams at night and sweat under your arms? The woman nodded again. Everyone was impressed. Could these symptoms really be discerned from the characters? Truly a remarkable person. The Taoist priest, skilled in medicine, immediately noticed that the woman had excessive liver fire upon her entrance, and used this divination as a means to demonstrate his abilities. As for what the character was, it didn't matter. He could always justify it. The Taoist priest said, where's your dog? According to the character, it also has a pot boiling in the front, a spout in the middle, and a knife being sharpened in the back. Of course, no one will want to eat your pet dog. I'm just using it as a metaphor. Do you understand? The woman nodded, I understand. It means not to seek it. The Taoist priest cautioned, if after some time it happens to come back, you still can't keep it. You must give it to someone else. Why? The woman asked, puzzled. The Taoist priest inquired, is it male or female? The woman replied, female. The Taoist priest shook his head, not clean anymore. The woman seemed to take a while to process this. Everyone laughed and said, trust the master. He can't be wrong. After the woman left, I felt the Taoist priest was truly remarkable. What did he actually say? It was like he said nothing at all. Everything was ambiguous. However, with his medical knowledge, he could see that the woman had a health issue, which was enough to convince those present of his abilities. At that moment, a couple came forward. They wanted to inquire about a lucky character, asking if it would be feasible to open a supermarket in Tibet. The Taoist priest said to me, Shan Hong, you tell them. Chapter 10. The truth revealed. I stared at the character, G, feeling completely confused. There are two ways to break it down. One is Sure and Co, and the other is Sure, E and Co. I could only hint at it and said, this matter might have differing opinions in your family. The man replied, that's right, I want to go, but she opposes it. My father disagrees, but my mother supports it. With my hint hitting the mark, I smiled slightly and said, from the information in this character, the differences seem significant. I wrote as, and for them to see. Then I said, the character can be broken down into 11 mouths. When there are many people, everyone has their own opinions, right? The man admired me, saying, little master, you are truly impressive. This business can be pursued. However, I hope you choose a day to set out. It must be on a clear night. This trick is called guiding others in the art of divination. Why a clear night? The woman asked. There must be stars in the sky. You are measuring the character, which means auspicious stars shining high. I explained. The couple clapped their hands and said, thank you, thank you. At this moment, the Taoist priest took over the conversation. The measurement of Shan Hong is quite good, but you too must pay attention to the character. The couple asked in unison, is there a quarrel? The Taoist priest made a gesture with his mouth and said, you should check Xiao Wan's WeChat. If you have any questions later, he will provide answers. The couple thanked him profusely and left with a bow. Next, we measured two more characters, and it was the turn of the last one. A bespectacled man. He was an intellectual and tall. The Taoist priest politely said, sorry to keep you waiting, Brother Sure. Then he tapped the table twice. It turned out they knew each other. I hurried to brew a good cup of tea and served it to Brother Sure. The Taoist priest introduced me, saying Brother Sure lived on another street and was a teacher. He had hurt his back while climbing a mountain last year and had taken a year off to recover. Now, he had simply applied for medical retirement. Brother Sure, seeing the Taoist priest also call him by his nickname, shyly said, everyone calls me Brother Sure. I just don't dare to be presumptuous in front of the master. You can just call me Lao Sure. Now, with free time at home, he wanted to start a small business, but didn't know what to do, so he asked the master for advice. Let's measure the character Sure, he suggested. The Taoist priest laughed heartily. Your character must be related to water if you want to do business. A business without water won't make money. Brother Sure was also straightforward, saying, there are too many businesses related to water. The Taoist priest added, but in the end it must not be related to water. This left both Brother Sure and me confused. What business is related to water, but ultimately not related to water? I couldn't explain it either, because when you asked to measure this character, I had a picture in my mind. First in the water, then the water recedes. The Taoist priest asked Brother Sure, you teach Chinese, right? Brother Sure nodded. The Taoist priest continued, in Su Shi's After the Red Cliff Ode, there's a line, the mountains are high, the moon is small, and the water reveals the stone. Therefore, your business must be related to water, and ultimately, the stone can stand out. Brother Sure clapped his hands. Master, this method of measurement is very artistic and fits the character perfectly, but I can't think of what profession it could be. Think it over first. When you have clarity, come back to me, he advised. Brother Sure replied, this artistic conception is wonderful. I'll go back and think more before coming to seek your guidance. After Brother Sure left, it was time for my master and me to summarize the gains and losses, as is customary. The Taoist priest asked, did you understand the cases from today? I thought for a moment and asked, I only have one question for the teacher. Why did the person going into Tibet need to pay attention to the character? The Taoist priest patiently explained, on the plateau, when you first go, your respiratory system may not adapt well. You might feel like you need to open your mouth wide to breathe, which is called deoxygenation. Doesn't that relate to? Moreover, in business, there are definitely issues that can cause disputes among people. Once these issues arise, he will realize that my reminder was correct. Why does he need to add me on WeChat? I asked. The Taoist priest said softly, if I want to buy some cordyceps, deer antlers, or musk, I can conveniently look for him. Then, as if fearing I wouldn't understand, he added, also, some people you need to nurture slowly. I understood. The master's Longjing tea at home costs nothing. The furniture costs nothing. The rice costs nothing. All cultivated through his continuous measurements. Today, he has nurtured a future supermarket owner. Who knows, one day, when the supermarket owner realizes the master was right, he might send some cordyceps over absolutely for free. As for Brother Sure, I don't know what business he will pursue in the future. No wonder he has already started nurturing it. One day, the teacher and I were chatting casually, and he said Brother Sure should go into the food business. After saying this, he prompted me, think carefully. I thought for a moment and clapped my hands. The character contains. A food processing factory is reliable. I really hope Brother Sure goes into the food business. Then I can also enjoy some good fortune. A few days later, Brother Sure came and indeed chose to go into the food business. What a coincidence. Why did Brother Sure go into the food business? That afternoon, with nothing to do, the Taoist priest chatted with me again. He started with the phrase, water reveals the stone, and talked about Su Dompa. This is actually a teaching method. To read faces, tell fortunes, or measure characters, one must have extensive knowledge and social experience. So, during leisure time, the Taoist priest would share various anecdotes with me. He used this method to teach me the knowledge of measuring characters step by step. He said that one day, Su Dompa was going to travel on the Yangtze River. Before leaving, Wang Ungshi advised Dompa that when he reached the Yangtze River, he must fetch a pot of water from Sutong Gorge. As for what the water was for, Wang Ungshi didn't say. Mr. Dompa was a carefree person. On the Yangtze River, he composed poetry and rhymes. With the boat departing from Baidi and arriving at Jiangling by dusk, only after passing through Shiling Gorge did he remember Wang Ungshi's request and hurriedly fetched a pot of water there. Upon returning to Kaifeng, Su Dompa delivered the water to Wang Ungshi. Wang Ungshi had a servant boil it, then personally brewed tea, saying as he brewed, Dompa, this water is not from Sutong Gorge. Su Dompa insisted, Prime Minister, this water was indeed taken from Sutong Gorge. Wang Ungshi smiled and said, Dompa, a person's character lies in sincerity. This made Su Dompa's face flush with embarrassment. At this point, the Taoist priest asked me, why did Wang Ungshi know that Su Dompa did not fetch the water from Sutong Gorge? I thought for a long time and shook my head, saying, I don't know. If you weren't there, you definitely wouldn't know, he replied. I realized the teacher was joking with me. He continued, Sutong Gorge is the place where the Yangtze River flows the fastest. When brewing tea, the tea leaves will bob up and down in the cups several times. However, water taken from a calm area will only cause the tea leaves to float up and down once before settling. Is that so? I asked. The Taoist priest smiled and said, every object carries its unique memories and inertia from its origins. This is a law of nature, and some people call it superstition. For example, when measuring characters, why does a person choose to write this character instead of that one? This moment's decision absolutely carries the current information of the writer. Oh, I sighed deeply. It turned out the teacher was using stories to convey the mysteries of heaven and earth to me. I asked, so why can the same character have different outcomes? The teacher replied, the heart and time shift the way and matter diverge. The same character can yield different results. And let me give you an example. Then he told me another story. Chapter 11. Discussing the interpretation of characters, the teacher talked about a story of a fortune teller interpreting dreams. He said that one day, a fortune teller was sitting quietly at home when a man came in, saying he dreamed of a pig squealing, and asked the fortune teller to interpret the dream. The fortune teller said, today, someone will invite you to dinner. Sure enough, the man was invited out for a meal. After an hour, another man came in, also saying he dreamed of a pig squealing, and asked for an interpretation. The fortune teller said, you will wear new clothes today. As it turned out, his wife returned from a business trip and brought him a new outfit. Another hour passed, and yet another man came in, again saying he dreamed of a pig squealing and asked for an interpretation. The fortune teller declared, today, you will have a physical altercation and get beaten up. The man did not believe it. He drove off, and at a turn, he encountered another vehicle, and neither would yield. The other driver was a local tough, forcing the man to reverse. The man approached to argue, and the other driver punched him in the face. After hearing the story, I asked, why is that? What standard did you use to interpret the dreams of these three men? The teacher replied, according to common sense. For example, when we first hear a pig squeal, we might think the pig is hungry, so we feed it, hence the meal. When we hear it again, we might think it is cold, so we give a pile of straw to keep warm, thus the new clothes. The third time we hear it, we get annoyed. We've fed it and given it straw, and if it squeals again, we might grab a stick and hit it a couple of times. So the interpretation of characters is based on common logic. I felt I understood a bit. The teacher nodded, that's basically it. You mentioned that brother Sure. What industry does he work in? At that time, I primarily focused on explaining the character Sure. After thinking it over, since Sure is made up of stone and mouth, I deduced, based on common sense, that he was in the food industry. Just as I was speaking, I heard a loud shout from outside. Brother Sure is here. As Brother Sure entered, he placed several braised pig's feet on the coffee table and said he had already decided to make braised dishes. He had been indecisive, but after the teacher's words made everything clear, he felt enlightened and came to express his gratitude. Brother Sure sat for a while and mentioned that he usually enjoys cooking and is a discerning foodie. His braised dishes are particularly good. After retiring, due to illness, he thought about starting a braised food business. That's why he came to seek advice that day. The master said it should be related to water, but ultimately without water. And Brother Sure clapped his hands, saying, isn't that exactly what I do with braised dishes? The teacher smiled and asked, how do you make your braised dishes? Brother Sure replied, it's unique. First, I take high-quality pig skin and beef bones and simmer them in a large pot. I add star anise, cinnamon, 5-spice, and fennel. And a few more ingredients I won't mention. The broth must be simmered to a consistency where it can be pulled into strands. At this point, I soak the cleaned pig's feet, pig's head, and offal in the broth for half a day, add water, and simmer on low heat until there's no moisture left in the pot. When I take it off the heat, the pig skin and beef bone broth have all absorbed into the flavor. I thought carefully. Waterfalls and stones emerge is indeed quite vivid. Braised dishes need to be simmered in broth first and then dried. While we were talking, guests arrived, and Brother Sure took his leave with a bow. 2 guests came in, one fat and one thin. From the way they entered, looking around, it was obvious they were not there specifically for fortune-telling. They were just curious. The 2 nodded and smiled at the teacher. The teacher was accustomed to such visitors who, while strolling down the street, suddenly saw a sign for fortune-telling and came in. But once inside, they felt too awkward to leave and were just curious to have a character interpreted. These 2 were just like that. The teacher didn't ask them to sit. The thin one was perceptive and asked, do you specialize in interpreting characters? The teacher smiled and replied, I do this to make a living, having no other skills. The thin one said, I do like to have one interpreted. The teacher smiled again. The thin one sat down, and I handed him a piece of paper. The fat one curiously stood beside him, watching him write. The thin one wrote the character, stand, with great flair, and then said, interpret my future. I felt a jolt. This character had been interpreted by the teacher for a woman last time, and it represented half a lifetime of hardship. The teacher took the paper, glanced at it, and asked, what is your name? The thin one replied, Shao Liming. The teacher nodded slightly and said, congratulations, you will be promoted within a year. The thin one smiled. Is there really such good news? If it comes true, I will definitely come to thank you. The fat one, standing beside, also became interested, placed his bag on the sofa, and sat down on the left side of the thin one. He He wrote the character also and asked about his future as well. The teacher looked at the paper. Currently, the phrase "your future" is not applicable. Being able to seek more blessings and live steadily is already good. The fat one forced a smile and said, "Can a master analyze this in detail for me? Otherwise, I won't understand the context." The teacher smiled lightly. The method of interpreting characters is nothing more than addition and subtraction. Your character, if you add water, it becomes pond. If you add earth, it becomes land. If you add a hand, it becomes drag. If you add a single person, it becomes hit. Only if you add a horse radical does it become gallop, but unfortunately, you're sitting with your legs together and Haven tea spread them. The fat one looked a bit unhappy. Is interpreting characters really like this? The teacher replied, yes, it is indeed like this. Moreover, this character, if you check the dictionary, it means the female genitalia. Just like life has many choices, you chose this one. And I have no way to help. The fat one laughed awkwardly. The thin one advised him, come on, it's just a word game. Why take it to heart? Meanwhile, he asked me how much it costs. The teacher waved his hand and said, you two are just playing around. I also treat it as play. Since it was said so directly and made this person unhappy, the fee is waived. The thin one insisted on asking the price. The teacher said, it's priceless. The thin one pulled out 2 bills and said to the fat one, let us go, let us go. After they left, I asked the teacher, last time that woman came, she also wrote the character, why did you interpret her as having a lifetime of hardship, but this time? The teacher said, all things in the world rely on each other and transform into one another. That woman came alone, isolated. This thin man, though he wrote the same character, don't you see the fat man standing next to him? I still didn't grasp it. The teacher wrote a character on the coffee table position. I slapped my forehead, right? The character with someone standing next to it is, which means a higher position. The teacher said, things in the world cannot be named. They are what they are at the moment. For example, this phone, if you encounter a thug, it is not a phone, it is a brick. Regardless of its thousands or tens of thousands in value, at that moment, it is worth just a brick. For example, this table, when an earthquake comes, it is not a table, it is a shelter. If you dive underneath, even though the table isn't worth much at that moment, it is worth a fortune. I nodded repeatedly. Teacher, your knowledge is truly profound. The teacher instructed me, living in an Arab country, where you step on oil, that is called high welfare. Living in a poor, dangerous place, unable to escape the mountains in a day, that is called a hard life. Many times, a person is not that they do not work hard, but rather that their efforts do not yield much. Following the teacher, I became more and more motivated and learned a lot until one day he decided to take me out to do a session. Chapter 12, Setting Up a Trap in the Car. Brother Sher's marinated food shop is under renovation, named Marinated Food Shop by the Bodhi Tree. I just found out that Brother Sher and I are neighbors across the street. My sister is quite unhappy about it. I advised her, you should be happy. If the whole street is named something like Bodhi Tree XX, wouldn't business be better? My sister scoffed. They haven't discovered the Buddha statue. Just riding on the coattails of the Bodhi Tree. I join my hands in prayer. It shows the vastness of Buddhism, spreading blessings to all beings. My sister is still angry. They're stealing business. I didn't want to argue with her and reminded her, sister, you must change your perspective. As long as it's fair competition, it will only promote our business. What we should worry about is if someone uses underhanded tactics, like putting a worm in the soup to cause us trouble. So, I think we need to install surveillance cameras to record every movement of the customers. My sister surprisingly hugged me and patted my back. Dear brother, you think things through. I specifically went to Brother Sher's shop to take a look. It was just missing a sign. I said, I'll find a calligrapher for you. Don't look for fonts online. The writing needs to have cultural taste. Brother Sher asked, who will you find? I laughed. Gao Su. Gao Qiao. I burst out laughing. He's not as shameless as Gao Qiao, and his writing is not as good as Gao Qiao's. He doesn't even kick a shuttlecock as well as Gao Qiao. He's my brother-in-law, Su as in rising sun, Gao Su. Brother Sher was surprised. Your brother-in-law can write? I teased him. Do you think someone who sells rice noodles isn't cultured? The one who stews pig's feet even taught language arts. A few days later, Brother Sher's shop hung up the plaque, and my brother-in-law's characters were written in a stylish manner. Brother Sher was very satisfied and told everyone it was written by Boss Gao from the flower shop, resulting in many people asking my brother-in-law for his writing. When the shop opened, Dongzi gave me an idea, saying that we are now in the internet economy and I should go online to test characters. I could earn 20 yuan for each character tested. As long as there is enough popularity, a frog can become a swan. I was somewhat tempted. However, what happened next made me refuse Dongzi's suggestion. One day, a man wearing a white shirt and black pants came to the Taoist priest house. He bowed and said, "Hello, Mr. Hongi." The Taoist priest smiled at the visitor and led him to the study. I followed him to make tea and then stepped back out. About 15 minutes later, the Taoist priest came out to see off the guest. The guest bowed at the door and then drove away. The Taoist priest said to me, "I'm taking you to Shenangjia for vacation. We'll leave tonight." Vacation? I didn't immediately react and asked, "So soon?" The Taoist priest smiled and quietly explained the reason for this trip. It was entrusted by someone to set up a trap. I felt this kind of plot only existed in movies. How could it happen to a Taoist priest? Who was the trap for? How would it be set up? A series of questions flooded my mind, and I couldn't help but be filled with curiosity about this trip. As it was getting dark, a black high-end SUV indeed stopped at the door, with one driver and a man in white and black from yesterday. We brought some simple luggage. The Taoist priest's wife and Aunt Chin saw us off at the door, and then the car merged into the bustling traffic. When we arrived at the train station, the man in white and black whispered to the Taoist priest, and the driver handed me some fruit. Then they both jumped into the car, which swiftly disappeared. Once on the train, we entered a soft sleeper. Until the train started moving, no one came in. I curiously asked, "Is this soft sleeper just for us two?" The Taoist priest told me, "This soft sleeper has already been booked. However, 2 more people will come on the next stop. Our task is to set up a trap for the 2 who come on." As for how to set up the trap, the Taoist priest briefly explained a few points to me. I knew I just needed to cooperate simply. The main character was the Taoist priest. I couldn't know too many details, or it would give us away. An hour later, the train stopped at the next station, and passengers got on and off. Soon, 2 people came in. One man had a square head and big ears, looking refined and charming, around 40 years old. The other man was in white shirt and black pants, clearly a sidekick. The sidekick smiled at us as a greeting and then began to organize his luggage. He moved a large suitcase to the upper bunk. I immediately came over to help. The refined man took a towel and went out. When he finished washing his face and came back, the sidekick had already tidied up, taken out some snacks, and climbed up to the upper bunk to charge his phone. The Taoist priest took the lower bunk, and the refined man also took the lower bunk. There was no conversation during the journey. About half an hour later, I slid down from the lower bunk and said to the Taoist priest, "Secretary Zhu sent me a WeChat message, saying he has booked a presidential suite and asked if there are any dietary requirements, vegetarian or meat. It must be fully vegetarian. Also, if the presidential suite is on that floor, I want tea stay. It must be changed to another hotel." I nodded. "Okay, I will reply to him now." After saying that, I walked out of the compartment. After wandering outside for a while, when I returned to the compartment, the refined man asked me, "Where are you going?" "Wuhan." He seemed very familiar with high-end accommodations and said to me, "The Shangri-La Hotel in Wuhan is nice. The Lakeside Garden Hotel is also good. And the Mayflower is nice too." I deliberately said, "Oh, you know so much. I often travel. I've been all over the country, so I'm familiar with it." At this time, the Taoist priest glanced at the man and said, "If I'm not mistaken, sir is in business." The man put his feet down from the bed, sat up straight, and smiled at the Taoist priest. "Oh, you can tell?" I seized the opportunity to reveal, "This is my master, Taoist Hongi." The man hurriedly said, I'm sorry, and handed over a business card. I took it and glanced at it. It read, Lan Lixing. Then I handed it to the Taoist priest. The Taoist priest glanced at it, sat by the tea table, and nodded, "Nice to meet you." Lan Lixing asked, "Is Mr. going to Wuhan for a pilgrimage, or was there another important matter?" The Taoist priest stroked his beard and smiled. "A friend is developing a real estate project over there. He just finalized the deal and invited me to oversee it." Lan Lixing was very interested and said knowledgeably, "Where the preparatory office is located is very crucial." The Taoist priest laughed. "If Mr. Lan has experience, you naturally know that the orientation of the office door, whether it faces east or west, and whether the interior's layout is harmonious or not, is related to whether the 100,000 square meters of the Friends Development Project will profit or lose." At this moment, I noticed the sidekick on the upper bunk was also leaning over the edge of the bed, quietly listening. I cleverly climbed up to the upper bunk and half lay down on the bed. Lan Lixing asked, "How did you tell I was in business?" I intentionally interjected, "My master can read faces and test characters." Lan Lixing said, "You can test characters, sir? I love hearing about that." The Taoist priest smiled. "A thought arises, and a thought perishes. Life and death, cycles of reincarnation, all are determined by a single character." Lan Lixing asked, "Can you test a character for me?" I was secretly delighted. The good show was about to start. Next, I would wait to learn how the Taoist priest acted. The Taoist priest shook his head. "The poor Taoist only tests characters at home. Everyone within 10 miles knows I'm a character tester, so they come to find me. Once I step out, I no longer test characters. I thought this is to lure him in. Lan Lixing seemed somewhat regretful. It seems I'm not fated with you. And the journey is lonely and uncomfortable. It's hard to come across someone I can talk to, but you are unwilling to discuss further. I was secretly pleased. The Taoist priest pretended to be embarrassed. If you really want to test, we can make it a game. A game? Yes, if you believe, treat it as golden words. If you don't believe, treat it as a game. Not just Lan Lixing, even I wanted to hear how the Taoist priest would calculate. Chapter 13, Amazing Permission. Lan Lixing sighed in relief after receiving the Taoist consent and said, "Let us measure the character, smoke, and cigarette." The Taoist frowned and asked, "Why do you like this character?" Lan Lixing smiled and replied, "Because I have a big smoking habit. I prefer trains over planes. Even though smoking isn't allowed on high-speed trains, I can still sneak a few puffs on the platform during stops." The Taoist, looking confident, said, "When you wrote this character, I could see some signs. You must have suffered a burn in your childhood. Specifically, when you were 10 years old, your left hand was burned." How does the Taoist know that my childhood was marked by burns? I leaned out from the upper bunk, and, under the light, I could see a small scar on Lan Lixing's left hand. It turned out the Taoist had already observed him carefully. Both Lan Lixing and his companion in the upper bunk were astonished. Lan Lixing asked, "How did you know I burned my left hand at 10? The Taoist smiled lightly and explained, "You mentioned the character. The fire component is on the left, so it must be your left hand that was injured. As for the age of 10, the character on the right side indicates that it happened when you were a child, and the character has a total of 10 strokes." Lan Lixing gestured and his eyes lit up. Not only was the Taoist accurate, but he also had solid reasoning. Every word and phrase correlated with one another, and he should have already been convinced deep down. However, being seasoned in business, he merely smiled subtly, maintaining a composed demeanor. The Taoist continued, "Let's take a look at your left foot." Lan Lixing took off his sock and extended his toes. The Taoist bent down to take a look and said, "You lost your mother as a child." Lan Lixing was taken aback and asked, "You could tell this too?" The Taoist sneered, making Lan Lixing feel a chill down his back. Then he added, "When you were 20, you faced many setbacks, even having thoughts of suicide." Lan Lixing straightened up. "It wasn't he just thoughts, actually tried to cut my wrist." The Taoist smirked slightly, hinting that others were present in the upper bunk. Lan Lixing waved his hand dismissively, saying, "You needn't worry, that's my nephew. He knows all about my matters." The Taoist calculated with his fingers. "You got married at 28. Your wife isn't particularly beautiful, but you only started to turn your fortunes around after 28. Your wife is a benefactor in your life." Lan Lixing's eyes widened. "So you truly are a fortune teller. You deduced all this from just one character?" Suddenly, I slapped my forehead, thinking how foolish I was, since this was a setup. All this information must have been leaked by the man who saw us off at the train station. The Taoist calmly stated, "Let's look at the character, the fire component, and this character represents, caused by fire to become smoke. In other words, without fire, there's no smoke. Therefore, although everything you have is due to your own efforts, your entire life relies on this fire. Without this fire, your career would collapse instantly." Lan Lixing leaned forward and asked, "What does this fire refer to? Is it my benefactor?" The Taoist coldly laughed. "You should have an idea." Lan Lixing thought for a long time and exclaimed, "He gone. Ever since he gone joined my team, my sales have consistently ranked at the top of the industry." The Taoist shook his head. "You should have experienced a downer in your career at 35. Though I don't understand your business. I can describe it like this. Products are unsellable and payments are uncollectible." His nephew in the upper bunk said, "That year, you even celebrated your birthday hiding outside. Don't you remember? You argued with your wife every day, saying you wanted a divorce." Lan Lixing's face turned red. The Taoist laughed heartily. "The age of 36 is a critical time. Everyone's critical year is tough, but you lived particularly well because you stopped arguing." I was about to go down to relieve myself when I saw Lan Lixing hurriedly raise his cup, saying to the Taoist, "I toast you with tea instead of wine." "Sir," the Taoist said, "there is something I didn't want to say, fearing it might hurt your feelings." Lan Lixing quickly replied, "Please, sir, speak freely." The Taoist lowered his voice and said, "I'll refrain from saying it. You think about it." After I returned from the restroom, I saw the Taoist writing, "Fire Wife," on a piece of paper. Lan Lixing took the slip, nodded, and put it into his briefcase beside the pillow, saying, "I will definitely remember your teachings, sir." The Taoist seemed unwilling to elaborate further and told Lan Lixing, "Sleep now. It's almost time to turn off the lights." After saying that, he ignored Lan Lixing and fell asleep alone. I lay in the upper bunk, and my sixth sense told me that Lan Lixing was pretending to sleep. He must have been restless all night. As we approached Wuhan, we prepared to disembark. Lan Lixing woke up and said he was heading to Lanzhou, as he still had a long way to go. He also mentioned that he felt a bit reluctant to see us go. We exchanged WeChat contacts. The Taoist said, "Add my assistant Xiao Wan. He handles all my daily affairs." Lan Lixing and his nephew added me on WeChat. Before parting, everyone felt reluctant. Lan Lixing said, "I will definitely come to visit you in the future." After getting off the train, we walked towards the exit. At the exit, a girl was holding a sign with the names of the Taoist and me. Approaching her, she said, "My name is Song Na. Sister, you sent me to pick you up. We will stay in Wuhan tonight, and tomorrow I will accompany you to Shenanjia." At that moment, I finally pieced together that our employer was Sister Yu, who was Lan Lixing's wife. Lan Lixing wanted a divorce, and Sister Yu had the Taoist set up this situation. The next morning, Song Na and the driver arrived early to have breakfast with us, check out, settle the bill, and then we got into a 5-seat SUV. By the time we arrived at Shinong Mountain Resort, it was already past 1 o'clock. Secretary Yu greeted us warmly in the lobby and first took us to our rooms to rest. He told us to rest for 2 hours, and that President Yu would come to meet us around 3. We were a bit tired and fell asleep. However, I slept very lightly. After about 2 hours, I woke up the teacher. We freshened up and sat in the room chatting. The Taoist instructed me to speak less and add more water. Around 3:30, the doorbell rang, and Secretary Yu led President Yu in. She was a very plump woman, appearing to be in her 30s, adorned with jewelry. The Taoist stood up to greet her, performing a bow, and said, "Hello, President Yu." President Yu smiled and returned the gesture, saying, "Master, thank you for your hard work on the journey." The Taoist introduced me to President Yu. She looked at me kindly and said, "Not bad, a sunny and handsome young man." After Secretary Yu closed the door, I hurriedly brewed tea. President Yu said, "I love to travel around, and I really like this place. This is my 3rd visit. Tomorrow I'll accompany you to explore. People without money strive, with money enjoy, unlike what is said online about people passing away before spending their money." The Taoist laughed heartily. "Life is but a spring for grass and trees. Treat every day as spring, and you will live longer." President Yu took the tea I brewed and said, "Exactly, Master sees things even clearer than I do." Then she told me, "I'll have my secretary transfer 100,000 to you shortly. Enjoy your time here. As for food and accommodation, I've entrusted Xiao Song and their travel agency to cover everything. I plan to leave the day after tomorrow." President Yu answered her phone, and the doorbell rang again. The secretary came in to inquire about something. President Yu said, "Take Xiao Wan to your room. 1, to transfer the money to him, and 2, to finalize the itinerary for the next 5 days with his input." I followed the secretary to his room. He said, "I'll transfer 100,000 to you now." He then took out 2 bundles of 100 yuan bills and said, "This 20,000 is for your spending money." After the secretary finished speaking, he placed the cash on the coffee table and took out the travel agency's itinerary to discuss our activities for the next few days. However, I wasn't really paying attention. I kept saying, okay, while thinking to myself, my goodness, is a single character worth this much money? I was grinding away for 20 bucks with Dongzi. Chapter 14. Playing both sides after returning from Shenanjia, I couldn't sleep for several nights. Just one round of the game brought in over 100,000, all thanks to my teacher. Not to mention the food, drinks, and entertainment along the way, all paid for by others. This money came easily, but what happened next left me dumbfounded. Half a month after returning to Yuranjun, I received a call from Lan Zong's nephew, Lan Shaoling. He said that in 3 days, Lan Zong would come to visit the Taoist priest. I relayed this to my teacher, who nodded and said seriously, "Say only half of what you should say, and not a word of what you shouldn't." I understood that he was afraid I might accidentally reveal something about our trip to Shenanjia, so I nodded earnestly and replied, "The student remembers." He then instructed me, "Call Brother Sher and ask him to be the chef that day." Only then did I realize Brother Sher was a skilled cook. 3 days later, at 10 in the morning, a Rolls-Royce stopped in front of the courtyard, and the Taoist priest led me out to greet them. Lan Zong traveled lightly, bringing only Lan Shaoling. The Taoist priest welcomed them into the study while I stood outside in the hall, placing a no visitor sign and preparing Longjing tea and fruits for the guests, lighting an incense stick from India, and sitting beside them. Lan Zong smiled and said, "A chance encounter in the car, and now half a month has passed. I was in Lanzhou, but my heart was eager to return. I asked a few friends and learned that I was fortunate to have met the renowned Master Hongyi in the car. Forgive my lack of insight. I neglected you that day." The Taoist priest laughed heartily, saying, "Not at all, not at all. In a lifetime, a person can remember at most 400 complete names. For a great entrepreneur like you, To remember the Taoist name can only be described in 4 words. You think too highly of me. Lan Zong looked sincere. What a coincidence. The master is famous worldwide, and I didn't recognize him. This shows my focus on money and lack of culture. The Taoist priest shook his head gently. I am not industrious and cannot distinguish between grains. I can only seek a profession in fortune-telling to support my family. That's far from being famous worldwide. I only have a slight reputation within 100 miles. Lan Zong looked around and noticed that the bookshelves were made of Nama wood. Laughing, to support a family like this is the dream of 1 billion Chinese people. When the Taoist priest saw Lan Zong glance at the bookshelves, he said, although I may lack fish to eat and a car to drive, I still need to take good care of a few books. 2 years ago, I divined for Mr. Deng of Nonghua Private City, and as a token of gratitude, he gifted me a set of Burmese Nama bookshelves. Lan Zong immediately responded, though I can't compare to Mr. Deng. I can send you some Burmese Namu as well. I can also send a car for the master to use. After saying this, he instructed Lan Shaoling. Send the car we ordered last time to the master. Lan Shaoling quickly went out to make the call. The Taoist priest laughed heartily. No merit, no reward. Let's skip that. Lan Zong dismissed this. I've given away more than 1 car. What's 1 more for the master? It's just that the timing was too late. As the saying goes, it's never too late to mend the fold after the sheep are lost. The Taoist priest was about to decline again when Lan Zong changed the subject, asking, I feel that the master didn't fully explain things during our last meeting in the car. The Taoist priest suddenly remembered something and said to me, why don't you go get some cigarettes? I immediately went outside. When I returned, Lan Shaoling was also sitting inside. I placed 2 packs of high-end cigarettes on the table, and Lan Zong chuckled. I held back, fearing the Taoist couldn't stand the smell of smoke, so I didn't bring any inside. The Taoist priest replied slowly, I occasionally smoke a cigarette with others. So, Lan Zong handed a cigarette to the Taoist while he started to smoke deeply. The Taoist said in the car, I did have some reservations. We were strangers, and it was not appropriate to speak deeply. Now that you are here, I will explain it to you in detail. The Taoist wrote the character for smoke on paper and began to analyze it. The character smoke you wrote indicates your wife palace, which is very important. I won't elaborate on that, but we'll mention some points you need to pay attention to. At this point, the Taoist glanced at Lan Lixing. Lan Zong understood and said, it's fine, go ahead, you don't need to avoid my nephew. The Taoist thought for a moment and said, I analyzed the character you wrote based on handwriting. The fire part you started with was written quickly, with shallow strokes and many connections, while the finaline character was written slowly, with few connections and much effort. This indicates that you have many thoughts and high enthusiasm. Whenever you encounter a project, you see it as an opportunity and jump in immediately, but in the end, you have to slowly pull back and return to your main business. As soon as these words were spoken, Lan Lixing was left dumbfounded and after a while said, what the master said is absolutely correct. My main business is machinery manufacturing. A few years ago, I listened to an expert's advice and set up a mobile phone division, hoping to get a piece of the pie. As a result, the mobile phone division has been losing money, and I had to shut it down a few years ago. The Taoist smiled lightly. Did the expert tell you that every acceleration of human communication methods represents a new opportunity? Lan Zong clapped his hands, yes. He said from woodblock printing to movable type, from movable type to mechanical printing, and then to laser typesetting. Each acceleration of cultural dissemination is a good opportunity to make money. He urged me to hurry up and make mobile phones. The Taoist shook his head. Just focus on your main business. It's better to listen less to the expert's words. I noticed that Lan Shaoling cast a grateful glance at the Taoist. I guess that this nephew must have strongly advised Lan Zong against entering the mobile phone market at that time. Lan Zong said, if only I had met you earlier. However, despite the losses, luckily, it didn't harm the company's vitality. The Taoist nodded and continued, this character smoke also has one more thing to remind you. Pay attention to your health. Health? Lan Lixing was usually confident about his health. Yes, this character has very few horizontal strokes. It is mainly composed of dots, vertical strokes, slants, and curves. Anyone who writes such characters indicates that there is some disease lurking in their body. You should go for a comprehensive health checkup. The Taoist's voice was steady and powerful. Upon hearing this, Lan Lixing turned pale and hurriedly asked, could it be something serious? At this moment, the Taoist laughed loudly. Don't be nervous. I'm just reminding you that there's a latent illness, but it is still in the early stage. If treated in time, it will be fine. Lan Lixing cupped his hands in gratitude. Thank you so much, master. I'm busy every day of the year, thinking I'm in good health. And I haven't been to the hospital at all. I'll listen on the side. wondering if the Taoist truly judged that Lan Zong was ill or was just trying to scare him. If he could really see an illness, that would be impressive. If it was just a scare, it was also a very clever way to instill fear. Just then, Aunt Chun came in and said, "Dinner is ready." The teacher's wife and Aunt Chun preferred vegetarian food, so they didn't join the table. The Taoist introduced to Lan Zong. "This is Teacher Shi. His main profession is teaching. But his ancestral skills in marinated dishes are exceptional. You should try them." I poured red wine for everyone, and during the meal, everyone toasted the Taoist or one another. We were all very happy. As for the dishes cooked by Brother Shi, they were truly a feast for the senses. The steamed meat was rich yet not greasy. The clear steamed meat was crystal clear. The garlic stir-fried meat was fragrant. The pork knuckle was full of collagen. And the tendons revealed wisdom from the three kingdoms with each chew. The meat broth was delicious, as if all the tenderness of the 12 beauties of Jinling was blended into it. Lan Zong smacked his lips and said, "I've eaten food from all over the country. But still, the banquet at the master's place suits my taste the most." The Taoist said, "It was prepared by Teacher Shi himself." Lan Zong replied, "I'll order a batch and send some to important clients and leaders." Brother Shi toasted Lan Zong 3 times, and it seemed he wasn't good with alcohol. After a few drinks, he became a bit tipsy and patted his chest, saying, "Let me show off a bit. I used to be in the cultural propaganda team, so let me sing a song to liven things up." Everyone applauded as Brother Shi sang. The blue-faced Wuan steals the jade horse. The red-faced Guangong battles in Changsha. The yellow-faced Yin Wei, the white-faced Chow Chow, and the black-faced Zhang Fei called out. While listening to Brother Shi sing, I thought, my teacher sings all the red, white, and black faces perfectly, quack, quack. Chapter 15. Gaining recognition in the afternoon, Mr. Lan took his leave. I asked the Taoist priest, "Can the character smoke really indicate if someone is ill?" He replied, "Any character with many horizontal strokes, dots, or slants signifies that the person being tested has health issues." The Taoist priest spoke each word with a deliberate tone that left no room for doubt. I recalled a woman who had lost her dog and had her fortune told through characters. Her character had almost no horizontal strokes. Suddenly, it made sense why the teacher said she was unwell. Just then, a woman came in and asked about the character Cypress and whether it was feasible to open a clothing store. The Taoist priest shook his head and said, "Don't do it. There's no money to be made." The woman admired the Taoist priest, and upon hearing his advice, she felt relieved and left after counting her money. Shortly after, a man entered, asking about the character Bright and whether he should go north to work. The Taoist priest also shook his head, saying it would be a wasted trip. Don't go. The man, too, admired the Taoist priest, inquiring for advice before counting his money and leaving. I thought to myself, the Taoist priest has such high esteem, people come with their dilemmas, ask for advice, and then leave. This money is easy to make, especially compared to my sister haggling over a few pounds of bean sprouts. It's almost effortless. After those two left, I couldn't help but ask, how can you define people so quickly? The Taoist priest smiled and said, "Today, I'll teach you a method of induction." He then wrote a line of characters on paper. He then asked me, "What do these characters have in common?" I glanced over and said, "They all contain the character white." The Taoist priest was pleased and explained, "White has 4 meanings: blank, void, absence, and beginning. The characters above contain one or more of these meanings." I felt a bit skeptical. The Taoist priest clarified, "The white in signifies absence. The meaning of is that there is no comparison, which means they are all the same." I nodded. The Taoist priest further explained, "The white in represents the void. Returning to the void is called." I understood and said, "Teacher, let me try." I then eagerly interpreted the remaining characters. In the white above signifies beginning, is where water starts to emerge. In the white signifies absence. Above, there is no king, only the emperor. In, which refers to the eldest, second, third, and fourth in the family hierarchy, has no larger male ancestors before it. In the white on the right indicates absence. Imported goods are those not available locally and brought by ship. In, the white on the right signifies blank, means the heart is blank. In the white on the left indicates absence, refers to having no ghosts, implying fearlessness, hence the term. I explained all the characters in one breath. The Taoist priest nodded in satisfaction. "Well done. This is called inductive reasoning. Once someone writes these characters, you can use blank, absence, void, beginning as aspects to elaborate and explain." My goodness, it turns out the teacher isn't just randomly guessing. With such a good mentor and my passion for research, the more I delve into it, the more profound it becomes. Therefore, my character interpretation skills have been improving day by day. A few days later, I summarized a set of patterns and presented them to the Taoist priest. A few days after that, I summarized another set of patterns of Chinese characters for him. One day, half a month later, the Taoist priest looked at me intently and said earnestly, "Shan Hong, you can call me master now." I was overjoyed yet anxious, asking, "Didn't you say I could only call you master after completing my training? Can I really be considered as such?" The Taoist priest looked at me kindly and said, "Not yet fully trained, but you can call me master. You have good comprehension, are insightful, and cautious. You can be my disciple." I immediately knelt and bowed, saying, "Thank you, master, for your great kindness." That afternoon, the master invited me to lunch. Brother Sure came to cook, and soon, neighbors arrived. I then learned that it was the master's birthday. Some guests helped Brother Sure in the kitchen, while others chatted in the living room. The master was calm and collected, spreading out a piece of rice paper in his study to write. When I went to refill his water, he had already finished and was admiring his calligraphy on the table. "Come take a look," the master beckoned. I approached and said, "Great calligraphy. Your writing captures the essence of the Yen style." He smiled and said, "Forget about how the characters look. I'm asking how this poem is." I read aloud. "October's high sun remains dry. The morning wind is distant, the cicadas quiet. Only now do I feel the cool of the night. The withered lotus dreams of autumn's arrival. The charming girl, with a cute demeanor, fragrant osmanthus falls. In the blink of an eye, the yellow flowers stir. Frost stains my hair. I grow older. My parents long gone. My hometown is far away." After finishing, I asked, "Forgive my lack of knowledge. Whose work is this poem?" The master chuckled, "It's mine, your teacher." I was so shocked, I nearly fainted. Not only does he write well, but his poetry is also excellent, which is not achieved in just a day or two. I couldn't help but sincerely praise, "Master, you truly leave your disciple in awe." The master took out a cigarette, handed me one, then sat down to pull out a lighter. I quickly lit it and held it up for him to smoke. He took a deep puff, his voice somewhat hoarse. "It's not easy for me. I haven't tea read much, but I work hard. I hope you will also strive to not become a street fortune teller. If you want to be in this line of work, at least aim to be a person of elegance and grace." Seeing his hoarse voice, I knew he was touched, so I exclaimed, "I will definitely work hard. You go ahead and busy yourself. I'll sit for a while." The master waved me off. I walked out of the courtyard and immediately called the Wazhikyo flower shop, asking them to send over the best bouquet right away. The other party asked for what occasion. I replied, for his 62nd birthday. Soon, the flower delivery arrived, bringing one bouquet after another, as well as a pair of large potted plants. Now I could be considered half a steward at the master's house, registering the fresh flowers one by one. However, when I got to those large potted plants, I was momentarily confused. They had a note that read, "Happy birthday to Master Hongyi, signed, with respect, Feng Qing." I asked the neighbors sitting in the living room, "Who is Feng Qing?" No one knew. After finishing the registration, I entered the study and asked the master. A person named Feng Qing sent a pair of large potted plants. The master nodded, "I know." I didn't want to pry further. At that moment, Aunt Chen came in and said, "The meal can be served." There were 2 tables set up in the living room, mostly filled with neighbors and a few relatives, including the master's younger brother. Once everyone was seated, the master raised his glass and said, "I am an orphan. Even my adoptive parents do not know when my birthday is. After I grew up, I simply chose the Mid-Autumn Festival as my birthday. Though I do not know when I came to this world, I can choose this day of family reunion as my birthday, which is also a kind of happiness. I seldom hold banquets, but today I formally take Shan Hong as my disciple, so I invited neighbors for a meal. Come, let me toast to everyone." Everyone drank in one go. I never expected the master to suddenly announce that he officially accepted me as a disciple. I quickly called my sister and brother-in-law, urging them to come over right away. Then, I raised my glass, tears swirling in my eyes, calming myself for a while before saying, "Dear relatives and neighbors, I want Shan Hong. I am fortunate to follow my master as a disciple, a blessing earned from previous lives. Once a disciple, always a father. Here." I first toasted my master and my master's wife, and then to all the witnesses. After toasting my master and his wife, I took a deep bow. My brother-in-law rushed over, and fortunately, he is an intellectual. Although he was late, he spoke appropriately, only mentioning that he received the news too late. He continuously toasted to the master and mistress and everyone present, and everyone felt it was understandable. That day, my brother-in-law and I both got completely drunk. Chapter 16, First Meeting with Mr. Deng. Ever since the Taoist priest officially took me as his disciple, he has devoted himself to teaching me various skills. and my abilities have greatly improved. Before I knew it, the National Day holiday had arrived. That morning, I was reading the Wuxiang Daily when I received a call from Lan Shaoling. After a few pleasantries, he mentioned that Mr. Lan wanted to speak with my master. I handed the phone to my master, and they spoke for a while. After hanging up, my master told me Mr. Lan went for a checkup and was diagnosed with duodenal gastritis. He received timely treatment, so there's nothing to worry about. Also, he has entrusted someone from the car dealership to deliver the car today. You go prepare some firecrackers. I went to the supermarket across the street and bought 6 trays of Manchunhong, a type of firecracker, and some candies. Sure enough, a little while later, 2 cars arrived. A person got out of the first car and introduced himself as a delivery person from Honda car dealership, sent by Lan Lixing to deliver the car. I lit the firecrackers, which immediately exploded, scattering red ash everywhere. A crowd gathered to watch, and my master and mistress invited everyone inside to enjoy some candies. I also invited the delivery person inside, but they said their task was complete and they wouldn't trouble us further. They apologized for the delay, saying the Land Rover was out of stock. After speaking, they drove away in another vehicle. I reported the situation to my master, who said nothing. The neighbors all remarked that my master was fortunate, respected by others, and had someone delivering a car for him. I couldn't help but admire how my master could navigate both sides of life, effortlessly living a life that a billion people look up to. I thought to myself, even if my sister's dessert shop expands, it couldn't compete with my master's eloquence. The neighbor sat for a while, took some candies, laughed and chatted, then left. My master walked outside the courtyard, looking around. I understood his concern. There was no place to park the car. My master's yard only had an octagonal door, fitting for a home that practices divination. Entering through the octagonal door from the bustling street, passing through a small courtyard, climbing 3 steps, and entering the ancient-style hall felt like stepping out of the mundane world into a peaceful realm. But now, another door had to be opened to allow the car to enter. The beauty of the courtyard would be compromised, and its mystery diminished. My master walked back and forth outside the courtyard, unable to come up with a solution. I suggested, Master, why not buy the lotus pond outside? It's only half an acre, and this area is a suburban fringe. If it were in the main city, it would have been filled long ago. My master seemed to ponder for a moment before saying, That's a good idea, but the lotus pond belongs to the village's common land. I replied, You should have no problem if you take the lead. My master smiled and said, Before it's purchased, you should drive it back and park in your own yard. Upon hearing this, I was overjoyed. I had never driven a luxury car like a Land Rover before, and quickly agreed. For many days, I was immersed in happiness. My master couldn't drive, so it felt like the car was bought for me. I drove this high-end SUV to and from work, and even my sister felt a bit envious. One day during lunch, my sister said, driving someone else's car, You don't pay for gas or maintenance. Don't you feel a bit guilty? I retorted, That's not guilt. It's called maintaining a car. If you don't drive it, it will deteriorate. My sister shot me a glance. You have a ton of excuses. I was too lazy to argue with her, and after finishing my meal, I went back to my room to rest. I had barely napped for half an hour when my phone rang. My master called for me to come quickly. I quickly got up and drove to Yuyuan. Upon arriving at the study, my master told me that Mr. Deng was coming to visit and asked me to prepare a few things. Mr. Deng, whose full name is Deng Fugung, is primarily engaged in real estate and is the richest person in the city. I had only heard his name and had never seen it before. Upon hearing he was coming, I hurried to brew tea, wipe down the tables and chairs, and prepare fruits, cigarettes, and alcohol. At 2 p.m., Mr. Deng arrived. My master and I stood in the front yard to welcome him. A person got out of the car, and I was taken aback. This was no ordinary person, but clearly a ball. He was short and stocky, like a small ball. His belly was large and round like a big ball, and he had a fat head and big ears, making him another ball. There was almost no transition among the 3 balls. My goodness, if he weren't rich. Even the spoiled second daughter at the end of the village wouldn't look at him. My master, with a beaming smile, said, You've worked hard. Please come inside. As he spoke, he introduced me to Mr. Deng. I expected him to merely nod, as he was the richest man in the city. But to my surprise, he smiled like Mithra Buddha and reached out both hands to shake mine, shaking it 6 or 7 times while saying, Shawan, good. I was flattered. How could a billionaire be so approachable? Shaking my hand 6 or 7 times was no big deal, but he actually insisted I go first. What kind of logic was that? Even if you weren't a billionaire, you were still a guest. I extended my hand to let him go first. He stood there, taking the initiative, insisting I go first with such a strong presence that I found myself moving my left foot against my will. Once in the study, I sat down. This time, I didn't need to prepare anything. Aunt Chun had already brewed the best tea and brought out the best pastries and fruits, lighting Indian incense in the room. I noticed Mr. Deng's entourage was seated in the living room and hadn't tea entered the study, so I was about to step out. Suddenly, Mr. Deng called out to me, saying, "Sit, sit, sit." I reminded him, "Mr. Deng, I'm just an apprentice." Mr. Deng waved his hand dismissively. "I know, and there's nothing secret between me and the master. We're not doing anything inappropriate. Seat." I awkwardly smiled, and my master said, "Close the door. You come here to pour tea and water." Mr. Deng didn't tea smoke. He picked up the tea and took a slow sip, saying, "I'm really sorry. On your birthday, I was away on a business trip and could only send someone to deliver a bonsai." My master smiled and said, "I don't celebrate birthdays. That day was just to formally acknowledge this disciple and invite the neighbors for a meal as a witness." I was confused, Mr. Deng's name wasn't Ti Fengqing, was it? Mr. Deng looked around and said, "This bookshelf is properly placed here. If it were in my house, it would be like putting green onions in a pig's mouth, just for show." My master glanced at the bookshelf and smiled. Mr. Deng is being modest. "However, I do like it. It has a feature, it doesn't tea attract bugs." Mr. Deng laughed heartily. "I've waited 1,000 years for this. Your liking it is equivalent to my father liking it. If you didn't tea like it, I wouldn't be able to sleep." He said this while knocking on the table. Oh, I remembered. This bookshelf was a gift from Mr. Deng. My master introduced me to Mr. Deng, saying, "Xiaowan is Wan Shan Hong." Mr. Deng looked at me deeply, nodded vigorously, and said, "Shan Hong, you've found the right person. Following your master will benefit you for a lifetime." Hearing him call me little brother moved me a bit, and I quickly said, "Mr. Deng, you excel in the business world with remarkable achievements, yet you remain so humble, equal, and devoid of arrogance." Xiaowan is truly touched. Mr. Deng smiled even more like Mithriya, and after enough laughter, he said, "As a primary school graduate, my IQ is like that of a 3-month-old pig. I often tell my son that the more you see yourself as a person, the more others will think of you as a pig. The more you see yourself as a pig, the more others might see you as a person." My goodness, one shouldn't underestimate Mr. Deng, a primary school graduate. His emotional intelligence is sky high. This billionaire behaves like a pig in front of leaders, and they like him. He behaves like a pig in front of the masses, and they worship him. My master asked, "Things have been going smoothly lately?" Mr. Deng laughed heartily and repeatedly said, "Smooth, smooth, thanks to the master's blessings. How can anything go wrong?" Just then he suddenly stopped, his gaze fixed on my master. From my experience, Mr. Deng must have something important to say. Chapter 17. Priceless indeed, Mr. Deng said. "There's a piece of land in the West City that I want. However, I feel the feng shui there's not good. So I'd like to ask a master to take a look." The master took a sip of tea, stared at Mr. Deng, and asked, "Is it the land near the Fengyan Pavilion in the West City?" Mr. Deng nodded. Yes, yes." The master let out a powerful chuckle from his throat. I had gotten used to this kind of laugh from him, one that seemed to penetrate the heart. From that laugh, I knew the master did not agree with Mr. Deng's statement. That piece of land was not only good, but a top-quality piece of land. However, to my surprise, the master actually said, "Yes, that piece of land has extremely poor feng shui." At this point, he artfully added, "If you invest, 9 out of 10 will fail." On Mr. Deng's face, which was as cheerful as a laughing Buddha, there was a look of reverence as he gave thumbs up, not saying a word but maintaining a lovely smile. The master said, "Come, have some tea." This tea was not Longjing but better than Longjing, personally roasted by Chenshire from the Southgate, made through 12 processes, sun-drying, kneading, roasting, cooling, and pressing. Chenshire could have made a fortune, but his character determined his fate. He still makes tea by hand to this day. The master said, "From a business perspective, you are right. He doesn't tea meet clients in the morning, no matter who it is, but the tea is indeed quite good." Mr. Deng paused and said, "I greatly admire Master Chun. In Chinese history, from Chu Yuan to Li Bai, Du Fu to Chao Shuochen without a bit of pride. How could one be remembered in history?" The master laughed heartily. "Mr. Deng, aside from not admiring yourself, you admire everyone, red, green, and black." Mr. Deng felt a bit embarrassed, but quickly said, "Let me report to the master, I don't admire the black ones." The two were talking casually, but every word was laden with meaning. Then, it seemed they forgot to discuss any serious matters and began to talk about food instead. At that moment, the master glanced at me, and I immediately refilled the water. The master glanced at me again, but I was unsure of what he meant. The master said to me, "Go to the kitchen and keep Mr. Deng here for dinner." Mr. Deng waved his hands repeatedly. "You have much to do." The master's face darkened. "Do you think I'm urging you to leave? There is still something for you to handle." Mr. Deng leaned forward and said, "What did the ancients say? I am willing to serve like a dog or horse. The master casually replied, others gifted me a car. I want to build a bridge over the lotus pond next to it with a side entrance. You go take care of this. Mr. Deng chuckled. I'm already prepared to jump off a building for you. You want me to jump in from the window? ISNT this a piece of cake? Help the master handle all the formalities and fix the bridge. After saying this, he stood up. The master tried to keep him there, but he said he had a meeting to attend. Before leaving, he shook the master's hand and said meaningfully, that piece of land near Fengyan Pavilion really does have poor feng shui. Master, I came to confirm this with you. The master also said something with double meaning. I knew that place had poor feng shui even before you came. Mr. Deng laughed heartily. You truly are a master, a diviner. After sending Mr. Deng off, the master still sat in the study. I called out to him, and he seemed to wake up from a dream. Then he waved. When did you learn to drive? After the Buddha Tree news store opened, I used my family's old Buick as a training car. Strangely, I was naturally good with cars. After practicing for a few days, I could drive, and later I got my driver's license. The master nodded. As long as you could drive, that's good. In the past, when going out, it was always Long Yazi who drove for me. After speaking, the master seemed to be in thought. Now we'll go to the West City to see the land near Fengyan Pavilion. I was extremely happy. The master was finally taking me to see feng shui for the first time. Upon arriving at Fengyan Pavilion, we got out of the car, and the master walked ahead without saying a word. When we reached the foot of a mountain, he remained silent and just climbed up. The mountain was not high, but it rose abruptly from flat ground, making it seem a bit steep. Once we reached the top, standing in an open area, the master said, to the south is the spring water river, and to the west is the autumn water. When the two rivers meet, it's called Spring and Autumn River, which is the mother river of our city. Do you think this place is good? I said, you haven't taught me how to read feng shui yet. Just go by intuition. How do you feel? The master stared at me. I said, it's a good piece of land. The master sighed. This is a place where two rivers converge. The spring water flows gently, and the autumn water comes softly. When the two rivers intersect, it is called eternal spring and autumn, unchanging for ages. I looked at the master in surprise and asked, didn't you tell Mr. Deng it was a bad piece of land? The master laughed heartily. Disciple, I too have to do many things against my conscience in my lifetime. However, I left a bit of a backdoor, saying that 9 out of 10 investors will fail here. So there will always be one person who will succeed. This is to leave myself a way out, lest others say I can't read feng shui at all. In an instant, I suddenly understood. It turned out that this afternoon's meeting was full of twists and turns. Mr. Deng was using the master's mouth to dissuade others from investing in that piece of land. The master lamented, those with foresight would be willing to invest in this place because it is currently unremarkable. Mr. Deng acted first out of fear that others would take it. P.S. using me as a gun. I felt a bit unconvinced. With your high reputation, you don't necessarily have to listen to him. The master shook his head. You're still young and don't understand the world. His foolishness is pretended. On the surface, he looks like a pig, but in fact, he is a wolf. If I don't follow what he says, how can I survive here? So, we master and disciple must have a consistent line, saying the feng shui here is poor. On the drive back, I felt a bit dejected. I had thought the master was respected by everyone, but unexpectedly, it seemed he also lived a tiring life. Sure enough, it turned out the government had issued a notice intending to sell the land near Fengyan Pavilion. Many people wanted to compete for this piece of land. Real estate developers all have a common belief. They particularly trust feng shui. People came to seek out the master one after another. They were all there for one thing, whether the land near Fengyan Pavilion was worth investing in. This was a great opportunity, and I could learn how the master spoke falsehoods while suppressing his conscience. One day, a man came. After some pleasantries, he asked if investing in Fengyan Pavilion was worthwhile. The master smiled and said, it depends on the opportunity. Some people can invest, and some cannot. Write a character. The man wrote the character Shang, meaning whether this project could be initiated. The master stroked his beard and smiled, asking, at present, you're only considering an idea, right? The man nodded, yes. Just thinking about it. The master shook his head, not possible. In your heart, the omen is bad. It shows unease. On another day, another person came and wrote the character Chung, asking whether this project would succeed. The master said, succeed means 10,000, represents conflict. This matter is not only difficult to succeed, but will also lead to disputes and lawsuits. The third person came to ask, writing the character, The master said, in other places it could succeed, but here where the two rivers meet, water and fire are incompatible. I advise you not to waste your money. A few days later, rumors spread outside that Master Hong, He said the feng shui of the land near Fengyan Pavilion was extremely poor. This statement spread further and further. In short, people held a skeptical but cautious attitude toward Master Hong's words. Gradually, everyone's interest in that piece of land cooled down. Soon, it was reported that Mr. Deng was going to take over that piece of land. Mr. Deng told people, "I have great respect for Master Hong, but what Master Hong said is not necessarily the truth. Just because you don't want it, I will. Just because it's a remote location. Should we not invest? We private entrepreneurs should also relieve the government's worries." Thus, this piece of land came under Mr. Deng's name. Everyone laughed, saying the master had not seen the land clearly, and Mr. Deng was just burning money. Some also said Mr. Deng only graduated from elementary school. Managing billions was no problem, but managing hundreds of billions would lead to his downfall. I couldn't help but feel a chill at everyone's intelligence, because from the land acquisition of the Lotus Pond to building the bridge, Mr. Deng didn't show up at all, and even the construction team was brought in from far away. They fixed it and then left. After experiencing this event, I finally understand why my master hesitated repeatedly when he accepted me as a disciple. The so-called divination is not just about the winds and clouds on paper, or casual conversations at the table. If the Taoist truly had the ability to foresee everything in the world, then why couldn't he accurately predict why Mr. Deng gifted him the Namu bookshelf? This Namu bookshelf is not something to be taken lightly. Chapter 18. Faint to the east and strike to the west. November arrived in the blink of an eye. "Mr." He called and said he wanted the master to go to the provincial capital. I have a small notebook specifically for recording information about the master's major clients. The bigger the client, the more detail my notes. For instance, I note their hobbies, interests, family, whether they have lovers, and how many. I know very little about Mr. He. Aside from knowing he has engineering contracts in Guangxi and that his mother has passed away, I'm quite in the dark. While driving, I asked, "Master, what is Mr. He's full name?" "He Chiaohua," the master replied. Not wanting to press further, I dropped the subject. The entire journey was on the highway. We left Wuxian City at 9 in the morning and arrived in the city by 11. Mr. He had already booked the most luxurious room at the Victoria Hotel in the provincial capital. It was a business suite with one room for me, one for the master, and a sitting room. After lunch, we returned to our rooms to rest. Mr. He told the master, "I'm planning to take on some business in the provincial capital, which is closely related to a director, sure. We get along quite well." I said, "I have a good friend who is a master. He likes to associate with remarkable people like you. So when he arrives, please show him some of your skills to strengthen our relationship. Additionally, there's something else. He might be promoted, but there's a woman by his side, and I'm worried she might sabotage him. You need to help me scare him a bit." The master's expression seemed to indicate he was listening, but he didn't react at all while Mr. He was speaking. At 3 in the afternoon, 2 people indeed arrived. Mr. He pointed to the tall, thin man and introduced him, Director Sure. Director Sure extended his hand and warmly shook the master's hand, saying, "I've long heard of your great name. It's a pleasure to meet you." Mr. He then introduced me to him, and Director Sure smiled lightly, shaking my hand. He then introduced the woman beside him, saying, "This is a friend of mine, Xiaoyan." The master cupped his fists in greeting, acknowledging her. Mr. He gestured, "Let's sit in the tea room next door." The 5 of us entered the tea room. Director Sure pushed the master to sit in the seat facing the door. The master refused, saying, "We have a rule in our line of work. We only sit on the west side, known as the west seat." Director Sure replied, "Since the master emphasizes so many rules, then Mr. He should sit." As the host, Mr. He was reluctant to sit, insisting, "The director should sit, the director should sit." The master said, originally, it should be Director Sure sitting there, but the design of this hotel is unreasonable. They place the socket for boiling water at the back. So you should sit there to serve Director Sure. Upon hearing this, I immediately understood the master's intention. He noticed that Director Sure didn't want to be separated from the beauty. Mr. He also caught on and laughed. The master is indeed insightful. He can tell there's something wrong with this hotel at a glance. Everyone burst into laughter, and Xiaoyan covered her mouth with her hand, looking both elegant and shy. I was responsible for boiling tea and pouring water. Once the hot tea was served, Mr. He asked me to call the service desk next door to send over a fruit platter. After everyone was seated, Director Sure said, "Although this is our first meeting, I have heard Mr. He mention you many times. It is a blessing to meet you today." The master indeed looked as I had imagined, with a long beard. Xiaoyan gazed at the master with curiosity as she spoke. Director Sure affectionately shot her a glance and said to us, "She loves reading martial arts novels." And to the master, "I hope you can provide some guidance tonight with your expertise." The master smiled, saying, "Between friends, What is there to discuss regarding measuring techniques? It's just a game. If you get it right, great. If not, well, that's also fine. Xiaoyan admired the master's way of speaking and hurriedly said, "You are humorous. Truly humorous." Director Shi, having seen the world, calmly responded, "I agree with the master. It's just a game. There is a saying that when humans take things too seriously, the gods laugh. However, one point, Master, please be as casual as you can and don't hold back." The master casually replied, "Speak without reservation and express fully." At that moment, the waiter brought in a fruit platter. For a while, everyone was silent. After the waiter left, Xiaoyan eagerly said, "Master, can you do a reading for me?" The master nodded. Xiaoyan said, "Let's measure the character fire." After speaking, she looked at the master with a faint smile. The master gazed at Xiaoyan and said, "Beauty, generally speaking, you need to specify a particular matter, such as measuring career, marriage, family, health, etc. In short, there needs to be a range." Xiaoyan smiled sweetly and playfully said, "Master, just chat casually. I don't have anything specific, just chatting. Is that okay?" The master smiled and said, "Then I'll just chat casually. The character fire indicates that you've lost money recently. Whether it's a lot or a little, it's still a loss." Xiaoyan earnestly asked, "Are you talking about recently?" "Yes, I don't know the exact day, but it must be recent." Director Shi looked at Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan patted her thigh, her earlier reserve completely gone, and said, "You're right. A few days ago, I lost my wallet." Director Shi eagerly asked, "How much did you lose?" Xiaoyan replied, "Over 2,000. Director Shi turned to the master. "The master is indeed amazing. Can you measure this too?" The master slowly said, "This is just a prelude. The character fire carries an ominous omen. Since we are friends, I will be straightforward. Measuring characters is not about guessing, nor can it be said carelessly. It must be done according to the methods taught by my master. As for whether it's right or wrong, others might think it's half correct or partially guessed. As for me personally, I don't guess or hit and miss. I interpret based on form and meaning." Everyone nodded in agreement. Xiaoyan's face turned slightly red, while Director Shi appeared calm on the surface, though there was a hint of sweat on his forehead. The master continued, "While we are measuring characters in this room, it is akin to being at home. If you add a treasure roof to the character fire, it becomes the character disaster. Therefore, beauty during this period, it's best for you to go out and not stay at home." Director Shi hurriedly asked, "When you say home, do you mean her own home or this city?" Xiaoyan also quickly asked, "Yes, I want to know this too." The master replied solemnly, "Leaving this city for half a year is like taking a leave. You need to go outside to hide for half a year." Xiaoyan gasped, seeming uncomfortable, and kept shifting in her chair. Director Shi comforted her. "Wasn't there an opportunity to go to Chongqing for training last time? You didn't go?" Xiaoyan pouted. "Is that my fault?" Upon hearing this, I knew that Director Shi must have been reluctant to let her go last time. Director Shi said, "If you really need to take leave, I will talk to your leader." He then turned to the master and asked, "There shouldn't be any major issues, right?" The master spoke in an uncompromising tone. "Once you leave the provincial capital, there will be no problem." Thanks to the master's guidance, Director Shi said this sentence, but felt it should have been Xiaoyan saying it, which made him blush. Mr. He quickly changed the subject, saying to everyone, "Let's eat some fruit." "Why isn't anyone eating? It's all fresh." Xiaoyan's mood seemed a bit low. "You all eat." Mr. He chuckled, "If you want the master to give you some energy, eating will help you feel better." Xiaoyan looked at the master and asked, "Is what he said true?" The master smiled faintly. "In this world, if you believe it, it's true. If you don't, it's not. You shouldn't take it too lightly, nor should you take it too seriously." Director Shi picked up a piece of watermelon with a toothpick and handed it to Xiaoyan, saying, "Eat it. With the master here, you'll be fine." Xiaoyan broke into a smile. "I was just thinking of going on a trip." Director Shi glanced at her and turned to the master. "Sir, can you play a game with me too? I, for one, usually don't believe in these things, so your game resonates with me the most." The master smiled. "Director, you are insightful about worldly matters. Go ahead. What character do you want to measure?" Thus, Director Shi mentioned a character. Chapter 19 deeply impacted Director Shi said, "Then I'll measure the character Gong. All the elementary school students want to join the young pioneers. I make a living from this, so it's not true that I don't want to improve. If I don't make some progress, my friends are planning to invite me to go into business." Upon hearing this, the master said, "Congratulations, Director Shi, a bright future is in sight." Director Shi crossed his arms and smiled slightly, while Xiaoyan leaned in to listen. The master leisurely said, still the same old saying, among friends, there should be no deceit or concealment. I have no miraculous skills. I just analyze characters as my master taught me. This character has the fun, radical on top, and the chew, radical on the bottom. It indicates that soon you will be parting ways with old acquaintances and moving to a new place. Xiaoyan quickly asked, Master, are you saying you'll be parting ways with old acquaintances? The master laughed heartily, parting ways with former colleagues. To put metaphorically, it means you're switching offices from this one to a new one. That's a separation. Xiaoyan suddenly understood and exclaimed, So, you're saying you're getting promoted? The master replied, As for whether you get promoted or not, I can't predict that. However, this character indicates the information of discarding the old and welcoming the new. Director sure laughed. It's just a game. The master said, Yes, just a game. Director sure wanted to hear more, but the master merely smiled at him, his eyes full of meaning. Director sure felt uncomfortable under the master's direct gaze and awkwardly asked, Is that all? The master nodded, refusing to say another word. Thank you, master, for giving me such confidence. Director sure glanced at Xiaoyan and said, Director, he and master have worked hard. They should rest early. Let's leave first. After sending off the guests and returning to the room, He Qiaobo asked, Does he really have a chance for promotion? The master replied, That's what the characters indicate. I just fear that if he gets promoted to deputy director, he'll become more arrogant, making it harder to seek his help next time. The master said lightly, You'll come back. Sure enough, 20 minutes later, the doorbell rang. Director sure returned. He got straight to the point. Master, you seem to have more to say, but I think there are some things that are inconvenient to say in front of Xiaoyan. That's why I came back to ask for your guidance. Everyone sat down, and this time they spoke the truth. The master said, This character, if you add a yin, radical, it becomes song. Therefore, Director Sure is in a period of rising, and there will inevitably be people reporting him. I hope you will speak and act cautiously. Director Sure's face flushed. Thank you for your guidance, Master. There really are people reporting on me. You hit the nail on the head. The master stroked the tuft of beard on his chin and said, As long as you are cautious in your speech and actions, I have a method to help you resolve it. After that, he took out a talisman from his bag. He poured a cup of water, struck a match, and let the ashes of the talisman fall into the teacup. After shaking it a few times, he said to Director Sure, Drink it. Director Sure tilted his head back, not blinking, and drank it all in one gulp. The master paused and said word by word, Director Sure has a bright future ahead. But there is one thing I must solemnly tell you. Director Sure looked at the master with respect. The master said, A beautiful woman is not necessarily a disaster, but she is a fierce beast. That person, you must keep your distance, otherwise your affairs will come to nothing. Director Sure's face suddenly turned awkward, and after a while, he said, You are a good teacher in my life. Regardless of how well or poorly I sure fare, I will definitely remember your advice. That person was too flamboyant. I will definitely distance myself. The master smiled and said, Additionally, Qiaobo is a good person and worth befriending. Director Sure nodded. I understand what the master said. Director, he said to Director Sure, I have already opened a room for you. Don't go back. Besides, I have some matters to report to you. Director Sure nodded. After lingering in the provincial capital for several days, every day was filled with friends and luxurious meals. He Qiaobo has many friends. Every day someone comes to the hotel to visit the master. I observed secretly. The master mingled well in such occasions, having pleasant conversations with everyone. After several days, we finally returned to Wuxiang. This trip to the provincial capital was very stimulating for me. Thinking of how the master was among a group of wealthy and powerful people, engaging in lively conversation, and even becoming their honored guest, he was not merely skilled in character analysis. He was knowledgeable about everything, truly an encyclopedia. Thus, I started reading whenever I had free time. Once home, I almost shut myself in. My sister was unhappy about it. One day at lunch, she asked, What are you doing hiding in your room every day? Studying. You're not going to college anymore. What are you studying for? Character analysis is also a discipline that requires knowledge of everything. My sister sneered. What kind of knowledge is that? Just learn your master's tricks. I also sneered. Do you think my master only knows character analysis? When he was in the provincial capital, he was lively and engaging, with each sentence filled with knowledge. Do you think he's like you, only knowing how much bean sprouts cost per pound? My sister stared at me, silent for a long time. I guess she was furious. My brother-in-law said, Reading is a good thing. Shanhong, doesn't he need to pay you a salary? Why do you care about him? My sister said, What I mean is, don't always stay locked up in the house. You should also visit neighbors. Sister Chen next door really likes you. Her daughter, Danny, also likes you. Sister Chan has mentioned it to me several times. You see, it turns out my sister looks down on me so much. Thinking I only deserve to be with that fat girl Danny, who is as big as a pig. I was furious, saying your standards are too low. Even my brother-in-law supported me. saying, "Shan Hong only deserves Danny? You underestimate Shan Hong." My sister slammed her chopsticks on the table, ostensibly scolding my brother-in-law, but actually scolding me. Why not? Sister Chun is a local, has a house, a car, and a shop. Does she still want to find someone who is rich and beautiful? Girls like that wouldn't like someone who reads fortunes. I was so angry that I couldn't speak. I thought to myself, there's no point in arguing with someone at a 7th grade level. I thought like this in my heart, but I couldn't help but retort, "Sister, if Sister Chun brings this up again, just tell her that I, Wan Shan Hong, plan to wait until I'm 30 to date." After saying that, I also slammed my chopsticks down and stormed off. I vowed to make something of myself. Otherwise, not to mention others, even my own relatives would look down on me. My own sister believes that as long as a woman comes from a good family, I, Wan Shan Hong, would greatly benefit from her. Therefore, I became even more diligent. I went to Yuranju to learn carefully from the master, returned to the rice noodle shop, shut myself in, and read every day. I even set a goal for myself to memorize important things. Soon, my studies progressed significantly and my skills improved greatly. The master not only taught me character analysis, but also taught me feng shui, and my skills reached a level where the master began to appreciate me. Once, I even felt that the master made a mistake in analyzing a house. Chapter 20. The appearance of Shi Er 2 months after returning from the provincial capital. Shi Chu was indeed promoted to deputy director. This greatly boosted He Xiaobu's reputation. During this time, he invited his master to the provincial capital, hosted by Director Shi. Well, they had a good catch-up. After that, Director Shi became a key figure in his master's affairs. Not only Director Shi, but even his brother Shi Chong got to know the master, who then became a major consultant for the Shi family. Compared to his director brother, Shi Chong was a far cry from success, somewhat akin to a struggling Liu Bang, calling friends and idling away in the village, doing nothing productive all day. He was known as Shi Erge. When Director Shi was still a department head, he had some power to award contracts, but he never gave any to Shi Erge, fearing that Shi Erge would ruin his plans. After being promoted to deputy director, he paid even less attention to Shi Er. Director Shi knew that awarding contracts to someone like He Xiaobu was much safer. After receiving some advice, Shi Er no longer sought out his older brother, but instead tried to get to know the contractors. The contractors, being shrewd, would take on projects from Shi Chu and allocate some smaller projects to Shi Er. Shi Er gathered a group of people from the village and formed a construction team, becoming a small contractor himself. Over the years, Shi Er earned some money and wanted to renovate his house in his hometown. After the spring festival, he specifically came to invite his master to look at the house. One morning in March, Shi Er arrived driving a Toyota SUV. Shi Er was no longer the naive person from years ago. He dressed quite extravagantly, knowing his master disliked handshakes. Upon entering, he made a grand gesture, cupping his fists and bowing. "Master, I sure have come to pay my respects." They had spoken on the phone before, so it was not awkward at all. The master replied, "Is it not a joy to have friends come from afar? Please take a seat." I brewed some tea and served some fruit and pastries while they exchanged pleasantries. After sitting for less than 10 minutes, the master said, "Let's take advantage of the daylight and set off early." Shi Er led the way, with 2 cars following each other. Around noon, we entered Shijiazhuang. The area was surrounded by green mountains and a small river encircled the village. As the car entered the village, the master looked out the window and explained to me that the mountains of Shijiazhuang were not impressive, lacking a kingly aura, and that no great figures would emerge from such a place. However, the hills were well formed, each standing alone. From a high vantage point, their uniqueness would become apparent, resembling a half-open fan with dewdrops scattered across its surface. I, driving, dared not look around, so I followed the master's words. "Disciple, understand your meaning. The entire mountain range resembles a half-open fan, with those hills like dewdrops scattered along its veins." The master said, "Your understanding of the mountain orientation is very vivid. But this is a conversation between us. When speaking to others, we must be more professional and make them confused. The more they don't understand, the more we can maneuver freely." The car stopped in front of Shi Er's house, where 7 or 8 people were already waiting. The master got out of the car, and those with cigarettes offered them, while others served tea. The master waved his hand dismissively. I took out the master's special water cup from the car and handed it to him. The master held the cup with both hands, standing on the ground, surveying the surroundings without acknowledging anyone. Shi Er was extremely pleased. The more the master ignored others, the more face Shi Er had. Have you ever seen a master who bows and scrapes to everyone? That wouldn't be called a master, would it? She bent over like a shrimp. Standing next to the master, reminding him as a reference. Master, the dishes are ready. The master glanced at him. Is there a rule to look afternoon? Sure was startled and straightened up, waving to his family and kitchen helpers at the door, sternly saying, quickly heat the dishes. Any uncooked dishes, stir-fry them later. The master asked, rebuild on the spot? Sure nodded and bowed. Yes, just leave it as it is. The master walked alone out to the ground, standing about 100 meters away from the house, shielding his eyes to look at the mountains ahead. The crowd gathered around to watch. Sure drove them away, saying, why are you crowding around the master? He needs peace and quiet. Despite Sure-Air's loud reprimands, those who were undeterred still crowded closer. The master lowered his hand from his forehead and said to me, good place. Do you see the good place? My eyesight was indeed better than the master's, so I didn't need to shield my eyes, but I still placed my hand on my forehead. In this line of work, if you don't have some extra gestures, others might think you're an amateur. I shielded my eyes and saw that it was indeed a good spot, but suddenly I felt a pang of anxiety. I clearly remembered that as the car rounded the mountain, I saw a sheer cliff. This meant that behind the two pearl-like hills across from Sure-Air's house was a precipice. The master said, it is indeed a good place. I felt a tightness in my chest. For the sake of the master's reputation, I should express my differing opinion. If the master were to falter, it would not only tarnish his prestige, but also offend Director Sure. I said this place is good because everyone around, including Sure-Air, heard the master's proclamation. How could I go against the master? Sure-Air felt my words were insignificant, merely echoing the master, and since the word good came out after a long pause, he thought I was indecisive and lacked conviction. It was basically settled, and in the afternoon, they just needed to finalize the positioning. So Sure-Air waved to the kitchen staff, saying, serve the dishes within 3 minutes. Sure-Air welcomed us into the living room. Although it was an old house, the living room was clean and quite impressive. Whatever city folks had in their living rooms, his family had too. Sure-Air introduced the few accompanying guests one by one. They were mostly local celebrities, and one was particularly notable, a retired university president. In Shijiazhuang, most people have a surname Sure, but he was named Zhang. Based on my observation, this person was not a university president. At most, he was a vice president of some vocational school, handling some logistical matters. He lacked the air of a cultured person and resembled a former military officer. During the toast, Sure-Air had President Zhang sit at the head of the table beside the master, while the village secretary and head accompanied him, and a local elementary school principal, Li, sat with me. Sure-Air and another person sat at the lower end of the table, while others sat at a separate table. As the steaming dishes arrived, Sure-Air personally poured the wine. After filling everyone's glasses, Sure-Air stood up, and everyone rose. He said, thanks to Master Hongyi for your esteemed presence in my humble abode. The simple vegetables and light wine are not worthy of respect. Let us all toast to the master. Everyone raised their glasses in unison. If one were to hear this toast for the first time and did not know Sure-Air well, they might think he was well educated. In fact, Sure-Air was not skilled in anything else, but when it came to polite conversation at the dinner table, he could speak fluently. The environment changes people. In the provincial capital, in recent years, he had either been invited by others or had invited them. Thus, it was not surprising that his polite words flowed easily at the dinner table. Today, the master was the main character, and everyone should revolve around him. But midway through, President Zhang raised his glass, and the wind changed direction. Chapter 21. High buildings are dangerous at this moment. Principal Zhang raised his glass and said to the master, although I have been in administration at the school for decades, I'm still a rough man. In the army, there aren't so many formalities. The most I say is damn it. The words that follow are enough to ruin the atmosphere. Everyone chuckled awkwardly, and Sure-Air, steeling himself, interjected, Principal Zhang used to be a regiment commander. After transitioning to the university, he managed logistics. I felt a surge of excitement inside. It seemed that my own ability to read situations had improved quite a bit over the past year. Principal Zhang continued, Master, please don't mind me. A rough person like me doesn't know how to pretend. I just say what I think. However, even though I'm rough, I have always respected educated people. To show my sincerity, I will drink 3 cups first. After Zhang finished his first cup, Sure-Air poured him another, and then another. The master picked up his cup, habitually stroked his chin beard, and laughed loudly. If Regiment Commander Zhang only spoke elegantly, who would lead the troops and defend the country? So, speaking rough words is truly a man's essence and a soldier's spirit. Come, I'll toast to you. Principal Zhang was a bit flattered and said, to be honest, Master, when soldiers transition to places full of intellectuals, they have to adapt and change roles. So, I may not be good at much, and I lack the finesse of literary language, but practicing calligraphy should be fine, right? It just takes effort. It's really just a horizontal line and a vertical line, a dot and a hook. So he practiced calligraphy whenever he had time. Just as Principal Zhang was about to take out his award certificate, Sure Air waved his hand, feeling that Zhang's arrival had diluted the theme and made it seem like he was the one on stage while the principal was performing. Sure Air said, "Let us look at your certificate after we eat. First, let the master say a few words." Unexpectedly, Principal Zhang insisted on taking out the certificate to show the master. I glanced over. The Chinese Hong Kong Calligraphy Association awards Zhang Qingsheng the title of Global Chinese Calligraphy Master. I couldn't help but want to laugh because even my brother-in-law, who isn't even a member of the Provincial Calligraphy Association, often receives invitations to become a master with just 1,000 yuan to get a certificate sent over. The master looked at it, gave a thumbs up, and praised, "Impressive, impressive indeed." Sure Air could no longer tolerate Principal Zhang's show-off and probably regretted inviting him to accompany them. So he seized the opportunity to change the topic. "Master, what do you think is good about this venue?" Everyone turned to look at the master, and even Principal Zhang quickly put away the certificate, staring eagerly at the master for his response. The master took a sip of wine and slowly said, "Looking at the mountains by the small river, the landscape is complete. Placing pearls in a splendid house. Wealth is abundant. The green mountains are intentional. The flowing water is affectionate. It's a good place, a good place." Although Sure Air spoke smoothly at the table, he was puzzled by these few sentences. Another person, Principal Li, who had been silent, said to Sure Air, "Brother Air, I understand this. The master is saying that with mountains and water, plus the two small hills directly in front, those hills are like two pearls, which means you will have endless money in the future." Principal Zhang interjected, "This explanation should be correct. Teacherly teaches and is also a gentleman, so he understands a bit." Sure Air filled his cup with wine and said to the master, "This is our local custom. I'll drink 3 cups in a row, and you can just drink tea." After saying that, he downed 3 cups in one go. At that moment, a plump woman entered with a tea tray, which held a large red envelope. Sure Air held the envelope with both hands and presented it to the master. The master didn't take it, saying, "Sit, sit, sit. Drink wine." Sure Air felt a bit awkward. Principal Li, who usually served as a gentleman, walked behind Sure Air and whispered a few words. Sure Air tapped his head, stood up, and went out. After a while, a little girl came in with a tea tray, and Sure Air presented the red envelope again. The master accepted it. As everyone realized what was happening, their respect for the master grew even more. Each person raised a toast to the master, while he only drank tea in response. I guess that the master believed the first woman was pregnant, thus unclean. The master had sharp eyes. That woman's pregnancy was probably only a month along, which outsiders generally wouldn't notice. The envelope was large enough. It should contain about 20,000 yuan. The master accepted the money with an air of ease. He didn't put the envelope in his pocket, but casually placed it on the table. Then he asked, "Is there a fool in this village?" Everyone gasped in unison, stunned and pausing their chopsticks, looking at the master in confusion about how he knew there was a fool in the village. I lowered my head to drink tea. I was used to the master's tricks. They had never failed. According to medical statistics, among 1,000 people in China, there is typically one person with intellectual disabilities. In other words, almost every village has a fool. As everyone waited for the master to continue, he kindly looked at Sure Air and said, "In the future, when you see him, give him some money each time. Just don't give too much. He wants to know how to spend it." Principal Lee couldn't care less about the rules and slapped the table, making his chopsticks dance. He said, "Master, I have to kneel before you. That fool lives near the school. I know him best. Just as you said, he recognizes money. Give him 10 yuan, and he will take it. Give him 20 yuan, and he won tea." Sure Air looked pleased and stood up, saying, "Let us toast the master together. In ancient times, there was Zhuge Liang, and now we have Master Hong. You are even more impressive than Zhuge Liang." The master did not rise, but lifted his tea and said, "No other intention. People should do more good with money. I help you look at this venue. You can make a lot of money for the next 10 years. Remember to return home often and repair bridges and roads. Look after the weak, respect the elderly and love the young, and speak up for justice. Then your life will be complete." Sure Air raised his wine glass, looking earnest, and said to the 2 tables of guests. Everyone heard the master's words. "If I, Sure Air, come into some money and look down on my fellow villagers, neglect them, or fail to do charity, you can all point at my face and scold me." Everyone stood up and applauded. After a hearty meal and drinks, everyone dispersed. The master used a compass to determine the direction of Sure Air's main door. After that, Sure Air chatted casually with the master. I wanted to find an opportunity to speak with Sure Air, but he didn't treat me seriously. I tried several times to say something to him, but I swallowed my words. To preserve the master's reputation, I finally came up with a plan and said, "Brother Air, no need to trouble the master. I'll go with you to the back of the house to take a look." Sure Air led me to the back of the house. I asked, "You didn't plant any willow trees, did you?" He smiled, indicating he had this bit of common sense. He shook his head. I asked, "How many floors are you planning to build?" "Currently, 2 stories with a roof. Almost enough. At most, 3 stories. It can't be any higher." "Why not?" "Some things you don't need to dig too deeply, and don't ask my master either." Sure Air smiled, a bit nonchalantly, as if my words were optional to hear. On the way back, the master seemed tired, half awake and half asleep. Perhaps he hadn't rested at noon, or had drunk a bit too much. As I drove, I thought, the master said Sure Air could make a lot of money for the next 10 years, but I felt that in just 3 to 5 years, Sure Air would end up in prison. Although Sure Air had wise guidance, like Liu Bang, once he became an emperor, his rogue nature would emerge again. I could predict that after 3 more years of wealth, he would likely tear down the newly built house and reconstruct it into 3, 4, or even 8 or 9 stories with elevators. Newly rich people love to show off, and his house, if built below 3 stories, could prosper. But if it exceeded 3 stories, it would rise above the 2 hills across. Behind the hills is a sheer cliff. At that point, even calling for help would be useless. Suddenly, I slammed on the brakes. The master woke up and asked what's wrong. I rolled down the window and pointed at the sheer cliff, saying to the master, "This place is exactly where Sure Air's house faces. You may not have noticed, but I paid attention when I came here." The master was startled and quickly said, "Call him." After dialing, I said to Sure Air, "My master has something to say to you." The master took the phone and said to Sure Air, "Zone Sure, even if you make a lot of money from that house, don't renovate it. The height absolutely must not exceed the hills across from the main door." After hanging up the phone, I asked my master, did he agree? My master nodded. Then he looked at me and after a while finally spoke, "Shan Hong, you will surely have a promising future." Chapter 22. "Bestow me the immobilization skill after returning from the Sure family," my master said to me. "Shan Hong, be mindful. There is knowledge everywhere. Your attentiveness has helped me greatly this time. Otherwise, my lifelong reputation would have been ruined by the trip to Sure's village." He then handed me a sum of 10,000 yuan. I was taken aback and repeatedly shook my head, refusing to accept it. My master said in a commanding tone, "Take it." I shook my head again and said, "Master, can I accept your goodwill in another form?" "What form?" Even my master, who was usually astute, could not guess my intention. I poured him more tea, sat across from him, and paused before saying, "I have been following you to learn for nearly 2 years now. Although I have not grasped other knowledge, I have some insights into divination. May I study with you during the day and go out to practice at night?" My master pondered for a moment and replied, "You can practice on your own now. If you want to go out to practice, find a tea house. Those places have many people." I nodded and said, "Since you agree, I will go look for a place." During lunch, I mentioned this to my sister and brother-in-law. My sister said, "If you want to practice, go to Fenghua Shu. There are many people there, and the owner is a female entrepreneur. Shall I give her a call?" She then called the owner of Fenghua Shu, who readily agreed and asked me to come by in the afternoon to check the place. Fenghua Shu Yue is a high-end tea house in the city. The owner, surnamed Yu, is in her 30s and exceptionally beautiful, known in the community as Yumarin. I had seen Yumarin a few times before, so we were somewhat familiar. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I drove over, parked the car, and called Yumarin. She stood at the entrance, her face beaming with joy, and said, "Welcome, Master S. disciple. You're here to help me make money." She led me to her office, brewed tea, and lit a cigarette. I shared my idea, and Yumarin immediately commercialized it. She said, "How about this? Set up a separate divination room on the 2nd floor. Then, place a sign on the tea tables in the hall and private rooms that says, 'Divination, 100 yuan per session. Please ring the bell.' After ringing, the staff will lead the guests to your room for divination. Of course, if business is booming and guests cannot wait, we can skip the line. All divination sessions will be included in the guest bills, which will be settled at the bar, and the tea house will split the earnings 60 to 40 with you. What do you think of this plan?" I smiled and said, "The owner has thought this through. So, where will my divination room be located?" Yumarin replied without hesitation, "In the suite on the 2nd floor. There are 3 rooms in total, 1 for receiving guests and 2 tea rooms. We have 6 such suites designed mainly for gatherings during holidays or family reunions, and they're quite spacious so you can rest assured." I said, "Let's go take a look now." Yumarin led me to the 2nd floor. The suite design was quite interesting, resembling an island, separated from the hall. It was connected to the hall by a winding corridor. As we walked, Umarin explained, the hall is noisy and crowded. So this design keeps the private rooms separate from the hall. The 6 suites spread out like the wings of an airplane on either side of the main building. I nodded, symbolizing flight. Umarin laughed. Master has sharp insight. The suite was indeed quite luxurious, with carved wooden windows, mahogany furniture, and an elegant antique charm. I looked around and pointed to the east window ledge. I need 3 bottles of cacti placed here. Umarin, unsure, asked, do you want flowers? Or does it have to be cacti? I replied, it must be cacti. She looked at me skeptically. Is there a specific reason for this? I pointed to the high-rise building of Hanting Hotel outside the window. Look, isn't that corner of the building directly facing the window? I want to stab that thorn back. Umarin seemed to have never heard such reasoning before and nodded repeatedly. Then, when you have time, I'll need you to check all the private rooms. I shook my head. Just this room. No need to look at the others. The feng shui is good here. Umarin asked, what else needs to be changed? I observed for a moment to determine where I should sit. Once I confirmed my position, I said, take down the calligraphy piece on the back wall. Umarin hesitated, but that's written by the famous calligrapher Wang Yiming. I replied, no matter whose it is, it must go. That is my main seat. I cannot have any words behind me. Umarin gasped. Oh, I see. I sat in my main position and told Umarin, the sofas on both sides must be removed. Place a tea table in front of my seat and 2 stools opposite, 1 high and 1 low. All other tables and chairs in the room should be removed. Umarin asked, why 1 high and 1 low? That doesn't look aesthetically pleasing. I said, I cannot tell you that. Umarin then asked, what if 3 people come in at the same time? For example, if they're a family. I replied, they can stand. Umarin learned my decisiveness and after a while said, do you have any other requests? I shook my head. Umarin made a call. And soon 2 young men arrived to move the furniture. After a while, the cacti were also delivered and I guided them on how to arrange everything. Once everything was set up, Umarin insisted on treating me to a meal. I said, no need to treat me to a meal. Maybe another time. In terms of setting up the space, I was even better than my master. Through nearly 2 years of learning, I discovered a truth. This truth is completely opposite to General Deng's theory about pigs. If you want to be a master, you must treat others like pigs. Only then will they treat you like a master. The next morning, I reported to my master, saying that I had decided to practice at Fenghua Shiyu every night, working independently. My master looked at me meaningfully, his gaze somewhat strange, which made me break out in a cold sweat. Did he not truly agree with my independent practice? I awkwardly looked at him. After a long pause, my master slowly said, Shan Hong, society is complex. Don't think that everyone who comes for divination sees you as a delicacy. Some people come to provoke you, while others come to create trouble. I was momentarily at a loss for words, knowing that such incidents would surely happen. My master took a sip of tea and said word by word, since I have taken you as my disciple, I must be responsible for you. Therefore, I need to teach you a self-defense technique, in case of disputes, to avoid being at a disadvantage. I looked at him in shock, not expecting my master to have this skill. I immediately bowed down and said, you truly treat me like your own child. My master said, this is also what Master Yinfeng taught me. I did not know who Master Yinfeng was and did not ask further. My master closed the study door and taught me in detail a simple self-defense technique known as the immobilization skill. This skill allows you to make someone else unable to stand while they're sitting there. In clearer terms, it is a form of medicinal skill. My master wrote down 3 ingredients on a piece of paper, saying that once these 3 ingredients are prepared and carried on you, you can act when necessary. I read it several times and my master asked, do you remember? I replied, I remember. My master struck a match and the paper turned to ashes. Chapter 23. Don't mess with me the next day at work. My master called me to his study with a serious expression and said, I heard some news. Someone is coming to disrupt your business. How are they going to disrupt it? I quickly asked. My master replied, before he comes here, there are 3 prominent figures in the city. 2 of them are real blind men, and one is named Imo, known as Imo the Blind. Actually, he is not blind and is quite a difficult character. Imo the Blind has a manager named Chong Si, who has a dark face and an even darker heart. After introducing them, my master continued, because you and I are both outsiders, taking the local people's jobs, they can't do anything to me, but want to give you a hard time. I said, don't worry, I will be polite first and then take action if necessary. My master nodded and said, don't be afraid. Facing challenges is something you will have to deal with sooner or later. On my first day of practice, I was particularly cautious. I arrived at the divination room early. Around 8 o'clock, a man was brought in by a server. I took a glance and felt he didn't seem like someone here to cause trouble. so I politely invited him to sit down. The man wrote the character, 10,000, and handed it to me, saying, I have an idea to open a restaurant. Can you help me assess if it can be done? I smiled and said, you're not just planning to open a restaurant. You are already in the substantive phase, like purchasing items and renovating the place. The man smiled but did not confirm. I had a serious expression and said, let us start with this. If I'm wrong, I won't continue the assessment. This is called establishing authority. The first sentence should impress him. The man laughed and said, you are indeed correct. I am currently renovating the store. I said it can be done. He asked, what is your basis for that? I explained first, the character you wrote is handed to me as you walked over. So plus to walk becomes to step. This indicates you have taken steps, meaning you are not just thinking about it, but taking actual action. Is that so? Then why can it be done? The character is half of the character to succeed. Now that you are renovating, you're using tools like saws, knives, and hammers, which corresponds to the characteristics of the character, spear, and width makes. Therefore, it can be accomplished. The man was very pleased and thanked me several times before leaving. A little while later, the server brought in an old man and a younger one. The older man had droopy eyelids and appeared to be in his 60s. The younger one was as strong as an iron tower and had a dark face like Li Kuei. I immediately understood. This was Mo the Blind and Changxi, as my master had described. Changxi glanced at me and said, so you are the one doing the divination? I smiled and said, yes, I am the one doing it. Changxi then asked, why is this chair high and that one low? I smiled and replied, wherever there are two or more people, there must be a hierarchy. You must find your own position. Changxi said, I am Qin Chong, and this is Mr. Mo. In his view, upon hearing these two names, I should immediately put on a smile. However, I simply said flatly, please have seat. Mo the Blind sat in the high chair and spoke. I have heard that Mr. Wan's divination is quite accurate. I have come to seek advice. May I ask who your master is? I replied, I'll learn a bit from Taoist Hong Yi. Mo the Blind asked, and who is Taoist Hong Yi's master? He was a disciple of Taoist Hong Yuan, I answered. Mo the Blind further inquired, and who is Taoist Hong Yuan's master? I knew that in fortune-telling and divination, the lineage matters, and I truly did not know who Taoist Hong Yuan's master was. So I replied neither too soft nor too hard. All written characters were created by Tsangya. If you ask for the founding master, we are all dogs under Tsangya's command. Old gentleman, I wonder if you agree with this statement. Mo the Blind felt a bit embarrassed and said, Mr. Wan, although fortune-telling is considered a lowly profession, to refer to oneself as a dog may be somewhat impolite, right? I laughed heartily and said, you may not know, but we have read a few books and are fortunate enough to be able to be a dog. Those illiterates don't even have the qualification to be a dog. Mo the Blind said, dog sounds somewhat unrefined. Is Mr. Wan dissatisfied with me? I replied, Mr. Mo, do you know which animal is the most loyal to its master in the world? Isn't it a dog? We, who do divination and fortune-telling, are the most loyal to Tsangya. Tsangya created characters and invented the 6 methods of forming characters: pictograms, phonetic characters, indicative characters, associative meanings, transfer meanings, and borrowed characters. In our divination, which character is not derived using these 6 methods? Who else uses these 6 methods to interpret characters every day? Isn't it us? We are the most loyal to Tsangya, so we are dogs, thoroughly and completely dogs under Tsangya's command. Mo the Blind smiled awkwardly and then asked Mr. Wan, your knowledge is profound. Since you are a dog under Tsangya, and Tsangya created traditional characters, do you now use traditional or simplified characters for interpretation? I replied, both traditional and simplified characters are acceptable. We interpret based on what the client writes. Don't you have a certain rule to follow? Mo the Blind said, Mr. Wan, you are a young talent with a sharp tongue. Some time ago, a client wrote the character abundant to assess whether the business would succeed. What do you think? I replied word by word with a serious tone. Sir, I earn a living through this. I don't want to discuss theories with you. If you want to assess a character, just say it now. Oh, you have quite the attitude. Do you know who you were talking to? Qiangxi, who had been sitting beside him, spoke up. I pretended not to know. It doesn't matter who it is. I charge for divination and do not engage in idle chatter. Changxi said, I want to assess the character, 1, to see how long I can live. I coldly replied, there are 3 things I do not assess. First, I do not assess vague matters. Second, I do not assess without sincerity. Third, I do not assess life and death. You have 2 out of the 3. He sneered. You won't assess? I looked at him and said firmly, I'm sorry, I won't assess. He scoffed and said, you can chat casually, even if you get it wrong. I won't care. But if you refuse to assess, what are you doing sitting here? He spread his hands in a rogue-like manner. I coldly replied, If I don't assess, then I don't. So what? This statement angered him. He raised an eyebrow and said sternly, "How do you conduct business?" I knew I had to make this provocateur feel the consequences right from the start. Otherwise, more provocateurs would come one after another. So I sneered, "Yes. The way of business emphasizes sincerity. If you have a matter to ask, just state a specific issue. If you have no matter, I don't have time to chat with you." His eyes widened in anger. "Do you believe I can make you leave tonight?" I smiled, "Then try it. Let us see who makes whom leave." He was taken aback and asked sternly, "Really?" I snorted, "Want to try?" The atmosphere became tense. "I don't believe you can intimidate me." Chauncey stood up and swung his fist at me. But just as he made his move, his legs went weak, and he sat back down. He looked at me in surprise. He twisted his body in defiance, but it was like a fish stranded on the shore, thrashing its head and tail, but unable to get up. Mo the blind beside him was also stunned and shouted at the big guy, "He has the 5 thunder palm." I said, "Come on, hit me." Mo the blind yelled, "You need to give him the antidote, otherwise someone might die." I replied, "Don't scare him. He can move now." After I said this, Chauncey could indeed move again. He grabbed a chair, ready to throw it at me. Just then I flicked my fingers, and a puff of powder flew towards his nostrils. His legs went weak again, and he sat on the ground. I said, "Do you want me to give you some antidote? If you really die, you're too young for that." The big guy stammered, "Master, I was wrong. Help me." I pulled out a talisman from the table, burned it in his teacup, and said, "Drink this." The man gritted his teeth and drank the half cup of dark water. I disdainfully said, "Want to compete? You are not qualified. Get lost." The man bowed repeatedly and kept agreeing, while Mo the blind turned pale. I said, "A real man does not change his surname. He does not change his name even when seated. If you dare to cause trouble again, we will see what happens. You can walk in, but you'll be carried out." Chapter 24. The word out breaks the marriage the next day at work. My master already knew what had happened last night. He stared at me for a long time and instructed, "Do not harbor ill intentions towards others, but always be wary of them. You must be careful to prevent their retaliation." I smiled nonchalantly and replied, "Master, you can rest assured. I will observe the expressions indoors and the weather outdoors. I will be cautious." During dinner, my brother-in-law said, "Can I borrow your car? I want to visit Secretary Liu of the Municipal Writers Association." My sister remarked, "Is your vanity that great?" My brother-in-law laughed. A necessary sense of vanity is still important. "Otherwise, who will buy a nice car?" I said, "Sure, I can walk. It's not far anyway." My sister suggested, "Why don't you take the Buick at home?" I chuckled. I have my own vanity too. My sister glanced at me. "It's about time you change your car." After dinner, I strolled along the spring and autumn river, and in 10 minutes I arrived at the tea house. The evening went smoothly. After finishing the 4th reading, I told the girl assisting me, "Tonight, we will only read 5. She agreed and soon brought in the last client. 2 people entered, clearly a couple. I glanced at them. The woman was relatively plump and the man was quite thin, so I said, "Please have a seat." After sitting down, the woman said, "Sir, we want to read about our daughter's marriage." I pointed to the paper and pen on the tea table. The woman wrote down a character. I focused intently on this character. Structurally, it was made up of 2 mountain characters. Analyzing the writer's psychology, it indicated a desire for her daughter to marry soon. Your daughter is still unmarried. After one failed relationship, she tries again and again, but nothing works out. After saying this, I fixed my gaze on the woman's eyes. In the art of reading faces, it's essential to observe the eyes. All the secrets of a person's heart are truthfully revealed through their eyes. The woman's eyes shifted slightly to the left. I knew I had hit the mark, so I deliberately held back, looking at them with a half smile. The woman urged, "Sir, please continue. We're listening." I pretended not to look at them and stare at a landscape painting on the opposite wall, sighing, "The suitors you recommended, she doesn't find any of them appealing." The woman asked, "Will she ever find a partner?" I replied, "She will find one. However, she's attracted to tall and strong men, while the ones you recommend, or the ones you both like, are all gentle, refined, handsome, and elegant boys." The man asked, "You can even read what kind of boys we like." The woman shot him a glance, signaling him to be quiet. I let out a short laugh. If I couldn't even figure that out, would I be here giving advice? The woman quickly agreed. Yes. I would like to ask you, if she is set on a partner that we disagree with, is there any way to resolve this?" Upon hearing this, I grasped their underlying issue and said, "In similar situations, the more you advise against it, the worse it gets. It will only push your daughter into the arms of the other party. The one who tied the bell must untie it. If she has chosen a black man, you need to remain calm." I was merely using a metaphor, but unexpectedly, the woman nearly slid off her chair. She braced herself and managed not to fall. The man grabbed her and said, "Don't get agitated. Let the master finish. The woman's eyes turned red, and the man handed her a napkin. She wiped her eyes and asked, "How could you even tell she likes black men?" I couldn't help but laugh heartily, thinking this was just a psychological technique. My method was to express things through metaphor. If I was right, others would see me as a sage. If I was wrong, I was just using a metaphor. I didn't expect my metaphor to be correct. I crossed my arms and said, "Reading a character usually takes 5 to 10 minutes. Since there are others waiting, if you insist on hearing my analysis, then." The woman immediately interrupted. "I understand. I'll double the price. 1, to have you explain how you deduce this, and 2, to ask for your advice." I explained, "This character out consists of 2 mountains stacked together, which means this mountain looks at that mountain high. Hence, marriage is delayed. Secondly, your daughter is attracted to strong men, meaning she particularly favors those with a strong physique and well-developed muscles. Therefore, the refined boys you recommend do not interest her." "Why is she not interested in refined and elegant men?" the woman asked. I replied, "The character out, mountains on top of mountains, how heavy is that?" They both suddenly realized, "Oh, so that's how it is." I continued, "Thus, a black man fits her marriage preferences perfectly, tall, powerful, and strong." The couple nodded repeatedly. Now I decided to take it a step further and asked, "What is your surname, sir?" The man replied, "My humble surname is Shao." I noticed a mole in the middle of his nose. This mole indicates that, under normal circumstances, a middle-aged person who has faced setbacks will often develop black spots or moles on their nose. So, I took a bold approach and said, "Normally, each character is read individually. I've already said everything I needed to say. However, I have one piece of advice for you." The woman's eyes widened more than the man's, waiting for me to speak. I said, "Mr. Shao, the delay in your daughter's marriage is related to you. Your midlife career setbacks and lack of ambition are the reasons your daughter longs for a solid embrace." Upon hearing this, both of them looked shocked, almost sliding off their chairs. The man shook his head and sighed. The woman shot a fierce glare at the man and turned back to me, asking, "You still haven't mentioned how to resolve this?" I shook my head. "It's too late to resolve it now. There's only one way. You must suddenly change your stance and support her wholeheartedly. Once she realizes that you are genuinely supporting her, she might become confused and reconsider." The man quickly said, "Mr. Wan, I'll take down your number and visit you another day." I provided my number, and he saved it. The couple stood up, bowed deeply to me, and said in unison, "Thank you so much, master." "Thank you very much." After work, I walked out of the tea house and slowly made my way back. It felt strange. I sensed a car behind me, moving in and out like it was following me. Could it be the police? I walked while glancing back. The car kept a distance, neither too far nor too close. I had my hands in my pockets, with a bit of immobilizing powder on my hands. At the slightest movement, I would be ready to react. It was tea until I reached the powder shop that the car finally turned away. Who could that be? The next day at work, I told my master about this strange occurrence, and he smiled without saying a word. From his demeanor, I thought surely, this must be someone my master sent to protect me in secret. But who could that person be? Chapter 25. The art of creating momentum. Life goes on as usual. In early July, I could earn 200 to 300 yuan every night from the tea house. My sister was very happy and said to me, "I didn't expect that lazy people have their own blessings. With your mouth, you can earn money now." I couldn't help but retort, "This is called knowledge is power." She scoffed, "What knowledge do you have? Isn't it all taught by your master?" After breakfast, I went to work at Yuranju. Just as I finished cleaning, Dongzi called and asked me to help him check the feng shui of a house. I asked my master for leave and drove to pick up Dongzi. When he got in the car, he said we were going to Fengyan Pavilion. I was surprised and asked, "Fengyan Pavilion? The house hasn't even started construction yet, has it?" The planning map had come out, and I had seen a model. I thought the Wanyue Tower by the lake was quite good and wanted to buy a unit around the lake, but I didn't know which area was good. By the lake? I was confused. Fengyan Pavilion doesn't have a lake, does it? Dongzi laughed and said, "You're too focused on divination. You don't know about the big changes at Fengyan Pavilion?" I shook my head. Dongzi continued, "Mr. Deng is a conscientious entrepreneur. He has transformed Fengyan Pavilion into a livable residential area, carving out a large area to create an artificial lake out of thin air. He also invited top masters from Sanliao Town in Xinhua County to change the feng shui of Fengyan Pavilion." I nodded. Sanliao Town is known as the hometown of feng shui in the country. Dongzi went on, "Because your master said that the feng shui of Fengyan Pavilion wasn't very good. Mr. Deng invited top masters to modify it. The master said 5 words. Create a lake to become a prosperous place. Strangely, on the day the lake construction began, when the excavator dug the first bucket of soil, a lively creature jumped out. Everyone went over to take a look, and it was a 1,000-year-old turtle. I secretly marveled. This Deng was indeed a master at turning the tide. He used my master S words to acquire land at a low price, and then used the Somniao master's words to sell houses at a high price. The masters became rags in his hands. I snorted and said nothing. Dongzi found it strange and asked, "What are you snorting about?" I coldly laughed. Just a tickle in my throat. About half an hour later, we arrived by the lake. This place my master and I had visited last time. It was originally a marshy lowland. If it were filled with soil to build houses, it would be a bottomless pit. It was indeed a wise decision to create a lake. Dongzi said, "This lake is a treasure basin. The water from all around flows into the lake. So this piece of property has become very popular. I've heard that many leaders are making reservations." Leaders? I glanced at Dongzi. I work in the government, and I understand these tricks. Some leaders publicly claim not to believe in this, but privately, they believe very strongly. When a master arrived in the city, he stayed for 3 or 4 days before leaving, and he was invited by several people to rural, remote farms for meals. The lake had basically been completed, and some workers were planting trees by the lakeside. The construction site around the lake was bustling with activity. I asked what the house price is like. Dongzi said Mr. Deng started accepting reservations as soon as he provided a model map. It went crazy, 12,000 yuan. Goodness, I exclaimed. In a prefecture-level city, a 4 or 5-tier city. To inflate to this price, it seems there are not just Mr. Deng's hands behind it, but definitely a few larger hands as well. This place was originally a good location, summed up in a phrase: 2 rivers and a lake, overlooking the lake and facing the river. I stood on the lakeside, looking across, and said to Dongzi, "We can settle on 5 buildings. As for how many floors, let us decide in the car." Once in the car, I wrote down 6 paper balls numbered 0 to 5 and tossed them to the back seat. "You go pick one." Dongzi picked the number 4. I said 4, 9, 3, 6. Floors 3 and 6 are suitable for you. Dongzi's eyes widened. "What is this? It looks like divination, but isn't." I chuckled. "You don't believe it, do you? Let us do it again." I tossed again, and Dongzi picked a 0. I said, "Today is the 8th. So on the 10th, 20th, and 30th, you will encounter more good things than usual." Dongzi looked skeptical. "Really?" I asked. "If you don't believe it, why did you bring me here?" Dongzi nodded repeatedly. I believe. Then I'll choose. The 6th floor, the 16th floor, all smooth sailing." I dropped Dongzi off at home, and just as I was getting out of the car, he pulled out a watch from his pocket. "I bought 2 when I was on a business trip last time. This one is specially for you." I waved my hand. "Isn't that too formal? I know exactly how much you earn in a month. It would be pointless to exchange this between us." Dongzi frowned. "What did I exchange with you?" "I bought it over a month ago. One time I called. You said you were busy and hung up. That was when I decided to bring it to you." I said, "All right, I'll accept it." When I returned to Yuranju, I smiled lightly and said, "Master, Mr. Deng is a master playing Tai Chi." My master quickly asked, "What news did you hear?" I recounted what had just happened. My master smiled but didn't say a word. At that moment, our neighbor, the older sister, came over. Before she entered, her voice preceded her. "Is Hongbo at home?" My master smiled and said, "What is making you so happy?" The neighbor excitedly said, "Fengyan Pavilion just built a lake and is holding a naming contest. Anyone whose name is chosen will win 50,000 yuan. The whole world is buzzing about it. Everyone is thinking of names for the lake. I want to give it a try too." Saying that, she placed a piece of paper on the table. I looked and saw she had chosen Moon Lake. My master looked up and laughed, asking, "What is the deadline?" The neighbor replied, "It ends before noon today." I just heard the news. My master mysteriously said, "I'll think of a name for you that you absolutely cannot tell anyone. It may not guarantee a win, but it's better than Moon Lake." Saying this, he wrote Daoqingfeng Lake. The neighbor said, "Great, I'll go home and submit it online right away." I looked at my master and asked, "Are these 2 characters Mr. Deng's name?" My master replied, "It's a courtesy name. After he became successful, I named him Deng Fugan, courtesy name Qingfeng." "Oh, so that is how it is." I couldn't help but exclaim in my heart. My master said leisurely, "Once the lake name is finalized, Mr. Deng will soon launch a contest for essays and couplets, and then there will definitely be a giant ox sculpture erected by the lake. And he will surely invite me to bless the statue." "Can you predict all this?" My master chuckled. "This is his trick. He has developed several properties in other places. Unlike other bosses who boast about the quality of their buildings, which can easily turn people off, who doesn't brag when selling melons? He leverages cultural momentum." My master was in good spirits and explained Mr. Deng's tactics to me in detail. First, he borrowed the momentum of feng shui, willing to spend heavily to invite famous feng shui masters. People, whether commoners or nobles, believe in this, since a famous feng shui master declared it a treasure land. The property heats up even before construction begins. With no real groundwork laid, he collects advance payments furiously. So Mr. Deng is never short of money. He plays the game better than anyone. The second tactic is to leverage the pen of literati. Think about it. How many literati in the world lack money? And think about it. How many sentences in literature are the truth? Li Bai wrote the waters of Mount Lu as the waterfall flows straight down 3,000 feet, and Du Fu described the stinking ditch in front of his thatched cottage in Chengdu as boats moored from East Wu for miles. Thus, when the essay contest begins, the literati in this city will exaggerate even more than Li Bai and Du Fu. Qingfeng Lake will become this lake should only exist in heaven. Rare to find in the world. After my master said this, I laughed so hard I could hardly breathe. After laughing, I asked, if they hold a blessing ceremony for the statue and invite you, will you go? Of course, my master said. People do not live in a vacuum. I felt my master's words carried a hint of helplessness. Why will my master feel helpless? Chapter 26. Shi Yinfeng's visit, I understood the weight of my master's words and didn't press further. At that moment, two customers entered the room. The first man said, Master, I want to open a pet hospital and would like to measure the character dragon. I wonder if that can be done. My master glanced at me, and I replied, let me measure it for you. The man seemed a bit distrustful and looked at my master again. My master said, don't worry, I will oversee it. I'm used to such distrust and didn't mind. I told him it can't be done. From common sense, how many people in a 4th or 5th tier city keep pets? He seemed to have caught me at a weak point. I'm here for character measurement, not for common sense. If you can measure, just help me with this character. I smiled lightly and said, all right, let me explain this character to you. Dragon is generally seen as an auspicious character, but its original meaning isn't about being lucky. It means to surround something. Characters that contain dragon basically carry this meaning. The man waited for my explanation. I provided examples. Ling to gather with both hands and surround. Ling the ridge surrounding a field. Ling to monopolize an industry. Ling cloud surrounding the moon, creating a hazy effect. Ling a condition that surrounds sound, making it inaudible. If you open a pet store, it feels like being surrounded. Unless you can monopolize, otherwise, you'll only be doing small business in a small circle. Unable to expand. The man was displeased, counted his money, and left. Next came a woman who said she wanted to open a gold store and wanted to measure the character. I knew that people who came for character measurement would write a character they believed had a good meaning. So, I first explained the meaning of to her. I took a sip of tea, held up the paper with written on it, and smiled. Does not represent excellent. Its original meaning is long, strip-shaped. For example, Ling, beetle nut, which is a long fruit. Ling in ancient times, it described tall men. Ling a long corridor. And Ing the mother that can continue the family lineage. And Ing to ferment over a long period, or to consider, such as brewing wine. She immediately understood and asked, since it means long strip-shaped, does that imply the business will last long? I shook my head and said, you can run other businesses for a long time, but for a gold store or a hardware store, I advise against it. She asked why. I replied, when combines with the gold radical, it becomes, which means being imprisoned. The woman was taken aback, her voice somewhat hoarse. Sir, you are absolutely right. My husband partnered with a friend to open a gold store. I advised him against partnering, but he didn't listen. As a result, yesterday, they had a violent fight over financial issues, and he injured the other man. When he was opening the store, I wanted him to measure a character, but he refused. After the woman left, my master looked at me with some affection and said after a while, Shan Hong, the methods I taught you, if you can summarize them and apply them during character measurement, it shows you've put in effort. My face turned slightly red, and I said, I enjoy researching. Chinese characters are profound and interesting to study. My master took a sip of tea and sighed, according to the rules. You can become a master after 3 years of apprenticeship, and after that, you must leave here. But I have kept you for over 2 years, and I feel a bit reluctant to let you go. I said, Master, if you don't drive me away, I will stay with you for a lifetime. My master sighed. As one ages, what matters is emotion. My 2 children are in other places, focused on their own careers, and come home rarely. You see, if I grow old and live with them, they will arrange for someone to take care of us, but I won't be used to it. I asked, isn't it good for father and children to be together? My master shook his head. For ordinary people, that's true, but not for me. For example, my joy doesn't come from having family around every day, but from having people come to measure characters, from people like Shirgu bringing some snacks, and from people like Mr. Deng, Mr. He, and Mr. Lon coming to consult with me. This is how I feel alive. Otherwise, no matter how good the environment, how much money there is, or how filial the children are. Your master will wilt like the flowers your master's wife raises if they aren't watered for 3 days. I said, Master, I understand. For you, the roots of culture and the spring of neighbors, being needed by others, is far more nourishing than familial ties. My master looked at me and said slowly yes. Someone once wrote a novel about a female performer in a cultural troupe who had no plays to perform. So when someone from another family passed away, she went to mourn. Such a famous actress ended up doing such a lowly thing, which everyone found hard to understand. Only her husband understood, saying that his wife could only find a sense of the past when she mourned. When she cried, everyone was moved and cried along with her. I immediately said, I also read a story about a martial artist who practiced with a staff in his yard every day at over 70 years old. He wanted to pass this martial art to the next generation, but no one wanted to learn. Eventually, even children stopped coming to watch, yet he still practiced, regardless of the weather, never stopping, because practicing with the staff was his lifelong spiritual support. My master nodded. Yes, you've touched my heart. For example, here we are, having a conversation. If it were with someone I couldn't communicate with, what would be the point of sitting here? So I've changed my mind. Will you stay by my side? I said, Master, I already agreed. As long as you don't drive me away, I'm willing. My master sighed deeply. I will do my best to pass my skills to you. I hope that when I grow old, there will still be someone to talk to. I immediately got up, knelt down, and bowed 3 times, saying, Wan Shan Hong wishes to be Master's eternal disciple. My master said, Get up. Just as he finished speaking, we heard a loud voice at the gate. Is Taoist Shi Yanfeng at home? Upon hearing the voice, my master immediately stood up and shouted, Could it be the heroic Shi Yanfeng, who roams the world and is elusive like a dragon? Outside the door, someone called out, Taoist, you have good hearing. As I spoke, I saw a tall figure at the gate. The person had sharp eyes and a high nose, with a black beard on the upper lip and a long beard on the chin, dressed in black clothes and pants, with a sash around the waist, standing against the sunlight like a silhouette, imposing like Mount Tai and majestic like a great rock spreading its wings. My master welcomed him at the gate, took his hand, and led him into the living room, introducing me to him. I cupped my fists and said, I have long heard of your great name. My master often talks about you. Today, seeing you in person, you truly possess extraordinary bearing and remarkable spirit, reminiscent of the hero Wu Song, the valiant monk Lu Zhishan, the capable Zhang Qing, the cultured strategist Wu Yong, and the handsome Lu Junyi, embodying both literary and martial prowess. Shi Yanfeng laughed heartily and said to me, Your eloquence comes from your master's true teachings. I hurriedly brewed tea and prepared fruit and pastries. My master said, Call Shi to come cook, to welcome the heroic Shi Yanfeng. Chapter 27, Learning the Art of Listening to Characters and the Snake Calling Technique. Brother Shi brought a string of marinated dishes and went straight into the kitchen without saying a word. Master and Shi Yanfeng were chatting in the study. I hurried to brew tea and serve fruits. Suddenly, I heard a noise from the living room and went out to check. A young man saw me and smiled, asking, Is the master home? He looked a bit familiar, so I asked, Are you here to have the master read a character for you? My name is Xiao Liming. The master once read a character for me. I suddenly realized, oh, he read the characterly for you, saying you would rise to a higher position. He placed the bag down and said, I went back home to fish and brought some fish for the master. That's very kind of you. Please have a seat. My master is in the study meeting guests. I won't disturb you. I took the fish to the kitchen and asked Brother Shi. Aunt Chun went to visit relatives with master's wife. Do you need my help? Brother Shi gave me a disdainful look. Stay away, your skills are all talk. I laughed. Can you find oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea? Chefs have a sixth sense. Brother Shi waved his hand at me, indicating I shouldn't tea be a hindrance. I went into the study to pour water and serve tea. Shi Yanfeng was talking about his experiences during the 6 years since he parted from Master. He spoke eloquently about the strange tales in the martial world, masters competing, the Huashan sword debate, heroes appreciating one another, and peers showcasing their skills. I was left in awe. I didn't expect he had so many skills. Feeling a bit eager, I couldn't help but interrupt. Master Yanfeng, my master often mentions your exceptional skills, and I greatly admire you. Could you teach me a few moves? Master said, Shan Hong is clever and eager to learn. He should have some success in the future. Teach him a move or two. After all, skills are useful in the martial world. Yanfeng clasped his fists and said, Since the Taoist has spoken, let us play a game of listening to characters. Upon hearing this, I hurried to the kitchen to call Brother Shi. As soon as he heard, he put down what he was doing and came to the study. Master Yanfeng said, You two write a character each. I immediately cut some paper, One piece for each of us. I ran to the living room and wrote. Is this possible? As for what Brother Shi wrote, I had no idea. We placed the folded pieces of paper on the table. Master Yinfeng randomly picked one from the table, held it to his ear, and said, for characters, I am a chef. Then he opened the paper I wrote, held it to his ear, and said, still 4 characters. Is this possible? After saying this, both Shi and I were stunned. Brother Shi kept exclaiming how magical it was as he returned to the kitchen. I asked Master, you should be able to decipher his magical skill, right? Master explained, Shan Hong, in our profession, we used to call it the 3 teachings and 9 streams. The 3 teachings have their principles, while the 9 streams are more about making a living. But whether in the 3 teachings or the 9 streams, one inevitably has to learn some unconventional methods to protect oneself. I cupped my hands toward Shi Yinfeng and said, Master, please teach me. Shi Yinfeng smiled. Listening to characters is not difficult. This trick has 2 situations. One is with a helper, the other is without. With a helper, you first need to calculate with them. The performer casually picks up a piece of paper, listens, and says it's a certain character, and the helper responds, correct, you figured it out. In fact, the paper they picked is the next character they want to listen to. They unfold it and say, just say any character, and the helper says they heard it correctly. In fact, they saw another character. This continues for the 3rd, 4th, and so on. I was concerned about the situation without a helper and quickly asked, what if there is no helper? Shi Yinfeng smiled and said, first, keep an identical piece of paper in your pocket. During the performance, you pick a piece of paper with a character, hold it to your ear, and in your other hand, have the paper with the character in your palm. You'll figure it out. This trick relies on practice. When practiced to perfection, others won't notice anything amiss. After saying this, he demonstrated it twice in front of everyone. Despite my keen observation, I couldn't see any flaws when Shi Yinfeng glanced at the content. I said, your technique is so fast, it's like lightning. He clasped his fists, just a trivial skill, only suitable for play among ordinary people. It would be embarrassing to show it in front of your master. At that moment, Brother Shi came in and said, lunch is ready. The lunch was naturally lavish, and the guests and hosts enjoyed pleasant conversations, drinking and eating to their fill. Shi Yinfeng had a habit of meditating for an hour at noon, followed by a short nap. When he went to the guest room to meditate, Master said, in the afternoon, have him teach you the snake-calling technique. Calling snakes? Yes. Sometimes in a competition, if you call out a few snakes, the other person loses their composure. This is called winning without a fight. I was thrilled. If I learned this snake-calling technique, like with that character Chong Si last time, I wouldn't need to use immobilizing powder. Just calling out a few snakes and saying my helpers have arrived would surely scare him half to death. Please help me persuade him. I really want to learn. Master pondered for a moment. Wait, I'll talk to him privately. At 3 in the afternoon, Shi Yinfeng got up. Master chatted with him for a while in the study, and they both came out. Shi Yinfeng said, Shan Hong, there are no gods or ghosts in this world, only the power of medicine. Since you want to learn, remember one thing. You must never strike at snakes. I nodded solemnly. Then, Shi Yinfeng walked towards the yard. During the more than 2 years I've been at Yuranju, I had never seen a snake in the yard. I watched as Master Yinfeng squatted down and clapped his hands 3 times. After a while, 2 green snakes unexpectedly crawled out from who knows where. The 2 snakes seemed to understand and went straight to his side. Master Yinfeng tapped the snakes on their heads, and they became still. After a moment, he waved his hand, and the snakes crawled into the drain and left. I was left dumbfounded by this move. Back inside, without saying a word, Master Yinfeng wrote a line of characters on a piece of paper. XX 50 grams, XX 100 grams, XX 200 grams, grind into powder. Then, he burned the paper in a teacup, split it in half, and said to me, drink, let it enter your heart. The next day, no matter how Master tried to persuade him to stay, Shi Yinfeng insisted on leaving. Before he left, he bowed to Master and said, I wish to go to Zhongnan Mountain to seek a teacher. We shall meet again. Master, who had always been strong, surprisingly had tears in his eyes that day, clasping his fists and saying, Brother, take care on your journey. Shi Yinfeng turned, and, under the sunlight and gentle breeze, I saw him carrying a long sword, his wide robe billowing in the wind like a giant black spider. In a moment, his figure became smaller and smaller. Master sighed. Every time we meet, he always comes and goes in a hurry. The unconventional methods are just his means of protection. What he seeks in life is the ultimate path of unity with nature, wandering the martial world, making the 4 seas his home. I hope he achieves his true purpose on his journey to Zhongnan Mountain. Today, You are about to travel far again, amidst thick winds and rains. You are deep. I am deep. Feelings run deeper. When will we meet again? Remembering how Master Yinfeng selflessly taught me the art of listening to characters and the snake-calling technique, I kept my cupped hands raised until he disappeared from my sight. In the wind and rain, I will always remember you. Master, safe travels. I bowed deeply in the direction he left. Chapter 28, Stranger Woman, the snake-calling technique, is merely a form of medicinal skill. However, the art of divination through words is a method. Whenever I have time, I shut the door and practice diligently. I practiced until my hands were numb and my fingers could not bend. In less than a month, I had mastered it. One afternoon, I called Yumarin and said, "Sister Yu, please help me replace my coffee table with a long table. The coffee table is too empty and leaks wealth." Sister Yu listened to my request and asked, "Brother Juan, do you have any other instructions?" There weren't that many instructions. It was merely a small request for mutual benefit. She smiled and said, "I'll take care of it right away. In half an hour, I'll come and check. It must be done properly. Why don't you come over for dinner? I actually have something I want to consult you about." Her voice was soft and sweet, indicating that she indeed had a request. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, I asked my master for leave and soon arrived at Fenghua Shiyue. Yumarin led me to the second floor. Upon entering the divination room, there was indeed a long table. I carefully inspected it and felt that no matter who sat opposite me, they wouldn't be able to see my small movements. "You aren't installing cameras to monitor me in this divination room, are you?" Yumarin chuckled. "Who would dare to monitor the master? But there are cameras in the hallway and lobby." I laughed. "That's right. If there were cameras in the divination room, I guarantee your business wouldn't last a year." After some light banter, the food was served and we talked while eating. Yumarin asked, "Brother Juan, do you think Fengyan Pavilion has any hope? Are you planning to move the shop there?" "I'm not moving the shop. There are many people in the old city and many units." I understood immediately. "You have plenty of cash on hand and plan to buy a few properties there, waiting for prices to rise." She gave me a playful glare. "You make it sound like I'm a speculator." "Which speculator isn't righteous? They say to boost domestic demand, they buy 5 or 10 units at once, and they proudly call it serving the country." Yumarin twirled her chopsticks and lightly tapped my head. "Are you planning to change careers to do stand-up comedy?" I felt somewhat unbalanced. There are many wealthy people like Yumarin in this city who have been participating in real estate speculation, and those who genuinely need houses often can't afford them. I took out my phone and called Dongzi. Dongzi said, "What a coincidence. I was just about to call you. You mentioned the 10th and the 20th. Everything went smoothly. Today is the 20th, and I paid the deposit this morning. This afternoon, the price increased by over 1,000 per square meter. Damn, this guy is really something. Celebrating the harvest all by himself in his room." After hanging up, I said, "This matter, you should decide for yourself. If you buy 1 unit, I'll do a divination for you. If you buy 2 or 3 units, it's not for personal need, but rather an investment, then divination 1T work." Her eyebrows raised. "Why 1T at work?" 3 principles of divination. 1 matter, 1 divination. Long-term matter shouldn't be divined, and dishonesty shouldn't be divined. Life and death shouldn't be divined either. This is a long-term investment. If it doesn't sell, it could take 2, 3, or even 5 years. So it shouldn't be divined. Yumarin blinked. "Then I'll buy 1 unit and have you divine the word buy. Then hurry and buy. If you delay, you'll lose out." She asked, "Will the price rise?" I nodded. "Because the word buy contains the character head, the sooner the better." She said, "I'll go tomorrow, after dinner." Yumarin left. I guess you would definitely buy a few units. The character buy is missing a part of the home character, so it isn't meant for living. The head below contains a big, purely for appreciation, to make the cake bigger. Around 6 o'clock, the weather got colder, and there were fewer people in the tea house. However, during early winter, people usually start arriving around 7. I went to the inner room, where the tea house had set up a military bed for me to rest. So, I lay on the bed and started reading a comprehensive appreciation of Tang poetry. This was the homework assigned by my master. So I simply left the book at the shop, keeping it on my desk for everyday practice. In my profession, if one is well read, people believe even more that this is the wisdom brought by culture rather than tricks. After reading a few pages, perhaps because I was lying down, I actually fell asleep. Mr. Juan, Mr. Juan. I heard someone calling. I jolted up from the bed. The waitress came in and smiled at me. Their essay guest. I said, "Wait a moment. I need to meditate for 5 more minutes." After sitting for 5 minutes, I washed my face in the bathroom and then leisurely walked out. A petite woman was already sitting in the outer room. She wasn't particularly beautiful, nor was she ugly. When she saw me come out, she politely stood up and smiled at me. I looked at her and smiled slightly as well. This smile was not an ordinary smile. My master taught me to practice it for half a year before I understood the basics, and later I slowly imitated it until it took shape. This smile was not like the formulaic smiles of flight attendants who practice with 2 chopsticks. That kind of smile is merely sweet. My smile must not be sweet. It must make the other person feel nervous, mysterious, uneasy, and sweaty, as if I were a police officer and they were a thief. However, a smile is still a smile. It conveys goodwill. It gives the impression that I possess some bodhisattva quality with a hint of mystery, as if I have control over all worldly matters and can relieve their worries and troubles, pulling them ashore. I used this smile, which mixed mystery, pressure, and kindness together, to deal with guests, and it was very effective. They felt both scared and friendly towards me. Moreover, the room was already filled with the fragrance of Indian incense, creating a heart-pounding atmosphere. The woman before me seemed to feel a sense of fear, her body unconsciously trembling slightly. I looked at her, and a strange image unexpectedly rose in my mind. This is also a kind of skill called associative memory. In this profession, one must have a good memory. The woman's facial features resembled both her father and mother. It should be her. Could it be that she has changed her mind and no longer wants to marry a black man? Although I couldn't be certain it was her, I planned to use a few tricks to make her reveal her true identity. I smiled and said, "There's paper and a pen here. Please go outside to write something." She hesitated. "Do I have to go outside to write?" I said, "Yes, write it well and fold in half." She asked, "What should I write?" I deliberately said, "Just write a Chinese character. Don't write in English." At this, she chuckled, probably finding me quite humorous. After a while, she returned, handing me the folded paper. The moment I took the paper from her, I had already seen what she wrote. So, I directly placed the paper on the table and pressed it down with a weight. I was confident. "What are you divining?" "Marriage. Let me be clear. I'm different from others. Others need to see what you write to do the divination. Now, the paper you wrote on is still on the table. And I haven't opened it, right?" The woman nodded. I said, "Please confirm again. Your paper has not moved at all, correct?" She replied loudly, "Correct." I said, "Good. Take the paper back. Hold it tightly in your palm. Pay attention, grip it tightly." The woman came over, took the paper, held it in her palm, and looked at me. I spoke in a deep male voice, as if the words were coming from afar, somewhat like a divine revelation. "You are at a crossroads in life, and the relationship at home, especially with your mother, is very tense." Why is it tense? It's because your standard for choosing a partner are vastly different from those of your parents. The woman's body clearly froze for a moment, but her face deliberately maintained a calm expression. I needed to confirm with these few words whether she was indeed Mr. Shao's daughter. If not, I would cleverly salvage my statement. I tapped the table. "Please answer me honestly. What I just said, is it correct?" The woman, fearing divine retribution, quickly nodded. "I understand that you like tall and strong men. People often desire to compensate for their own shortcomings in another way. Do you think what I said makes sense?" The woman nodded again. I smiled faintly and said, "How I wish you would shake your head just once." She then asked why. Chapter 29, Bold Appointment. I couldn't help but laugh. A diviner, if he lacks a bit of challenge, becomes quite dull. She still looked at me with distrust. I made a bold move. "Your father faced career setbacks in his middle age, right?" The woman opened her mouth and was speechless for a while. This time, she softened and nodded. "You are completely right." I began to comfort her. The desire to find a physically strong man does not stem from your own intentions, but rather from the fact that when you were young, your father was too busy with his career to take care of you. During your teenage years, your father's setbacks made you feel low. So since then, you have longed for a male figure you could look up to at home. Therefore, during your schooling, you could say you never developed feelings for any boys. You found them immature, even ridiculous. The woman began to look around as if searching for something. I knew that nervousness makes one sweat, and sweating leads to a need for water, so I pointed to the water dispenser. She poured a glass of water and asked, "Sir, you are right about everything, but what kind of partner should I look for?" I said, "Someone who loves you." She asked, "What about someone I love?" I smiled. I didn't say that wouldn't work, but the best marriage is when he loves you a little more. She shook her head. "I don't quite understand." I sneered. "Your marriage is in your own hands. Isn't it just a simple character?" This time, she was indeed about to slide off her chair, no matter how much knowledge she had. She couldn't understand how I could accurately determine she wrote the character for one without it being revealed. She was no longer focused on the issue of marriage, but rather filled with suspicion about my miraculous divination technique. She asked, "How did you know I wrote the character one? You must have hidden cameras in your room, right?" At this moment, I realized how difficult communication was between Mr. Shao and his daughter. I said, "You can doubt me, but let me be frank. We can no longer communicate. You are someone who doesn't trust anyone. You can leave now. At the same time, I will inform the front desk not to charge you." She was a bit stunned, frozen there, and after a long time managed to squeeze out a smile. "I know I have a bad personality and tend to be stubborn. I apologize to you. But what does this character 1 represent?" I said, "It symbolizes the end of death and the beginning of life. It's the first stroke of the character death and also the last stroke of the character life. Think about what it means." She looked confused and couldn't speak for a long time. I said, "If you don't understand, it means that your current relationship is something you must let go of. And at the same time, a new opportunity will arise." She tilted her head to one side, as if she was angry with me. I pressed the bell, and after a while, the waiter came in. I said to the waiter, "Bring in the next guest. This young lady, do not charge her." The waiter nodded. The woman stood up, didn't even say thank you, and turned to leave. I shook my head, filled with an unprecedented sense of defeat, and sighed. With this personality, it's better to marry a black man, don't harm the Chinese. The second person who came in found 100 yuan on the stool, and I realized she still refused to have a free dinner. The next day, I told my master about last night's encounter. My master remained silent. Unexpectedly, 3 days later, I received a call from Mr. Xiao. He said on the phone, "Mr. Wan, when are you free?" I said, "I'm basically free during the day. What's the matter?" He said, "I want to meet and talk with you." I told my master about the situation, and he said, "Is it that you told his daughter the truth, and something unexpected happened? So he's looking for trouble with you? That shouldn't be the case." My master shook his head. "Being in this world, meeting someone you only know a little, you must be cautious." Then he gave me a phone number and said, "If you encounter difficulties, just call this mobile number. You can call him Brother Long." I laughed and said, "Master, you're overthinking it. Besides, I carry binding powder with me." My master frowned. "We should try to avoid making enemies. Randomly using binding powder is not good if it gets out. Let Brother Long handle such matters. It's much easier." Since my master was so concerned, I couldn't be careless either, thinking while driving. One possibility is a good outcome, like this girl changing her mind, and old Xiao would thank me. The other possibility is a bad outcome, where the girl might take drastic actions after the divination, seeking to end her life, and old Xiao would come looking for trouble with me. The first scenario is manageable, but the second is concerning. If a dispute arises, it's not a big deal. But I worry the other side might secretly gather a group of people to ambush, attack, extort, or even get violent. However, I had medicine with me, so I was confident there wouldn't be any problems. Thus, I arranged to meet old Xiao at Wind and Flowers. Once at Wind and Flowers, I felt fearless. This was my territory, not to mention the owner, but the employees all knew me. I didn't call Brother Long because I trusted my instincts. Old Xiao wasn't here to cause trouble. We agreed to meet in box 207. About 10 minutes later, old Xiao arrived. We exchanged pleasantries, and the waiter brought tea. I picked up my cup and said, "This is high mountain tea from Alishan, Taiwan. Drink up." Old Xiao took a sip, looked back, and walked over to close the door. I watched him, maintaining my signature smile. Old Xiao asked, "Do you drink?" My master taught me that people in our line of work shouldn't drink with strangers, so I shook my head. He pressed a bell, and when the waiter came in, he said to the girl, "I'll pay for this box. Bring me a bottle of Erguo 2 and a plate of peanuts. Oh, and make sure the Erguo 2 is half a gene." I told the waiter, "Charge it to my tab." Old Xiao waved his hand. "No way." Afraid the waiter wouldn't understand who was paying, he stopped the young lady and said, "Don't charge this tab. I'll pay, understand?" The young lady nodded. Old Xiao said, "Sit for a while. I need to drink a bit of alcohol before I can talk." After the waiter brought the alcohol, old Xiao poured a cup, took a couple of sips and said, "Mr. Wan, it's a long story. I don't have anything major, just want to chat with you. A few nights ago, my daughter came for a divination, right?" I intentionally said, "A girl came for a divination of the character 1. I wonder if that's your daughter." He said, "Yes. Yes. It was me and my wife who asked her to come for the divination. I was concerned about her reaction after the divination. So I asked, how did she react when she got home?" Old Xiao took another sip of alcohol, waved his hand, and said, "Take it slow. Let me explain. After she returned from Guangzhou, my wife and I told her we had someone do a divination, and it was very accurate. We told her everything. Her mother said, 'Why not have her do one herself?' My daughter is very stubborn, and she refused to come. Her mother nagged her every day, and out of anger, she finally said, 'Fine, I'll go for a divination.' As for what happened at your place, she didn't say a word when she got home. The next day, she slept all day, only getting up for dinner. On the third day, before leaving, she spoke to me privately, saying she didn't want to be stubborn anymore and would find someone we could be assured of. I let out a long sigh and said, 'Old Xiao, it's not that I'm saying your daughter has a bad personality. She really needs to change. We can hardly reach an agreement, and when she left, she didn't even say thank you. That's fine. A wave of the hand and a smile to indicate she was leaving would have sufficed. But she just stood up and left, leaving me hanging. Old Xiao looked apologetic. Mr. Wan, I will reflect on this. After saying that, he stood up and bowed to me. I said, hey, no need to be so formal. Old Xiao sat down, drank some alcohol, wiped his mouth with his hand, put down the glass, looked at me, and asked, you haven't found a partner yet, have you? I shook my head. He seemed like he had drunk too much, extending his index finger and pointing at me, saying, you must choose one of good quality. It doesn't matter if it's a bit ugly. After hearing this, I felt there was a story behind it and became interested, asking, what is your profound lesson? Old Xiao tilted his head back and took a sip, smacking his lips. Good wine, very enjoyable. This time he didn't wipe his mouth with the back of his hand, but instead took a piece of napkin. After wiping his mouth, he said, Mr. Wan, I misspoke. Please don't take it to heart. We are in the same line of work. I was taken aback and asked, in the same line of work? Chapter 30, the master thief Lao Xiao took a sip of wine and said, well, there are all kinds of people in the world. You eat with your mouth, and I eat with my hands. Aren't we in different lines of work? I smiled slightly and said, I understand. His expression was complex, and after a long pause, he said, I once had glorious days. In the underworld, they called me Xiao the Loach, and I was known as a master thief. I leaned forward. This lean man was a master thief. It was hard to tell at first glance. However, when I saw his slender fingers, I instantly believed it. I clasped my fists and said, I see. I apologize for my ignorance. Lao Xiao drank several sips of wine, getting excited before he began to recount his little-known career as a thief. He said that in the early 1990s, while others earned over 100 yuan a month, he could casually earn hundreds or thousands in just a few days. With money, he was generous in pursuing women. The prettiest girl in the barbershop on Erhua Street. The most beautiful and outstanding girl in those few streets. He won her over. He had no job, and no one knew what he did for a living. He said he took on some small projects outside and helped carry baskets. Everyone on the street believed him because he always helped those in trouble. Why was he able to help? Because he had money. I interjected. Did no one really know your profession? Lao Xiao nodded seriously. I have never failed. So no one knows. I have 3 principles. I don't operate within the city, I don't target the disabled, and I don't target women with children. I raise my teacup. Even thieves have their code, cheers. He took another sip of wine and said, I think I owe it to my wife. She always wore the most fashionable clothes, rode trendy boat-shaped motorcycles, spent money generously, and besides working at the barbershop, she played a bit of mahjong. Isn't it just because she's pretty? She doesn't have any other special talents, and living such a happy life, isn't she grateful enough? I nodded. He spread his hands. 3 years after we got married, there was one time I went out of town to make money. Guess how much I made? I leaned in and asked, how much? A suitcase full. My mouth dropped open. He poured himself some more wine, and it flowed like an old man urinating endlessly. He pressed a button, and a waiter came in. He said, another bottle. I advised, can you handle it? It wouldn't be good to get drunk. He laughed. Not a problem. I'm also known as the god of wine. The waiter brought the wine, and he poured a glass, took a big gulp, and continued. That was on the Beijing-Guangzhou line. The term we used in the underworld for that route was killing the fat man. Yes, back then there were no high-speed trains, and most people took the train. The Beijing-Guangzhou line was the most crowded. Lao Xiao boasted, there were many fat men on this line. Fat men came in 2 types, real businessmen and the mistresses of businessmen. One time, I had my eye on a woman. You know, such women usually sit in soft sleeper compartments. So, I often booked soft sleepers on the Beijing-Guangzhou line. Sometimes I succeeded, but I counted each job separately. After I targeted her, I wore a top hat and color-changing glasses. That was my outfit. Thinking back to those days, I either wore a suit or a long gown. I always dressed like a wealthy person. He immersed himself in memories. That day, I got into the soft sleeper, tidied up, and went out, wandering around outside. I was looking for an opportunity to strike while not leaving a trace on her. When the train passed Changsha, it was already midnight, and everyone was asleep. When we reached Yang Station, I made my move, transferring her suitcase to my accomplice, who picked up the package in Yang. I didn't get off the train until Wuhan. Did you have accomplices? Yes. I was responsible for what happened on the train, and my accomplices were distributed at various stations along the Beijing-Guangzhou line. Wherever we succeeded, we transferred it to the accomplice at that station. I took 40, and the others who guarded the stations shared the remaining 20. You only got off in Wuhan to make it harder for the case to be cracked, right? Because you didn't get off midway? Lao Xiao slapped his thigh. Exactly, because she was getting off in Zhengzhou. By then, it was already bright. I carried a small bag. and as I got off, I intentionally said goodbye to them. After getting off, I threw away my glasses, hat, the fake beard on my chin, and the overcoat I was wearing into the Yangtze River, then met up with my accomplice at the agreed location. We split the money and quickly went our separate ways. He went north, I went south. Then, I waited outside for news, not daring to go home. At that time, I only had the newspaper. I read it every day. There was no news or information at all. Didn't she report it? I don't know. Was that woman's money clean? I heard that some women get their money through theft, living with fat men for a while, then seizing an opportunity to steal a suitcase and leave. You know, how many of these women would tell the other party their real name? Where do they live? ID cards. There are people everywhere who can help you with that. So you mean she might be a thief too? Lao Shao looked at me and said slowly, she must be a thief because the suitcase only had money in it. Nothing else. If it wasn't stolen, normally, wouldn't we at least put some personal items in there, like valuable things with the money? I thought Lao Zhao's analysis made sense. Lao Shao continued, carrying so much money every day was inconvenient. I didn't dare to deposit in the bank. So, after 10 days of being out without any news, I took the bus back home. By the time I got home, it was already 2 in the morning. I'm someone who loves my wife. In the dead of winter, I didn't want to wake her, so I opened the door myself, but the door was locked. You see, for me, any lock is just for show. I opened the living room door in a few moments, but the bedroom door was locked too. At this point, I had a bad feeling. I almost guessed the outcome, but couldn't help but ask, what happened in the end? I looked at Lao Shao. Lao Shao had a look of disgust. My wife was having an affair. That wild man was very alert. When I opened the bedroom door, he got up and slid down the drain pipe from the second floor. My wife knew I was back and was scared to death. I coldly said, don't be afraid. Just put on some clothes. Don't catch a cold. We can settle this later. Huh? You're quite calm. After so many years out there, how could I not be calm? I took someone else's stuff, and even after I got it, I didn't leave. I waited until the bus stopped to get off. My psychological quality was trained. I didn't want to beat her up at that time, then force her to tell me who the man was, and then stab that scoundrel. But later, I thought it through. This woman is not my destined wife. She was bought with money. So, I didn't give any hint and divorced her. I couldn't help but admire Lao Shao. He indeed had a bit of a manly spirit. Is the girl born after that your current wife? Lao Zhao's eyes were a bit moist. Yes. This child was quite lively when she was young. About when she was 12, I had a slip-up and was locked up for 5 years. When I came out, the child had changed, but my wife hadn't. So, I'm still very grateful for my current wife. I see. Indeed, he had encountered setbacks in midlife. You know, I couldn't possibly return to my old profession. I was afraid of ruining my child completely, and my wife had also lost her job. So, I opened a tea house in the Xiqing district, which is too far away from here. It's called the Dahongpo Tea House. I asked, is business good? He helplessly replied, just barely surviving. At that moment, my phone rang, and a cold voice said, Mr. Wan, come out. I'm waiting for you in the lobby. Who are you? The line suddenly went dead. Chapter 31, the mysterious person appears. I guessed that the caller must be someone my master sent to secretly protect me. Who could he be? I quickly stood up and apologized to Lao Shao, saying, a friend is looking for me. Please sit for a moment. I went to the lobby outside and looked around. In the distance, I saw a person sitting at a table, waving at me. As I got closer, I realized it was a man in his 30s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Looking refined, he smiled and said to me, you must be Brother Wan, right? I am Brother Long. I nodded and replied, hello, Brother Long. He continued, Master is worried about your safety, so he specifically asked me to come and check on you. Upon hearing this, I understood that this person was a well-known tough character in the local underworld. I didn't expect him to look so refined. If I didn't know better, I would have thought he was a university professor. Brother Long said, here's my business card. Come visit my place when you have time. I took a look and saw that he was the general manager of Fenya Hotel. I thought to myself, just like in the past, underground workers always have a cover job. I smiled and said, please take care of me. Brother Long asked, is everything okay? I quickly waved my hand and replied, no, everything's fine. He said, if there's anything, just let me know. This is a society that values reason. If you don't know someone, I might know them, and I can talk to them. I knew Brother Long meant that there was no one who didn't know him. After a few more questions, seeing that I was fine, he clasped his fists and said, if anything happens, just mention my name and say I'm your cousin. You can walk around this street with confidence. Every path is a Roman road. He said this lightly and then left with his hands clasped. I returned to the private room, and Lao Shao didn't ask who was looking for me. He just lowered his head and drank alone. I like to inquire about matters in the underground world, so I asked, what are the rules in your line of work? He smiled and said, ordinary pickpockets aren't considered part of the underworld. The real underworld has organized factions. Our faction is called Qixing Tang, which is divided into 4 branches: dragon, tiger, lion, and leopard. I belong to the dragon branch. I asked, is there a secret code for contact? Lao Shao nodded and said, brothers in the faction have ranks, and we usually test each other first. We start with the phrase, a bowl of rice and a bowl of noodles. May I ask what flower you are? Using flowers as a secret code is quite fashionable. I casually remarked. The rank is determined by the size of the city, and it's read backward. For example, in Beijing, you would say Beijing flower, in Shanghai, Shanghai flower, and in Changsha, Changsha flower. Once you say it, your identity in the underworld is revealed. I laughed and said, this life is quite thrilling, just like being a spy. He shook his head and said, if it's like this every day, it wouldn't be thrilling anymore. Moreover, doing this kind of work means you always have to be on edge. If you have a heart condition, you definitely can't do it. I laughed and asked, do you still have your skills? He shook his head vigorously. I stopped long ago. I said, just give it a try. I'd like to see. He shook his head and said, no need to try. There was no way to continue this topic. He took the initiative to change the subject, saying that business at his tea house wasn't very good. There were too many tea houses now, and his tea house lacked any special features. I felt a bit sorry for him. Unexpectedly, he asked, how long is your contract with this Fenghua Shuiyue? I candidly told him, I haven't signed any formal contract with this place. It's a 60-40 split of the income. He looked as if he saw a ray of light in a black hole, waved his hand, and said, come to my tea house. I one tea charge you a penny. I just ask you to help bring in some customers. Is that okay? I hesitated, unsure of how to respond. He took a big gulp of alcohol, his mood somewhat low, and said, I have 3 children. The eldest is the one who came for the fortune-telling. She only cares about herself. The other 2, one boy and one girl, I can't let them down. So I enroll them in piano and dance classes whenever they show interest, even if it means saving money. Life is not easy, Mr. Wan. Lao Zhao's words sounded very sad. I felt even more sympathy for him. However, moving to his place would offend Yu Meirin and was too far, making it inconvenient to travel back and forth. Moreover, could I really bring life to a tea house that had no customers? I was my master. Seeing my indecision, he suggested, why not come take a look first and help me brainstorm? Ever since that fortune-telling, I felt you were a person with ideas. He looked at me with eager eyes. In that moment, to be precise, I was touched, burned, and melted by his eagerly hopeful gaze. Suddenly filled with a sense of heroism, even though I wasn't sure if I could help him. Nevertheless, I was still interested in his skills and joked, if you show me your skills, I'll go take a look. He asked, why do I have to show my skills? Don't you believe what I just said is true? I stared at him blankly and said seriously, if your skills are still intact, yet you can live a life of simplicity and contentment, it shows you're truly a good person. Upon hearing this, he stood up and asked, where do you keep your money? I laughed. Do you need someone to tell you where they keep their money when you're picking pockets? He clarified, no. I just want to estimate how much money you have. I pointed to the bag on my waist. He asked, is it all $100 bills? I said, there are a couple of tens too. He said, between $700 to $800. This surprised me a bit. He said, come on, let us brush past each other. I didn't believe it, covering my pocket as we brushed past each other. He asked, is it still there? I said, come over and see. Then I took out the money, displayed it, put it back, and laughed heartily. He said, touch it again. Strange, the money ended up in his hand. It turned out that at the moment I slipped my hand into my pants pocket and relaxed, he had snatched it away. I was dumbfounded, repeatedly saying, impressive, really impressive. When I have time, I'll help you check out the tea house. Lao Shao said, it's a deal. I saw Lao Shao off at the entrance of the tea house and found he was driving an old, broken-down car. As the sun set, the dying rays resembled blood, shining on the car's body, making it look even more desolate. The worst part was that he tried to start it several times, but the car wouldn't start. He awkwardly poked his head out and said, you go ahead. I drove back home, sitting in my room smoking, thinking, what can I do to help Lao Shao? Give him some money? I'm not rich either. The only thing I can do is go take a look and see if I can come up with a good idea for him. However, that was just my one-sided wishful thinking. Chapter 32. Visiting Mo the blind man 3 days later. I accepted Lao Zhao's invitation to check out the Dahongpo tea house he opened. After driving 20 miles, we arrived in the west of the city. The west side is the old town, a large area filled with old factories that form an industrial zone. Unfortunately, most of these factories have closed down. However, tens of thousands of laid-off workers still live there, growing vegetables, setting up stalls, and running small shops to supplement their income. Some spend their days playing mahjong, as they do receive retirement pensions. Compared to the new district, the cost of living here is low, and it's quite lively, a place full of the flavor of human life. Lao Xiao and his wife showed me around his tea house, which consisted entirely of private rooms. I felt reassured. Lao Xiao found a lavishly decorated big private room for us to have a discussion, while his wife busied herself serving tea. I looked sharply at Lao Xiao and asked, "Who suggested that you open a tea house?" "Master Mo," Lao Xiao replied. His wife interjected angrily, "What Master Mo?" "He.S. just a fortune teller, Mo the blind man." "Oh. Ha. Ha. I see," I said. "Does he live around here?" "Yes. People from the West District all go to him." "How did he suggest you open a tea house?" "He said that 3 water characters combined with the character Xiao would become 11OS, meaning carefree, and that I'd never have to worry again in my later years." Ha ha ha. I laughed even more wildly. Lao Xiao and his wife were puzzled by my bursts of laughter. "Isn't it inappropriate to open a tea house?" Lao Xiao became cautious. I asked, "Did he also consult on the feng shui of the main entrance?" "Lao Xiao note that." His wife added, "Yes. Mo the blind man said to base the size of our tea house's entrance on the century-old pharmacy's door across the street." I said, "Let us go visit Master Mo." Lao Xiao, unaware of the conflict I had with Master Mo, said, "That sounds good. Hearing his opinion might help. If you 2 masters collaborate, it could be called the straw hat on the edge of the roof." Lao Xiao and his wife led me to Mo the blind man's house. What a character Mo the blind man is. "You manage the business in the West District, and I'm in the East District, yet you come to challenge me. Today, I've caught you at a weak point, and I'll challenge you once." In front of a small Western-style building, several luxury cars were parked. Lao Xiao and his wife hurried in to announce our arrival. As I walked into the living room, Mo the blind man stood up, looking at me in surprise. I clasped my hands in a fist. "Mr. Mo, Junior One, Shan Hong has come to pay a visit." He returned the gesture. "I'm sorry for the lack of hospitality. What brings Mr. Wan to my humble abode?" "Ha! I'm here to seek your advice on the dimensions of the tea house entrance, as I heard you determined it. The business is neither thriving nor failing." This statement shocked not only the customers present, but also Lao Xiao and his wife. A century-old establishment that has endured based on its dimensions, how could it be wrong? As for being neither thriving nor failing, that is just the way of business. With thousands of stores, it's impossible for all of them to be profitable. How can you blame it on me? That is just nonsense. Didn't your master teach you to respect the elderly and love the young? Ha 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 ha. I laughed at the sky. Everyone looked at me in confusion. I spoke clearly. A century-old pharmacy must allow those who enter through that door to drink a bowl of its water and never return. That is how it thrives for 100 years. But what about the tea house? If you let people in through that door, drink that bowl of water, and never return, how can it thrive? Where will the profits come from? You're stuck in the past, imitating others. If I were Lao Xiao, I would have smashed your shop long ago. All those years of hard work would have gone to waste because of you. Upon hearing this, everyone felt I made sense. Mo the blind man was so angry he seemed to smoke from his 7 orifices, pointing at me. You. I responded, "If your knowledge is too shallow, don't instruct others." Everyone around thought Mo the blind man would explode with rage, but he struggled to find words. "Lao Xiao, let us go. Don't be fooled by him again." After saying this, I laughed at the sky once more, my laughter shaking Mo the blind man. Lao Xiao and his wife followed me out, discussing how he had harmed them. I said, "It's not that he intended to harm you. He just lacks the ability." Lao Xiao sighed in relief. "I'm glad I asked you to take a look." Back at Lao Xiao's tea house, he slowly analyzed the situation for him. "You are in the old town, with tens of thousands of laid-off workers. After being laid off, some do small businesses, while others do nothing at all and live off their pensions. As for the factory workers' children, the young ones have all gone out to work. So, your tea house can only focus on quantity, not quality." Lao Xiao asked, "How can we focus on quantity?" I replied, "Remove all the private rooms on the 2nd floor and turn it into a game room. Considering others have game rooms too, set up a storytelling hall on the 1st floor. Hire someone who can tell stories and hold a few hours of storytelling sessions every day." Lao Xiao's wife chimed in. "That is a good idea. The former chairman of the Copper Mines Union, Qing Lao Guai, is the best storyteller. If we invite him, many people will come to listen." I said, "The storytelling event I'm talking about, besides having Qing Lao Guai tell stories, will have an innovation." Lao Xiao leaned forward, eagerly asking, "What innovation?" "Every one of those tens of thousands of workers has a story. So, Qing Lao Guai can not only tell stories, but also host. You can let the audience come on stage and tell their own stories, and give 5 yuan as a reward for each person who comes up." Lao Xiao clapped his hands. "Good idea." His wife also clapped her hands. "I can go up and tell stories too." Secondly, immediately change the main entrance. Replace it with an 8-arch door. Lao Xiao was very grateful to me and invited Qing Lao Guai to join us for lunch. Qing Lao Guai was a real delight, making everyone laugh with every sentence he spoke. I said, Lao Xiao, with this, you have the right timing, location, and harmony. You've got all three. With Qing's eloquence, you're sure to have a blast. Everyone kept toasting and enjoyed a hearty meal together. When we parted, Lao Xiao gave me a red envelope, which I declined. He insisted on giving it to me, saying, it's the rules of the world, don't refuse. Only then did I accept it. In the afternoon, when I returned to Ranju, I recounted everything that happened with Lao Xiao, except for the part about visiting Mo, the blind man. Master stroked his white beard thoughtfully and nodded slightly, saying, you did a good thing. I don't know this thief, but he was reported in the newspapers back in the day. My curiosity was piqued by Master's words, and I asked, what was reported back then? Master recalled slowly, there was a neighboring county where many residents' money mysteriously disappeared without a trace, but the locks on their doors were intact. Some people hid their money in unbelievable places, like putting in an old suitcase while the new suitcase remained untouched, yet the money in the old suitcase was gone. Others hid money inside a book, and while everything else was undisturbed, the money in the book disappeared. The media dubbed him the Phantom Thief. I exclaimed, I can't believe it. You would recognize him now. He looks just like an honest old man. Master sighed, some people, once you strip them of their guise, a dog is just a dog. A sheep is just a sheep, regardless of whether they were once a wolf or a tiger. However, now that Lao Xiao has opened a tea house, if he does it right, he could have 5 to 8 years of good business. 5 to 8 years? I wondered how Master calculated that. Master rotated his fingers. Once the batch of workers in state-run factories, who are now in their 50s, grow old, the factory district in the West City will become an empty nest. As the older ones leave, the current batch will slowly become unable to work. The children of the factory workers have all gone out to work. There's a cycle of change in personnel. The world is full of transformations. I said, you have great foresight. As we were talking, someone entered. The newcomer was tall and thin, wearing a tang suit. He greeted Master, and they went directly into the study. I wanted to brew some tea, but Master waved his hand at me, signaling me to leave. This was the first time I encountered such a situation, so I had no choice but to step back and close the door. What confidential matters were Master and the visitor discussing? About 10 minutes later, the Master sent the guest off, accompanying him all the way to the gate. When he returned to the living room, he said nothing, and I felt it was inappropriate to ask. Suddenly, a strong wind blew outside, the sky darkened, and in a moment, heavy rain began to pour. Between heaven and earth, there was only the sound of wind and rain. We could do nothing, and the two of us could only listen to the rain in the living room. He suddenly asked, did you go to Olmo's house to argue? I was taken aback, and after a while, I asked, how did you know? The Master replied leisurely. He called to complain. However, I responded to him with righteous indignation. I was just a bit angry, so the Master interrupted my words and said, let me tell you about my past. Chapter 33. The Master's mysterious past. The sky was dark, and the rain was heavy. With nothing else to do, the Master began to talk to me about his past. He slowly recounted. That year, Taoist Han Yuan took me in. He had no descendants and taught me everything he knew. Then, he asked me to leave the temple. I started to wander, looking for a place to settle down. Finding a place to settle was not easy. The world was full of competition. In this world, one must share the spoils. If you are too weak, you will starve. If you are too strong, you will be attacked by many. At that time, this area was not even suburban. It was a typical rural area. Someone took me in and was willing to rent a room to me, allowing me to read fortunes and predict outcomes. For an outsider to take root in an unfamiliar place, a few skills are essential. Although my master was highly skilled and I consider myself quite capable, it's best to be cautious in everything. When predicting fortunes, even if I was sure, I didn't dare to speak definitively. This approach had its advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was stability. The words I spoke would always find favor and would not fail. The disadvantage was that I would never become famous, and the earnings were merely enough to support a family. At that time, I had my eyes on your master's wife. Your master's wife came from the only teaching family in the village, and she was beautiful as a child. I liked her very much, but I was 10 years older than her. Moreover, my profession was generally looked down upon. It was truly a case of a toad wanting to eat swan meat. So, I wanted to become a god. Once I became a god, my original profession would be overshadowed. I began to show off my skills, speaking with confidence and refusing to admit mistakes. Strangely enough, this led to my reputation rising, and your master's wife's parents changed their attitude towards me remarkably. Power? I pondered for a long time and then slapped my thigh. Master, your language is sometimes extremely elegant and sometimes very modern. It turns out you were referring to the huge gap in their attitude towards you. The master continued. At that time, I was in my 30s, and your master's wife was 20. She even fell in love with such a godlike figure as me. But being young, she was inexperienced and suffered some losses. One time, a woman came to ask about her father's illness by writing the character. Since this character has fewer strokes, I used the method of adding strokes and wrote the traditional character for divination. I asked her if her father was suffering from liver and gallbladder issues. She said yes. It was acute hepatitis. I then said her father's condition was worrying and the family needed to be psychologically prepared. However, if he could survive until the month of Su, then he would recover in winter. The woman asked me to elaborate. I said, the traditional character contains the character. The characteristic of liver and gallbladder disease is a yellow complexion and yellow eyes. Therefore, I judged it to be a liver and gallbladder disease. Furthermore, the liver and gallbladder belong to the wood element, and now was the month of Yu, which is metal. When metal is strong, wood dies. So the family should be prepared. But if her father was a person of great fortune and could survive until the month of Su, entering winter, then winter, which is governed by the water element, would naturally aid the growth of wood, and he would recover. I also asked her how many brothers her husband had. She said 3 brothers. I said that although winter might be survivable, they still needed to rely on the care of their brothers and sisters-in-law. The woman responded, oh. After that woman left, I had an ominous feeling. Her attitude was somewhat cold. Some people come to inquire about their parents' health because they truly cannot bear to lose them. Others, however, look reluctant but secretly wish for them to die quickly. Upon hearing this, I interjected, a long illness breeds unfilial children. After dragging on for so long, some unfilial children are just as you said. The master continued. That woman's father survived until the month of Su but died in winter. It was actually their unfilial behavior for not taking good care of their father. Yet they blamed me for making an inaccurate prediction, misguiding them, and causing them to relax their treatment. So they came to confront me, and I, unable to withstand their numbers, fled out the door, with them chasing after me. At that moment, I ran into Long Mengzi. When the master reached this point, he paused to drink tea. I slapped my forehead. I was so engrossed that I forgot to refill the tea. I hurriedly brewed a new cup for the master and asked, who is Long Mengzi? The master said, Long Mengzi is the father of Long Tongue from Fengye Hotel. At that time, he could take on about 10 people. He was a martial artist from the village. Although I only had a nodding acquaintance with him, that day when he saw the scene, he put down his burden, took up a carrying pole, and said to that group of people, under broad daylight, a group of people beating up a scholar, come at me if you dare. With this unexpected appearance, they no longer pursued me. Relying on their numbers, they surrounded Long Mengzi with sticks, but they were no match for him. He beat them into disarray, and they scattered in all directions. Mengzi caught up with the leader, pinned him to the ground, and asked, do you still dare to bully people? The leader replied. He made an inaccurate prediction. Long Mengzi threw a punch and asked, was it accurate or not? The leader, fearing a second punch, said, maybe. Long Mengzi punched him again and said, stop dragging your feet. I only asked for one word. The leader replied, accurate. After hearing this part of the master's story, I asked, why did Long Mengzi help you? The master said, I didn't understand at first, but later I realized that once someone in the village was bitten by a snake. Everyone thought I had some folk remedy and came to call me. Walking the rivers and lakes, I naturally had to learn some folk remedies, both to help myself and to help others. I rushed over, sucked on the person's calf a few times, then took a mouthful of medicine and sprayed it on the wound. After cleaning it up, I applied the medicine, and after a week, he was fine. That person was Long Mengzi's father. I said, no wonder you and the Long family can be considered family friends, having interacted for 3 generations. The master said, after that incident, I realized that my confidence didn't come from how accurate I was, but rather from how much influence I had behind me. So, I began to make friends widely. I was astonished. I never expected the master would not place extra importance on his superb skills. The master saw my thoughts and said, you're still young. When walking the rivers and lakes, you must always maintain a humble heart. Why does Long Tongue live well? Don't think of him as just a simpleton. His mind is sharper than yours. General Deng is like a ball. Don't think he just has better luck than you. His emotional intelligence is 1,000 times stronger than yours. Therefore, you must have the mindset of learning from others' strengths while compensating for your weaknesses and interact kindly with both the righteous and the wicked, so you can have food to eat. I stood up and bowed to the master, saying, you reason things out, and my mind is opened up. The master said, for example, the person who just left claimed to be the most famous calligrapher in the city. He could be his calligrapher, and I can read my fortunes. There's no interaction needed. But since he came to visit, I still brewed hot tea and prepared cigarettes. I asked, is he called Wang Yiming? The master nodded. I bought several of his calligraphies at the Umarin shop, and last time I asked Umarin to take one down. Umarin looked reluctant and said, but this is the work of the most famous calligrapher in the city. The master smiled. I felt that whenever the master smiled, he basically didn't want to comment. I asked, what does he mean by visiting you? The master looked into the distance, similar to General Deng, borrowing the name of Zhong Kuei to exorcise demons. I understood. He wants you to intentionally or unintentionally mention that any calligraphy by Wang Yiming will lead to smooth business. The master smiled. When encountering such a person, what should you do? The master said, to deliberately make a fuss for him would undermine my dignity. If others ask, I would simply respond with 2 words, not bad. He then cautiously reminded me, when commenting on others, never be excessive. If it's good, then it's incredibly good. If it's bad, it's not worth mentioning. None of this is correct. Saying not bad is best, allowing for flexibility. In short, when reading fortunes, you must be clear-headed while in life. You should be a bit muddled. Confucius understood muddledness, calling it moderation. Laozi pretended to be muddled, calling it non-action. Zhuangzi loved muddledness, calling it freedom. I sighed. I've learned another trick to hide my preferences. Round on the outside, but square on the inside. The master shook his head. Not necessarily. For those you particularly like within a small circle, don't hide your feelings. For example, I greatly admire Brother Shi's cleverness and Yin Feng's chivalry. So I must boldly express it. These people are also heroes in my eyes. The master paused and said, in every generation, there are talented individuals. They're just left in the grass and marshes. Tomorrow I will take you to the countryside to see someone who is truly a remarkable person that has been overlooked. Are there really such people? The master didn't answer me, but instead raised 2 fingers to his lips. I understood that he wanted to smoke. I hurried to the bookshelf, took out a pack of cigarettes, pulled one out, and lit it for him. The master took a deep puff, exhaled a long stream of smoke bubbles, stood up, and recited, in dreams, I vaguely recall old shadows. Upon waking, who remembers your weight? Only 2 or 3 remain in this world, and I too, by fate, occupy a share. I couldn't grasp the meaning of the poem. I only heard the master sigh. It's time to go see him. Who exactly is the person the master is going to visit? Chapter 34, Visiting Su Shipa. It was early winter, and thick snow had fallen last night. The car drove north, and the world was a silvery white. The 2 of us chatted along the way, and I still didn't know who we were going to visit. When I was with my master, there were some unspoken rules. Established customs. For example, if he didn't say anything, it was best not to ask. I thought about this for a long time, and later I finally understood. This was due to my master's professional characteristics. If a master didn't have a bit of mystery, what kind of master would that be? Since my master didn't say anything, I didn't ask. After passing through a market town, although the snow on the ground had not melted, my master asked me to stop the car because he saw several people selling eggs. Go buy some farm eggs. Your mistress only eats farm eggs. After getting out of the car, there was a small street selling various items, and there were 3 or 4 selling eggs. My master and I strolled over, and a woman in her 40s waved at us. As we approached, we saw her sitting on a small stool with a basket of eggs in front of her. These are definitely farm eggs, the woman said. The man selling fish nearby chimed in. You can rest assured about her. Every day, she brings a basket of her own farm eggs, and for 300 days a year, she's here selling them. Everyone was eager to buy. Just as I was about to negotiate the price, my master said, let's go look ahead. I was puzzled. This was a perfect basket and good goods. My master didn't explain and walked about 20 meters to an old woman who had half a basket of eggs. He picked one up, shook it, and said buy it. Once back in the car, I asked, why didn't you buy from that middle-aged woman? The people next to her said she only sells 1 basket every day, so she can't be a dealer. My master sneered, you need to think more when it comes to these matters. Does her family's chickens lay exactly 1 basket every day? And do they lay eggs every day? She could be mixing some farm eggs with feed eggs. Why do people fall for it? It's because she only sells 1 basket every day. I suddenly realized this was a marketing tactic. My master pointed out, jade that is crystal clear and contains no impurities is fake. A perfect character with no flaws is divine. Passing by a house 3 times without entering is for show. Selling farm eggs every day is just a trick. I laughed out loud. My master continued to advise me. Making friends is the same. Don't befriend those without hobbies. What's wrong with drinking a little, smoking a little, and talking some nonsense? If someone has no hobbies and is always high and mighty, they are just living to show off to others. I listened while contemplating. At this moment, my master finally said, "The person we are visiting, you can just call him Mr. Su later. His name is Su Shipa." I chuckled. That's an easy name to remember. My master introduced. Su Shipa's father said their branch is a direct descendant of Su Dongpa. To honor their ancestor, they gave their son this name. The Shipa family has not produced any literary giants, but they have been practicing medicine for 10 generations, a family of famous doctors. They specialize in treating difficult and complicated diseases and also have expertise in snake venom. His father hoped that his son would be talented in many areas, able to write good calligraphy while practicing medicine, and even make a prescription into a piece of art known as Shipa style. So, Shipa is not only a famous doctor, but also an excellent calligrapher, and people collect the prescription papers he writes as calligraphy works. Shipa loves to boast. Those who write prescriptions well can't compare to my writing. Those who write well can't compare to my prescriptions. I laughed. This can be considered a great anecdote in the history of traditional Chinese medicine. Suddenly, I remember my master could treat snake bites, and I hurriedly asked, "Was it Mr. Shipa who taught you how to treat snake bites?" My master nodded. One year, a man came into my shop. From his attire, I could tell he wasn't someone who did physical labor, but he didn't look like a cadre, a worker, or even a teacher. I quickly said, "Master, wait a moment. First teach me how to distinguish between a cadre, a teacher, and a worker." My master said, "It's just the characteristics of their professions. When a cadre enters, they smile. And this smile is a formality. They collect quickly. We live in a bureaucratic society. Among the 72 trades, cadres hold the highest status. A smile and a collection not only show courtesy, but also make you understand they are someone of stature. Workers are different. When they smile, they show their two big front teeth, looking a bit silly, and their smiles are more prolonged and humble because they greatly admire knowledgeable people. Moreover, in their minds, my profession is quite mysterious, so they respect it even more. Teachers smile differently. Their smiles are superficial. They think of themselves as intellectuals, teaching others materialism every day, and see your tricks as mere deception. So their smiles look awkward. I secretly sighed in admiration. This really hit the nail on the head. My master added, when someone enters our fortune-telling shop, that's how I distinguish them. As for elsewhere, that's another matter. I calmly replied, I understand that. My master continued. That day, the person who came was neither a cadre, nor a worker, nor a teacher. So who could he be? Once he sat down, I realized he was a doctor. I asked, what are the characteristics of a doctor? My master smiled. When he placed his hand on the table, he habitually blew on it, afraid there was dust on the table. Oh, paying attention to hygiene, I thought. My master continued. When he sat down, I didn't speak, but just smiled at him. He smiled back and said, I want to measure the character for the word sheet to see if I will pass the exam. I saw he was over 30, so this must not be an academic exam, but a certification exam. I had a good idea in my mind. At that time, I was thinking of being infallible. I wanted to be completely right or completely wrong. So I made a bold move. I said, Sir, you're a doctor, and this time you're going to the city to take the Chinese medicine licensing exam. Congratulations. You will definitely pass. The man was taken aback and asked, How do you know I'm a doctor and that I'm taking the Chinese medicine licensing exam? It's so specific. You must explain it to me. I smiled and said, It's reverse deduction. You are over 30, so you can rule out taking university exams. It must be a certification exam. The word she was used in ancient times to refer to private teachers or assistants. You don't look like a teacher, so you must be an assistant of some sort. And assistants include various professions like medicine, Buddhism, and Confucianism. Therefore, I decided you were a doctor. Since you measured the character for she while sitting, it's certain that you've been hired as an assistant, and you will pass the exam without a doubt. The man said, Your reasoning is impeccable, but you must tell me why you were sure I was a doctor at first glance. I smiled and said, If you teach me a useful prescription, I will teach you how to read people. From then on, we became friends, and he taught me the secret to treating snake bites. After my master finished speaking, I said, You are my role model, always attentive and gathering wisdom from others. My master reminded me, having a skill allows you to stand out in the world, so you need to learn more about medicine in the future. I then understood my master's intention in bringing me to visit Su Shipa. After traveling 5 more miles, I received a phone call from someone named Xiao Liming. I had an impression of this person, and I said, Hello, Mr. Xiao. Xiao Liming said, Director Deng asked me to contact you to order drinks. Besides red wine, do you have any white wine? I replied, Yes. We have everything. Xiao Liming said, I am in charge of public relations and promotion at Director Deng's group company. I will send you a text message with the varieties I need. Suddenly, I had a flash of inspiration and changed my response. Thank you, Minister Xiao. I am currently driving, and I will see you later. My master asked, who called you? I said, Xiao Liming, the one you measured and said he could rise in position. Recently, he has been promoted to sales department head by Director Deng. He is taking care of my sister's business and wants my sister to order a batch of drinks. Oh, my master pointed to a fork in the road, indicating I should turn left. The car left the national road, turned onto the provincial road, traveled 5 or 6 miles, and then entered a rural road. After going a mile down the rural road, we turned left, went uphill, and at the top of the hill, there was a flat area with 7 or 8 households scattered around. Without guessing, the best house among them was certainly Mr. Su's home. Chapter 35. Knowing the illness by the sound of footsteps, Suxipo and Mrs. Sheepa stood in the yard to greet us. When I got out of the car, Mr. Sheepa was quite different from the renowned doctor I had imagined. I thought he would have a thick beard and an ethereal demeanor, but instead, I saw a round-faced man with a flat top and no beard. Mrs. Sheepa, on the other hand, looked like a refined lady, wearing a red sweater with a collar and a gray wool coat, both modest and flattering, appearing very kind. My master introduced the Sheepa couple to me, and I quickly said, hello, Mr. Su. Hello, Mrs. Master. Mr. Sheepa smiled and said, please come inside. We entered the courtyard, went up 3 steps, and on the left were the consultation room and pharmacy, while on the right was their living space. Upon entering the living room and walking further in, I found that Mr. Su was like my master. He had a study reserved for esteemed guests. Mrs. Sheepa brewed tea and served pastries with nimble hands, and also warmed a pot of wine for everyone to share a cup. I waved my hand and said, I don't drink much. So the two of them enjoyed their wine and conversed. After discussing some old matters, they got to the main topic. My master mentioned he had chicken blindness and asked Mr. Su for a prescription. Chicken blindness refers to poor vision in the evening, as chickens often struggle to find their coop at dusk. Suxipo wrote down several herbs quickly, his handwriting fluid and casual, not as my master had described, suitable for preserving as a work of calligraphy. My master kept the prescription and said, your father often told me to move less and cultivate the heart. I never understood whether he meant less physical movement or less mental activity. Mr. Sheepa replied, it means less anger. In medicine, one's appearance reflects one's life. Your forehead is not full, indicating a poor childhood, stemming from lacking clothing and food, leading to a body with yin deficiency and excess yang. When yin is quiet and yang is agitated, it is not suitable to get angry. Take everything slowly. Of course, following Mr. Lu Sun is also fine, but it's a pity that he didn't live to see old age. My master said, I see. In my youth, I loved to argue about everything, but in recent years, I've managed to cultivate myself better. I learned this from you. Mr. Sheepa mentioned a poem by Zheng Guofan. Bow your head and pay respect to the butcher. All matters are but floating clouds beyond the void. He wrote it for his brother, Zheng Guoqiang. Unfortunately, his brother lacked self-cultivation, and after returning to the world, he ended up in a conflict with Governor Wan of Hubei, resulting in mutual destruction. My master remarked, coincidentally, 20 years later, Zheng Guofan's son, Zheng Jiza, truly grasped his father's principles of dealing with the world, and from far away in England, he wrote a similar line. Bow your head and pay respect to Tao Pengza. All matters are to be settled over wine. Goodness! I sat beside them, feeling my face flush. I was not unfamiliar with Zheng Guofan and Zheng Jiza, but I had no idea what the butcher in the poem meant. I pretended to go to the restroom, stepped outside, and looked it up on Baidu, only to find out that butcher referred to a surname, not the act of slaughtering sheep. Ancient people had a great sense of humor and enjoyed making jokes about themselves. However, it seemed I was right not to drink, for they were true companions who could handle 1,000 cups and engage in deep conversation. After leaving Mr. Su's study, I went to the living room and noticed a phrase hanging on the wall. Excellence comes from thought. Interesting, the idiom is usually excellence comes from diligence. But Suxipo wrote it as thought. Upon reflection, it made sense. Without thought and contemplation, what use is diligence? Looking at the calligraphy, it had a unique character, conveying an indescribable feeling. It appeared to have structure, yet was free-spirited. It seemed spontaneous, yet every stroke had a form. This realm, described in calligraphic terms, would seem too dry. My feeling was akin to an 18 or 19-year-old girl, leaning against the door, smelling the purity of green plums. But if she were too pure, after a while, it could become tiresome, adding a hint of sensuality, a touch of allure, igniting a man's affection and desire to take a bite. That would be something extraordinary. Too elegant and too bland. 5 words would describe it best, flirtatious yet pure. Goodness, Suxapo's calligraphy could evoke such indescribable sensations, striking at the heart. If I compared Wang Yiming's calligraphy to that of Shipa, it would indeed be a world apart, a difference of tens of thousands of miles. It was clear that this was a person who was merely seeking fame. After leaving the living room, I walked towards the pharmacy. I saw a row of people waiting to see the doctor in the hall, and some were busy preparing medicine. Just as I was about to leave, I suddenly heard someone calling from the second floor of the duplex, number 8. A woman stood up and walked upstairs. If it weren't for the sound of the woman going upstairs, I would have gone back to listen to their conversation in the study. That sound was particularly loud. I glanced up and saw it was a wooden staircase. How could a modern building have a wooden staircase? Unable to resist, I followed the woman up the wooden stairs. A man who was preparing medicine for a patient called out to me. "Hey, don't you know the rules?" "One at a time," I replied. "I'm not here for treatment. I'm a disciple of Master Hongi." The man waved me over. I stepped back down the stairs. The man waved again, and I walked over. He smiled and said, "You are a guest. Wait a minute, and I'll take you upstairs." He quickly came out from behind the counter, glanced upstairs, and then led me up. Upon reaching the second floor, there was a small hall. A middle-aged man who looked very much like Suxapo was writing a prescription for the woman. There was another man sitting beside him, seemingly his assistant. After the woman left with her prescription, the man who brought me upstairs said to the middle-aged man, "Big brother, this is Master Hongi's disciple." The middle-aged man extended his hand. "Welcome, welcome. My father said you would be coming yesterday." "I'm Wan Shan Hong," he said. The middle-aged man replied, "I'm Su Xing." Then he told the assistant, "Call number 9. "Did I interrupt you?" "Not at all." I asked, "Why do you see patients upstairs?" He didn't answer me, seemingly lost in thought. I felt a bit awkward. The assistant also remained silent. After a while, a man came upstairs. Su Xing said to him, "Tinnitus, forgetfulness, dizziness, unexplained irritability, easily angered, weak waist and knees. Is that right?" The man replied, "Exactly. I've seen several major hospitals, but they never cured me." I was puzzled. How could a doctor not observe, inquire, listen, or examine? The patient just sat down and directly stated his symptoms. How was this illness diagnosed? As I was pondering this, Su Xing drew out a long tone. Goji berries 25 grams, yam 50 grams, japonica rice 100 grams. The assistant wrote the prescription and handed it to the patient. Su Xing cautioned, "Boil vigorously, then simmer on low heat. Take twice a day for 7 days." The assistant said, "There are no more patients downstairs." Su Xing apologized, "I'm sorry. Many patients travel tens or hundreds of miles to see a doctor, and I want them to return home early. I neglected you." The assistant brewed tea and brought it to me, then went downstairs. I said, "It's fine. I shouldn't have disturbed you. I was just curious about the wooden stairs." Su Xing chuckled. "This is a family heirloom. When I was an apprentice, I saw patients downstairs for 10 years before moving upstairs. If I can't diagnose from upstairs, I'll change to preparing medicine. Among my 3 brothers, I'm the only one who sees patients upstairs." I still didn't understand and asked, "Why do you see patients upstairs?" Su Xing laughed heartily, making me feel quite embarrassed. He said, "You're visiting my home for the first time. It's only natural that you don't know. Our family rule is to sit upstairs and listen to the footsteps of patients coming up to judge what illness they have." I lost my composure a bit and nearly slid off my chair. Su Xing said, "It's time to eat. Let us go downstairs together." The meal didn't have any lavish dishes. Besides stewed chicken, scrambled eggs, and fried tofu, there were only some mountain goods like fresh mushrooms, wild vegetables, seaweed, and hanging melons. I thought, these dishes shouldn't be available in winter. It seemed Suxapo could see through my thoughts, as he said, "We don't buy from supermarkets. We've set up a greenhouse. Don't worry, Xiaowan." During the meal, Suxapo said to my master, "As for the medicine, you can prepare at home. I'm short of one ingredient. In the city, only Jiangxi National Medicine Store has the purest goods. Also, the ginseng must be white ginseng. Red ginseng enters the blood, while white ginseng enters the lungs. I've made it clear, but some stores are irresponsible and just sell any kind of ginseng." That's when I realized that the master is here to prescribe. On the way back, I asked with concern, "Master, do you have chicken blindness?" The master did not respond. Once the master doesn't reply, it proves that I am a pig, even with an IQ lower than that of a pig. There was no conversation all the way. So why did the master come to visit the Suxapo? Chapter 36. Unfamiliar business, perils abound in the blink of an eye. New Year's Day is approaching. Time flies. Lao Xiao has called me several times, saying that after changing to storytelling sessions, business has been booming and he wants me to come by. I said I'd wait to visit after the new year, as I was busy. It's almost the new year, and my master has many activities, frequently attending opening ceremonies and topping out events. I can only stay at the leisure residence and go to Fenghua Shuyue in the evenings. Although my master is not home, there are still plenty of visitors. At this time, fewer people come for divination, but there are many who want to choose auspicious dates. With New Year's Day and the Spring Festival coming up, those who are opening businesses, getting married, or moving homes all crowd into this time period. My paper-throwing method hasn't gained a following yet, so I dare not use it. Instead, I stick to the old methods my master taught me. For openings, I calculate based on the person's birth date and time. For weddings, I match the couple's birth dates. Choosing a date is relatively quick. I calculate the date and tell the client, collect the fee, and they leave. If someone mentions getting married on New Year's Day, I simply say, it's a national holiday. You could decide for yourself, and everything will go smoothly. The visitors seem to understand. They often insist on giving me a little extra money. Some people ask if it's auspicious for a funeral to happen on a rainy day. I say, it's best if it rains after the burial. They then ask why. I feel like they're being foolish. Rain during a funeral makes the roads muddy and slippery, which can lead to accidents with the coffin. So, of course, I don't want it to rain. This is common sense that anyone with a normal IQ would understand, yet they insist on me giving them a standard answer before they feel assured. After counting out a few bills, they finally leave. I realize that in front of the master, the intelligence of the clients equals 0. Therefore, during the time my master is away, I increasingly resemble a master myself. I usually don't say much. When I do, I speak decisively. A few days later, my master has to attend a 3-day conference. On the first and second days, I manage just fine. On the third day, a couple comes to ask me to choose a date for their divorce. Goodness, I thought I must have misheard. After asking 3 times, they confirm they want to choose a date for their divorce. It's like a new barber encountering a troublesome customer. The woman says, we hope to remain good friends after the breakup. The man says, we once loved each other, but our fate has ended, and we wish to part amicably. Choose a good date to conclude this chapter of our lives. How do I choose a date for this? I can't appear flustered in front of this couple. I smile and say, please wait a moment. Let me just take care of something. After closing the bathroom door, I call my master and relay this unusual request. My master says, tell them December 20th. I wanted to ask why it's December 20th, but my master hung up, likely because the conference was important and he couldn't elaborate. I took a moment to calm myself. I still felt uncertain. If they asked why I chose December 20th, what would I say? I told myself, what is there to be afraid of? Just make something up. When I came out of the bathroom, I put on a calm demeanor and said, please provide your birth dates. After they provided them, I calculated briefly and said, today is December 16th in 4 days. December 20th is the best date for your divorce. The man asked, why is this date better? I rambled about yin, yang, and the 5 elements, managing to justify my choice. Once they left, I was sweating profusely. Just as this unusual couple left, an even more unusual one arrived. This woman looked dejected and emotionally unstable. After sitting for a while, she finally expressed her request. Her beloved son had died, and she wanted to bury him on a hillside outside of town. I said, your son has died. Doesn't anyone in the family take care of this? Why do you have to come and ask? She looked heartbroken. My husband says forget about it. Just throw him in the trash. I encountered a neurotic. I slammed the table. What kind of son is that? She became even sadder. My own son, my puppy, the sweet little baby. Goodness. Her pet has died, and she wants to choose a good day for burial. This is even more ridiculous than choosing a date for a divorce. I thought to just pick a random date, but if she asks for a reason, I need to have something to say. A divorce involves 2 people, which can be explained with yin and yang, but this is an animal. How do I explain that? I said, wait a moment, I'll go to the bathroom. In the bathroom, I call my master again. He said, ask her what day her birthday is and choose that day. He hung up after saying that. I came out and asked, when is your birthday? She said, the 2nd day of the lunar month. I said, bury your baby on the 2nd day of next month. That will be the best day for your little one. She asked, is that so? I said, you can leave now. I need to go out soon. The woman wanted to count the money, but I said, no need. Hurry back to take care of your son. I felt anxious without giving a reason. I accepted her money and felt guilty. Fortunately, those were the only 2 difficult cases during this time. When my master returned from the conference, I nearly cried. He chuckled. You lack ambition. After sitting for a while, he sighed. Times have changed. We need to study the diversification of the market in this new era. I asked, yes, how do you choose dates for these matters? He said, for divorces, choose the 10th, 20th, or 30th. I didn't quite understand at first. He explained, all these dates have zeros, allowing them to clear away past grievances, wave goodbye to yesterday, and embrace tomorrow. I thought about it. My master is truly insightful. After a 0 comes a 1, indeed embracing a new day. I felt a bit of resentment. If you had told me this earlier, I would have been able to speak with conviction. My master smiled. The conference required the phones to be off. If the leadership saw me answering calls, they would have criticized me. I asked, then for pets like dogs, cats, and mice that die, why do we choose the same day as the owner's birthday? My master smiled gently. Since the owner loves their pets so much, if they cannot be born on the same day in this life, let them be father and son, mother and daughter, or siblings in the next life. It's not about dying on the same day, but about being born on the same day. I truly admire my master and bowed down in thanks, saying, "Thank you for your careful teachings. These things are not found in books, and no other masters would teach me this." My master remained silent for a while before saying, "Currently, we indeed need to study various types of date selection. For example, in the past, an important ceremony was to determine the exact time for the newlywed couple to consummate their marriage. In order to give birth to a healthy and intelligent next generation, this can be determined by combining the 8 characters of both parties. However, now some people also come to me asking for auspicious times for cohabitation, and I resolutely refuse to provide that. I asked why not. The master shook his head and sighed, saying, "Nowadays, who thinks about the past? It's just like yesterday's meeting when a cadre handed me a business card. Zhang so-and-so, deputy director, enjoying the benefits of a director. Nowadays, men and women are also unmarried, enjoying the benefits of being married. How can you ask me to determine this? Is the time I determine still accurate?" I laughed and covered my stomach, saying, "Master, you are like Ho Baolin who was delayed by fortune-telling." The master sighed. Regarding fortune-telling, we need to develop while also discarding some old practices. Times have changed, and sticking to old traditions can lead to losses. What he said is true. In the afternoon, another person came, presenting me with a difficult problem. Chapter 37. Can you really tell what line of work she is in? In the afternoon, my master was still napping, and I sat alone in the living room. A man came in, wearing a black wool coat, brown trousers, and wide leather shoes, looking like a wealthy person. He asked in a condescending tone, "Is your master home?" "Not yet," I replied. "Oh," he said, glancing at me with a look of disdain. I didn't want to engage with someone like him. It was clear he was the type who didn't have much education, but made a lot of money. He probably thought I should serve him tea or hurry to wake my master. I refused to do so, sitting there reading, keeping my gaze steady. "How long will he sleep?" he asked. "I don't know," I replied. The man paced back and forth in the living room, hesitating to leave, feeling he couldn't just come for nothing. Just then, my master finally appeared. The man chuckled awkwardly and asked, "What time does the master start working?" My master smiled and said, "No fixed time." "Oh, so you don't worry about money. There is plenty to earn, just enough to support a family," the man replied. He pulled out a cigarette and offered it to my master. My master shook his head, indicating he didn't smoke. The man put the cigarette in his mouth, took out a silver lighter, and clicked it open, the flame shooting up high. A movie must have learned from a Hong Kong film. My master sat down and looked at the man. The man said, "Master, I want to build a grave for my parents while they are still alive. Could you pick a good date for me?" My master scoffed and retorted, "Pick a good date?" The man, unfazed, replied, "Yeah, to start the work." My master coldly laughed again and said, "You're unfilial. Wanting your parents to die sooner?" The man was stunned and asked, "Should I pick a bad date then?" My master slowly explained, "It's not about picking a good date or a bad date, but about picking an empty date." Empty date? Even I was hearing this new term for the first time. My master stared at the man and admonished him word by word. Empty, as in vacant. The longer that grave remains empty, the longer your parents will live. After receiving a few lessons from my master, the man became more honest. "Master, you teach well. I only know how to make money and haven't read much. Please forgive me." My master half closed his eyes, twirled his fingers, and murmured, "Metal and wood conflict. One empty day, the 25th of this month." The man pulled out a stack of bills and said, "This is for your guidance. Master, please accept it." My master gestured to me, and I took it. The man left. I counted 2,000. My master commented nonchalantly, "Such people, if they want to count 1,000, take 1,000. If they want to count 10,000, take 10,000. The master and I were in high spirits when a woman came in, with long hair cascading down, dressed fashionably, tall and good-looking. It was clear she was an unmarried girl. I said, "Please sit. What do you want?" The woman smiled at my master and me. "Master, I want to open a shop, but I haven't decided what kind of business to do. Could you measure a character for me to see which line of work will be profitable?" After finishing, she patted her chest, as if tired from walking, and smiled at me. "Little master, may I have a drink of water?" For someone coming to have their character measured, I generally wouldn't serve tea. Even if I did, it would be in disposable cups. I quickly poured a cup of tea and placed it on the table. She smiled at me, thank you, then turned to my master. My master maintained his signature smile, an expression that never changed, and said, write a character. I pushed the paper and pen towards her. Write on this. The woman earnestly wrote the character, Jing. My master took the paper, chuckled, and said, let's not talk about which business you will do, but rather that whatever business you do will be successful. The woman smiled and asked, really? My master replied, what do you see in your hand? She looked down and said, a teacup. My master reminded her, look again. Even I found it strange. Wasn't tea just a cup of tea? The woman looked again, gazing at my master with a puzzled expression. My master laughed lightly. You are holding 2 cups in your hand. This is called dual success. The woman patted her chest again. Am I that lucky? My master glanced at the paper. Back to the point. Is this, Jing, character one of your name's characters? The woman nodded. Yes, my name is Jing. My online name is Guoweishu. My master said, Guoweishu matches the business you want to do. Jing replied, really? My master analyzed. The character contains a Qing character with 2 characters stacked on top, indicating plants breaking through layers of soil, much like bamboo shoots emerging from the ground. Furthermore, this Zheng character represents a vigorous upward motion, a sign of vitality and progress. Thus, the business you should engage in is not the fruits that grow above ground, but the underground tubers. Jing focused intently on my master, afraid to miss a word. My master continued analyzing. Your online name also aligns with what I just mentioned. Before the fruit ripens, there are flowers, and before the flowers, there are roots. For the fruit to ripen, it must rely on the roots. Jing nodded, waiting for my master to continue. My master said, one is to engage in roasted goods like peanuts, and the other is to deal in medicinal herbs like ginseng. Jing squealed and patted her chest. Master, I admire you so much. Please accept my kneeling. It turned out that Jing had opened a ginseng specialty store on this street, but the shop had already been established. Hearing that there was a character measurement master on this street, she came to try her luck. She patted her chest. What you said is spot on. I mainly sell northeast ginseng, just a few hundred meters from your place. You truly are a master at divination. Master, when I make money, I will give you half. My master chuckled. I have enough for my needs and don't need money, but since we are neighbors now, I wouldn't mind if you send me a few pounds of peaches. Jing asked, do you like peaches? My master replied with a laugh. Going down the mountain to pick peaches is just sharing the victory, but they must be ripe. If they aren't tea ripe, I want tea, take them. Jing laughed so hard she held her stomach and said, you are too funny. I held back my laughter, thinking that my master was indeed a skilled person in his younger days. Otherwise, how could my fairy-like master, who was 10 years younger than him, have married him? Jing was about to count her money when my master waved his hand. Since we are neighbors, there is no need for money. Just send me a few top-grade ginseng to brew tea. Oh, and send a few to Xiao Wan as well. He is your benefactor and has given you a double success. Jing said, I'm so happy. I will send it over shortly. She stood up, walked a few steps, then turned back to my master and said, I will send ginseng with Nex. It takes 10 years to grow, contains ginsenicides, and boosts immunity. My master clasped his hands together. Ginseng without Nex isn't necessarily bad. It sings well. Jing patted her chest again. I'll need to borrow a pair of knees to kneel before you. She even included that singer in her praise. After Jing left, I asked my master, why does that girl keep patting her chest? My master patiently taught me. A girl who occasionally pats her chest is innocent and lovely, a sincere person to befriend. A man who does this often loves to boast and is untrustworthy. There are some men who only pat once, but they do it heavily and loudly. They are chivalrous types like Shi Yanfeng. Just as we were talking, Jing sent over 2 boxes of ginseng. I was about to say something polite to Jing when my phone rang, so I stepped aside to answer. Oh, it's President Yu. Yes, I'm with my master. You're coming over? Good. Will you arrive? In 3 days? Okay, I'll definitely let him know. I relayed the message to my master. He said he knew. A few days ago, President Yu had called him. It had been a long time since we had contacted President Yu. What could she want now? Chapter 38. Someone specifically came to find me 3 days later. Drizzle. Mr. Yu indeed arrived on time. Whenever important guests came, Brother Sure became the family chef. But this day, Master didn't let me call Brother Sure. Aunt Shun was in the kitchen. I stood with Master at the entrance to welcome guests. She still brought along the same secretary as last time, leading the guests into the study, and even Master S' wife came to receive them. The 2 women exchanged intimate words, quite warmly. I felt a bit out of place sitting there, so I stepped outside. Just as I was thinking of putting up a sign saying not open for reception, a woman walked in. The woman was stylishly dressed with big wavy hair. And as soon as she entered, she smiled and said, "Mr. Wan, I want to have a character analyzed." I was very pleased to hear this. Everyone who came to Yuranju was specifically asking for Master to analyze characters. Yet this woman came directly to me. "You know me? I saw you in Fenghua, Shuyue, and they all said you analyze accurately." I pointed to the paper and pen, and she wrote the character, "Morning," and then said, "I want to open a larger hair salon. What do you think?" I glanced at it and replied, "Sure, your business will get better and better." She acted coyly. "Can you analyze it in detail for me?" I said, "Okay, any character containing the radical, chun, is good for opening a hair salon. For example, morning, lips, matte, palace." She asked, "Why is that?" I wrote on the paper while explaining, "Originally indicates two meanings. One is abundant hair, and the other is softness. For example, means the time when light emits soft, fluffy rays. Refers to lips, which are soft and have hair. Means bedding, which is soft. Refers to ancient rooftops, which were covered with grass. All these characters related to are connected to hair and softness. So this character is particularly good, closely tied to the hairdressing industry. I wish you prosperous business." The woman left satisfied, having given me 200 yuan. Just as I was about to get up, a man entered, shaking the rain off his umbrella. He said it was hard to find. Hearing this, I could tell the guest had come from afar. I pointed to his umbrella and said, "Leave it on the steps, don't bring it inside." The man stepped back outside, hung the umbrella on the stand, and came in saying, "Master, you're so young. Master has matters to attend to. I am his disciple. Are you Mr. Wan?" I nodded. He said, "You're the right person." "Huh. People come to Yuranju for Master-S reputation. But there are actually people coming for me?" This was the second case today, and I felt a surge of happiness and pride. So I said, "What character do you want to analyze? Don't say it, and don't write it in front of me. Write it on the opposite table and fold it." He looked puzzled, but did as I instructed. When he handed it to me, I casually placed a prepared paper slipped to my left ear while saying, "Let me see what character it is." Meanwhile, I had already unfolded the paper with the character. "Can you hear it?" He stared at me intently, afraid to miss any detail. Before he could react, I said, "It is, Sue." The man opened his mouth, speechless for a while, then nodded. "What are you measuring?" "I'm preparing to sue someone, but I don't know if I can win." Master told me that it's best not to measure such matters. But not measuring isn't good either. When it comes to lawsuits, it's about understanding the situation, comforting the person, and minimizing the issue. This is Master's basic principle he taught me. Since he specifically came to find me, I couldn't show any hesitation, so I asked, "There must be a reason for the lawsuit. You need to tell me what it is." The man explained. He lived in the suburbs of the West City and had contracted a pond with at least 20,000 gene of fish. Last time, heavy rain washed away the dam, and all the fish were swept into another pond across the dam. His surname was Lin, and the other party's surname was Liu. He asked Old Liu for the fish, and Old Liu said, "Old Lin, we're from the same village. It's easy to talk. I have 30,000 gene in my pond, and now we're drying the pond. You can take all that exceeds 30,000 gene." Isn't that just being unreasonable? How could there be 30,000 gene in his pond? Not even 10,000. But he was being so rude. They sought mediation from the village head, which didn't work, then from the local judicial officer, which also failed. The judicial officer said, "If you both don't agree to mediation, then go to court." Someone told me that this lawsuit would be difficult to win. If I sued him, I would need evidence. How could I know such a thing would happen? If I had known, I could have recorded it each time he released fish, which would have been evidence. But now I have no evidence at all. After listening, I felt troubled. Yes, evidence is hard to find. Seeing my troubled expression, Old Lin said, "I'm the cousin of Boss Xiao from the Dahompo Tea House. He asked me to come find you." "Oh, I see. It seems I gave Old Xiao an idea. His business improved, and he treats me as a wise sage. Of course, having the title of a wise sage is something I have longed for. It signifies an endless stream of customers. Among these customers, there will surely be big clients like Mr. Deng, Mr. Lon, Mr. Yu, and Mr. He in the future. It also signifies that I will have endless money in the future. I absolutely cannot let Old Lin down." While analyzing the character for Old Lin, I was also thinking about how to solve this difficult problem for him. I remembered that in my hometown, there had been a similar situation. The village head used the method of drawing lots. This is considered one of the oldest wisdoms of the Chinese people. What if they don't agree to drawing lots? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck me. I remembered an example from a book called Introduction to Gambling about a method called risk drawing lots. What Master said is the truth. One must read more books to become an encyclopedia. I had an idea, but kept my expression neutral and first analyzed the character for him. "This matter is quite difficult for you. but you wrote, which ultimately leads to the character. It still requires mediation. When old Lin heard this, he became anxious. He looked at me with some disappointment. Who will mediate? The village and the town have already tried mediating. Old Lu insisted he originally had 30,000 gene of fish. I firmly stated 4 words. I will mediate. Old Lin stared at me, looking foolish. I smiled calmly. You go back and tell Boss Xiao. Tomorrow drive here to pick me up. And you bring the village secretary and old Lu, okay? Old Lin was trembling in his voice. Can you mediate? Mediate well? I slapped the table. Why are you so indecisive? Suddenly, he stood up and knelt before me. Thank you for your great kindness. I will leave first and come back to trouble you once I have arranged them. Then he left. At this moment, Aunt Shin came over and said, dinner is ready. Chapter 39. Using strength to counter strength. After entering the restaurant, the host and guest had already taken their seats. I bowed to Mr. Yu and said, I'm sorry. A divination practitioner came from afar, so he couldn't accompany you. Mr. Yu looked at me and smiled generously. I understand. Looking at the table, I realized there was not a single meat dish. Has Mr. Yu been eating vegetarian lately? Without meat and wine, the atmosphere at the table was considerably subdued. The teacher's wife introduced how each dish was made, and Mr. Yu kept saying, delicious, delicious, really good, I'll do it myself. Only in front of the master was there a plate of spicy sauce, as I knew the master didn't like vegetarian food. It would be impolite to keep taking his spicy sauce. I felt like 1,000 bugs were gnawing at me, yet I had to pretend that the vegetarian food was delicious. I stole a few glances at the secretary, who was enjoying his meal. I knew he was definitely pretending. However, he managed to do it without any flaws. I thought to myself, working as a secretary is quite tough. Often, one has to suppress oneself. The master's rule is that I can't get up until the guest has stood up. But faced with Mr. Yu, who chewed slowly, time seemed to stand still. Between each bite, he had to talk, and my goodness, I'd already finished a bowl. The master usually eats quickly, but now he seemed leisurely, chatting with Mr. Yu, chewing on that little bit of spicy sauce made from wheat, probably extracting every bit of flavor from it. Finally, Mr. Yu finished eating. I quickly went to the study to change the teacup, refill the water, clear the fruit plate, and bring out new fruits. I replaced the incense and changed to a new one. At this point, the master accompanied Mr. Yu in, but the secretary did not follow. I was about to go out when the master signaled for me to sit. Mr. Yu ate a slice of watermelon, and I hurriedly handed her a tissue. She wiped her mouth and spoke with a hint of melancholy. I don't know what's going on. I don't blame old Lon. He has done well enough. But I have a bad temper and often throw things in anger. Master, how can I improve my self-cultivation? What books should I read? What mantras should I chant? The master slowly comforted her. You don't need to worry too much. This is quite normal. Because a person is primarily made of matter, not spirit. Your symptoms are a material reflex that cannot be avoided. For example, when you are in pain, you'll cry out. When you are hungry, you need to eat. You are inherently fiery, easily irritable, and have a bad temper. This has nothing to do with self-cultivation. No matter how good your self-cultivation is, when the reflex kicks in, it's like sneezing, you can't help it. Mr. Yu's brow relaxed. Hearing you say that, I feel much more at ease. Secondly, the situation I mentioned during our last phone call has become more serious. Every evening, my vision blurs, and I always mistake one thing for another. The master, with confidence, replied, You don't need to worry about this. My prescription will cure you within a week. But this medicine is very particular about its composition, and there are 1 or 2 ingredients I found myself on the mountain. So, giving you the prescription is useless. The medicine is already prepared for you. Boil it with high heat, twice a day. After saying this, he asked me to fetch the medicine from the box under the bookshelf. Isn't this the prescription for my last visit to Suxipo? I had brought the medicine back myself. I felt a surge of joy. It seemed the master was not hiding anything from me. He was teaching me to leverage my strengths. I admired his reasoning, which was indeed logical. I thought he certainly wouldn't dare to add any other medicine. The so-called collecting herbs on the mountain was merely to elicit gratitude. Mister, you looked grateful and said emotionally, with the master around, I feel more confident in life, whether it's a physical ailment or mental discomfort. Just hearing your voice makes me feel much better. The master asked Mr. Yu to extend her hand and took her pulse, smiling gently. As for your insomnia, that's called empty worry. I have a prescription for that too. After saying this, he took out a pen and wrote down 2 ingredients, 10 grams of stir-fried gardenia flowers and 5 grams of fermented soybeans. Then he instructed, use this to brew tea every day. I guarantee you won't suffer from insomnia. Just make sure to use pure fermented soybeans without added salt. Mister, you clasped her hands in gratitude, her face beaming. You truly are responsive to every request. Whatever matter comes to you is no longer a matter at all. Knowing you is a great fortune for me. The master stroked his beard and raised an eyebrow. To meet and know each other among millions is called fate. We are fated to know each other, so there's no need to be polite. Mr. Yu glanced at her phone, and the secretary came in. She softly said, "Put the medicine in the car. Move the things down," and then smiled at me. "Xiao Wan, help me out." The secretary led me to the rear of the car, opened the trunk, and the items inside were packed tightly. Fruits, cigarettes, cured meats, fresh fish, Thai rice. After moving everything, the secretary pressed the trunk closed, then picked up a paper bag from the back seat and brought it to the study to hand over to Mr. Yu. Mr. Yu casually placed it on the table. Mr. Yu cheerfully said, "Master, the new year is coming soon, so I wanted to wish you an early new year." Saying this, she pushed the paper bag on the table towards the master. The master's expression darkened slightly. "You are always so polite. Can you come empty-handed just once? If you come empty-handed, I will feel more at ease." Mr. Yu raised an eyebrow and replied, "To be honest with the master, can I spend all the money the company makes in my lifetime? My parents gave me life, and my teachers have taught me. I have to repay them. Not to mention the master is the teacher of all my teachers." This sounded neither stiff nor forced, but rather touching. The master then turned and smiled. "You truly are a remarkable woman. Your business will only grow bigger." Mr. Yu stood up, hands together. "What others say, I am half believing. What you say, I believe, even the punctuation." She then stepped back to bid farewell. After seeing off Mr. Yu, I returned to the study, and the master looked at me with furrowed brows. What else did she bring? I counted on my fingers. The master whispered, "You take some cured meats back, and take half of the fruits back." He then gestured, and I closed the study door. He pulled out a stack of bills from the paper bag. "The new year is coming soon. Take this to use." I waved my hands repeatedly. "Master, I can't accept this. I'll take some things back." The master's face darkened. "My money is not too hot to handle. Take it. If it fell from the sky, don't bend down to pick it up." After thanking the master, I accepted the money and shared my thoughts about doing divination for others and preparing to help old Zhao's relatives mediate conflicts in the future. The master looked at me, a smile spreading across his face. "You are becoming more and more like my disciple." Chapter 40. Summoning the Great Snake to dominate the scene 4 days later. Lao Xiao drove a new car to Yuranju to pick me up and help him mediate a fish pond dispute for his younger brother. I happily asked, "You get a new car?" He smiled shyly and replied, "The car is just a facade, putting on a brave front." Once in the car, Lao Xiao chattered on about how well his shop was doing, all thanks to my brilliant ideas. My name, Wan Shanhong, has become legendary among the tens of thousands of laid-off workers in the Xiqing district, especially those from the state-owned old factory. Many people want to invite me, Wan Shanhong, to provide them with ideas. I felt ecstatic. This was the effect I wanted. In terms of making money, I couldn't earn much from the tens of thousands of laid-off workers in Xiqing district, so it would be better for General Yu to give me a red envelope. But a great man once said, "The masses, only the masses, are the driving force behind historical development." If I, Wan Shanhong, want to establish myself here, I must have a mass base. The good reputation among the masses is the prerequisite for me to receive big red envelopes from General Yu, General An, and General He. I blushed slightly and said, "Thank you, Lao Xiao, for telling everyone about me, Wan Shanhong." Lao Xiao's eyes lit up with joy. "Oh, you're mistaken. I should thank you. The family's financial situation has improved, and my sister has become more obedient. As a father with a past stain, my words carry more weight now. Recently, she found someone who works at the customs, and my wife and I are very happy. So you're a great benefactor to our family." I was extremely pleased. "I'm glad to hear your sister is being obedient." After chatting about some trivial matters, Lao Xiao cautiously asked, "So, what brilliant idea do you have today?" I replied seriously, "How many pounds of fish does your cousin Lao Lin actually have? Be honest." Lao Xiao's face turned pale and then flushed. He told Lao Lu that he has 20,000 pounds, but in reality, it's around 12,000 pounds. I laughed heartily. Lao Lin is not being honest. Lao Xiao looked embarrassed. He's afraid of losing, so he reported a higher number. I continued to ask, "And what about Lao Lu? How many pounds does he have in his pond? Does Lao Lin know?" Lao Xiao gritted his teeth. Of course he knows. They both contracted their ponds in the same year, each stocking fish, and not only do they know, but even the neighbors are aware. Lao Lu should have less than 20,000 pounds. So, that means the combined total of Lao Lin's and Lao Lu's ponds is just a little over 30,000 pounds? Lao Xiao nodded. "Yes, that's the number. My relative is afraid of losing, so he reported a bit more. Lao Lu is also afraid of losing and reported more. We continued, chatting casually as we drove out of the city. After traveling 7 or 8 miles, we turned onto a country road. After passing over a hill, as the car descended, we suddenly spotted a village ahead, with houses scattered haphazardly. Gradually, we saw a large courtyard, where about 20 to 30 households were gathered together. Lao Shao explained, this large courtyard used to belong to a wealthy family with the surname Shun. I said, even if it was built near the time of liberation, it has been around for several decades. Lao Shao excitedly replied, yes, this courtyard is well preserved. It was all built with blue bricks, and the beams and pillars are all made of raw wood. The windows, door frames, and eaves are all made of golden silk enamel wood, so the government doesn't allow residents to dismantle it. However, since the government doesn't have the money to buy it, they can only subsidize each household 2,000 yuan a year to maintain this courtyard. I was visibly excited. I didn't expect there to be such a treasure here. Lao Shao didn't share my enthusiasm for what I called a treasure, only mentioning that both Lao Lin and Lao Lu lived in this Shun family's courtyard. When the car stopped in front of the courtyard, I was struck by how much larger it was than it appeared from afar. In front of the courtyard was a semicircular pond, its emerald waves rippling, with a group of ducks frolicking, gliding across the water like silver threads. Turning to look at the courtyard, with its flying eaves and magnificent carvings, it was impressively grand and well-preserved. The tall gatehouse told tales of the owner's past wealth. Noticing my fascination, Lao Shao reminded me, the village party secretary and Lao Lin have arrived. I shook hands with the village party secretary, who had a mysterious look on his face. So you are a disciple of Taoist Hong. I've heard your name for a long time, like thunder in my ears. I asked, is your surname Shun? The village party secretary looked at Lao Shao, implying that he had introduced me. Lao Shao awkwardly smiled. Yes, his surname is Shun. I really forgot to introduce what the secretary's surname was during the drive. Secretary Shun seemed a bit puzzled, scratching his head, thinking for a long time before asking, Mr. Wan, have we met before? I shook my head. From your demeanor and actions, I can see that you still have noble blood. Lao Lin clapped his hands and said, Mr. Wan, you are truly a celestial. We often joke about the secretary, calling him Shin Noble. He enjoys gardening and carving root sculptures. One of his root sculptures was even sold for 30,000 yuan. I looked at Secretary Shun and said, you must have many root sculptures at home. The others chimed in, you guessed it right. As the four of us entered the main gate, I won't describe the luxury of the courtyard, as not everyone shares my interest in classical architecture. In short, from a cultural relics perspective, the components of this large courtyard would be treasures if dismantled. We walked through the corridor by the courtyard and arrived at the main hall. Secretary Shun led us to the right side of the main hall, passing through an octagonal door into a side hall. Upon entering, I was surprised to find about 100 villagers waiting inside. I clasped my hands together in greeting, and they all applauded. I understood that this applause was partly welcome and mostly curiosity about how I, Wan, would resolve the case. A burly man stood up, and Secretary Shun introduced him. Lao Lu, the contractor of the downstream fish pond. Lao Lu smiled awkwardly, thinking I was invited by the Lin family, and he was just being polite during the handshake. Secretary Shun cleared his throat. Dear villagers, we have invited Mr. Wan Shanhong today to help mediate the fish pond dispute between the Lin and Lu families. To be honest, even a celestial would find it hard to judge this case accurately. But since Mr. Wan has a method, let us applaud again and hope for a fair resolution from the celestial. Hearing this, Secretary Shin spoke appropriately while maintaining his authority. After all, he had already mediated once. If I won, couldn't mediate well, it would be the best outcome, preserving his credibility. If I did well, his open and inclusive attitude would also earn him points. I smiled slightly and decided not to talk about mediation just yet. My master taught me, the real skill lies outside the poetry. Let us first chat about the courtyard and mention how good the feng shui is. When I spoke about the courtyard's feng shui, praises erupted, with some saying it's warm in winter and cool in summer, much more comfortable than living in an air-conditioned room in the city. Others said that after decades, there are very few mosquitoes in summer, and they have never seen a snake. I realized that most of the people present must be surnamed Shun. Suddenly, I burst into laughter, leaving them puzzled. This kind of laughter must be practiced, erupting suddenly without a punchline, just like an actor able to cry or laugh on cue. Following my master, I had developed this skill. Everyone fell silent, looking at me as if I were slightly deranged. They began to view me, the mediator, with an attitude of watching a monkey show. Their eyes were full of smiles, and I could tell what kind of smile it was, one that winked playfully. My expression suddenly changed. There definitely are snakes in this courtyard, but they're all sensible snakes, living harmoniously with you, afraid of startling you, coming and going quietly. The crowd courageously burst into laughter, some laughing unabashedly, while an elderly man said, "I'm 70 years old and have only seen one outside the courtyard." Damn, this was the effect I wanted. Needed to showcase some of my skills to establish authority in this situation. I smiled coldly. "Elder, don't be afraid. I'll summon a few for you to see." The old man couldn't keep his composure and returned a cold smile. "Really?" I let out a long laugh again. A bird resting on a tree in the courtyard was startled by my laughter and flew up into the sky. Then, dry leaves began to fall. Chapter 41. The case of the snake and the unusual incident. Everyone was half open mouthed, and I stood in the center of the room, clapping my hands 3 times and looking around. The room was so silent it trembled. I glanced at old Lou, a strong man, who stood up, ready to flee at any moment. 2 large snakes crawled through the threshold of the side hall, one in front and one behind, and entered the room. The crowd was frightened and hurried to hide in the corners of the walls, each one anxious like a startled bird. I saw old Lou looking utterly terrified, and I felt a sense of joy inside. I clapped my hands and said, "Don't be afraid, folks. Since I can call them, I can subdue them. There's no need to be afraid." After saying that, I chanted a few words and tapped the heads of the 2 snakes, and they immediately stopped moving. I coiled the snakes into a lump resembling a pile of dung and placed it under my chair, saying, "Everyone sit down. Really, there's no need to be afraid. These are the guardian snakes of the Shun family courtyard. Without them, this courtyard would have been completely gnawed away by rats." The brave one sat down, while the timid stood. However, regardless of who they were, they had lost their resistance against me. They knew that only I could subdue these snakes. I said loudly, "Now, let's solve the case." At that moment, a woman rushed in from outside, looking fierce and scolding. "I want to see how you solve this case. If you don't do it well, you won't be able to leave this courtyard." Old Lou yelled at the woman, "This is a matter between men. What does it have to do with you? There are snakes below. Hurry and leave." The woman suddenly saw the 2 large snakes under my chair, and she was so frightened that she screamed and ran out the door, shouting, "Oh my God!" This drew loud laughter from the crowd. I maintained a serious expression and spoke slowly. "God above, you too, reflect on your conscience and write down the numbers of your fish ponds truthfully. For example, if you, Old Lin, have only 10,000 gene of fish, write down 10,000 gene. If you, Old Lou, have 20,000 gene, write down 20,000 gene." This is the first point. The second point is the pond cannot be shared between 2 people. It can only be contracted to 1 person. The crowd echoed, "Yes, it should be contracted to 1 person." Shun Jishu interjected, "I originally thought the same, but the numbers they wrote differ greatly. They both believe the other is writing astronomical figures." I sneered, "Old Lou, Old Lin, let me make it clear to you. Anyone who does not write truthfully will suffer losses. My method is, you both write your numbers separately. For example, if you, Old Lou, want to write 40,000 gene, and you, Old Lin, want to write 20,000 gene, that's fine. After writing, the total will be 60,000 gene, right?" The crowd nodded. I continued, "I will write 2 paper balls, one of which says contract. I'll throw it on the ground, and you 2 can go pick it up. Whoever picks up the one with contract will be responsible for taking both fish ponds, totaling 60,000 gene of fish. Old Chow has already contacted the largest fish dealer in the city, and we'll get to work on the ponds immediately. If you still don't understand, the fish dealer wants 60,000 gene of fish anyway. Whoever picks up the contract will be responsible for providing the fish dealer with 60,000 gene of fish, while there are only 30,000 gene in the pond. So, you'll have to buy the remaining 30,000 gene yourself. Do you understand?" The crowd burst into laughter, with Shun Jishu leading the applause. Everyone cheered and clapped, and I knew this time it was sincere, coming from their hearts. Anyone who inflated their numbers would be at risk. The 2 went out to write their numbers in different places. After a while, Old Lin and Old Lou returned, ready to hand me their papers. I sternly said, "Wait." After that, I pulled a snake from under the chair, blew a breath on it, muttered some incantations, and turned to them with a cold smile. "I have already cast a spell on it. Now, it will bite people." Who will bite? Those who are anxious. Once a person is anxious, their body temperature immediately rises. So, don't hold on to any hopes of luck. I'll give you one more chance to write a conscientious number. Both of them swore that they had written conscientious numbers. I walked around them with the snake in hand, and they both sweated profusely, trembling with fear, worried that the snake would really be responsive and bite them. I patted the snake's head and put it back under the chair. Only then did they let out a long sigh and handed me their papers. I read aloud. Old Lin's fish pond has 12,000 gene. Old Lou's fish pond has 19,000 gene, totaling 31,000 gene. It seemed that when it came to the critical moment, they both had become honest. This was similar to what Old Xiao had informed me. I tapped the snake's head and softly said, "Go back the way you came, and guard the courtyard well." The two snakes, as if they understood human feelings, slithered out one after the other, and the brave ones followed to watch, exiting the door, down the courtyard, and into the drainage ditch. I tossed the paper ball onto the ground. Old Lou picked up the one with contract written on it, and he looked cheerful, reaching out to shake Old Lin's hand, saying, "Thank you, brother. Your number is fair." He then took my right hand and shook it vigorously over 10 times, saying, "Thank you so much, Mr. Wan." Old Lin also came over to shake hands. Thank you, fair and square. This saves us from becoming enemies and running around to fight lawsuits." The crowd also squeezed over, shaking hands one after another, with someone saying, "I didn't expect it. I wanted to see you make a fool of yourself, but you ruled fairly. This method is brilliant. You're so smart." Finally, Shun Jishu came up to shake hands, sincerely saying, "Mr. Wan, as the saying goes, the young can be formidable. You have earned my respect." Everyone is happy with the ruling. Thank you. As the crowd dispersed, I could hear them discussing me along the way. Old Lin took us to his home for a meal. He was in high spirits, Mr. Wan. "I really want to thank you. With this ruling, I might have earned a few hundred gene of fish money. I think if I had contracted it, Old Lou would also earn a few hundred gene. This is something both sides can accept. If we really went to court, no one would manage the fish pond, and both sides would suffer greater losses." As a budding master, I waved my hand with the demeanor of someone who has conquered the world. It's all in the past. Let's not talk about it anymore. The meal will be ready soon. The meal was quite lavish. I don't particularly like drinking, but today I was happy, so I drank a few more cups. In a drunken state, I carelessly said, "Old Lin, I estimate you will move within the next 2 to 3 years." Old Lin paused with his cup, looking puzzled. Just talking, I added. Old Lin and Old Xiao insisted I explain, but I smiled and remained silent. My master once said, "A smile hides 100 meanings." Many things do not need explanation. Explaining is like dropping ink on a white shirt. The more you wipe, the dirtier it gets. After drinking to my heart content, I was full. Old Xiao looked sincere and said, "Mr. Wan, you've helped greatly. Take a little rest." Old Lin's neighbor has a great skill in catching soft-shell turtles. "He'll catch a few for you and the Taoist priest." I excitedly responded, "This is great. I won't rest. I want to see how to catch turtles." The three of us went outside, where Old Lin's neighbor inserted a bamboo pole by the pond's edge. He rolled up his pants and walked a circle in the shallow water, clapping his hands 3 times. Then he squatted at the water's edge. After a while, bubbles began to rise nearby, one after another. The neighbor extended a scoop and caught one perfectly. In 10 minutes, he had caught 5 turtles. I really wanted to learn, but Old Lin's neighbor was not Old Xiao, and our relationship was still too shallow for me to ask for his skills. I was itching to learn, but found it hard to suppress my desire to acquire the skill. At 2 in the afternoon, we set off for home. After driving for 3 or 4 miles, Old Xiao timidly asked, "Old Lin wants me to ask, when you said he would move, were you implying that his house is at the pond corner and the feng shui is not good?" I laughed and said, "That's not what I meant at all. Please tell him that absolutely not," to avoid him thinking too much. Old Xiao was even more confused then. I darkened my face and said, "My master taught me a saying. Saying too much will bring misfortune. Don't ask anymore. In short, may everything go smoothly for Old Lin's family." As the car entered the city, it moved like a snail. Old Xiao cursed while driving, and I was too lazy to talk to him. When we arrived at Yuranju, I introduced Old Xiao to my master. My master shook Old Xiao's hand, saying, "You're too kind, bringing so many things for me." Old Xiao took the turtles to the kitchen and left. At that moment, a neighbor lady rushed in with a joyful expression. "Hongbo, I really won a first prize. It's truly named Fengqing Lake." The master remained calm and just smiled. I was surprised. As the business grew, it seemed they also became bolder, daring to name the lake after their own brand. "I'll give half to you, master," I said with a laugh. The neighbor's sister generously replied, "Sure." The master smiled and said, "It's not worth discussing. Just don't tell anyone that I helped you come up with it." The neighbor's sister seemed to understand something and said, "Okay, I'll give you a big gift." With that, she left. The master said, "The foundation for Fengqing Lake will be laid on New Year's Day, and he's coming over." I asked, "What does he want to come for?" "He wants to invest here." "Oh," I replied, thinking to myself that he must be asking the master to predict whether his investment would be successful. Chapter 42. The two masters compete in secret New Year's Day, Fengqing Lake. A sea of people. A giant Fengqing bull statue lies quietly by the lake, serene and content. In front of the Fengqing bull, a 100-meter altar is set up, covered with a red carpet. On the carpet, a table is laid with grains as well as chicken, fish, and meat, accompanied by a large incense burner. General Manager Deng invites the master to bless the Fengqing bull. I act as the host. This is my first appearance at a large event. In the crowd below, I see my sister, my brother-in-law, Dongzi, my neighbors, fans from Xiqing District, Shunji, and his villagers. I am filled with excitement. Dressed in a blue robe, I stand at the side of the stage, singing, "Please welcome Taoist Hongyi to take the stage." The master walks slowly to the center of the stage in a yellow robe, exuding calmness. I sing, "Offer the rain and dew." A man by the basin lifts a water kettle and pours water slowly into the basin. I sing, "Cleanse your hands." The master dips his hands into the clean water to wash them. I sing, "Pass the towel." The man next to him hands the master a new towel, and the master wipes his hands and stands with his hands down. I sing, "Light the incense." The master holds 3 incense sticks and lights them with a candle. I sing, "Circle the altar 3 times." The master takes the incense and circles the altar, bowing every 3 steps. I sing, "Perform the grand salute." The master, facing the altar, sweeps his robe and joins his hands in prayer, bowing down slowly to nearly a right angle. I sing, "Stand upright." The master gradually straightens his body. I sing 3 times, and the master performs the same 3 rituals. I sing, "Divine divination." The master's technique is excellent. I sing, "One divination determines the universe. Harmonious winds and rains, all matters favorable, unobstructed in every way." I sing, "Recite the text." 2 young boys hold each end of a scroll and unfold an article as the master begins to recite. After finishing, I sing, "Burn the document." The master walks slowly to the incense burner and throws the article into the fire. I sing, "We respectfully invite Taoist Hongyi and Master Quansheng to bless the Fengqing bull. Please take your positions." They walk from the east and west to stand before the bull. I sing, "Open the bull's eyes." They each reach out a hand to touch the bull's eyes. I sing, "Touch the bull's pulse." They use their hands, one sliding from the bull's tail to its head, the other from the head to the tail. I sing, "Ritual complete, fire the cannon." Suddenly, 18 cannon shots sound in unison, and colorful smoke rises into the sky. Staff members come over to guide the master and me, Master Quansheng, and his assistant to the VIP room to rest. General Manager Deng stands up from the front row and walks over to clasp his fists towards the 2 masters, saying, "You 2 masters have worked hard." He then turns to the master and says, "Master, one divination determines the universe, elevating the will of heaven and aiding the people, the will of the gods." The symbols resonate with the spirits. Surrounded by the crowd, we are escorted by security through the throng. I see my sister, who is desperately calling my name, Shan Hong. Shan Hong. I know she is not excitedly wanting to hug me, but by calling my name, she has become the center of attention, and people turn to look at her. I wave at her. Someone in front calls, Master Wan, Master Wan, Mr. Wan." I know it's the villagers from Shun's family courtyard, and I wave at them too. After much effort, we finally make it through the crowd. In just 10 minutes, I feel like I've been in the spotlight for a lifetime. At this moment, I think, why are so many people shamelessly vying to be stars? In the VIP room, everyone sits down in small groups to chat. I sit with the master and Master Quansheng. When 2 roosters come together, they will fight. What more 2 masters who secretly look down on each other? To put it bluntly, I hope they clash a bit to learn the art of conversation from their exchange. The master, neither humble nor arrogant, slowly says, "Master has come a long way from Xinghua. It must have been a hard journey." Master Quansheng replies in a bland tone, "It's all right, it's all right." The master intentionally challenges Quansheng, "Master, aside from Fengyan Pavilion, where else can be compared to the beauty of this place?" Quansheng responds with veiled words, "I haven't seen much. Taoist has lived here for a long time and is more familiar. I would like to hear Taoist's insights." Since Quansheng has returned the challenge, the master naturally assumes the host's role. "Master, since you're looking at Fengyan Pavilion for General Manager Deng, you must be looking at more than just this place. Although I'm not well versed in feng shui, one should first look at the general trend of the mountains and rivers, then examine the smaller details, right?" Quansheng's words are loaded. Traditional feng shui should be so. It seems the dragon's vein, mountain and water orientation, high and low divisions, hills, slopes, and valleys. I study architecture at Tongji University, understand traditional feng shui a bit, and prefer to use scientific methods, so there's no need to observe everything. The master's face shows a hint of displeasure, disappearing like a flash of lightning. His tone inevitably carries some emotion. Is master's unique theory a standalone system? Please enlighten this poor Taoist. Quansheng seems composed. Please don't laugh. Since you are willing to listen, I will throw out a brick to attract a gem. He explains a new method of feng shui divination. I use software to input the topography of your city. It can show both the general trend and the details. After saying this, he gestures, and his assistant comes over, placing a tablet on the table. The assistant opens the map, skillfully moving the mouse. The mountains, rivers, and elevations of the city appear one by one. Following Quansheng's instructions, the assistant brings up a map of Fengxing Lake, revealing the surrounding terrain. As the mouse moves, every building is clearly displayed. Another movement shows where each house aligns with which mountain range, and which windows face which angles, all details visible. The assistant moves the mouse again, and the illustrations show the positions of constellations in the sky. Fengxing Lake lies beneath one of the 7 stars, with precise longitude and latitude clearly mapped out. Such high-tech tools, not only the master but even I have never seen before. Quansheng says softly, I asked General Manager Deng. Your residence is called Leisurely Residence. This can be seen clearly. The assistant clicks the mouse, and Leisurely Residence aligns with the constellations above, level with the spring river below. The neighboring rooftops are clearly contrasted. The master smiles awkwardly. Indeed high-tech. Quansheng has already went around, feeling confident, and slowly says, the place you live, 5 li away, has a slope where someone is buried. That is a good spot. What a pity. It should have produced notable figures, but the elevation difference is too great, representing great ups and downs. If buried shallow, it would be disconnected from the earth's energy. If buried deep, it could draw on spiritual energy. I secretly marvel. That place, the master has mentioned before. The family of the deceased only produced 2 ministers and 1 general during the Republic era, and most descendants are obscure. An outsider can speak about local feng shui so in detail, like a treasure trove. The master's face clearly shows signs of losing composure, his complexion turning pale then red. He has to admit that with this satellite map, it is much better than the naked eye. Pretending to admire, master's unique system based on star maps is truly remarkable. At this moment, staff members come in, inviting everyone to take their seats next door. Relevant leaders, and he are seated together, considered top guests. The master, Quansheng, and the president of Fengxing Group are seated together, considered guests. I sit with some less important figures, considered as guests of honor. General Manager Deng runs back and forth to toast. During this meal, the master toasts with the guests, exchanging cups without rejection. I know, in fact, he is not happy inside. Chapter 43. I learned to nurture people after returning from lunch. My master sat silently in the car. I received a call from Mr. He, who said he had been invited by the city leaders and would arrive later. I relayed the message to my master, but he remained quiet. Once we got back to the living room, I quickly made a cup of hot tea and softly said, You look tired. Why not take a rest? He shook his head, his face cold. Shan Hong, I have never been provoked by anyone before, but today I was subtly challenged by Quansheng. It doesn't feel good. I comforted him, saying, in terms of Taoist practice, you are 10 times better than him. He talks about Tongji University and high technology, but it's all nonsense. My master frowned. The architecture department at Tongji is top-notch in the country. Feng Shui is part of architecture. You can't say he is uneducated. He indeed has knowledge and skills. Furthermore, this computer graphics are 10 times better than the naked eye. For example, I usually don't see any sharp corners of the Wangui shopping mall facing the window of Yuranju on the 2nd floor, but today, with a glance at his computer, it was very clear. I thought, has my master also accepted Quansheng's claims? He said, you should go buy a round mirror right away. Shortly after, I returned with a mirror. My master took me to the 2nd floor, guiding me on how to properly position the mirror. After sitting for a while, my master regained his composure. Did you graduate from high school? I nodded. He stared at me. Pay attention. If there are any training courses on satellite terrain observation or similar, I would like to send you to learn. Once you learn, come back and teach me. Teach you? I asked. Yes, in the way of teaching, we can learn from each other and help one another. Learning has its order, and each field has its specialization. What is wrong with you teaching me? The world is vast and ever-changing. If we, as master and disciple, cling to the old ways and do not seek change, we may one day be abandoned by this era. I was struck by his foresight. Even though I graduated from high school, I must understand Quansheng's concepts. I immediately called Dongzi to inquire about this area. Dongzi thought it was too simple. There are plenty of opportunities in Beijing, Shanghai, Hangzhou, various training classes. You can learn whatever you want. I'll help you search on Baidu. In just 2 minutes, Dongzi sent me 5 training messages on WeChat. I read them to my master one by one. He smiled and said, "Let's choose this class in Hangzhou. You can go after the new year." While we were talking, a young man came in, looking like a university student. For easier cases like this, my master left me to handle it and went to visit a neighbor. "Friend, are you here for divination?" he asked with a silly smile. "Besides divination, can I give you advice?" "Sure, just give me a reference regarding a certain matter. That's what I mean." He nodded and elaborated on his situation. He was a teacher training student who wouldn't graduate until next summer. His family had been farmers for 3 generations, and none of his relatives worked for the government. To put it bluntly, he had no connections. People without strong connections were all assigned to the countryside. Let alone he had none, so he came to ask for advice on how to stay in the city. This exceeded the scope of my divination. Seeing that I hadn't spoken for a while, he blushed and said, "Several of my senior brothers also had no connections and were assigned to the countryside. After working there for 5 or 6 years, they couldn't return to the city, and now they have taken root in the countryside." I observed the young man's features, and according to my master's teachings, this person had a prosperous appearance but needed to meet a benefactor. I decided to lend him a hand. This method is called nurturing. Anything useful for the future should start with help now. I raised an eyebrow. "What is your name?" "Jing Bosun. Your grandfather or father must be very knowledgeable." Upon hearing this, he replied cheerfully, "My grandfather used to be a teacher." "I know, you're referring to my name, which comes from a poem by Du Fu." I nodded and said, "Let me teach you a trick. This trick is called the sword strikes at an angle." He looked at me, waiting for me to continue. I made a gesture as if pushing open a door. "When you graduate next year, you should barge into the Education Bureau Director's office." He stared wide-eyed at me. I nodded and explained the trick in detail. I told him to barge in, introduce himself, and then express his willingness to teach in the most remote, challenging, and impoverished village in the city because very few people are willing to go there, and he comes from a rural background. Jing Bosun's mouth fell open as he worriedly asked, "What if being assigned there means a lifetime of it?" I laughed heartily. "Friend, how naive are you? The director will definitely pull out a pen and write down your name, then share your inspirational story in meetings, making you a role model." "Really?" The young man's brow relaxed a bit. I countered, "Isn't that so? The director needs achievements, and the education system needs role models. Your actions are the stepping stones for the director's promotion. In less than 3 years, you'll be transferred back to the city or even to the bureau. What if it doesn't turn out as you expect? For example, what if the director gets transferred in 2 years and the new director ignores the old matters?" It seemed that today, as college students are not easily fooled, they are more realistic than I am. I couldn't let him win, so I put on a mysterious expression. "There is also a way. If you desire a big city white-collar life, I understand. What if the director praises you a few times and leaves you to a remote mountain village without further care? Similarly, you will also have to leave the village in 3 years." He anxiously asked why. I laughed heartily. "The place you get assigned to is high in the mountains, far away, even without electricity, and there are few students and not many villagers you can talk to. Every day, besides teaching, you'll be surrounded by dawn and dusk, the setting sun's reflection, and lonely nights with a green lamp. Only your own shadow for company, right?" He frowned and nodded. I encouraged him. "The scarier and lonelier, the better. At that time, you'll have plenty of time to wake up early and memorize vocabulary, read articles at night. 3 years, 3 years. You will have mastered English as fluently as you speak your dialect, and handling exam papers will be as easy as drinking rice soup. If you can't get into graduate school, who can?" The young man slapped his thigh, beaming. "Brother, you really know how to speak, and you're being very practical. You've pointed out both directions for me." I analyzed for him. The first approach is called leveraging strength against strength. It's not despicable. If every year there are people like you who actively request to teach in the most challenging places, then when you leave, someone will take over happily. The director transferring you back to the city is also to reward those who are willing to contribute. The second situation is that if the director lacks foresight, praises you a few times, and tosses you to a mountain village without further care, or if a new director takes over and deliberately steps on the old director's favorites, then that will be a miscalculation for you. But in any case, fortune and misfortune depend on each other. Since you've asked others and it didn't work, you should rely on yourself. I suggest you focus on law or finance for your graduate exams. Even if you can't get into graduate school, after 3 years of hard study, you will have developed skills, and you won't fear not finding a good job. The young man stood up and bowed to me. No one has ever guided me like this. Thank you so much. Suddenly, I had a premonition and asked, do you live in the Xiqing district? He was a bit surprised. How do you know where I'm from? I waved my hand, signaling him not to say more. I felt excited. A market was slowly forming in the Xiqing district. Just as I was thinking, I heard him ask, how much do you charge for this? I waved my hand, indicating it was free. We added each other on WeChat. Jing Bosun expressed his gratitude profusely and left. My master returned from outside and asked, what did you divinate? I recounted the conversation I had just had with him. He stroked his chin and said, to alleviate the suffering of others is a great kindness. At that moment, a car horn sounded from outside. My master stood up and said, Mr. He has arrived. We both went out to greet him. What could Mr. He possibly want at Yuranju? Chapter 44. Learning a new trick. Kicking the ball back after a round of reminiscing, He Xiaobo wore a worried expression. Master, it's about that movie project we discussed last time. The director is asking me to invest an additional 300 million before filming can start. I'm really uneasy about this. I must ask you to help me make a decision. My heart raced. With the previous 500 million, adding 300 million more, if my master agrees to invest and it ends up being a loss, our relationship might be nearly severed. My master values his reputation more than life itself. He only sent me to the training class because he felt slighted today. Now, would he give Yi Xiaobo a reading? An eerie atmosphere hung in the air, and I felt a chill. I silently thought, please don't make a decision for him. This kind of person, having graduated from elementary school, wants to transform himself and play at being sophisticated just because he has some money. The air felt almost solid. I was on edge. Yi Xiaobo stared at my master. A loud laugh broke the silence. My master laughed heartily, leaving both Yi Xiaobo and me baffled, and we looked at him in unison. After laughing, my master's expression grew serious. Mr. He, whenever there is a major decision, my master, Taoist Han Yuan, taught me the best method. Divination is more effective than reading characters. Yi Xiaobo hurriedly said, please enlighten me, master. I too was impatiently waiting for my master's guidance. My master instructed me, clear everything off the coffee table. I collected the tea, fruit plate, and ashtray. My master slowly said, we will perform divination right here on the coffee table. If the divination pieces do not fall, everything will go smoothly. I quickly retrieved a set of bronze divination pieces from a bookcase. My master told Yi Xiaobo, you must perform the divination yourself. It's better to seek within than to seek from others. All the information about your successes and failures is reflected in the divination symbols. I can give you a conclusion. This was indeed clever, kicking the ball back to Yi Xiaobo. Mr. He took the divination pieces, threw them onto the table, and one piece rolled to the edge, sticking out slightly but not falling off. My master smiled. Good divination. For the second divination, one piece stayed on the table while another fell to the ground. For the third divination, two pieces rolled around on the table before both fell to the ground. My master continued to smile. The first time on the table indicates that my previous reading was correct and investment is permissible. The second and third times falling to the ground suggest that the situation has changed and additional investment will fail. Yi Xiaobo clasped his hands together. With your words, master. My direction is clear now. I will not invest in this movie. My master smiled slightly. It's better for you to focus on your main business. Yi Xiaobo sighed. People without money have their troubles, and those with money have their own. My funds sitting in the bank are depreciating day by day without an investment target. Suddenly, inspiration struck me, and I thought of the Shun family courtyard. When Yi Xiaobo went to the restroom, I shared my idea with my master that the Shun family courtyard was worth investing in, whether for tourism development or buying the whole courtyard. It would be a good business opportunity. My master pondered for a moment and couldn't he help but praise me. That is indeed a good idea. First, it helps the government resolve a problem, as it is a dilapidated building. Secondly, whether it's developed or torn down, the residents inside can move into new houses. He said, you should discuss this with Mr. He. When Yi Xiaobo returned, my master cheerfully said, Shan Hong has something to discuss with you that I think is also a good investment direction. Yi Xiaobo nodded. So, I began to talk to Mr. He about the Shun family courtyard. At first, he seemed hesitant to listen, but when I mentioned the windows, the corridor, the hanging building, and the entrance all made of Nanmu wood, he waved his hand. This information is excellent. On January 2nd, with a clear sky and gentle breeze, Mr. He instructed me to minimize disturbances, so he didn't bring a driver and asked me to drive him to the hotel. I only made a phone call to old Lin, not mentioning the purpose, just saying that his wife's cooking was good, and I wanted to reminisce about the delicious food while also wanting to buy a few turtles. The journey was uneventful. I kept my master's teachings in mind and tried to speak as little as possible with the client. After all, He was my Master S major client and Mr. He also seemed disinclined to talk, closing his eyes to rest as soon as he got in the car. In less than 40 minutes, we arrived at the courtyard entrance. Old Lin was indeed waiting in the yard. Upon meeting, I introduced Mr. He as my Master S friend who wanted to enjoy some fresh air in the countryside. Mr. He smiled broadly. Wow, what a large old courtyard. I want to take a look around. Old Lin hurriedly said, I'll accompany you. The three of us entered the courtyard. This stirred the residents of the courtyard. Many greeted me with various titles. Master Wan, Great Master Wan, Comrade Wan, Mr. Wan. Suddenly, a voice called from the entrance. Is Master Wan here? I turned to see the village secretary. Secretary Shun strode through the corridor, extending his hands to shake mine, and I quickly introduced. This is my Master S friend, Mr. He. He shook Mr. He's hand repeatedly. Welcome, Mr. He. My surname is Shun, and I used to be the owner of this courtyard, but I'm not anymore. I added, he is the village secretary. Mr. He humorously replied. If it were in the past, I would have to call you Old Master. Secretary Shun also chuckled. Times have changed. Now we call it Old Man. It was evident that Mr. He was quite satisfied with the courtyard, though he feigned indifference. I have a fondness for old houses, wherever there is such a deep courtyard. I enjoy taking a look around. Shan Hong said your Shun family courtyard is nice, and I immediately became interested. Since we VE met the owner, you must introduce it to us. Secretary Shun interjected. Many people have come. Chinese, foreigners, village leaders, county leaders, city leaders, and leaders from the Provincial Cultural Relics Department. I've almost become a full-time tour guide. I chimed in. Your ancestors must have many stories. Otherwise, how could such a large courtyard be built? Secretary Shun readily agreed. Let us walk and talk. At each spot, Secretary Shun recounted a piece of history. If we rewind time over 100 years, it might go like this. A young man with the surname Shin often carried a load of pottery, jars, and containers, traveling between villages. One day, he tripped over a rope, causing the pottery to smash to pieces. Fearing a beating from his father upon returning home, he sat on the ground and cried. After crying until his tears ran dry, just as he was about to get up, an old man with a cane approached. Seeing the young man's tear-streaked face and the broken pottery scattered around, the old man asked, Why are you crying? This is a good thing. The young man, confused, retorted, What is good about it? The old man replied, You can't go home. You'll get a beating. The young man nodded. The old man then asked, Do you have any money left? If so, buy some rice to take home and lie that all the pottery was sold, and you collected money for rice instead. The young man thought this was a good idea, but he didn't have much money and couldn't buy much rice. Returning home would still be unavoidable. The old man, seeing his thoughts, compassionately said, I still have some money. I'll give it to you. The young man wondered why a stranger would give him money. As he pondered, the old man said, I have observed the heavens. There will be a great drought in 3 years, and there will be no harvest. Save money to buy grain, and you will surely prosper. The young man asked, If you can predict this, why don't you tell your family to buy grain? The old man smiled. Family? I have no family. With that, he walked away. Mr. He chuckled. Every house has a legend. Unexpectedly, Secretary Shun grew serious, emphasizing, This is not a legend. It is absolutely true. After that, whenever the young man had some spare money, he bought grain, and 3 years later, there was indeed a great drought with no harvest, leading to widespread suffering. My ancestors thus earned their first pot of gold. From then on, they became wealthy through rice trading. The young man traveled far and wide, gaining much experience, and built this house. Mr. He nodded along as he listened, but I observed that he was merely going through the motions, as his eyes were completely captivated by the exquisite carvings. After watching for over an hour, I finally finished. However, the villagers were not as enthusiastic as Secretary Shun. They greeted me casually, some basking in the sun while others attended to their children. Secretary Shin called me aside and whispered, Is he here to invest? I shook my head, not really sure. Secretary Shun looked eager. If he could buy the houses for tourism development, the courtyard could be well preserved, and the villagers could relocate and rebuild. It wouldn't cost much. I encouraged you could ask him. Chapter 45. A light year apart from my master during lunch at Old Lin's house, Secretary Shun was accompanying us. As the wine flowed and spirits lifted, he looked at Mr. He with anticipation. Mr. He, do you think this house has development value? Mr. He chuckled and replied, What do you think, Secretary? Secretary Shun, feeling indignant, said, People often come here for inspections, with leaders at all levels accompanying the bosses. One moment we hear someone is going to invest. The next moment someone is going to buy it. And then we hear the road in front is going to be widened to 12 meters. In the end, it's all just talk. I'm about to lose my temper. Everyone burst into laughter. After the laughter subsided, Mr. He gently advised, "It's understandable that you love your hometown and hope for development, but investors have a different perspective. They're thinking about whether development can make them money." Secretary Shun raised his glass. "You're an honest boss. I can see that you genuinely want to know if this place has investment value." Mr. He put down his chopsticks, looking surprised. "How do you know?" Secretary Shun replied, "No leaders are accompanying you. Yesterday, you stood on the podium and couldn't even win a handshake. Today, you came alone." I tapped my forehead, thinking, actually, Secretary Shun must already know how big of a boss Mr. He is. Mr. He modestly smiled. "I really want to invest, but I can't make the decision alone." Secretary Shun put his wine glass back down. "You can't decide?" "Mister," he said authoritatively, "I need to invite some tourism experts and cultural scholars to take a look and have them provide preliminary verification." Secretary Shun admired. "I agree with your approach. This shows prudence and is the way to handle big matters." "Mister," he said boldly, "I'd rather spend $1 million to have them verify it. Money should be spent wisely." Secretary Shun was overjoyed. "Cheers to your $1 million verification fee." Everyone drank heartily. Perhaps it was Mr. He's willingness to spend $1 million on verification that old Lin's wife overheard. She told someone else, and that person told others. By the time we were almost finished eating, there were people standing and squatting outside old Lin's house, filling the stone tables and tree branches. They were chatting and pointing. The villagers were saying things like they came to borrow a sieve or to bring a cabbage. And some were saying they could smell the delicious food from your house and wanted to see what good dishes were being served. They kept moving around, always glancing at Mr. He's face, wanting to see what this person who was willing to spend $1 million on verification looked like. Until the car drove far away. Secretary Shun and that group of villagers were still standing in the yard, continuously waving at us. After returning from Shun's courtyard, Mr. He had already instructed the driver to wait at Yuanju. After getting out of the car, he chatted with my master for a while before saying goodbye. After seeing Mr. He off, my master asked, "How was it?" I recounted the whole process. My master wanted to test my observational skills and calmly asked, "Do you think he will invest?" Without thinking, I blurted out, "If he is really willing to spend $1 million on preliminary verification, it shows he wants to invest in developing this courtyard." My master laughed heartily, making me feel embarrassed. He asked me to close the study door and kindly advised me, "Shan Hong, your ability to read characters is decent, but your social experience is lacking. The Shun family courtyard is only considered impressive by the people of Wuxiang City. If you look beyond to the whole country, it has no tourism value." So Mr. He, who has traveled far and wide and seen much, when he says he will spend $1 million to hire experts for verification, is he just talking nonsense? He's not talking nonsense. He really will spend $1 million to hire experts for verification. I was astonished. "No way. That $1 million goes down the drain?" My master sneered. "Would a businessman be willing to waste money?" The experts he invites, including round-trip airfare, food, and accommodation, plus a hefty appearance fee, will all be covered by him. Who will those experts listen to? Just a hint from Mr. He, and they will conclude that the courtyard is worthless. I was still confused. My master smiled. "Countless bosses have come to see it before and didn't he invest, which shows the investment significance is minimal. Mr. He formally invites a group of experts to verify and concludes the Shun family courtyard is utterly worthless. Going further, it's not just about whether it can be lived in, but whether the house will collapse and the people will be crushed in their dreams. This not only discourages the common people, but also disheartens the local government. After being told by experts that it is worthless, the government's morale will also drop, and Mr. He's $1 million is meant to achieve this goal. Next, a person will appear, willing to buy the house at a reasonable price. His reason will be that these blue bricks cannot be produced with modern technology. He has plenty of money and wants to dismantle all these blue bricks to build a courtyard that is entirely made of blue bricks with some cultural relic features. I suddenly realized this person is not Mr. He, but Mr. He's agent. My master suddenly raised his eyebrows. You get it now. The agent will cooperate with the government to create some housing project, selecting locations to build houses uniformly, forcing the common people to relocate, and then they will dismantle the houses to take what they want. The carved arches, the stone statues of flying eaves, the Namu wood from the beams, and the golden silk from the hanging signs. Once they move these things away and repack them, they will become priceless treasures. Priceless treasures? I don't understand this industry. My master frowned. Things inflated with big money are all priced at a premium. He will have the golden silk Namu wood carved into micro-sculptures. Tiny things, with mountains and pavilions, water and boats inside. He will advertise saying, "Put it to your ear," and you can still hear the sound of water. He will also make the Namu wood into prayer beads, spending a lot to invite a master for consecration, promoting it by saying, wearing these prayer beads, your car can crash completely, but your body will remain unharmed. Who are the people wearing these prayer beads? What are the chances of their cars crashing? He will make the Namu wood into rings, promoting it by saying, 1,000 years of the sea drying and stones eroding. Only your love remains, love everlasting. I felt a chill down my spine, breaking out in a sweat. The business world is like a battlefield, filled with so many calculations, conspiracies, and traps at every turn. My master sighed deeply. In our line of work, we see through it but do not speak of it. Don't invest or take shares, just stick to your own profession. I bowed deeply. Thank you, Master, for always guiding me at critical moments. If it weren't for you clearing the fog layer by layer, I would have really thought Mr. He wanted to invest. My master knitted his brows. All of this is accomplished under flashy slogans. Farmers have moved into new homes and thank the government. The government turns waste into treasure and thanks the agent. The agent thanks Mr. He, who only shows up and ends up with a lot of money. After listening to my master's lesson, I couldn't sleep that night. I originally thought there was only a Pacific Ocean between my master and me, but now I feel like there's a light year of distance. Will Mr. He act as my master analyzed? Chapter 46, 3 Blind Companions. Provocation at the door. The new year is approaching. My sister sent me as a full representative to bring our parents to Wuxiang City for the Spring Festival. That morning, I arrived early at Yuranju, sweeping the floor, wiping the tables, and boiling tea, waiting for my master to wake up so I could ask him for leave. About an hour later, my master came to the living room. I offered him a cup of tea and said, Master, I want to go back to my hometown early to bring my parents to the city for the new year. My master glanced at me and said, It's time to bring your parents to stay for a while. Just drive the car back. I hesitated for a long time. Isn't that inappropriate? After all, you need the car, and asking Brother Sure to help you drive would be more convenient. Brother Sure has a car, and if he needs it, I just need to call him. I was worried my master was just saying it casually and didn't expect him to really lend me the car. I smiled and said, Taking the high-speed train is also very convenient. Unexpectedly, my master frowned and said, Is the Land Rover too low-end? I said, Respect is better than disobeying, but inside, I was overjoyed. After a bit of preparation at home, I planned to set off the next morning. Dongzi heard I was driving back and asked for leave from work, saying he would ride with me. Great. Having company in the car meant the journey wouldn't be lonely. We took turns driving, chatting, and laughing all the way, and it took us 8 hours to get home. The Land Rover is considered a high-end car in our mountainous village, and many people thought a big boss had returned to the village. Until the car drove into my family's yard. When Dongzi and I climbed out, it dazzled their eyes. The villagers absolutely believed I couldn't possibly be driving a Land Rover. The old men and women in the village gather all year round. Their job is to spread various news and discuss the affairs of each household. They had long established my reputation as one Shan Hong, someone who couldn't make it in the outside world. They thought that when someone couldn't make it, they would learn to tell fortunes. In their minds, fortune-telling is a profession for the blind. A person wouldn't learn this craft unless they had fallen to the point of begging. Although I drove a Land Rover, they still deliberately asked me publicly over and over again, Are you learning to tell fortunes? I corrected them. I'm learning to analyze characters. They sneered. Isn't analyzing characters the same as fortune-telling? I was too lazy to explain, just nodded ambiguously. They finally figured out my background and asked disdainfully, Are you still an apprentice? How much do you charge? I said on purpose, $10. They immediately felt justified in looking down on me. It's easy enough. If you do 10 a day, that's $3,000 a month without a break. I sneered, Your math is really good. This remark spread, and they said I disrespected people. They also speculated that my Land Rover might be borrowed or refurbished from a secondhand car. Everyone debated, saying it couldn't be borrowed. Who would lend such a high-end car to me? That left only the refurbished secondhand car. Some even suspected I had stolen it. They privately said that people who do such things are just like the 4 pickpockets who are known in our village for stealing and cheating. My mother, hearing the village gossip, looked at me with a puzzled expression and asked, How exactly are you making money? Your sister said you have money. That city people's lives are worth more, but telling a fortune is only $50, 5 times what it would be in the village. I laughed and said, Sometimes I earn $300 a day, sometimes $500. My father scoffed, There are other fortune tellers in the city. Sometimes business is good, sometimes it's bad. Can you really earn $300 or $500? I said seriously, business is good, even when a city person's dog dies. They want to pick a good day to bury it. My parents slid off the sofa and sat on the ground. My mother sighed. No wonder the four pickpockets say they'd rather go to the city and be a dog than come back home. My mother is a competitive person, and the next day, she spread the news in the village that I could earn 500 to 600 a day. The villagers began to resent me a bit. Just by talking, can you really earn 500 to 600 a day, and you're still an apprentice? If you become a master, won't you earn over 1,000 every day? Thus, various rumors about Wan Shan Hong spread throughout the village. As the rumors spread, they became distorted. They said I looked down on the three masters of the fortune-telling world in our town. They claimed that after the new year, I would open a shop in town to tell fortunes, analyze characters, and read feng shui, aiming to shatter the rice bowls of the three local fortune tellers. The three masters of the fortune-telling world in town are named Zhang Xia, Li Xia, and Wang Ermatzi. Zhang Xia and Li Xia are skilled in fortune-telling and character analysis, while Wang Ermatzi is not blind. He is agile and also practices feng shui. The three usually don't get along, and upon hearing that I was going to open a shop in town and threaten their livelihoods, they prepared to give me a warning before I even started. I also heard the news and called my master to ask whether I should treat these three with courtesy or confront them. My master advised me, first show respect, then take action. Be polite at first. If they're here to exchange knowledge, it is a happy occasion. But if they're looking for trouble, you cannot be overly weak, as that would undermine the reputation of Master Han Yuan, who founded this new character analysis method. The next day, these three renowned figures gathered in town, and the news spread quickly. Not only the villagers from my village were already waiting at my home, but also some local ruffians gathered to come over. Thus, a scene resembling three elders visiting the virtuous appeared. Leading the way was Wang Er, followed by Zhang Xia's pimp, San Tai Bao, who had a dragon tattooed on his arm. Zhang Xia leaned on a crutch with one hand and rested the other on San Tai Bao's shoulder. Following them was Jiu Tai Bao, with Li Xia using a crutch in one hand and leaning on Jiu Tai Bao's shoulder with the other. Behind them followed a group of thugs. This lineup resembled a small train heading to my home. My father had gone to visit relatives, leaving just my mother and me at home. There were too many people, so we simply received them in the yard. Everyone sat or stood. My mother, having never seen such a scene, hurried to boil water and make tea. Wang Er clasped his hands and said with a face full of uncertainty, Master Shan Hong, I heard you traveled far to seek a famous teacher. We three have come today to learn from you. Will you kindly teach us? I replied coolly, 3 seniors have come personally to offer their care and teachings. How could I, Xiao Wan, not welcome you? However, the space is limited, so I can only ask you to sit on the ground. Wang Er asked with a serious face, Master Shan Hong, I heard you learned from a great master in the city. Could you please tell us what knowledge you have gained? I slowly uttered 2 words, character analysis. He suddenly raised his voice. Character analysis is inferior to fortune-telling. The theory of fate has 4 pillars. Once the 4 pillars are arranged, life and death, wealth and poverty are all clear. Character analysis is merely superficial, relying on facial expressions. I don't know if the old man is right. I chuckled. Whether it's right or wrong, in Chinese characters, they can indeed be interpreted literally. Unlike English, when you look at it, it's like a mute looking at his mother wanting to speak but unable to. Zhang Xia and Li Xia snorted. Wang Er, seeing my sarcasm, turned pale with anger. Master Shan Hong, who did you learn from? I knew that the fortune-telling world likes to rank by seniority, and Wang Er was trying to play that game. So I coldly replied, just call me Xiao Wan. Calling me master is like wearing a hat that doesn't fit. If you ask who I learned from, it's Master Han Yuan. Just as Wang Er was about to ask further, I interrupted him. There is no need to dig deeper. My master is Master Han Yuan, and beyond Master Han Yuan, there is no one else. This character analysis technique was created by my master-s master. Ha. So it turns out to be a sourceless river and a rootless tree. Wang Er felt he had won this round and laughed loudly. At this moment, Zhang Xia, who had been silent, sneered, Let me say a character. Please have Master Shan Hong analyze it. I coldly replied, Don't say it. Zhang Xia's face changed, and he sternly said, What an attitude. You want tea, even let me say a character? I laughed loudly, leaving everyone puzzled. After laughing, I said softly but firmly, I'm not a master. I'm a listener. If you write a character on paper, I can listen and help you analyze it. The onlookers were in an uproar. One by one, they whispered to each other, trying to catch the words. Chapter 47. Scare them to death. I went into the house to get paper and pen, handed them to Zhang Xia's manager, San Tai Bao, and said in a deep voice, Could you please help Master Zhang write something? San Tai Bao looked aloof and impatiently took the paper and pen, then bent down as Zhang Xia whispered something in his ear. San Tai Bao wrote it down, crumpled the paper into a ball, and handed it to me. Damn, Lu Qian even fished out a ring from an egg in front of everyone while Wan Shanhong had long mastered this skill. I listened with my left ear and then my right and tossed the paper into the wind, the Lua of the mainland. Everyone was stunned, their eyes nearly popping out. Zhang Xiao mocked, "You've learned quite a few tricks." I crossed my arms and asked Master Zhang, "What do you want to measure?" Zhang Xia grinned slyly. "Is it sunny or rainy 10 days from now?" At this moment, the whole venue erupted in laughter, with San Tai Bao and Jiu Tai Bao laughing particularly loudly. I pretended to be foolish and said, "Isn't there a way to measure the weather? I've really never calculated that." Ha ha. Ah ha ha ha. Zhang Xia, Li Xia, Wang Ermatzi, San Tai Bao, Jiu Tai Bao. Their laughter reached the heavens. Even the villagers who originally wanted to see me make a fool of myself felt a bit indignant on my behalf, saying, "How can you measure that?" Once they had laughed enough, I began to laugh. I laughed so hard that the leaves trembled and the chickens flew and dogs jumped. When the whole venue fell silent, I coldly said, "Although I don't know if it will be sunny or rainy in 10 days, I can summon a snake to ask." Before they could react, I clapped my hands, muttered some incantations, and then shouted, "Snake, come here and meet the 3 masters." Whether they believed it or not, my mother said sternly, "Do you really have tricks? Don't bite the locals." A large snake slithered over from the grass in the distance, flicking its red tongue. The weeds parted to the sides. Suddenly, a giant snake really crawled out, startling everyone like a bird startled by an arrow, scattering in every direction. Wang Er, the blind man, jumped up and ran away. Zhang Xia and Li Xia urged San Tai Bao and Jiu Tai Bao to hurry and take them away. I shouted, "3 masters, snakes don't bite good people. You usually guide others and help them out of trouble, doing good deeds. How can it harm you? Sit down, sit down." The 3 had no choice but to sit down. I patted the snake's head, whispered a few incantations, coiled it up, and placed it under Wang Er's stool, making Wang Er jump up in fright again. I laughed heartily. "Master Wang, what are you afraid of? Isn't there a saying in the martial world that you can predict life and death? Today, you should be prepared to face life and death before stepping out. No one wants to die outside." Everyone laughed wildly. My mother replaced Wang Er's stool and comforted him. "Master Wang, sit over here." Zhang Xia and Li Xia both said, "Don't put the snake under our stools. Don't bully us 2 blind men." My mother apologized to them. "Don't worry. He was mischievous as a child and likes to play pranks, but he knows his limits." At this point, I brought the snake over and placed it under my stool. I said to Zhang Xia, "As for the character Lu, the left side is ear, which is half of yang and half of it. So, 10 days from now, it could be sunny or rainy, indicating unpredictable weather and fluctuating moods." Li Xia, who couldn't see anyway, wasn't scared of the snake flicking its tongue and, not wanting to be left out, was the third to speak up. He said in a tone, "Master Wan, can you help me listen to a character?" He asked Jiu Tai Bao to write it down. I took the paper, listened with my left ear and then my right, and asked, "What does it measure?" Li Xia said, "I had a physical examination yesterday. Can you measure what aspect of my health is problematic? Trying to mess with me? Then I'll mess with you too." I pretended to be foolish again. "I'm not a doctor. I don't know what's wrong with you." Li Xia finally got a point back, mocking, "Aren't you supposed to be able to measure characters? If you can't figure it out, can't you analyze it from the literal meaning?" I suddenly grew serious. "If you want me to analyze it, I won't hold back. This character looks like a horse, but ISNT, it's a sick horse. You were fine when you came, but now you can't move. You can't stand up." Li Xia's face twisted in anger, cursing, "You're talking nonsense, slandering me." I howled to the sky again, "Master Li, why don't you try and see if you can stand up?" Li Xia exerted himself, trying to stand, but his legs felt like they had no strength, no matter how hard he tried. Everyone shouted, "Use force, use force." Li Xia used all his strength, but finally slumped back onto the chair. Wang Er clasped his hands together. "Master Wang, you can't. My mother frowned. "Shan Hong, how can you treat guests like this?" I laughed. "Where's the problem? I'm just joking with Master Li. He pities me, fearing I won't be able to make a living in the future. So he deliberately cooperated with me in this act, watching me help him up, and then he would stand up immediately." Everyone gathered around to watch the fun. I helped him up, and indeed, Li Xia stood up. San Tai Bao and Jiu Tai Bao stared wide-eyed. I pulled out the big snake from under the stool, held it in my arms, scanned the entire venue with a mischievous smile, and said, "3 masters, there's one more step, touch the snake's tongue. And next year, everything will go smoothly, fortune-telling will be accurate, and even if you trip while walking, it will be like kicking over a piece of gold." Then, I walked over with the snake. Wang Er was so scared he lost his mind, waving his hands rapidly, speaking urgently, Master Wan, let's go, let's go." I chuckled, "Sit for a bit. Life is good. Everyone has enough to eat. The rice is in the pot. If you don't eat, Should the leftovers be fed to the dogs? Besides, my dog only eats poop. Wang Er clasped his hands in a bow, sweating profusely. Farewell. Just for now, farewell. The three formed a small train and, amidst the laughter of the crowd, hurried away. The group of young people followed, giggling as they returned to the town. I said, "Villagers, you should go back as well. I can't control this snake any longer. I can only manage it for an hour." Everyone ran away in a panic, fearing being bitten. Once the crowd dispersed, my mother looked at me in surprise and asked, "Where did you learn these tricks?" I smiled, "Mom. I'm not afraid of 3 blind men. When 2 of the 13 protectors came, if I didn't show them some power today, they would have made a move. So, 3 good words are not as good as a slap in the face." My mother frowned. "Don't go back to the old home to open a shop in the future. Those few troublemakers who use drugs and act as their protectors hesitate to fight back if they feel disrespected. Today you just use some tricks, otherwise they would have made you lose face." I shook my head, "Mom, don't worry, I want to go back." My mother happily said, "It's good that you scared them today. It'll be more peaceful for me here. Otherwise, they keep bullying us." The corners of my eyes felt a bit wet. I thought to myself, I must work hard and bring my parents to the city as soon as possible. The next day, I took my parents and raced back to Wuxian City. Chapter 48, a thrilling past at 9 o'clock that evening. We rushed back to the Fashimi rice noodle company. My sister and brother-in-law picked up my parents, who were overjoyed, taking the 2 elders from the ground floor to the upper floors. And from the upper floors to the ground floor, both of them smiling ear to ear. My mother happily said, "Daughter, you are doing well. The city is truly a place where money can be found. Your father and I have worked hard for decades just to build 5-tile roofed houses." My sister scoffed. "It's not that money can be found in the city. You need to be smart to make money." After saying that, she glanced at me, hoping I would back her up. I should have agreed and said that it was my sister's abilities that led to her great achievements, but I chose not to. I just said, "You've worked hard all the way. You should rest first. Tomorrow I'll take you to Little Song City for some fun." My father asked what Little Song City was. I said, "You should take a shower first. I'll tell you after your bath." After my parents had bathed, the family gathered around the fire to chat about everyday matters. My sister talked about how she had painstakingly managed to turn a small shop into one of the top noodle shops in the city, leaving my mother amazed. When my sister took a phone call, my father asked, "Shanhong, the Little Song City you mentioned, is it related to the Song dynasty?" My mother shot my father a glance. "Stop asking useless questions. You collect those fake antiques every day and think there's something to find in that place." My father had no other hobby. He just liked to collect ancient bowls. This was a side effect of having once stumbled upon an ancient bowl and made a bit of money from it. I joked, "That place really is related to antiques. It's also related to my master." Upon hearing that, my mother became interested. My brother-in-law said, "I know a little too. Hurry and tell us." I wanted to take the opportunity to introduce my master to my parents, so they could understand how extraordinary he was, and began to explain the origins of Little Song City. My sister returned to her seat and realized that everyone's attention had shifted to me. She shot me a glance. "Less gossip. Our parents have worked hard. Let them sleep early." After saying that, she left. My father urged, "Quickly tell us. Your master is so impressive. We need to know more. We will visit him in the future." The story of Little Song City was actually something my master had mentioned during a casual chat, so I slowly began to introduce the past and present of Little Song City. 20 years ago, during a time of development, there was a piece of land in the southern suburbs of the city that no one wanted to buy. First, because the urban area had not yet expanded there, and second, because those buying land at the time were all into real estate, who would go to the suburbs to build houses. Deng Fuging, who had made a bit of money from small projects, started to calculate. At that time, Deng Fuging did not know my master, so he came to consult about buying that piece of land to set up a stainless steel factory. He wanted to check the character for celebration. Upon hearing this, my master asked, "What is your name?" Deng wrote down the 3 characters for Deng Fuging on paper. My master nodded. "You can buy it to set up a factory." Deng Fuging asked persistently, "Sir, can you explain this character to me in detail?" My master said, "Celebration means vastness, and your name's last character is root. It's raining now, which nourishes the roots. Combined, it means the roots are expanding in all directions, so now is a good time for your business to expand." Deng Fuging's face lit up with joy. He hurriedly offered a cigarette. At that time, my master did not smoke, but he took it and smiled. The dark corners align, and you take out a cigarette, showing your readiness to act. It is also a good time to take action. He continued, "The way you write celebration is different from others, with a small top and a large bottom, indicating a solid foundation, enough to support your grand ambitions. Therefore, the heavenly signs, character forms, and meanings combine. This is the first good character I have encountered in months. Deng Fuging was not well educated, but was clever and immediately bought the land. He also asked my master to select an auspicious day for the groundbreaking. When the bulldozer came in, it immediately leveled a piece of land. One day, Deng Fuging came running to my master's shop, drenched in sweat, exclaiming, "We have a problem, we have a problem." He gestured and explained that the bulldozer had pushed aside a mound of earth and uncovered a kiln. The driver, having a bit more knowledge than Deng Fuging, said this had to be reported to the Cultural Relics Bureau. When the Bureau arrived, their first order was to stop work. Deng Fuging was anxious, sweating profusely. "What can we do? I just want to finish building the factory as soon as possible, but now work is stopped. How long will this last?" My master said, "This is definitely a good thing. Do you still have money?" Immediately, by the 50 acres of land next to it, Deng Fuging was almost in tears and asked, "Master, what kind of idea is this?" My master got up without saying a word, went to the second floor, and came back a while later, placing a stack of cash on the table. "This is what I lend you. The rest you need to figure out." Deng Fuging did not dare to reach for it. "Master, please explain the reasoning to me." My master then explained. That area is called Kiln Puzai in local terms. And the city records state that during the Song dynasty, it was the location of official kilns, producing underglaze colored translucent bowls. These bowls are pure white and almost transparent. They are rare treasures. However, the area within 30 kilometers is all called Kiln Puzai, so even the Cultural Relics Department has conducted explorations but has never found the kilns. Now that they have been discovered, there must be more than one, and your factory area is essentially a kiln group. Therefore, that piece of land is no longer viable. You should propose to the government to add an additional piece of land next to it. Deng Fuging asked, "Why buy so much land?" My master lowered his voice. "That place will definitely become a famous historical site. You must go to the city government immediately, whether you kneel, bow, cry, or make a scene. You must get them to respond quickly. The reason is that it affects your factory's construction progress. They must approve the land immediately. In a few years, that land will appreciate." Deng Fuging immediately took a group of people to the city government. He had a knack for making the leaders feel anxious while also evoking their sympathy. The leader said, "Don't rush, we will study it." A month later, as expected, more and more was dug up, and experts from a province concluded it was a Song dynasty official kiln group. This had extremely significant implications for studying the social, economic, and cultural aspects of the northern Song dynasty. Deng Fuging's original land was to be entirely reclaimed. Deng Fuging threatened to jump off the city government building. The government held a meeting and decided the ancient kiln group must not be disturbed, and they would allocate an additional 20 acres to Deng Fuging, which was actually just a stinky pond. Deng Fuging came to ask my master for advice again. My master said, "The smell of the stinky pond is also a good character. Above is self, below is dog. The dog character is a big character with a little dot. It means more than just big." Deng Fuging bitterly laughed. "Master, are you joking or really interpreting characters? How come every time I come to interpret characters, you always say this is good, that is good?" My master replied, "If we don't interpret the stinky character and change it to water, does your root need to be nourished by water? If we don't interpret water, we interpret pond." The earth character plus Tang character signifies a flourishing Tang dynasty. The Tang dynasty is called the flourishing Tang. Do you understand? Deng Fuging stood up and bowed 3 times to my master. "Master, I, who have not been educated, have been blindly messing around. Because I believe in you, an educated person. According to your meaning, it means I can make money in every way." My master frowned. "Messing around is not acceptable. The surrounding land is appreciating. You can't build a stainless steel factory. That would be like putting gold in a bucket of water. It's too wasteful." Deng Fuging hurriedly asked, "How about building a residential community?" My master shook his head. "A residential community won't work either. That's a one-time business. Once you sell the houses, you won't make any more money." Deng Fuging asked, "Then what should I do?" My master made a definitive decision. Turn it all into shops. Deng Fuging felt muddled and said, "Regardless of whether it loses or profits in the future, I want to first bow 3 times to you." After saying that, he knelt down and bowed 3 times. My master waved his hand. No need for such great courtesy. Deng Fuging looked serious. "My father only gave birth to me and raised me, but he never pointed a way out for me. You are my reborn parents, pointing out a bright path for me." Shaosong City got its name from this. With the establishment of the Song Kiln Memorial Hall and the setting up of the Song Kiln site, Shaosong City has transformed from a southern suburb into the center of the southern district. Deng Fuging became prosperous because of this. After the story was told, my mother was the first to speak. "Shan Hong, you have followed the right person. You said you could earn 300 a day, and I secretly thought you were talking nonsense. Now I believe it. My father, who has always opposed my smoking, surprisingly made an exception by giving me a cigarette while handing one to my brother-in-law, happily saying, "Your master is a good person." My brother-in-law took the opportunity to speak for me. Shan Hong can go out to eat without spending his own money. My parents asked in unison, "Why?" My brother-in-law raised his eyebrows and said, "He is a disciple of Master Hongi." My mother wiped away a tear of happiness and said, "We must meet your master soon and say thank you to him in person." Chapter 49. I actually didn't know how to order food the next morning. My sister and I discussed going to the most luxurious private room, 1008 in Shaosong City, for a full song meal at noon. My sister furrowed her brow and said, "I wonder if that room can be booked." I deliberately said, "You're an entrepreneur. You have connections." She looked troubled and replied, "Let's give it a try." After she left, I called Xiao Liming and asked him to book the room. Then I told my parents I'll go check in with my master. When my master saw me, he was surprised and said, "You're back so soon?" I reported the situation of the past few days to him. He smiled and said, "You should call Wang Air and explain to him that you want to be opening a shop in the town, and that you welcome them to come visit you in the city when they have time. After all, your parents will eventually return to live in the old home." I felt embarrassed and said, "You think of everything." He continued, "This is called generosity. You can argue with someone, but if you greet them the next day, won't the conflict be resolved?" After he finished speaking, he went out for a walk. I felt even more embarrassed. I called home 3 times before I could get Wang Air's phone number, and then I dialed it. "Is this Master Wang?" "I'm Wan Shan Hong." It took him a while to respond, stuttering, "Oh, Master Shan Hong. Don't call me that. It's too embarrassing," I said. "I just returned here from my hometown yesterday. I felt bad that I didn't host you well yesterday. In this lifetime, there aren't many opportunities to seek your guidance face to face. It's far away, but if you come here and don't inform me, I'll be upset." Once he understood that I wouldn't be returning to my hometown for development, he said, "So, you don't love your hometown anymore?" I chuckled. "After all, the income here is higher, and I'm planning to buy a house and settle down." His tone became much more enthusiastic. All right. I'll definitely pass your warm regards to Master Zhang and Master Li." After my master came back from his walk, he asked, "When are your parents free? I'd like to invite them to my house for a meal." I blushed and hurriedly said, "I'll bring them to visit you." At that moment, Xiao Liming called, and I stepped aside to take the call. Xiao Liming said, "Little brother, it took me half an hour to get it done. That room was originally booked by someone else. I had to use your master's name to get them to give it up." I replied, "Thank you for your hard work, director. You will surely be promoted." I occasionally use this phrase. It's a polite encouragement. If said by an ordinary person, the other party would just smile and take it as a blessing. But when it comes from my master or me, others will have a certain expectation because we can read faces. So, it's not just a polite remark, but rather it gives the impression that they will definitely win something. This phrase indeed has a magical quality. Xiao Liming hurriedly said, "Shan Hong, I have 3 free quotas a year. This time, let me show my appreciation for your parents. They will receive absolutely perfect service." After hanging up, I smiled and said, "I'll head back early to accompany my parents for a stroll." My master nodded. "Go quickly." I drove to the shopping area. When my sister had taken my parents for shopping, I called her casually, saying, "Room 1008 is confirmed." "You're amazing," she replied. "I was worried you wouldn't be able to book it." Director Lee from the Economic Commission called, but still couldn't get it. I teased her, "Sister, my name is Wan Shan Hong." She elongated her voice. "Oh, you're too shy to call yourself a master, right? Let me satisfy you, Master Wan." I chuckled. "I dare not. My full title is Wan Shui Xiao's younger brother, Wan Shan Hong." Upon arriving at Shaosong City, I contacted them to meet at the entrance of Huachu. Huachu is a name my master created. Hua refers to the place where people watch plays in the Song Dynasty, and Chu is of course a place to eat. Together, it means a restaurant where you can both listen to plays and eat. After gathering, we took the elevator straight to the 10th floor. As soon as we arrived, we saw 2 women in song attire standing at the elevator entrance. They wore headscarves, long sleeves with slits under their arms, and knee-length skirts, complemented by red flower sashes. They bowed and said, "Please, Master Wan." After that, the 2 led the way, walking gracefully. As we approached the door, 2 young boys stood there, holding ribbons, singing loudly, "Master has arrived." Inside, someone responded, "The drums and horns welcome the master." Suddenly, there was the sound of drums 3 times, and a loud horn sounded. About 10 women resembling palace maids stood on either side, one knee bent in a half-kneeling position, all shouting, "Master and Madam, long life. Master Wan, good fortune." My parents were momentarily at a loss, unsure if they should return the greeting. I whispered, "This is a performance, just ignore them." After the 10 palace maids paid their respects, they led us to our seats. Each one treated the 2 elders as if they were their own parents, helping them to sit at the head of the table before returning to invite us to take our seats. Once everyone was seated, a young man resembling a performer came in, standing next to me, rapidly listing the dishes: mother and son dumplings, bamboo shoot meat buns, various fried dishes, carp sashimi, assorted fresh sashimi, spicy white crab, 8 roasted chicken, burdock, gourd, beef tripe, braised beef hooves, honey-glazed tofu, eel shao, fragrant herb stuffed lung. My mother was completely bewildered by the names. My father, having been an official before, tried to maintain a semblance of calm while smoking continuously. My sister was even better at pretending, arms crossed like a queen, as if these were all things I, her servant, should handle. After all, my brother-in-law had taught history and was cultured. He leisurely asked, "Is this from the Southern Song or Northern Song cuisine?" The young man, standing beside us, answered, "It's a mix of both, featuring Kaifeng cuisine to commemorate the old capital, as well as Huayan cuisine to signify the southern migration and local integration." This was my first time in such a luxurious private room, facing these many ancient dish names, and I felt embarrassed that I didn't even know how to order. Truly poverty limiting my choices. Besides, there were just 5 of us. How much could we eat? I took the menu and pretended to look it over. Suddenly, I heard someone outside singing. "The waiter has arrived." I turned around and saw it was Xiao Liming. He entered and cupped his hands, saying uncle and aunt. "Xiao is late." He then told the young man, "I've already ordered all the dishes." I introduced him to my parents and sister-in-law. "This is Director Xiao from Fengqin Group S office." Xiao Liming stepped forward to shake hands with everyone and said, "I have another event. I'll come back later to toast." He turned to his subordinates and said, "Be careful to serve our esteemed guests." Since Director Xiao had arranged everything, there was no need to worry. At that moment, a boy at the entrance sang, bringing in the 7-pin rolling dragon tea. A man entered with a teapot whose spout was nearly a meter long. He skillfully poured the tea without looking, filling a cup to the brim without spilling a drop. My mother exclaimed, "Pouring tea requires martial arts skills?" The entrance sang again, bringing in the Zhao Meihua wine. I thought it would be bottles, but instead, several palace, maid-like women were bringing out wooden barrels, scooping dates and flowers from them, and placing them into a funnel. The entrance sang, warming the wine. They poured the content from the funnel into a large pot, and, after boiling 3 times, they filled small pots for us and served the wine one by one. At this point, my brother-in-law became animated, looking pleased. "Dad, Mom, don't worry about drinking." In ancient times, there was no white wine or rice wine. Their wine is like a beverage with very low alcohol content. Everyone tasted it, and indeed, the wine didn't taste like wine, nor did it taste like a beverage. It was sweet with a hint of bitterness, but very delicious. The entrance sang, bringing in the delicacies. Chapter 50, Parents Leave Hometown. Difficult to express when the dishes were served. We were all stunned. They were all served in those large shells, just a little bit. After a while, some small plates came out, also just a little bit. But there were more than 20 varieties of dishes, strange and odd, many of which I couldn't name. My sister glanced at me and whispered, "Why so many? This cost quite a bit." I chuckled and said, "What are you afraid of? It's just the 2 of us." Just as we were eating, 2 beautiful women entered singing and dancing, dressed in colorful makeup and wide robes, with slender waists and painted brows. They performed a heavenly dance. After a while, one played the pipa while the other swayed and played the chin. After a segment, one woman sat down to play the flute, while the other sang, "The willows darkened by Wang's dike, dike, oh dike, my heart is confused, heart is confused." After 2 lines, the voice suddenly rose, "Peach blossoms and spring water flow, flow, oh flow, mandarin ducks bathe on the water, bathe, oh bathe." Then in a lower tone, she sang with deep emotion, with resentment against the fading light, "I remember you, but you do not know, you do not know." Finally, with a sorrowful tone, she choked out, "In the city of Luoyang, the spring is beautiful. The talented young man in Luoyang grows old in a foreign land." That sweet voice, the winding and twisting yearning, the endless sighs, and the unending heartache of the Song Dynasty singers for their lovers, made one feel intoxicated. My father asked, "What song is this?" My brother-in-law quickly replied, "This is Bodhisattva Man, the beautiful scenery in Luoyang by the Tang Dynasty poet Wei Zhuang." The original meaning expresses Wei Zhuang's dissatisfaction with his life circumstances. However, in the Song Dynasty, the singers expressed it as longing for the guests. The meaning is that the guests should take my feelings and marry me while the spring is good. Otherwise, even the talented young man will grow old day by day. Today's meaning is that the singer expresses her feelings for Shan Hong, saying, "Shan Hong, please take me away soon. Even the waitstaff laughed heartily. My mother said, Shan Hong is afraid she can't match them. They all look like celestial beings. While speaking, Xiao Liming came in a toast. Everyone had already eaten. He kept saying sorry. So my brother-in-law and I drank, while others clinked teacups. He said, take your time eating. After the singers left, they sang at the door, serving the guests. My mother asked, why is there not a piece of pork in these dishes? My brother-in-law explained, this is a noble banquet. The nobles of a northern Song dynasty do not eat pork, only mutton. My sister bit into a pancake. Still, these Song dynasty pancakes are delicious. My brother-in-law said to my sister, the Song dynasty is an era of foodies. Wu Mengong's Dream Liang Lu records over 100 types of snacks and delicacies. The female entrepreneur suddenly looked dull. All the brilliance today was monopolized by my brother-in-law. She said with a serious face, more than 100 types, but it's just different fillings wrapped in flour. Suddenly, my mother asked me, how much does this banquet cost? I held up 2 fingers. She cautiously asked, 2,000? I paused for a moment before saying, 28,008. She was so shocked that she pushed the crab meat pancake back to the plate. Are we eating or spending money? My sister looked at me in surprise, as if asking who would pay for this. I whispered, this banquet was treated by the director just now. My mother then let out a long breath and picked up the pancake to take a big bite. I noticed that whenever money was mentioned, only my father and brother-in-law remained calm, as they both didn't manage finances at home. My father hardly said a word, while my brother-in-law only discussed knowledge. Only my sister kept eating with a mood swing as dramatic as Gong Lin is taunting. Her emotional ups and downs were almost electrifying. After finishing, my father said, Shan Hong, I enjoyed the meal. You're better than your father. My sister deliberately said, it looks good, but when we go back, we'll still have to eat a bowl of noodles. My mother, a protective parent, retorted at my sister, you're talking nonsense. You'd be full after 2 of those pancakes, with so much crab meat. After eating, everyone stood up. At the door, they sang, sending off the guests. 10 women stood in 2 rows, bowing and saying, may you all travel safely, gentlemen and ladies. Once we got into the elevator, my mother kept saying, delicious, delicious. My sister remarked, it's only delicious because it doesn't cost anything, right? If it costs money, who would come to such a place? Dishes on the 5th or 6th floor are just as good, only costing 1,000 or 2,000. Some days later, my master invited our whole family to Yu Ranju for dinner. During the meal, my father and mother kept thanking the master, saying that Shan Hong relied on the master's guidance and teachings at this place. The master said, Shan Hong is good. She is spirit. On another day, my family held a banquet at home, inviting the master and his wife and Aunt Shen for dinner. This time, my mother cooked personally. The master praised my mother for being a gourmet and for her excellent cooking skills. After the Lantern Festival, my brother-in-law took my parents back home. The 3 of them took the high-speed train back. My brother-in-law stayed with them in their hometown for about 10 days before returning to the city. According to my brother-in-law, my mother chatted daily with the neighbors about her experiences in the city, often mentioning that a meal cost 28,008. At first, some listened and asked for details, but later no one was interested anymore, and eventually, some people clearly took a detour to avoid passing by our house. I said to my sister, we must bring our parents to the city. My sister asked in confusion, we just sent them back less than a month ago. Why bring them back again? I replied, didn't my brother-in-law talk to you about our parents? My sister casually said, he mentioned it. It's just that those people are jealous of our family. I said sadly, because of jealousy, they will isolate them. Being isolated makes them especially lonely. Because they are especially lonely, they won't live long. When my sister heard this, she immediately said, what you said makes some sense. Not long after, my brother-in-law became the special envoy to bring our parents into the city. After returning to their hometown, he brought them out. From then on, our family began to detach from the village where we had lived for decades. My brother-in-law said, when we left the village, people casually greeted us and smiled, asking if we were going to the city for a better life. One night, my brother-in-law and I sat and talked. He said, the phrase simple and honest should no longer be included in the language textbooks. I asked why. My brother-in-law said, the next generation cannot understand its specific meaning. What does simple and honest really look like? They can't find it, so how can they understand? I smiled and said, brother-in-law, it's not that pessimistic. Perhaps our society is just in labor pains. Everything that exists throughout history is the same. Good and evil coexist. Time passed quickly, and before I knew it, it was April of my 3rd year as an apprentice. Dongzi reminded me that I could sign up for the feng shui class. 5 days after signing up, I bid farewell to my city and went to Hangzhou to attend the Righteousness and Sensitivity feng shui software application training class. I vowed I must master this high technology. Even if there are a few bone spirits in the class, I cannot go out and have fun with them. Those who achieve great things in ancient times are nothing but able to resist two things. I won't write it out, you know. Chapter 51 Meeting the Master Nanchi. The training location was set on a beautiful island in Chianao Lake. Just as the advertisement for the training class said, the scenery is picturesque, soothing to the mind and body, and walking on the island feels like a fairyland. As for this little island, I won't go into detail. They didn't pay me for advertising. I arrived at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, looked at the sign at the entrance, and approached the bar to ask, "Miss, I'm here for the feng shui training class. How do I check in?" She widened her eyes and scanned me. Based on my extensive experience in reading people, despite her moderate makeup, there was no doubt that she was filled with skepticism about me. I changed my words and said, "Miss, I really am here to check in." She asked impatiently, "Where's your check-in notice?" I took out the notice and placed it on the bar. She carefully read it once and looked up at the ceiling. Pay 30,000. I pulled out my phone and scanned it. She handed me a room card and a bag. Room 2208. Dinner is in the first floor hall. The room was decorated in an antique style with a large bed and a white cotton quilt. After freshening up, I went out to the balcony and enjoyed the view of the lake and mountains. Aside from a table and 2 chairs, there was incense from India on the table and a meditation couch by the bed. It seemed this was a small hotel that hosted training classes on traditional Chinese culture and feng shui year-round. I took out a stick of Indian incense, lit it, and the sandalwood fragrance wafted around, making me feel incredibly relaxed. Sitting in an exquisitely carved chair, I opened the information packet. The training class notice stated, schedule, dining location, morning classes, and afternoon self-study. Each training session's materials were organized neatly. The 10-day training was fully packed. After flipping through the materials, I understood. The first 7 days would feature invited lecturers and professors from various universities, focusing on the mapping of terrain and celestial constellations. The last 2 days would invite experts proficient in both feng shui and astronomy to discuss the correspondence between heaven, earth, and humanity. On the final morning, a top master of East studies in China would lecture the students. This was perfect for me, as it was structured from simple to complex, interlinked step by step. Tired from the journey, I took a nap until the phone rang, prompting me to go for dinner. Dinner was set in a large private room. Upon entering, I was stunned. The restaurant felt like a large ritual ceremony, with individuals dressed in Taoist robes and wearing crowns, and a few odd ones in tang suits with long beards, exuding an air of immortality. I was momentarily dazed, realizing that in my formal attire, I stood out like a crane among chickens. It became clear why the barmaid had doubted me. I looked nothing like a master. I noticed an empty seat at a table on the east side and walked over to sit down. To my left was a man in his 40s, and to my right was an elderly Taoist in his 60s. After sitting down, I awkwardly said, "Hello everyone, sorry I'm late." No one acknowledged me, each absorbed in their own meals, sipping soup or eating meat. The elderly Taoist on my right glanced at me with some discontent and said, "You should reflect this to the leadership. Having paid so much, the dishes should be better. There are too many soups and vegetables. They should serve more substantial dishes." It turned out they mistook me for a staff member. I felt embarrassed and corrected myself. I'm here to learn as well. The Taoist looked at me coldly, as if I was just there to eat for free. On the first day, it was understandable that no one knew me, but by the second day, still no one spoke to me. Among these 30-plus people, it was evident there was a hierarchy. Some already knew each other and gathered to chat and smoke after class, while others had some reputation and ignored everyone else. Moreover, there wasn't a single slender figure. There were only older, unattractive, and even overweight individuals. I wanted to chat with them, but they seemed indifferent. A few exchanges would quickly lead to an awkward silence. The classroom scene surprised me. Sitting in the second-to-last row, I looked ahead and saw only a few people paying attention. Most were playing on their phones, and some casually walked out of the classroom to take calls, not returning for the entire class. Strangely, the teacher only focused on lecturing. Whether or not we listened was of no concern to him. I was the only odd one out, eager to ask questions because the money was from my master, and if I returned without learning anything, how could I face my master? Every time I asked a question, many eyes turned towards me, as if I were a spectacle. Almost every question I asked drew glances from all sides, as if I were a monster on display. The mocking, derisive, and disdainful looks felt like fireballs hitting me, making me feel scorched. But I had to ask because otherwise I wouldn't understand. So, every time I raised a question, the classroom erupted in various strange laughs. Some sounded like a ghostly wail in the middle of the night, while others resembled the mournful cries of a pig before slaughter during the new year. I wished I could dig a hole and hide. How could they have such a solid foundation? They never asked questions, and they understood everything just from listening. Was I the only fool? On the afternoon of the third day, I sat alone in my room, staring blankly. After a while, I felt a weight pressing on my heart, so I decided to step outside for some fresh air. At that moment, I spotted the man who had sat to my left during the first dinner, sitting on a wooden bench by the flower bed, smoking. I gathered my courage and walked over. From my observation, he also seemed like an odd one. "Hello, not going for a walk?" I smiled. "Yeah, you don't seem to like going out either, right?" Hearing this, I felt a surge of joy, realizing he had been paying attention to my every move. I replied, "My foundation is weak. I just want to learn something, not in the mood for sightseeing." He pointed to a stone bench across from him. "Sit down. Your name is Shan Hong?" I was somewhat touched that he even remembered my name, and I quickly nodded. Yes. And you?" "I'm Chong Nanchi." "Is that from Liu Chongqing's poem Seeking Nanchi with Taoist Chong?" He studied me seriously. "You've read quite a few Tang poems." The two of us began to converse. It turned out he had attended many training classes. He said that as long as one studied earnestly, they would always learn something valuable. However, the vast majority of people were there to gain prestige. Specifically for this training class, it seemed that only the two of us were genuinely here to learn. I hurriedly asked, "What do you mean by that?" He chuckled. "The current world of destiny, divination, and feng shui is not a pure land anymore. How many truly scholarly individuals are there? The world is bustling. All for profit. The world is in chaos. All for gain. They come here just to take a photo with Master Chun. Master Chun is the master who will lecture on the last day of this training. He is a disciple of Xiao Weihua and considered one of the top masters in the country. Although I had sensed something already, I couldn't help but exclaim. Chong Nanchi said, "I've added a few people's WeChat. Let me show you." When I looked, many of their WeChat circles were filled with posts about being invited to attend feng shui master seminars, complete with photos with various lecturers. I asked clearly, "They paid for it themselves. How can it be called an invitation?" Chong Nanchi thought I was still naive in this regard and explained, "It's correct to call an invitation. The check-in notice states that you are invited to participate." I retorted, "Even if the organizers are being polite, how can a study class be called a seminar?" Chong Nanchi's face showed a hint of disdain. "It's a deception." I suddenly realized, so that's how it is. Chong Nanchi asked, "Did you not notice the details of their photos with the teachers?" Chapter 52, Prelude to a Conspiracy. I shook my head. Chong Nanchi stood up, his feet forming a wide stance, arms crossed. "Like this, you understand?" His vivid imitation made me laugh. These students, who don't listen in class but love to take photos, show off pictures in their social circles every day to indicate they are on equal footing with such esteemed teachers. No wonder they all coincidentally changed the study class to a seminar. Chong Nanchi said expressionlessly, "Only on the last day, when Master Chen arrives, do these people stick close to him to show their close relationship with the top masters in the country." I asked, "Can you give me a cigarette?" Chong Nanchi took out a cigarette for me and asked, "Do you think what I said is too harsh?" I shook my head. "No. This is my first time attending such a training class. Now that you mention it, I need to think carefully about whether it's worth attending next time. It depends on your mindset. If you are genuinely eager to learn, you can gain knowledge. They don't ask questions in class and don't complete the homework assigned by the teacher in the afternoon. How can they learn?" Chong Nanchi laughed wildly. After laughing, he said, "Mr. Shan Hong, you are still very naive." I realized for the first time that the word naive could be scarier than fall. I felt embarrassed as Chong Nanchi mocked me. My face turned red, and I was momentarily speechless. He had a cold expression, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. They don't care, and when they go back, they still use the old methods to tell fortunes and divine. "Have you read Fortress Besieged?" Fang Hongjian muddled through a few years at a third-rate university abroad and could say yes and no, and people would worship him. My expression grew serious, and I let out a long "oh." Chong Nanchi raised an eyebrow. "Who is your master?" I didn't know how well-known my master was in this circle, so I whispered, "Someone named Taoist Hong Yuan." He responded blandly, "I've heard of him. His reputation is not as great as Xiao, Hua, Chun, and others, but he has some standing in the industry, just never had the chance to meet." I smiled and said, "You're welcome to visit us in Wuxiang City next time you come." He didn't answer me, but instead asked, "What do you think of feng shui?" This was not a common question. It might take a whole book to explain clearly. I had to turn the tables. "My knowledge is shallow. I would like to hear your insights, senior." Chong Nanchi looked confused. "I asked you because I'm also very puzzled." I chuckled. "If it's an apprentice, the teacher has a coherent theory, and following that would work. However, sometimes when I'm lying in bed, I wonder if it's really like that." Chong Nanchi wanted to smoke again, took out his cigarette case, gave me one, lit it for himself, took a deep puff, and said solemnly, "Theory comes from practice and in turn guides practice. But if we say feng shui is a theory, I have doubts about that." I smiled. A philosopher once said, "When humanity thinks, God laughs." He slapped his thigh. "The quote you referenced is very interesting. Maybe both of us are wrong. And they don't take notes, don't complete their assignments. Just take pictures with the teacher after class, and in the afternoon take pictures with the scenery. Maybe that is right." I was puzzled. "I don't quite understand what you mean." He looked like a philosopher, gazing at the sky, and asked slowly, "If the theory of feng shui itself is wrong, why are we studying this?" I blurted out, "Senior, you are a true scholar and thinker." Changnachi was silent for a long time. After a moment, he said, "I haven't studied under any great master. After graduating from university, because I was too serious, I couldn't last in several companies. I thought to myself, people who are too serious often struggle to thrive." He seemed to enter his own world, talking to himself. "My grandfather and father were both involved in fortune-telling and feng shui in the countryside. My father mocked me, saying I earned over 5,000 a month, could only nap at my desk at noon, and was like a sickly shell of a person. He said I might as well learn feng shui from him. I looked down on his profession. The money was indeed easy to make. Until one autumn, I was laid off by a company, and by the end of the year, hadn't found a job. I was finally persuaded by my father to learn from him for a year, and now I'm better than him." I praised, "Your understanding is remarkable." He shook his head. "You're doing this too. Most things in this world are either or. For example, predicting whether one will have a boy or a girl. Anyone can guess right 50% of the time, right?" I nodded. "If you understand a bit of medical knowledge and summarize often, the probability goes to 70%. Changnachi said, "So, this theory of fortune-telling and feng shui doesn't seem like a theory. It resembles an empirical study. It is derived from experience, but cannot be applied to practice. Why? Don't we often say we are accurate?" Changnachi shook his head. "What is called accurate is a kind of probability, not a science. Science can promote human progress. For example, aerodynamics can calculate how much power an engine needs to make an airplane take off. Empirical studies cannot do that." I clasped my fists. "Senior, after hearing your words, I feel enlightened." Changnachi asked, "Does God exist?" I was taken aback. Such a profound question was something I had never thought about, so I shook my head. Changnachi said, "Nature is God." I was still bewildered, unsure how to respond to him. He stood up, extended a hand, pointing to the sky. "The sun is so scorching, yet warms us neither hot nor cold. The moon is so far away, yet shines on us without abandoning us." Then, with one hand, he drew a circle from left to right. "The great river flows, rising as water, widely spreading rain and dew, nourishing us. Plants are silent. Spring flowers and autumn fruits, endlessly giving life, nurturing us. This natural world is so interconnected, indispensable. The environment and nourishment that humanity needs, it provides us just right. If it isn't God, what is it?" I stood up, hands clasped in a bow. "Please accept my 3 bows." "Sir." Changnachi waved his hand. "There is no need to be so serious. Since we are discussing, we should be equal. As long as there is someone like you willing to listen to my nonsense, I am content. Respecting nature is respecting God. What you say isn't nonsense. It's truth," Changnachi said dejectedly. "Many people say I'm insane." I comforted him. "Those who say you are insane have reached the late stage of insanity, and there is no cure." Changnachi laughed heartily. After laughing enough, he said, "Brother Juan, you are humorous, very humorous." I truly admired him and said, "I am fortunate to meet you, Senior. Let us add each other on WeChat, and after I leave, I can consult you anytime." He happily added me on WeChat and said cheerfully, "I like people like you, who keep asking questions in class. You are someone who studies seriously." As we chatted more and more in tune, when it was almost dinner time, I invited, "Senior, let me treat you to some dishes at a small restaurant outside, and we can have a drink." He didn't decline. We walked 3 miles down from the hotel, and on the left was an alley that looked like a place full of human warmth. We walked in, turned 2 corners, and came to a street of eateries. It was crowded with diners, and after a while, we finally found a small restaurant, but the owner said there was only space available upstairs. We went up to the loft, and upon seeing it, it was indeed a nice place, a bit narrow but had charm. Once seated in the loft, the curtains separated it, creating a world of its own. I ordered 3 side dishes, plus a vegetable and a soup. After 3 cups of alcohol, we chatted even more joyfully. At that moment, my phone rang. It was He Xiaobo calling. He said on the other end, "Shan Hong, I'm planning to come to the city in the next few days. I sent a text to Master before, but he hasn't replied. I can't get through on the phone. It's turned off. What is going on?" I also felt it was a bit unusual, paused, and said, "Mister, I came to Hangzhou to study. Let me ask for you." After calling the Master SY for clarification, I reached Mr. He. The Master has gone to Qinglong Temple for meditation. I couldn't get through to him either. I only found out by asking the Master's wife. "Mister," he said, "I'm holding a seminar and would like to invite him as a consultant." I understood that the Master must have known about this in advance and didn't want to participate in this so-called seminar, using the excuse of going into seclusion, because seclusion means completely ignoring anyone and anything. I replied, "In my opinion, meditation usually lasts more than 10 days, completely isolating oneself in the outside world." "Mister," he chuckled on the other end. Then, "My intention has been conveyed. Next time you explain it to the Master." I suddenly felt that this was the prelude to a conspiracy. Mr. He was going to dismantle the He family estate. A grand fake seminar was about to be staged. I hung up the phone and raised my glass. "Brother, cheers." Chapter 53, When It's Time to Act. I also want to show my skills after getting to know Senior Brother Chong. I only regret that time passes too quickly. We often talk all night long. I have gained a clearer understanding of this so-called destiny and feng shui world. It is a huge river and lake, a world full of risks and immense wealth. This is also a pyramid-like river and lake. Those with high skills move among the rich and powerful, being both wealthy and respected. Those with lower skills set up stalls on the streets to tell fortunes just to make a living. For example, in a couple of days, Master Chun, who will give us the final class, lives a life of luxury. He has acquired foreign citizenship, has 4 wives, and owns dozens of properties in first-tier cities in the mainland as well as in New York and London. I secretly vowed to become a prominent figure in this river and lake. In the blink of an eye, it was the last day. On that day, the most famous master of I Ching in the country, Mr. Chun, indeed arrived on time. He had no teaching materials and did not give a lecture. He stood on the podium and said a few universally applicable but utterly useless grand statements. Then he became a model. Despite his unattractive appearance, the students rushed to take pictures with him one by one. Master Chun had long cultivated a demeanor of loving yet despising the world, maintaining a Mona Lisa-like smile that was the most charming in the world. Those who were bold enough to take pictures even draped an arm over the master's shoulder. I did not go up for a photo. Neither did Chong Nanshi, because there would be a group photo later. The staff, looking displeased, scolded us. "How can you be so foolish, keeping the master waiting?" Chong Nanshi boldly retorted, "You're the foolish one." Another staff member came out to mediate. "If you want to take a photo, hurry up, the master can't stand for long." Feeling embarrassed, I walked up to the master. Master Chen looked at me, the one who hesitated to come forward, with dissatisfaction. "Did you come to learn with a joking attitude?" "No, I am very serious." A teacher next to us interjected, "Even if he learns the most seriously." Master Chan turned his face faster than a Sichuan opera face changer. "I was just joking with you." I did not care about the fact that he was reportedly unhappy about not teaching despite taking a fee of 200,000, and I did not want to curry favor with him, so I answered without giving him face. Any joke contains a serious part. His expression soured significantly. I added, as the famous psychologist Freud said. Master Chen asked, "What is your name?" I replied, "Wan Shan Hong." Unexpectedly, he reached out and put an arm around my shoulder, telling the photographer, "Take a few more pictures, make sure they look good." I couldn't say whether I was happy or not. I smiled slightly, but did not laugh out loud. When the photos came out, surprisingly, I had the same mysterious Mona Lisa smile as Master Chun. After the training, everyone dispersed. Both Chong Nanshi and I were taking the high-speed train the next day. So we went to the downtown area of Hangzhou, where Chong Nanshi took me to check into a hotel. I asked, "Are you familiar with this place?" He smiled. "A fan has already booked a room for us." After entering the hotel and reaching the 8th floor, he stayed in 8807, and I stayed in 8809. Dinner was hosted by his fan, Mr. Ding. After dinner, Mr. Ding asked Chong Nanshi to tell his son's fortune based on his birth date and time. Chong Nanshi smiled and said, "Generally, we don't calculate fortunes for children. You must be asking about his future. I'll give you 10 words. He has the talent for 1,000 miles, to take on a 100-mile responsibility." I knew that Nanshi was implying that Mr. Ding's son had extraordinary talent, but in terms of lifelong development at best, he could only become a division-level official, because in the past, the county generally only covered a radius of 100 miles. Mr. Ding wanted Chong Nanshi to explain. Chong Nanshi shook his head and said, "No explanations for children's matters. You can think about it slowly when you go back." After a pause, he said to Mr. Ding, "Mr. Shan Hong is a character analyst. His talent is effective. You should ask him to analyze a character for you." I waved my hands repeatedly. I wouldn't dare to embarrass myself. Mr. Ding looked earnest, clasping his hands together. Please. Master, give me some guidance. After some more refusals, it would have been a bit unreasonable. I pretended to be modest. Then let's treat it as a joke. I'm just joking, so just listen to it. When it's time to act, I also want to show my skills. Mr. Ding said, just listen to the just part, and ask me about my promotion to a senior title next month. Chang Nanchi asked, why did you choose this character? Mr. Ding looked indifferent. I didn't take it seriously. Didn't seek out judges or leaders, just let things be. When I heard Mr. Shan Hong say just listen, I couldn't help but choose it. I chuckled. That is absolutely fine. Upon hearing this, he asked seriously, really? I no longer answered, just looked at him with a Mona Lisa-like mysterious smile. This was the true teaching my master told me. When asked by others, you only need to answer once. This maintains authority. We are not street vendors who need to repeatedly persuade people. This smile had an effect. He seemed uncomfortable all over, scratching here and there, as if he had done something wrong in front of such a master and was childishly asking for a second time. He picked up his teacup, using it to cover his unease. Chang Nanchi said to me, how did you calculate the just character? Regarding character analysis, one could say that everyone has their own method. Since Nanchi asked, I had no choice but to tell the truth. Chinese characters are very wonderful. The character just means progression. Moreover, any character formed with the just component has the meaning of progression. Mr. Ding put down his teacup, still confused. I explained, characters with the just component, such as ancestor, sister, curse, chu, county block, assist. Let's look at the progression relationship they include. Then I wrote down this string of characters and analyzed. Ancestor means ancestors. Based on the father, there are grandfathers, great-grandfathers. Only then can one be called an ancestor. Sister means elder sister. Based on younger brothers and sisters, only then can one be called a sister. Curse means to curse. Based on scolding, it becomes more vicious. Only then can it be called a curse. Chew means to chew. Based on eating, chewing continuously, only then can it be called chewing. County means a certain county. Based on villages and towns, it must be continuously added. Only then can it be called a county. Block means to block. Based on blocking, increasing the intensity, only then can it be called blocking. Assist means to help. Based on helping, increasing the effort, only then can it be called assisting. After I gave such examples, not to mention that Mr. Ding was already deeply impressed, even Nanchi was surprised, his brows relaxing, giving me a thumbs up. Junior brother's knowledge is indeed impressive. He has thoroughly studied the art of character analysis. Mr. Ding clasped his hands. Not only does the master analyze characters, but he also made me truly appreciate the beauty of Chinese characters. After this, I will definitely express my gratitude. I smiled calmly. A gentleman's friendship does not talk about economics. No need for heavy gratitude. Chang Nanchi said, sending money or gifts is too vulgar. Afterward, you can just send Mr. Shan Hong a commemorative card with divine analysis written on it. That would be much more meaningful. Nanchi really saw through my thoughts. And I chuckled. I do like commemorative cards. I can look at them from time to time and think of friend in Hangzhou. All right, I must send a creative card. Just as we were chatting and laughing, Dongzi called. When are you coming back? Tomorrow morning. I have something urgent to find you about. Dongzi's voice was hoarse, almost on the verge of tears. Go ahead. Dongzi said, it's hard to explain in one go. I'll tell you when you come back. What time tomorrow? I'll pick you up at the station. At 11. That night, I did not sleep well. What happened to Dongzi? Chapter 54. Dongzi, hold on. I'm coming. I said goodbye to Chang Nanchi at the high-speed railway station. Both of us boarding trains heading in different directions. As the train passed through mountains and rivers, I received a WeChat message from Dongzi just before reaching Wuxiang Station. I'm waiting for you at the exit. After getting off the train, I saw Dongzi looking around at the exit. I raised my hand and called out, Dongzi, over here. He ran over to help me with my suitcase and said as we walked, let us talk at the CAF up ahead. Seeing his flustered expression, I pretended to be indifferent, saying, what is the big deal? Let us just talk by the flower bed up front. The flower bed was filled with blooming roses, and there were stone tables and chairs in the plaza. Dongzi pulled out a cigarette and offered me one, lighting one for himself as well. This shocked me because Dongzi had never smoked before. He said anxiously, I've encountered a big problem. I replied, there aren't that many big problems in the world. After a good night's sleep, they're all small matters. Just take it slow. Dongzi extinguished his cigarette and started explaining the situation to me. Last week, he was assigned to a preparatory group for a tourism development seminar called Shenjiayuan, where he was responsible for reception work. First, to greet experts and scholars, and second, to assist a deputy director surnamed Su in arranging the venue. He had never done any reception work before. coupled with the leadership's repeated emphasis that there are no small matters in reception. Details determine success or failure. He was extremely tense. On the day of the event, although there weren't many guests, each one was an expert or scholar. So he couldn't afford to be negligent and was busily running around. He had to coordinate transportation for some to the train station and others to the high-speed railway station, while also reporting to his superiors about who had arrived and inviting them to lunch. When the last important expert arrived, he took out his phone to report to his superiors, only to find it had malfunctioned and the screen was black. At that moment, with the screen black, he panicked. In short, he was flustered and left the number one expert waiting in the lobby for 20 minutes without anyone to greet him. The expert could no longer hold back and remarked, "I might have come to the wrong place." The seminar lasted 3 days, with the first day dedicated to site visits. The number one expert took one look and left immediately. On the second day, there were discussions where various experts spoke. Some suggested it could be developed, while others said it had little development value. Very few spoke in favor of development, while one expert proposed preservation, suggesting that they should protect it first, and in 50 years, as such houses gradually disappeared across the country, it would become valuable. Wasn't he that nonsense? But from the expert perspective, he was speaking the truth. Another feng shui expert, after arguing against development, added, "The feng shui here is extremely poor. There's a gap between the two mountains in front, and the wind blows straight into the courtyard's main gate." The host corrected him, saying, "There wasn't a gap before. It was opened up when the highway was built." The expert replied, "That makes it even harder. Other projects can be modified, but a highway is a national project. You can't change that." Of course, this was merely a personal opinion based on feng shui principles, as government decisions are not based on feng shui. Indeed, government decisions are not based on feng shui. However, the mention of poor feng shui by the expert could not be included in official documents or made public. Yet had become the biggest underlying issue. People just wouldn't say it out loud. In the end, the number one expert said, "Reading thousands of books and traveling thousands of miles, what we need is to travel thousands of miles. What development value does this kind of house have? What's its selling point? A great man's former residence? A celebrity's courtyard? Grand scale? Long history? None of it fits. Moreover, living in it is extremely unsafe." In short, after much discussion, everyone concluded that not only was there no development value, but it should be demolished as soon as possible to ensure the safety of the people. Otherwise, the government would have to spend a lot of money reinforcing it. If a collapse were to occur, resulting in casualties, it wouldn't just be a matter of whether to develop it or not, but rather a question of whether a government cares about the safety of its citizens or neglects it. As the experts continued to discuss, I waved my hand to signal Dongzi to stop, saying, in the end, the conclusion was completely different. It can't be developed. It's of no value. Dongzi looked dejected and said, if the conclusion was that it could be developed, my mistake could be forgiven. But since the conclusion is that it has no development value, this failed investment will be blamed entirely on me. I become the scapegoat for Wuxiang City. Dongzi felt guilty, trembling all over, and started to cry. I comforted him, saying, don't cry. They can't deal with you right now, can they? Hearing this, he cried even harder. I shouted, will crying solve the problem? He wiped his tears and managed to finish his story. After the guests left, the chief coordinator responsible for the event in the city slammed the table and said, with this level of reception, if a few private individuals come, Zhang San will be unhappy and Li Si will blow up. If we were to host important leaders, wouldn't it be a complete mess? No matter who it is this time, we need to take strict measures to set an example. The initial recommendation for handling the situation was to transfer Dongzi out of the agency and send him to the countryside to teach. At this point, Dongzi started crying again. Seeing him in tears made me feel sad as well. I understood his feelings. He had no connections in this city, and for someone like him, when it came time to officially discuss disciplinary actions, it would surely pass unanimously. Now, I was his only remaining relative in Wuxiang City. He also knew that only I could plead with my master on his behalf, which might offer a chance for redemption. I stood there, speechless for a long time. To Dongzi, this incident felt like a major mistake because his error had ruined the tourism development of Shenjiayuan. However, the truth was that even if the reception had gone flawlessly, the outcome would have been the same. It was like the so-called 4 pillars in fortune-telling. When a person is born, their 4 pillars are set, and their fate regarding life, death, wealth, and status is already predetermined. I didn't dare to tell him the truth. Instead, I suddenly burst into laughter. This was like using an unusual remedy for a strange illness. When he heard my laughter, he stopped crying and looked at me in surprise. I said with a smirk. Can you act like a man? Su Sure was exiled his whole life. Wherever he was sent, he would eat, drink, and have fun, composing poetry and painting, even coming up with don't pork. If it were you, wouldn't you have already hanged yourself? Teaching is just teaching. You still have your job. Dongzi frowned. I just started dating a girlfriend, and now she'll blow me off. I replied, so what if she blows you off? There are plenty of unmarried female teachers in the countryside. Besides, if you can't find a female teacher, a village beauty wouldn't be bad either. Isn't there a song about this? In the village, there's a girl named Xiaofang with long braids. Dongzi complained, you don't take my suffering seriously. I took out my phone and said, Master, have you arrived home? I'm home. Okay, I'll be back to see you soon. Upon hearing this, Dongzi grabbed my suitcase and ran. He waved down a taxi. I said, 227, Nanxing Road, you Ranju. The driver asked, are you going to see Master Hongi? If it were any other time, I would have chatted with the driver, asking him how he knew Master Hongi. But now, I had no mood for it at all. The driver asked, am I wrong? Are you going for fortune-telling? I just picked up someone who was also going for fortune-telling. I said with a displeased expression, just drive your car, okay? Learn from the coastal areas. When I took a taxi in Guangzhou, the driver only said 2 sentences, where to, when I got in, and take care when I got out. The driver hurriedly replied, okay. The car fell silent, like a deep well. Chapter 55. In a moment of laughter, the master helps Dongzi out of danger when we arrived at the leisurely residence. The master was stretching his arms in the courtyard. I introduced him. This is my fellow villager, Xiao Dong. Dongzi wiped away his tears and said, Master, hello. The master nodded. You take him inside to sit, I'll go for a walk. I mustered the courage. Master, there is something I want to discuss with you. The master didn't look at me, but instead glanced at Dongzi, remained silent, and went directly into the study. We both followed him in. I felt anxious, fearing the master would scold me for being overly concerned. Remembering that Dongzi had no one else to help him, I pretended to be calm. I'll report on the training later. My little fellow villager Dongzi has encountered some difficulties, and I would like to talk about it first. After the master nodded in agreement, I recounted the whole story, with Dongzi occasionally adding a few words. The master remained silent. Dongzi's eyes were red, and he wiped his tears with the back of his hand. I quickly handed him a box of tissues. The master's gaze drifted toward the bookshelf, and I immediately found a cigarette, lighting it for him. He took a puff and slowly said, what is the might of thunder? When a leader gets angry, that's the might of thunder. What does it mean to kill a chicken to scare the monkey? You are that chicken. He isn't scared of you, but of the monkey. Do you understand? Dongzi seemed bewildered, staring blankly at the master without any reaction. The master looked at me. Get the divination sticks. Let us do a divination for him. Dongzi lowered his head, looking confused. Perhaps he thought relying on divination at a critical moment was odd. The master, however, was calm and tossed the copper divination sticks onto the table. They spun a few times before stopping. The master said, good divination. To my surprise, Dongzi stood up to look at the divination. Then he eagerly asked, does this mean I don't have to go to the countryside to be a teacher? The master didn't reply. Dongzi sat there, glancing at me from time to time. I didn't know what to do. The atmosphere became almost frozen. The master waved his hand. You can go back now. Dongzi left, and I was left in a fog. The divination the master had drawn didn't seem good at all. Was he comforting Dongzi? At that moment, he picked up his phone and made a call, seemingly asking Manager Deng to come over. I busied myself with boiling water and went across the street to buy some fruit. After arranging the fruit platter, the master sat there, not asking me about my studies, just reading. I wanted to report my learning process several times, but he didn't seem interested at all. So I went to the living room to wait for Manager Deng. About half an hour later, Manager Deng arrived. I welcomed him outside the courtyard, saying, the master is waiting for you in the study. As soon as Manager Deng entered the study, he grinned and said, if you hadn't called me, I would have thought you were abandoning this copper-smelling businessman. The moment you summoned me, I know there's good news again. The master smiled, definitely good news. Manager Deng slapped his thigh. Being close to the red makes you red. Being close to the black makes you black. Having been with you for so long, I can calculate it now, huh? After a few pleasantries, the master spoke up. You are the all-seeing eye and the all-hearing ear. Recently, there was a seminar that was quite intense. Have you heard about it? Manager Deng twisted his stout neck a few times before stopping and laughed. If the Shun family courtyard could be developed, wouldn't I, Deng Fugen, have developed it long ago? Do we still need to spend $1 million to discuss it? The master chuckled. He can't compare to you. Manager Deng replied. Actually, he is 100 times better than me. You've seen through it long ago, and I've seen through it too. The drunkard's intention, isn't in the wine. But seeing through it and not saying it, that's what you taught me. The master smiled and changed the subject. This seminar will also require disciplinary actions. Do you know that? Manager Deng wore an expression of knowing everything. I know. The other day, I went to find Deputy Secretary Ling Hu, and he was scolding someone, still angry. The master said seriously, this time, I need you to go find Secretary Ling Hu again. The young man who needs to be dealt with is a fellow villager of Shanhong, from Wuxian. He is truly a solitary figure. You should plead with the secretary to let him be punished in some secondary unit for a year. If he performs well, he can return to his original unit. Manager Deng grinned. Master, is this the absolute good news you mentioned? The master replied solemnly, as the saying goes. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Always making money from the people, we should give back as well. Isn't accumulating virtue a good thing? Manager Deng laughed heartily. I can't compare to you in several ways. First, I can't argue with you. Second, I can't calculate like you. But I have thicker skin than you. Since you have instructed, I'll even go to the underworld to pull him out. What secondary unit? Just write a profound reflection. That's enough. Great people have said. Manager Deng suddenly fell silent. I chimed in. People can't avoid making mistakes. It's fine as long as they correct them. Manager Deng slapped his forehead. Right? It's about punishing the previous and curing the latter. The master intentionally provoked him. It sounds like you're in charge. Manager Deng shook his head repeatedly. Can be done? One must speak grandly. Great people have also said that one must have revolutionary optimism and see the mass at sea from the shore. I suddenly felt in a good mood and couldn't help but laugh. Manager Deng, you're too humorous. The master pondered for a moment. Let him go to the secondary unit for a year first. Just don't send him to the countryside. This way, it establishes the authority of the leadership and allows the young man to face some setbacks. It's best for a person to experience some setbacks when they are young. Setbacks help one mature. P.S. all alone. How can he not mature? The road ahead is still long. Manager Deng nodded. All right, as you wish. In fact, the leaders wouldn't make it too difficult for him. That day, Secretary Ling Hu left a remark saying that those who come in through public recruitment should be the first. It proves that our young cadres need more training. This shows the secretary understands the young man's situation. The master picked up his tea, took a sip, and said, drink the tea while it's hot. Don't let it cool. Manager Deng stood up, cupped his hands. I'll go take care of it right away. After Manager Deng left, the master gestured for me to sit down. Then, he earnestly reminded me, you must not let your little fellow villager know about these matters. He needs to face them on his own. This will be much more beneficial for him. Maturity doesn't come from age. It comes from experiencing storms. I nodded seriously, then said, now I'll report to you about my studies. The master crossed his arms, half closed his eyes, leaned back in his chair, and listened to me. I spent half an hour detailing my entire learning process. After listening, the master sat up straight and said, you've obtained the true teachings. You can slowly teach me later. After saying this, he stood up and walked outside. After a few steps, he turned back to me and said, Chang Nanchi is a person worth getting to know. You can go back and rest now. I felt a sense of urgency to return and drove away from the leisurely residence. After driving 200 meters, I suddenly felt I should tell Dongzi early. So I pulled over to the side of the road. Dongzi, you don't need to worry. You probably have to go to the countryside to teach. Then where will I go? The voice on the other end was urgent. Beijing? Shanghai? Shenzhen? Of course not. As long as you sincerely repent and work hard to reform yourself, there is still hope to stay in the city. Upon hearing this, Dongzi broke into a smile. Please thank the master on my behalf first. You only know to thank the master. Am I not supposed to help you as your little master? Even Confucius, such a virtuous person, would require a piece of cured meat for teaching a student. He probably wanted to laugh, but couldn't. After a long pause, he said, Shanhong, your kindness, I will remember forever. I laughed, oh. I was just joking with you. You're taking it too seriously. Do I need you to thank me? If I don't help you, who else will I help? Dongzi said earnestly, I'm not joking. Without you, I know the next outcome would be very tragic. I remained silent for a long time before hanging up the phone. Suddenly, I felt that with the master protecting me, I was truly living a blessed life. After that, I eagerly awaited good news from Dongzi every day. Chapter 56. My master reads my marriage for the first time a week later. Dongzi's situation was settled. He went to the neighborhood office to work. On Saturday afternoon, as it was getting dark, I was about to leave Yuranju when Dongzi stumbled in, carrying a woven bag. Before he could speak, tears streamed down his face. He wiped his tears and knelt down, saying, Master, Thank you so much. My master, looking calm, said, get up. Just be more careful in the future. Dongzi nodded seriously. I walked him to the gate and quietly said, actually, you don't need to bring such expensive gifts. The master has everything he needs. Dongzi looked at me in surprise. I smiled and said, come by more often. He likes young people. Dongzi looked at me gratefully and replied, got it. After sending off Dongzi, I returned to the living room. My master raised an eyebrow and joked, come on, teach me, teacher one. I was surprised that my master was joking with me. My face turned red as I took out my computer from the study and began to teach him how to read star charts. After about an hour, my master surprisingly mastered it all. He humorously said, is this really a 10-day training? I chuckled and replied, because they charge 30,000. My master corrected me, saying, charging 30,000 is justified. Collecting data on mountains, rivers, and topography is no easy task. Just then my sister called, saying that the girl from the jewelry store wanted to meet at noon. Come back early. Ever since my mother came to the city, this matter has been on the agenda. She still follows rural customs, believing that a man should marry by 20. Under my sister's guidance, the girl secretly checked out the daughter of Sister Lee from the jewelry store next door and found her quite to her liking. Big breasts, big butt. According to my mother, she is a good candidate for childbearing. After hanging up, I smiled at my master and said, since my parents came, they've been nagging me every day, saying I'm almost 24 and should find someone. What kind of person do you think I should look for? He stroked his beard and slowly said, I once calculated your 4 pillars. You are destined for a later marriage. Your fate is to establish your career first before starting a family. As for a partner, you should find someone who doesn't team manage affairs. Someone who doesn't team manage affairs? My master didn't answer directly, but after a moment of thought, he said, when it comes to marriage, what people call destiny is just an afterthought. Marriage, like many things, has no inevitability, only chance. With your character, which is free-spirited, if you meet someone who tightly controls you, divorce is inevitable. Then, would it be a woman of low education and ability, focusing on supporting her husband and raising children? My master shook his head and said, that is not it either. Women of low education often control men even more tightly. Many famous people achieve greatness, and their wives may not be stunning or outstanding, but at home, the man has no status. Such situations are common. How could that be? Didn't the man have his eyes closed at the beginning? My master laughed heartily and said, there's a word in the world that you must understand. That word is change. Please teach me. My master frowned slightly and said, think about it. Many successful men were ordinary in their youth. Some came from poor backgrounds. Some looked average or even ugly, and being able to find a wife was quite good. Thus, the original match was just average. When a woman first marries such a man, they are well matched and on equal footing. At that time, the woman is calm and considered a virtuous wife. As time passes, the man slowly transforms into a superstar, shining brightly. The woman becomes imbalanced, and her temperament changes drastically. A good woman turns into a lioness, tightly controlling the man. Fearing the loss of him, I immediately understood his meaning and elaborated. Socrates was giving a speech when his wife publicly poured a basin of cold water over his head. Socrates could only humorously say, this rain is too heavy, wipe his face, and continue speaking. In difficult times, the husband always has some leverage in the wife's hands. Not wanting to lose his brilliance, he can only endure his wife's grinding. My master nodded in satisfaction, saying, I'm glad you can have such a dialogue. I continued asking, there's a saying that a good man has no good wife. But for some people born into wealthy families, is it necessary to marry a woman of both virtue and beauty? My master shook his head, saying, it's also a matter of change. Don't you see? Yesterday, he was living in a big house, dressed in fine clothes, dining in luxury, and today he could end up in jail. The couple either separates, or the virtuous wife becomes a wicked wife or a resentful woman. Feeling confused, I asked, according to your theory of changing human nature, how can one find a good wife? My master smiled and said, although change is an eternal theme, there are also some things that are hard to change, and that is one's nature. What is called nature is the innate disposition that does not change with external circumstances. I asked, how can one tell if a woman is rich yet does not have an extravagant demeanor, or poor yet does not lose her ambition? My master replied seriously, you need not worry about a rich woman's display of extravagance. That is inevitable. The key is to find a woman who remains ambitious despite poverty. That is rare. Someone who can share both joys and hardships with you must be strong-willed and generous. Wanting to learn something more practical, I asked, is there any clue from her appearance? My master said, look for a woman with upturned corners of her mouth. Why is that? I asked. I can't explain it. It was taught to me by Taoist Hong Yuan. When I asked him, he would say, I had always been puzzled by my master's theory regarding the upturned corners of the mouth. At that moment, a man came to ask my master to help mediate a family dispute. My master nodded, saying, I'll be there shortly. My master is highly respected in this area. On this street, whenever there are family or neighbor disputes, people ask him to mediate. Just as my master left, my sister called again. I asked why she hadn't returned yet. She was preparing to invite the girl over for lunch. I was somewhat unhappy, saying, we haven't even matched the 8 characters, and you're inviting her to our home? She elongated her voice and said, I didn't tell the girl it's a matchmaking meeting. I just want you to see what she looks like and see if you find her appealing. I flatly refused, saying, no meeting, don't waste her time. Why not? The girl is good-looking and has a good personality. I patiently explained. My master calculated my 4 pillars and said I'm a late marriage type. I must establish a career before starting a family. Establishing a career means being settled by 30, which is quite early. My sister hesitated for a moment and said, then you should talk to mom and dad about it. Although my sister can be somewhat domineering, she believes wholeheartedly if it comes from my master. At noon, I relayed the situation to my parents. My father didn't say anything, but my mother said, 30 is too late. Unexpectedly, my staunch supporter, Comrade Wan Shuexiu, said, Mom, don't be stubborn. The Taoist is always right. If you marry before 30, you might end up with one divorce after another, and that wouldn't be good for you, right? My mother found it hard to argue. All right. Only my brother-in-law understood me, being a kindred spirit. He joked, Mom, Shan Hong will definitely find a good wife. My mother paused her chopsticks. Have you become a Taoist too? My brother-in-law said, if Shan Hong were still in a village, finding sister San would be a stroke of luck. My mother immediately chimed in. He wouldn't be able to. Sister San has high standards and wouldn't look at Shan Hong. My brother-in-law laughed and said, right, now Shan Hong wouldn't even look at Sister San, would he? My mother scoffed. Now? She asked, just bringing rice to boil my pot. The family burst into laughter. My brother-in-law continued. Now that Shan Hong has a bit of fame and isn't sure on money, he should be looking for someone pretty, like a teacher or a doctor. That's a reasonable condition, right? In 6 years, Shan Hong won't be the same Shan Hong as now. His fame will grow and his wealth will increase. And he'll need to choose from the best. My mother frowned. Whether it's choosing the best among flowers or picking one in 100, in any case, the rear end must be big, capable of giving birth to 3 or 4 children. I'll take care of them. I just like having grandchildren around. Don't look for a monkey's backside. If they can't give birth, there's always cesarean sections. It doesn't matter how beautiful they are. My brother-in-law joked. If you want a big backside, you can only find Madonna's granddaughter. My mother didn't understand and asked, is that a surname? My sister tapped my brother-in-law with her chopsticks. But joking when talking to your parents? I put down my bowl, lit a cigarette, and said, Mom, don't use those rural rules to find a daughter-in-law anymore. Love is something that either comes or doesn't. Don't worry about it. My mother stared at me and scolded. What do you mean by love? It sounds so fancy. Love is just about getting married, having kids, and living life. I chuckled and said, right. And it also has to add that a big backside is good for having babies. My dad, my sister, and my brother-in-law all laughed. But my mother didn't. Chapter 57. Teach me to be a person. The real skill lies beyond poetry. July arrived in the blink of an eye. According to my master, I should have completed my training after deducting 3 months of idle time. However, my master couldn't bear to let me go. One morning, he said to me, Shan Hong, logically, you should graduate and go develop in a bigger place. But I can't bear to be without you. Stay with me for a few more years. As for your income, I won't shortchange you. I felt confused for a moment. Follow my master. I understood a principle. No matter how talented you are, you need people to believe in you, support you, and promote you. Only then can you have a market. My voice trembled a bit. Master, don't worry. I'm willing to follow you forever. Being able to listen to your teachings is my greatest happiness. My master said nothing, closing his eyes to rest. At that moment, 2 people entered the courtyard, an older man with a young man around 17 or 18 years old. The young man wore a white scarf and was tied with a hemp rope, kneeling down a bow. The older man said, Master Hong, I am a friend of Wang Yiming. Old Wang passed away last night. He was a prominent figure in this city, and I came to inform you, hoping you could attend the memorial service. My master stepped forward to help the young man up, asked about the situation, and remarked, so sudden. After the 2 left, I asked, you were not in the calligraphy circle and didn't have much interaction with old Wang. Why did they come to inform you? My master's voice was hoarse. It's hard to explain. Can you tell me? I often find it difficult to understand the mysteries of this world. My master sighed and asked, What did you think of old Wang's calligraphy when you saw it in the wind and flower moon? He just passed away, so I can't say much. My master stared at me. Be straightforward. Then I'll speak bluntly. I find it chaotic and reckless, lacking beauty. After saying this, I put my hands together. Ba. Don't feel guilty. Mr. Lu Sun has been dead for decades. Some praise him, while others criticize him. Old Wang's calligraphy is not as you described. For example, his small regular script is quite powerful. Why doesn't he write in small regular script? My master sighed. Looking up, he was originally a worker, but had practiced calligraphy since childhood and wrote exceptionally well, with both structure and style. He even won a silver award at a national exhibition, gaining significant fame. Many collectors sought his works, and to describe them as highly sought after is not an exaggeration. Old Wang became wealthy and moved from the county to the city, leaving his original wife for a beautiful new one. In the city, the visitors increased, and the guests overflowed. Writing small regular script takes time, and making money is slow, so he created a kind of formless cursive. What does it resemble? It looks like writing and erasing at the same time, like cursive but without bounds, resembling characters, yet looking like child scribbles. As a result, reporters flocked to him, praising this style to the heavens. I see. Calligraphy and painting are entirely foreign to me, but I've learned about hype over these years. I laughed. These reporters hardly know calligraphy, and those who do won't come. They come for a few pieces of paper, waiting for them to appreciate in value. My master said solemnly. Exactly. Thus, these formless works can sell for high prices. I sighed. Some things have little value, all inflated by a group of scheming individuals. For example, cordyceps. My master lowered his eyelids. Where there are people, there are social circles. Old Wang's small regular script can fetch a few bucks, and no one minds. But when this formless work sells for a high price, others will rise up against it. Therefore, Old Wang's market price plummeted. I suddenly realized, now that Old Wang has passed, very few will attend the memorial service, so please go to support it. My master nodded. I asked, if others don't go and you do, won't some resent you? My master looked at me. Things must be viewed from a long-term perspective. Although Old Wang appears unpopular, if I go, of course, there will be gossip. Some might say I shouldn't lower myself to attend, and others might say I don't understand calligraphy art, so I admire Old Wang. This was what I was worried about. My master smiled. What you need to gain is insight in this regard. Old Wang's artistic level is just at a local level. He is not a top calligrapher in China and doesn't even rank among the best in the province, so his calligraphy will soon be forgotten. People will quickly forget Old Wang's calligraphy and discuss his various controversies. But they won't forget me. They will certainly say that at Old Wang's cold memorial service, almost no one from the local art world attended, except from Master Hong Yi. I finally understood why he wanted to go and said, I understand. What people celebrate is your integrity and your chivalrous spirit that does not conform to the vulgar. My master said, people do not live in art. They live in the secular world. Who can guarantee that they won't fall into a trap? When one is in trouble, everyone hopes for someone like me to appear. In times of trouble, people always look at the present, just like an ordinary person. So this time, I not only want to go, but also want to write a morning couplet. You should write one too. Me? Yes, you. My master was too supportive of me. He stood up, walked back and forth in the living room, then turned to me and said, Shan Hong, extending a helping hand when others are in difficulty is what it means to be a man. After that, my master called Mr. Deng and Brother Long. 2 days later, Master, Mr. Deng, Brother Long, and I drove to Wang's house. Upon entering the morning hall, it was indeed cold and quiet. There were only a few people helping out. When Old Wang's family saw my master arrive unexpectedly, accompanied by the richest man in the city, Brother Long, they were astonished and knelt at my master's feet, crying heart-wrenchingly. Their heartbreaking cries made me shed tears. My master helped the bereaved family up and comforted them. Old Wang's son cried out, We will never forget your great kindness. My master shook his head. There's no need to speak of kindness. Given your father's lifelong dedication to art, I should be here. When the news spread that Master Hong Yi, the richest man in the city, and Brother Long had gone to Wang's house, many people gritted their teeth and also went to show face. The Wang family's funeral was surprisingly done quite decently. That night, after returning from the Wang family, I deeply understood my master's famous saying, the real skill lies beyond poetry. Chapter 58. The master predicts accurately since July. My master has been giving me a monthly salary of 10,000. Plus, I also work at Fenghua Shiyue in the evenings, making over 10,000 more. Altogether, I earn over 20,000 a month. I'm quite content. My high school classmates who graduated with master's degrees earn only around 10,000 a month. Moreover, in this prefecture-level city of Wuxiang, The housing prices are not too high. I plan to stick with this for a few more years, and then I can buy a house. With satisfaction in my heart, time passes quickly. And soon it is mid-October. The weather is gradually getting cooler. That morning, there wasn't much to do, but the business was surprisingly good in the afternoon. I had a series of 4 readings. My master smiled and said, "The joy and sorrow are uneven. We had no business in the morning, but are busy in the afternoon." Just as we were taking a short break, a woman came in, around 50 years old. She sat down and said, "Taoist priest, I want to measure the character, hope to ask if my relatives have any prison troubles." My master, in an unarguable tone, coldly replied, "Please write it down." It was clear that the woman was dissatisfied. This character is not obscure. Why should she write it? She glared at my master with resentment, as if he was deliberately making things difficult for her. My master never repeats his requests. The woman hesitated for a moment and then wrote the character. My master looked at the character and said in a low voice, "This character. The first stroke is a fork. The upper part of the character indicates danger. The middle character is missing a dot, and the lower character is missing a horizontal line. Wanting to make big matters small, but lacking people. Wanting to turn around in the middle, but there's no closure, and there are many loopholes." The woman asked, "Do you mean that even if I take action, it will still be in vain?" My master nodded. "Not only in vain, but there will also be a death in the family." The woman looked sorrowful, counted her money, said not a word, and turned to leave. My master asked me, "Do you know the identity of this woman?" I shook my head. My master sneered. "Her brother is a high-ranking official in a certain province, and she usually looks down on others. However, I heard something has happened recently." Since something has happened, my master calculated that there is no turnaround. This cannot be called a divine measurement. I was puzzled by how he could decisively say that there would be another death in her family. So I couldn't help but ask, "How do you know that someone in her family will die?" My master sighed. "They still have an 86-year-old mother. Even if there is an old mother, how can you be sure she will die?" My master took a sip of tea and then asked me, "Have you read the 15th year of Wanli?" I shook my head. "Do you know Zhang Juzhen?" I nodded. "Yes. He was a famous prime minister during the Wanli era." My master said, "Let me tell you a story. When Zhang Juzhen was alive, he was very influential. His mother, Lady Zhao, lived a life of great prestige. When Lady Zhao was 72, Zhang Juzhen planned to bring her to live with him. The Wanli emperor learned of this and specifically sent a eunuch to escort her to the capital. The emperor's personal escort was quite grand. Local officials were also very anxious, fearing that they might not treat Lady Zhao properly, so they served her with great reverence. Everything went smoothly. However, when they crossed the Yellow River, Lady Zhao became a bit frightened and privately told her maid, "This river is so wide. Crossing it is too dangerous." This remark was overheard by the local officials, who came to comfort her. "We will wait for the winds to calm down before crossing the river. It will take a few more days." After a few days, Lady Zhao, feeling anxious, asked those around her, "Why haven't we crossed the Yellow River yet?" The officials reported, "We have already crossed the Yellow River and are nearing the capital." It turned out that the local officials, knowing that she was afraid of crossing the river, had connected boats on both sides of the Yellow River with soil filled in and willows planted on both sides. The sedan chair passed, as if on solid ground. 3 years later, Zhang Juzhen died. The political situation reversed, and before Zhang Juzhen's body had even cooled, the Wanli emperor changed his face, dug up Zhang Juzhen's corpse, and Lady Zhao's grandson was forced to commit suicide. The granddaughter-in-law, failing to commit suicide, blinded her left eye, and the little grandson fell into a well. As for the old home, it had long been raided by local officials, and over a dozen people starved to death, leaving behind a 76-year-old old lady. I understood the saying, "How can there be unbroken eggs under a collapsed nest?" and said, "Lady Zhao probably won't live much longer." My master's tone was mournful. She lived her entire life in fear and humiliation. I was silent for a moment. My master then told me, "The so-called character measurement only requires one correct interpretation. Everything else is inference. The old mother in her family is over 80, and she's like a candle in the wind. This shock is like a strong wind blowing. The candle is sure to go out." I couldn't help but say, "That's deceptive." My master sneered, "Deceptive? Even if the family hides it from her, the old lady will still feel something is wrong. Usually, those who call her dear mother like Zhang Sen do not come anymore. The fish delivery sea has vanished, and the often visiting Wang Wu has disappeared into thin air. Old people are naturally suspicious. How can they be deceived?" I sighed in my heart, realizing that my master was teaching me the logic of character measurement bit by bit. Just as we were talking, a man came in, writing the character, and hurriedly said, "Master, my second uncle wants to go out to do business, but he has been lukewarm at home. Can you tell me if there is any turnaround? My master asked, what business? The man gestured, general business, like opening a small shop or a breakfast place. My master shook his head. If he were to invest in stocks or real estate, there might be some turnaround. The man looked shy. With such a small capital, how can he do those? My master smiled. This character, when separated, means special vehicle. A special vehicle is not used for transporting goods. Today it hauls rice, tomorrow it hauls clothes. That's called a cargo truck. A special vehicle has a dedicated driver. It is suitable for doing big business, not for opening a small shop. The man awkwardly smiled. It's better to stay at home? My master nodded. The man took out money. My master waved his hand. For the same matter, the money has already been counted earlier. I won't accept it a second time. The man's face turned red. He cupped his hands, said nothing, and turned to leave. I was astonished and asked, how did you know it was the same matter as the previous woman's question? My master patiently taught me. This is called desperate measures. Think about this family. They used to have a powerful person protecting them and were particularly proud. They never looked at others with respect. Now that the tree has fallen, the monkeys scatter and everything is in disarray. When they call out, heaven does not respond. And when they shout to the earth, it does not work. Thus, they have to come for character measurement, seeking if there is any chance for reversal. So, the first one came, feeling uneasy, and then sent a second one to ask, didn't you notice that both of them looked flustered? I admired. You really observe everything in detail. My master continued to teach me. People who are anxious tend to speak with a higher pitch at the beginning and a lower pitch at the end. Did you notice that? I touched my head and awkwardly smiled. I didn't notice. My master said seriously, writing is the same. Older people write a horizontal stroke with a long starting point and a short ending point. Young people, especially children, write a horizontal stroke with a short starting point and a long ending point. Why is that? Older people focus on memories of the past, which we call sedimentation. So their center of gravity is on the past, making the left side longer. Children, on the other hand, have little sedimentation and are full of curiosity about the future. So they write with the right side longer. I asked, is this called graphology? Chapter 59. I learned the secrets of graphology again. The master nodded and said, if you find it difficult to judge a person from a single character, ask them to write a few lines. Anything that is tight at the beginning and loose at the end indicates a person who starts strong but finishes weakly, while anything that is loose at the beginning and tight at the end indicates a person who is hesitant and indecisive. When the police solve cases and identify handwriting, do they rely on this method? To determine if a piece of handwriting belongs to someone, graphology has a great method. Look for special characters. Special characters? I was a bit puzzled. The master explained, special characters are common characters we write a lot. These commonly used characters carry personal habits developed over a long time. Write 5 characters for me. I deliberately wrote 5 different characters on the paper. The master pointed at these 5 characters and said, this does not represent your usual unconscious way of writing. You are now conscious about it. But do you notice that these 5 characters have the same handwriting? I shook my head. The master laughed heartily. No matter how you hide it, your characters are all very similar. Because the first stroke of the character on the left side is a left falling stroke, and yours are all flat. I looked, it was indeed so. I was greatly surprised. The master stroked his beard. When I ask others to write on paper during handwriting analysis, it is because many phenomena can be observed from the handwriting. Teach me about the characters of these 2 people just now. The master pointed at the character and said, look at the last vertical stroke. Isn't it written very long? Yes, it is written particularly long. This reflects her true psychology. It seems unintentional, but she actually yearns for a glimmer of hope. Now look at the character. The right side is twice the size of the left side. His subconscious is that although he has no power to change the situation, he still hopes for a turning point through the momentum of the character. I bowed down. Today I have gained a lot of insight. In the following days, the master taught me practical applications. On Monday, a man around 30 came and said he wanted to partner with someone to open a store. He wrote the character and asked if he could cooperate. The master inquired about the other partner's situation and learned that the one he was partnering with would contribute 30%. The master concluded for the man, you can partner. After the man left, he analyzed the character in detail. He said that when the man wrote, the top human character was written relatively small, while the bottom mouth character was written particularly large. From a graphological perspective, this man has a strong personality, so the other partner's share is relatively small. This pairing is quite reasonable. On Tuesday, a woman in her 20s came, wrote the character, and asked if she could pass her graduate school entrance exam. The master asked her to write another character, and she wrote. The master concluded, she will definitely pass. After the woman left, the master analyzed the character. The woman wrote with strength and vigor. Especially the last dot was heavy, indicating she has strong perseverance and is organized in her work. Analyzing this in relation to the entrance exam, the character means to open the stone. Finding jade and gamble stones indicates a successful bet. Therefore, both aspects confirm that passing the graduate entrance exam is a natural outcome. He taught me graphology for about a week. For a subject that is hard to express, but can only be understood intuitively, I had almost grasped its essence. However, a few days later, an unexpected event allowed me to witness the master's profound skills. One night around 8 o'clock, the master suddenly called me and asked me to meet him at the city bureau's entrance. I drove there full speed. As soon as I got out of the car, he got out of a police car accompanied by an officer. He introduced me to Chief Lee from the Criminal Investigation Department of the City Bureau. After passing through several heavily guarded checkpoints, Chief Lee led us into a secure room. Under the light, a loan note was placed there, signed by the borrower. Zhang Jun. Chief Lee extended his hand and said, "Master, please take a seat. This is a huge economic dispute. Please help us analyze whether this signature Zhang Jun is the real handwriting of Zhang Jun or forgery." The master sat down at the work table, a bright incandescent lamp illuminating the surface. On one side was the signature Zhang Jun from the loan note, and on another piece of paper, there were 10 Zhang Jun written by Zhang Jun himself. The master compared the two sheets of paper and sat for a while before confidently stating, "The Zhang Jun on the loan note is forged." Chief Lee exhaled. "I also think it is forged, but it is forged too convincingly, so I found it hard to make a decision." The master pondered for a moment and said to Chief Lee, "In front of a professional criminal investigator like you, I feel like I'm showing off my skills. However, I still want to share my perspective." Chief Lee smiled and said, "You are the expert. We have asked for your help multiple times, and every time you have been accurate." The master continued, "When handwriting is forged so perfectly that no flaws can be detected, we must analyze it from the ordinary psychology of the forger. In one word, the form is fast, but the substance is slow. There will definitely be flaws at the turning points." Next, the master began to explain this phrase in detail. The so-called form is fast. Substance is slow means that the forger writes faster due to countless practices, reaching a point of fluidity. However, from a forger's psychology, it is still imitation, and they fear making mistakes. Therefore, they apply more force, and the strokes appear heavier, seeming fast, but in reality, they are writing slowly. If we flip the paper over and look at the back, it evident that the force used is much greater than that of the real Zhang Jun's writing. Chief Lee looked at the back and said, "Indeed, it is so." The master further explained that flaws will appear at the turning points. He elaborated, "Turning points are the hardest to imitate. For example, in the character Zhang, the left side has 3 turning points. Imitating it requires special caution. Therefore, the pressure used by the forger on this will be balanced. Why must it be balanced? They fear making mistakes and write slowly. Hence, at each turning point, using a high-powered magnifying glass, one can see the overlap of ink particles. If written normally in one stroke, there will be gaps between the ink particles when magnified." After saying this, the master asked Chief Lee to compare under a high-powered microscope. Chief Lee took a look and exclaimed, "Your analysis is completely correct." Then, he accompanied us to the door and repeatedly paid his respects to the master, thanking him for being such a good consultant. After sending the master to the peaceful residence, I was reluctant to leave. I joked, "So you still have some tricks up your sleeve?" The master comforted me. "It's not about holding back. If I were holding back, I would have asked you to go to the city bureau. This is too specialized. You only need to learn a little bit. You also can't provide identification because you are not an authoritative institution. Identification is invalid." I bowed down again. "Master, you must teach me. Although I cannot issue valid identification certificates for others, at least let me distinguish between authenticity and forgery." The master said, "Stand up." As I stood up, suddenly, a loud noise came from the sky. Then, a fierce wind rose, and the branches swayed. In a moment, the sky seemed to tear open, and heavy rain poured down. The master said something mysterious. Someone is going to suffer, and someone is going to get rich. I thought it was going to be a flash flood, and the people would be in trouble. After the flood, they would have to repair the dam, and the contractor would make money. Therefore, I didn't ask further and said, "Then please start teaching." He waved his hand. "You go back first. It will rain for about 10 days. As I drove, I thought, the master is truly a mystery. He is actually a handwriting consultant for the city bureau and can also predict that it will rain for 10 days. Chapter 60. This person will surely prosper in the future. It has been raining continuously for 9 days. After 9 days, there were 3 days of clear skies. After prolonged rain, it is only natural to have sunny days. What is strange is that by the end of October, there has never been such a strong sun in the history of Wuxiang, with temperatures soaring to 40 degrees. For more than 10 consecutive days, there were heavy rains followed by scorching sun. My master stood in the yard and sighed. Mr. He's opportunity to get rich has come. And indeed it was so. Old Lin called me. Master Wan, you are truly a celestial being. We are about to have a new house to live in. I quickly asked, really? What is going on? Old Lin said, the old house has been around for over 100 years. After the heavy rain, the sun dried it out, causing the mud to expand, and some weak areas began to collapse. The government is organizing everyone to move to tents first, and during those rainy days, there have always been officials on duty there. I asked, are people willing to move? Old Lin said, some are not willing, but the officials are persuading them every day. So I was just moving things. After hanging up, I relayed this to my master. He fell silent. I asked, Mr. He is quite talented. How could he have predicted such heavy rain this year? My master laughed loudly. That's because your perspective is not broad enough. Do you think he is just a breakfast vendor, waking up at 5 to set up a stove and wanting cash by 6 or 7? He is a strategist. He buys land here, holds seminars there. You may think it's not worth it, but once he sets everything up, he waits for the right opportunity. I foolishly said, the city government must be anxious to relocate everyone and doesn't he have enough funds? If they don't move, there could be casualties. So they will actively seek Mr. He. My master waved his hand. Just understand it in your heart. About half a month later, the city newspaper reported the initiation of the relocation of the Shun family courtyard. The news was not specific, only stating that the city government, adhering to a people-centered approach, had specially studied the basic plan for the overall demolition of the Shun family courtyard. I thought to myself, my master really has a knack for predictions. However, the news did not specify whether it would be Mr. He or someone else who would handle the relocation. By mid-November, there was still no news from Mr. He, nor did he come to Wuxiang. I was actually looking forward to his visit, as it would confirm my master's miraculous prediction. In the end, He didn't come, but a rare guest did. That morning, I checked my phone and saw 2 missed calls from Ding Ruishan. Seeing that name startled me. Earlier this year, I had done a reading for him and told him that he would have no problem evaluating for a high professional title. And I had been waiting for his response. A month passed without a word. 2 months passed, still no word. Eventually, I gradually forgot about it. After 5 or 6 months, I received his call, which made me uneasy, so I called back. Mr. Ding said, Mr. Wan, I'm really sorry. Our title evaluation was postponed until early October. You were right, I got it. Hearing this, my heart finally dropped back down from my throat. I quickly said, congratulations. Then, his next words almost startled me again. I'm on a business trip in the north, and the high-speed train is passing through Wuxiang. Are you in town? If you are, I'd like to visit you. I replied, yes, I am. He said, great, my friend is particularly interested in you. We will arrive at 11 in the morning. I said, all right, I'll pick you up at 11. After hanging up, I asked my master for a leave of absence, reserved a private room at Shaosong City, and drove to pick up Mr. Ding. At the high-speed train station, I met Mr. Ding, who introduced his friend as Murong Feng. Murong Feng, in his 30s, looked at me with admiration. I've heard Mr. Ding speak of you and have great respect for you. I waved my hand. Let's not talk about formalities. I drove them to Shaosong City. When we arrived at the second floor of the restaurant, I led them into a more elegant private room and introduced them, saying this is a restaurant with unique characteristics, serving dishes from the Song dynasty. Upon hearing this, they both said it was too kind of me. This restaurant should be in Hangzhou, which is the political and cultural center of the southern Song dynasty. I explained the origin of Shaosong City. Murong Feng admired. Your master is not only proficient in feng shui and divination, but also a cultural planner. Mr. Ding took over the conversation. A famous master produces outstanding disciples. Mr. Wan is quite impressive. Murong Feng handed me a cigarette, saying, I specially got off the train to ask Mr. Wan to predict my life. I glanced at the cigarette, which I had never seen before. It had no branding at all. However, I quickly shifted my gaze. Murong Feng struck a match, which turned out to be a metal stick, and offered to light my cigarette. I took a puff and, out of the corner of my eye, noticed that the matchbox was also made of metal. Immediately, I felt my mouth watering, and the whole room was filled with a jasmine fragrance. I smiled and said, let us eat first. At that moment, the waiter brought out the red wine, as we requested. I instructed the waiter to serve song dish number 2. While Murong Feng went to the restroom, Mr. Ding told me that Murong Feng is a driver for a leader. The dishes were served, each one a very delicate small dish, dim sum, and soup. The portions were small, but the variety was truly abundant. I said, "This Song cuisine is elegant in shape, exquisite and warm, rich in rhythm, reflecting the grace of the Southern song, and its flavor is delicate and rich, without milk, eggs, or artificial flavoring. It's worth tasting." They savored the dishes, praising me for being able to treat them to such unique food. We enjoyed wine, savored dim sum, and chatted casually. Everyone was very happy. After finishing, I took out that free gold voucher and handed it to the waiter. The waiter registered the voucher number and returned it to me. Mr. Ding, curious, asked, "What card is this?" I smiled and said, "It's a free card from the boss. Just register the number after the meal." Both of them expressed their envy of my local connections. I opened one of the doors of the private room and said, "Please come in." Mr. Ding was surprised. Their SAT room hidden inside? I turned back and smiled. Every private room is like this. The three of us sat down, and as the host, I brewed tea, pouring each of them a cup of black tea. Murong Fong respectfully said, "Please, Mr. Wan, predict my future." After saying this, he provided his birth date and time. I calculated his 8 characters in my mind, and the weight of this 8-character combination surprised me. "However," I said, "let us do a character reading. I'm not very proficient in 8 characters. In fact, I want to see if the character he wrote matched his 8 characters." Murong Fong smiled and said, "That works." He wrote the character Mu. From the strokes, it was clear and bold, with many connecting strokes and smooth transitions. I understood about 80 to 90%. Analyzing this character further gave me even more clarity. I still use my usual opening line. "I'll say it, and you'll just listen." He nodded, preparing to take out a cigarette, but then he pulled back the half cigarette he had taken out. I crossed my arms and slowly said, "You come from humble beginnings, are very adaptable, and quite clever. After the age of 35, you will surely achieve great success and possess immense wealth, like the sun at its zenith." At this point, I stopped. He smiled shyly. "Are you encouraging me, sir? I'm just a driver. I absolutely cannot possess immense wealth." I just smiled and didn't respond. Mr. Ding looked at me with a puzzled expression. I said, "Come, let us drink tea." Mr. Ding said to Murong Fong, "In the future, I'll work for you." Murong Fong quickly waved his hands. The atmosphere became a bit awkward because Murong Fong didn't believe what I said, while Mr. Ding was worried that what I said might become a reality. I invited them to stay for a night, but they had already bought tickets for the 4 o'clock high-speed train. After the meal, I took them to the train station. Mr. Ding indeed gave me a card, which was a specially made small card from a silversmith, with the words "Divine Prediction" on it. Why did I make such a judgment about Murong Fong? Because his 8 characters were very special. All 5 elements were water. This, other fortune tellers can also calculate, but from the character Mu, I see that he has a grand and bold nature. This person I must nurture, as he may be useful in the future. Chapter 61. My master teaches me to distinguish brokers driving back to the leisure residence. I told my master that I had received a familiar face. My master is very democratic and usually doesn't inquire about my trivial matters. After a while, a man in his 40s came in. He introduced himself as Deng, claiming to be in the building materials business. He said that a friend had recently introduced him to a big order, building a power building somewhere, with interior and exterior tile flooring costing $3 million. His friend has relatives who can help, but the prerequisite is to first send $50,000 to his relatives to finalize the deal. He wanted to test the character and ask if this business is reliable. My master looked at him with a smile. I pointed to the paper and pen. "Write it down." Old Deng wrote the character, meaning grind. It was my first time seeing someone test the character. My master glanced at it and shook his head. "This matter is not feasible." Old Deng's face darkened a bit and requested my master to analyze in detail. My master frowned. "Why did you write the character? Was it random, or did you think it over?" Old Deng replied seriously, "I trust my friend. But after all, such a big order cannot be finalized immediately. There must be competition, and many connections will be needed. Sending money once may not be enough. It might require multiple times. Even if the deal is finalized, recovering the payment will also need various arrangements. But I really want to make this business happen, so I wrote to imply good things take time." My master explained, "This character can be broken down into, meaning hempstone. Indeed, as he said, good things take time. Grinding a knife on the hempstone often involves back and forth, constant friction. But doing business in tiles may lead to a futile effort." Old Deng was a bit unconvinced. "Not doing it?" My master patiently said, "Let us first talk about the upper part of the character, which is, this represents your intermediary. Signifies extensive connections like birds in the forest, resting on one tree today and another tomorrow, flying around very active. Old Deng slapped his thigh. He is exactly that kind of person. He is always busy, either at this card table or that dining gathering. My master asked, "This person has no legitimate occupation, right?" Old Deng nodded. "Yes, he makes a living running errands." My master asked further, "Has he borrowed money from you?" "Not much, just the cost of 1 or 2 meals, and returned it after some time." Old Deng was surprised. "You can even figure that out?" My master smiled. He likes to post on social media and often dines with influential and wealthy people. Old Deng slapped his thigh again. "That's right. I feel like he knows almost everyone." My master said decisively, "The renovation of the power building is true, and this business is also real, but your friend is unreliable." Old Deng said, "He has introduced me to some small businesses before." My master got a bit angry and told Old Deng, "I call such people," meaning him person. "Why such a name?" "Because they can numb others, have no permanent properties or occupations. Why should they associate with others?" 2 words, leveraging connections. Introducing bosses to officials makes him seem powerful. You think he's an important figure, but in reality, his role is very limited. Old Deng still didn't get it and asked, "Why?" It seems my master patiently explained, "Because the introducer carries little weight." Old Deng has to understand this. My master crossed his arms. "I have said all that I need to say." Old Deng stubbornly insisted while counting money. "First, I want to thank you for your guidance, but I still want to give it a try." After Old Deng left, I recalled my master using to represent brokers and couldn't help but laugh. Then I said, "Leveraging strength against strength. There is indeed a formidable expert from my hometown." My master looked at me. "Tell me about it." I explained, "This person is a journalist with the surname Sima, working for a major newspaper in Beijing, but it is just an average media outlet. However, Sima operates with more skill than those party reporters. This person only associates with officials." My master immediately defined, "You are absolutely right. He has an album that he often carries, but doesn't show it to people specifically. Occasionally, at a dinner, if someone mentions a big figure or celebrity, he will casually say he knows them. People's jaws drop immediately. Sima will then say lightly, 'About a month ago, I visited his home and took a photo together. Let me find it.' When he pulls out a photo from the album, everyone is dumbfounded. At that moment, someone sitting next to him also spotted a photo of him with an even bigger figure in the album, gasping, 'You also took a photo with so-and-so?' Sima hurriedly puts the photo away, slips it back into the album, puts it in his briefcase, and smiles lightly. 'What is so great about taking a photo together?' Someone suggested looking at that album. He waved his hand and said, 'You all continue chatting. I'm just using work as an excuse. You can take photos too if you do this job.' The more humble he is, the more people feel he has significant power. Because some high-ranking officials cannot just take photos with reporters of his level whenever they want. Therefore, he is considered a godlike figure in our hometown. Even local officials have to invite him as a guest." My master sneered, "This person will face bloodshed in the future." I gasped, "Impossible. He is very strict with himself." "Isn't?" My master stroked his chin as if recalling. "Yes. When he returns to his hometown, he is very humble. But if you ask him to sing, dance, or wash feet, he will never go. He is very measured in his speech and actions." My master continued, "If you leave his room, will he open the door for you first?" I slapped my thigh. "You seem to be there on site. I would have never had the chance to meet someone like him. It was only because my father and his father were once colleagues. My father took me to visit him once." My master said, "He doesn't look like a journalist. Rather, he looks like a leader, impeccably dressed, very spirited, with a rosy complexion." I slapped my thigh again. "Do you know him?" My master shook his head. "This person is very smart and capable. He has a platform, and although it is not a top-tier media outlet in Beijing, it is still in Beijing. He is a master of leveraging strength against strength, so even minor matters can be resolved with just a word. As for celebrities, he knows even more." "I really want to kneel before you," I said. "Master, you truly are extraordinary. This is exactly what I wanted to say. I heard that once everyone was watching a show where a famous actress was being interviewed by the host. Sima, the journalist, said, 'She is very articulate.' Everyone asked, 'Do you know her?' Sima said, 'She should be in Hangzhou now. Let me ask.' After saying that, he made a phone call. Sure enough, he joked with her for 4 or 5 minutes. Among them was a leader's family member who didn't read much and asked, 'She is being interviewed. How can she take your call?' Everyone laughed, and the leader's driver whispered to the leader's family member. The show was recorded in advance. My master slowly said, 'This person has not done anything fake at all, talking about leaders in front of celebrities and discussing even bigger leaders in front of leaders. His skills are solid. He leaves no leaks. But after being in the game for too long, he might start to feel omnipotent. At that point, he will make mistakes. And not just any kind of mistake. I took a sharp breath. My master cautioned, "Let us leave it at that. You must not discuss what I said with a second person. Remember my words. Seek what is appropriate for your position." Chapter 62. The old lady really died a week later. Master was taken to Shandong by Mr. Lon, which seemed to be a very secretive matter. Master didn't take me along. The day after Master left home, Chong Nanchi called me. He said he had discovered a business opportunity that was broader than the scope of fortune-telling. The opportunity he mentioned was psychological counseling. As he said, that modern people generally suffer from mental illnesses. I thought about it and couldn't help but admire his foresight. If I could do both fortune-telling and psychological counseling, the customer base would be even wider. Therefore, I decided to move to my own powder shop. There were two reasons. Although I had gained a certain level of fame at Fenghua, Shiyue, the clientele for fortune-telling was still limited. Most of the customers were from outside the area, while locals mostly sought Master. The second reason was that psychological counseling emphasizes privacy. And in the bustling environment of a tea house, people naturally wouldn't want to go there. Besides, at that place, the tea house takes a commission, which is quite a loss. That noon, I brought it up with my sister, asking if she could allocate a room for me downstairs. After thinking for a long time, she said, "There's a warehouse over at the old shop. If you want it, just renovate it." I gave her a thumbs up. You never forget the well digger when drinking water. I'll share half of my earnings with you. She shot me a glance. I don't want a single cent. If you want to buy a house and marry, just don't ask me for money. My mother glared at my sister. You speak so heartlessly. If you don't lend, who will? I smiled. Mom, you have to believe in me. I can be self-reliant and well-fed. So I asked Master to help me for 3 days, converting the warehouse into 2 rooms, freshly painted, with a tea house outside and a bedroom inside. On another day, I invited the not-so-famous calligrapher Gao Su to write a sign for night chat, which I hung at the door. Below night chat, I put 2 lines of small text, fortune-telling, psychological counseling. During the day, I worked at Yuanju, and in the evening, I sat in the night chat room, taking orders when there was business and reading books or drinking tea when there wasn't. About 10 days after Master left, Lao Lin called me and said the government had signed a contract with a businessman named Zhang. I asked, so soon? Lao Lin Ziplit? It's already reported in the newspapers. Ever since WeChat became popular, I really hadn't looked at newspaper. News about fires, car accidents, collapsed bridges, and deaths would immediately show up in the circle of friends. However, for some formal matters, one still had to read the newspapers. Which day's newspaper? Yesterday. After hanging up, I searched through a pile of newspapers for yesterday's Wuxiang Evening News. When I opened it, the headline jumped out. Our city signs overall relocation contract with Runxing Cultural Company for Shun Family Courtyard. The gist was that to ensure public safety, the city government decided to orderly demolish the dangerous buildings of Shun Family Courtyard. The city government and Runxing Company would jointly build a new resettlement area. I couldn't help but smile inwardly, thinking that Master really was accurate. The one signing the contract was indeed not Mr. He. I began to deduce, Mr. He hired someone to act as a front and build a resettlement community. He wasn't a philanthropist, and the conditions he exchanged for were definitely that the bricks and carved wooden boards from the demolished buildings belonged to him. He might even spread the word that he would handle these wastes. Of course, he would also admit that some of the wood was quite valuable. It was precisely because it was valuable that he was willing to invest in building the resettlement area. For ordinary people, exchanging these dilapidated bricks and wood for a resettlement community was worth it. Undoubtedly, Wuxiang made a great profit. Thus, both sides were happy. I had finished my reasoning when a man walked in from outside. He looked somewhat familiar, but I couldn't recall who he was. I smiled. Please take a seat. Where's the Taoist? He looked around. He went out of town and won't be back for more than 20 days. If you have something to say, you can talk to me. He looked a bit lost. I came last time to ask about the character Zhuan. I focused and realized it was indeed him. I thought, could it be that the 86-year-old old lady in his family passed away? Usually, we don't serve tea to those who come for fortune-telling, but for some reason, I got up and made a cup for him. He took the tea and thanked me, then told me that his old lady had died last night, and he wanted to choose a date for her. I felt a bit sad and asked, did the old lady die at home or outside? He asked, does that matter? I nodded slightly. It's a big difference. Dying at home is called natural death, dying outside. I won't elaborate. It must be clearly distinguished. The man's face changed colors, angrily saying, Master Wan, I'm afraid you'll laugh at me for saying this, but I'm the old lady's nephew. Previously, my cousin was on stage, and there were many people calling her dear mother. Now my cousin is off stage, and even calling a nurse doesn't work. She was still breathing, but they were slow to come. Our idea was to hang on until we got her home to pass peacefully, but damn it, we just watched the old lady take her last breath. I comforted him. Doctors and nurses don't know you. They take saving lives and healing the wounded as their duty. Perhaps you have some misunderstandings. He didn't refute, looking at me while flipping through the almanac. His eyes were wide open, fearing I would brush him off. I got up and took out a piece of red paper, writing the year, month, day, and time on it, then writing the heavenly stems and earthly branches on the other side. I began to calculate. To be honest, choosing a date didn't need to be this serious. I could have just counted with my fingers. But I wanted to give him some warmth, despite his family's misfortune. As a feng shui master, I would never treat it lightly. He stood up and walked beside me, saying, "You must help the old lady choose a good date. It's fine if the funeral is delayed a few days. His son is useless. The old lady died of anger, but we hope the grandchildren will be successful." After I cleared everything up, I said with a serious face, "No need to delay. The best day is the day after tomorrow." He paused. "I heard you also went to Hangzhou to study astrology and feng shui. Can I also ask you to help me check the land for the old lady?" I was momentarily stunned. How did he know about my apprentice affairs? According to Master, they normally wouldn't even glance at your Wanju. I nodded. "Then please take full responsibility for my family's matters. Is that all right?" I replied straightforwardly, "Sure." He stood up. "Time is tight. Please go now. My car is on the roadside outside. I have a car. You just need to lead the way." Chapter 63, Accidentally Discovering the Phoenix's Guidance. After saying that, I took out the compass and laptop and followed his car eastward. After driving for about 3 miles, we arrived at his home. It turned out to be quite close. In his house, there was no sign of mourning. A few people were moving around, and it felt cold and empty. The man got out of the car and discussed a few things with the person in charge, who nodded in agreement. The man said he would take me to see the burial site. I said, "You can come up. My SUV is a bit more reliable." In the car, the man introduced himself as Xiao Yoxiang. He usually works on contracts outside and is rarely home. He only returned after his cousin had an accident. "Oh, then I'll call you Xiao Zong," I said. "What Zong?" "Just trying to make a living." After leaving the national road, he directed me to turn left and right, and after driving 2 or 3 miles, he pointed to a hill and said, "This is the ancestral grave of the Xiao family." We began to climb the slope, which was quite steep. He walked ahead and occasionally reached out to help pull me up. I said, "Your cousin holds such a high position, but doesn't he believe in feng shui? There's not even a road here." He replied angrily. He only cares about being an official and never manages family affairs. After a difficult climb, I stood on the slope, looking back at the path we had taken, and said, "We must have someone come to fix this road this afternoon. Otherwise, how will we carry the coffin up?" He gallantly said, "I'll call for a bulldozer." Then he complained to me. "My cousin has been arrested, and my cousin-in-law is from a big city. Having her back means more guests. That nephew is even less sensible. When grandma died, he didn't even cry, just sat there dumbly, and still needs someone to take care of him." I sighed. "Fortunately, the old lady still has such a good nephew like you." He pointed ahead and said, "We're almost there." I stood there looking around. It truly was a dragon-shaped and dog-shaped land, resembling a dragon with a head in front and a tail behind. Unfortunately, the right side of the mountain had been broken off at some point, turning this mountain range into a dog shape. I asked, "Why is part of the mountain range missing?" He answered, "In the 1970s, they took soil here to reclaim fields." Then he cautiously asked me, "Did they take it wrong?" I shook my head and said it was fine, just asking. I didn't tell him that with the right vein broken, according to feng shui, this place would be considered wasteland. As I hesitated, I suddenly saw a large bird flying towards us from a distance, flapping its wings. The bird flew closer, circled above us, and then flew towards the opposite mountain, landing on a large tree. I was stunned. This was known in feng shui as the phoenix guiding the way. In other words, this bird was here to deliver a message and guide us. Beneath that large tree was the best burial site. Xiao Yoxiang didn't understand this. Seeing me in a daze, he asked, "Did I scare you?" He continued, "There weren't such big birds in the mountains before. Now, there's no need to gather firewood. The mountains are full of wild animals." I asked, "Whose mountain is on the opposite side?" He blurted out, "The village chief's." "Xiao Zong," I said, "let me tell you the truth. Your family's ancestral grave mountain was originally a good place, but unfortunately, the right side of the mountain range is broken, making a wasteland. The place under the tree where that bird landed is the best burial site." He looked confused. You could see it clearly from this far away. I explained the origin of the phoenix guiding the way. He looked hopeful, yet vaguely uneasy. He asked, "Should we go check it out in person?" I said it wasn't necessary, telling him such a rare good thing generally doesn't need to be checked out in person. If you can make the adjustments well. You can just use the compass to determine a direction later. He was quick to catch on, sensing the implication in my words, and asked, if the adjustments aren't good, then this ancestral grave mountain can't be used for burial? I nodded. If the adjustments aren't good, we'll have to choose another site. Xiao Youxiang thought for a moment and said, how about this? Time is tight. So, let us prepare for both possibilities. If the adjustments are good, we'll come back here in the afternoon. If not, we'll pick a spot on my vegetable land. After turning back, I first checked the Xiao family's vegetable land. It was a small hill with an open area in front and a steep cliff behind, and below the cliff was a waterhole. According to feng shui, with no mountain behind and a waterhole, if one fell, there would be no support. If this land were to be considered, it wasn't a good place. If not, then every place of yellow earth is good for burial. I opened my laptop, pulled up a star chart and topographical map, and saw that 2 small stars were shining on the waterhole, but shifting left 15 degrees didn't work, and shifting right 15 degrees didn't work either. I felt a bit helpless and said again, the best place is still where the bird landed. Xiao Youxiang discussed with me, how about this? You go back first, and I'll talk to the village chief. If that doesn't work, we'll settle for this place. I'll come pick you up tomorrow morning. I nodded, just take note of my phone number. I can come by myself. Xiao Youxiang expressed gratitude, saying, you're too good. You put your heart into this. During dinner, Xiao Youxiang called, Master One, let us just settle for the vegetable land. If my cousin were still in power, the village chief would have said it's fine, but now, it truly proves that saying. When a person leaves, the tea cools. Too much talk only brings tears. I comforted him. Although I work in this field and pay attention to feng shui, this thing only exists if you believe in it. Everywhere with green mountains can be good land. I thought carefully about it for you and made a second plan. You can use the bulldozer to pile up the slope behind. Thank you so much. I'll start working overnight. The next morning, I drove to the Xiao family, and there were more people in the Xiao family's yard. Xiao Youxiang was already waiting for me there. We walked to the back of the house. Sure enough, there was a small mound of earth rising in the vegetable land. I adjusted the map and saw several curious onlookers squatting around me, watching as I moved the mouse, each exclaiming, Zhang family, Li family. How is it so clear? When did you take these photos? Xiao Youxiang came over and asked, is it okay? I packed up the computer and used the compass to determine the direction, advising, try to dig shallower. Don't go too deep since the terrain is low here. Xiao Youxiang looked earnest, saying, thank you so much, Master One. You must come tomorrow for the burial. At 10:18 a.m. on the third day, during the burial, the filial sons and daughters knelt before the grave, with the sound of firecrackers and mournful cries filling the air. I recited incantations. As the crowd lowered the coffin and shoveled dirt, the old lady was finally laid to rest. At that moment, the sky was clear, but I suddenly saw a dark cloud sweep past the opposite mountain peak and drift westward. I called Xiao Youxiang aside and asked, you didn't talk much with the village chief, did you? No, he replied. I just said I want to change the land. Oh, I hesitated. Xiao Youxiang was a clever man. He immediately said, after everything is done, I'll come to visit you specifically. At noon, you must eat before you leave. We call a thank you banquet here, meaning gratitude. I waved my hand. I appreciate the thought, but I want to eat. The master isn't home. For these past few days, no one has been at Yuranju. Whether their business is another matter. It's been closed so often that people think it's shut down. Xiao Youxiang hesitated for a long time. Well, okay, I understand. After saying that, he handed me a red envelope, repeatedly saying I had worked hard. The envelope was a bit thick. I didn't decline. Sometimes, refusing can come off as disdainful. Driving home, I felt a bit confused. He had given me the envelope. So why did Xiao Youxiang say he would come specifically to thank me? Chapter 64. The powerful reporter falls 3 days later. Xiao Youxiang indeed called to ask when I would be free. At 8 o'clock in the evening, at the first floor of the Fashimi noodle shop, the words night talk hung at the entrance. At 8, he arrived as promised. I saw him carrying 2 paper bags and frowned, saying, just come and sit down. Why be so polite? It's just a small token. Smoke and alcohol go hand in hand, he said, as he carried the items into my bedroom. I brewed a pot of tea, and we sat down to chat slowly. From our conversation, I learned that Xiao Youxiang was not the direct nephew of the old lady. There were 4 generations in between. The Xiao family had always had more daughters than sons, and the family line was not robust. After his cousin was imprisoned, the old lady's funeral relied solely on this house nephew. Hearing this, I was indeed a bit moved. You are a man of integrity. He took a sip of tea and smiled faintly. As for the relationship between my family and my cousins, it's just average. My cousin is an official, and it doesn't benefit me at all. Why is that? I asked. Officials have their airs, which is understandable. It's called official prestige. But to put on airs with family, I can't stand it. Plus, my cousin has 4 or 5 sisters who cling to him. They benefit, but I don't. The place where I take contracts is a province away from where he works. I respected him even more inside. In this money-driven society, you still hold on to your sincere heart. That's rare, very rare. He remained calm and asked, "That day, you seemed to want to say something, but hesitated." "I want to clarify." I refilled his tea. "You must have mentioned asking the village chief for land, but you didn't say big bird landing on a tree, right? What was your reason?" I explained that there were many ancestral graves on the mountain. Some places seemed to have no graves, but digging down could reveal them. So, I thought of looking for a piece of land on the mountain. I nodded. "That reasoning is good. The village chief is a sensible person. He must know it's your idea, so that mountain will be unexchangeable for anyone in the future." I smiled gently. "That's fine. Besides you and me, no one knows the exact location." He didn't continue on this topic, but looked up at me. "Everything has its signs, don't you think?" This was certainly true. Everything is interconnected. He pondered for a moment and said, "Actually, I have a premonition about my cousin. I feel he will encounter trouble." I had no interest in hearing about his cousin S. story. After all, that was someone unrelated to me. So I responded, "Premonition is also called sixth sense. When you form a fixed impression of someone, once that person changes, even if it's just a trace, your sixth sense is triggered." He slapped his thigh. "Your explanation is very good. By our common understanding, he is already a high-ranking official, just turned 50, and can still work for another 15 years. There are plenty of opportunities in those 15 years. He could definitely rise to a higher level. But he is too impatient and wants to climb higher." I smiled and didn't engage in his topic, wanting to talk about something else. He seemed not to notice my mood and continued. "He has his own ideas. But that is not the main issue. The problem is that he actually believed a little reporter's lies." When I heard the word reporter, I suddenly trembled. Sitting up straight, I asked, "He is already at the department level, and he still falls for a reporter's trick?" Xiao Youxiang shook his head and sighed. "My cousin met a self-proclaimed powerful reporter who said he could help him advance further. Even I, who have not seen much of the world, find it ridiculous, but my cousin believes it wholeheartedly." I leaned forward. "Have you met that reporter?" Xiao Youxiang grinned. "More than once. My cousin believes it, I don't. Once, when I went to Wutai Mountain, I met a master of divination. His reputation is even greater than your masteress." I wrote, "The character prospers for family fortune." I perked up my ears, urging, "Quickly, tell me more." Xiao Youxiang took a sip of tea, set down the cup, and said, "The master said, you have a heavy head and light feet, with shallow roots." I asked what it meant, but the master refused to say another word. Even now, I don't understand it. So, I specially came to seek your guidance tonight. I smiled. The master meant that to ask about one's future, one must have noble assistance. Otherwise, with a heavy head and light feet, one cannot prosper. Xiao Youxiang was puzzled. I wrote 2 characters on a piece of paper, prosperous and lift. Then I explained, if you view the lower half of lift as a noble person, if there's a noble person, this heavy-headed prosperous character can be lifted. Without a noble person, it cannot be lifted, which means there is no hope for the future. Xiao Youxiang understood and exclaimed, "Oh." With disdain, "A little reporter is certainly not a noble person." I suddenly remembered that a broker from my hometown was also a reporter in Beijing, so I tentatively asked, "Is the reporter about one? 65 meters tall?" Xiao Youxiang put down the teacup he was holding and stared at me, asking, "How do you know he is about one? 65 meters tall?" I was originally just testing casually. Since that was the case, I might as well surprise him further. If it really was that person from my hometown, I wanted Xiao Youxiang to be amazed. I smiled faintly. If he wants the sky, he can't get it. If he wants the earth, he can't provide it. If he needs to rely on someone for connections, it's definitely him. He has some photos with big shots in his album. Xiao Youxiang quickly asked, "Do you know him?" I shook my head. He seemed a bit skeptical and stared at me. "Then how do you know this?" I laughed heartily and waved my hand. "Just guessing. Let's not talk about this anymore." In fact, this was a technique my master taught me. When you create an air of mystery, you should divert the conversation elsewhere. This way, it makes others feel you are mysterious. But Xiao Youxiang had a stubborn determination to get to the bottom of things. He said earnestly, "Master Wan, you must tell me, otherwise I won't leave tonight." Such matters, of course, wouldn't stump me. I fabricated a reason that would convince him. I smiled. Actually, I deduced it as well. Seeing that I was willing to speak, he looked excited, leaning forward as if afraid to miss a word. "First, let's talk about this prosperous character. The top has 3 strokes. The bottom has 2 dots, indicating that the intermediary is tall above and short below. So, I deduced he is about 165 meters tall. Now, How did I know he has photos with big shots? Your cousin is also someone who has seen the world. How could he hold his ground without some photos with big shots? My explanation was reasonable, yet Xiao Youxiang chose not to believe it. He believed that I possessed a power that ordinary people did not have. Next, he made an even more surprising move. He actually bowed down to the ground. If only I had met you a year ago. In the future, I want to ask for your guidance often. I hurriedly helped him up. Xiao Youxiang confided to me. My cousins usually look down on others, so they have no connections locally. As for me, I often don't stay at home. I've only heard of your master's great name, but have never come to pay respects. There were things my family, the Xiaos, did wrong in the past. Please forgive us. You're being too serious. My master and I both adhere to the principle of resolving doubts for others. There is no issue of having opinions about anyone. Come back more often in the future. At this point, Xiao Youxiang took out a business card and handed it to me. Myanmar Hongxing Jade Company, Xiao Youxiang, General Manager. Oh, making money in construction and switching industries. I admired the business card. It was intricately carved from jade and very creative. He smiled. Next time, I'll give you a jade pot. Although I don't come back often, I will always remember your kindness to our Xiao family. If Shan Hong asks, it's a pure heart in a jade pot. I gave him a thumbs up. Such elegant gifts with poetic sentiment. I want Shan Hong, like jade, so I will accept it. After sending off Xiao Youxiang, I was so excited that I want to call my master. When I looked at the time, it was already 10 o'clock at night. I pressed a few numbers, but finally gave up. A sleepless night? I keep wondering, why does my master make such accurate predictions? Chapter 65. Old Zhao's request. The next day, I went to work at Yuranju, and my master's wife told me that she was going to the countryside with Aunt Shun and wouldn't be back until around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. I called my master and informed him that reporter Sima had fallen. Then I recounted the situation with the Xiao family. My master simply said, everything has its cause and effect, and hung up. I guess he wasn't in a position to talk. At that moment, I suddenly heard someone outside calling loudly, Teacher Wan. I looked up and saw his old Xiao. He complained, you don't keep your word. It's been over a year, and you still haven't come to visit me. I felt guilty and said, I should find time to visit you. Please have a seat. Old Xiao looked around and asked, where's the master? I handed him a cup of tea and replied, he's gone out of town and won't be back for a while. Old Zhao's expression turned a bit awkward. I'm here to trouble you again. My relative, Old Lin, has been influenced by that troublemaker, Boss Lu from the fish farm, and has teamed up with a few others. They refuse to move out of the Shun family's courtyard and won't sign the agreement. Why don't they want to move? It's a good thing to relocate. Why not sign? They learn from the bad examples, not the good ones. Some say those who refuse to relocate always benefit, so they refuse to sign. Because they are not moving. The people in the Shun family's courtyard also won't move. The government is working on it, and if they can't resolve it, those leading the refusal might get arrested. How is the government handling the relocation? As long as the agreement is signed, they will immediately start building houses. The original land will be divided among the original homeowners for gardening based on the principle of whoever's land it is, whoever uses it. Upon hearing this, I thought the arrangement was quite reasonable and smiled. There's no reason not to relocate. Old Xiao rubbed his hands together. I also think it's reasonable. I try to persuade them, but Old Lin won't listen. I'm afraid if he gets arrested, his son's marriage will be ruined. His son's marriage? His son works in Guangdong and finally got a girlfriend from the city, planning to get married by the end of the year. If Old Lin gets arrested, what if the girl changes her mind? Did you explain the stakes to him? I did, but they both said in unison, if we don't move, we can get 6 or 70,000, so we won't be afraid of being alone. This matter, I need to think it over carefully before giving you a response. Old Xiao took out a piece of jade from his pocket. I don't know much about this. Can you help me take a look? I waved my hand. I can't tell. It's a gift for you to remember me by, since you've helped me so much. I refused, but he insisted several times before leaving. Just then, my master's phone rang. He said, I was just having breakfast and talking to someone, a bit busy. You've done your best regarding the relocation matter. That reporter isn't worth discussing. Once or twice he may escape, but eventually, something will happen. In the industry, we call it fate. I took the opportunity to report to him. By the way, there's one more thing. I recounted Old Zhao's visit. You don't need to intervene, my master advised. Why not? It's related to the G-side's matters. You shouldn't get involved. After hanging up, a neighbor quietly entered with a bag and said, a person named Xiao asked me to bring these to you. I opened it to find 2 bags of premium ginseng. I called Old Xiao, what are you doing? Take it back. Advising is one thing, but sending gifts is a form of transaction, isn't it? You don't know how many times you've helped me. After saying that, he hung up. At that moment, another person came in, smiling, Mr. Wan, hello. I nodded and gestured for him to sit. He sat down, took out a pack of cigarettes, and cheerfully said, have a cigarette. When I saw the brand, I laughed. Is this your standard for bad cigarettes? Aren't the good ones supposed to be exclusive? I stood up to brew a cup of tea. From my experience, this person wasn't here for divination. Sure enough, he introduced himself as the village head of Xiao family village, surnamed Xiao, named Xiao Siyuan. He gestured his name on the table as he spoke. I looked at him with a smile. This smile wasn't sincere, but it wasn't false either. It wasn't threatening, but it wasn't humble either. It was quite mysterious, creating a sense of pressure. You've helped a lot with the Xiao family's matters, he said, taking a sip of tea. When you receive money, you must do your best to help. However, I've noticed that your place is only 3 or 4 miles from a city, yet feels like a paradise. Beautiful mountains and clear waters. That's a good compliment. It looks beautiful, but it's actually poor mountains and bad waters. It's only 4 or 5 miles from the city. It's 2 different worlds. Not many people stay at home. They're all in the city setting up stalls. Others don't call me village head. They call me stall boss. I followed his lead and joked, with so many stalls, the head of the city management bureau must be a good friend of yours. Old Xiao laughed. I can't reach the head of the city's management bureau, but the chief of the East District branch often comes to climb high with me. Is there someone with the surname Xiao? It's the first time I've heard that surname. He chuckled. The chief of the East District branch is always surnamed Xiao. No matter which term. I chuckled too. That makes sense. They all want you to manage the villagers well. You're quite humorous. He looked around. Is your master not back yet? He'll be gone for another half-month. You see feng shui. You'll surpass your master in the future. I waved my hands repeatedly. Please don't say that. If it gets out, I won't even be able to be his apprentice. He smiled. Some things are only said once in a lifetime and must be said face to face. I knew he was quite capable. I decided to let things unfold for a while. He said, I have 2 purposes for coming today. One is to visit a relative in the city, and the other is to visit you. I continued to smile at him. To be honest, I'm here to explain something to you. Last time, Xiao Youxiang wanted to bury old lady Xiao on my family's mountain. But I didn't agree. The reason I didn't agree isn't that I opposed it. It's that my father opposed it. I didn't interrupt, lighting the cigarette he offered me. We have conflicts from the previous generation. I have no conflicts with Xiao Youxiang or his cousin. I understood that village head, Xiao, didn't know about the incident with the bird falling on the big tree. Moreover, from his words, there seemed to be some truth. The villagers all know. I fear you might misunderstand that I'm a person who kicks someone when they're down. I smiled. The village head is a careful person. As for me, I look at one piece of land, walk through one village, and forget about it as I pass. He said seriously, actually, I'm very moved. The Xiao family is like this, and if a local land deity casually handles it, you put in your heart and effort and even piled up some soil behind. The villagers see it all and say you are diligent in your work. I finally understood his intention. He came ostensibly to visit, but actually to explain that he wasn't someone who would kick others when they were down. I smiled, I understand. He shifted the topic. With such a kind heart, one day, I must invite you to my home to have fun. Let's go fishing. I have a pond. This struck a chord with me. I loved fishing since I was a child. However, I couldn't express my eagerness too soon, so I said, I'm not very good at fishing. I'll teach you. I can set up the pot for you while waiting for the fish. I admired those with special skills. Anyone with skills was worth learning from. I handed him a cigarette. You have such a skill? After my master comes back and I have some free time, I will definitely come and learn from you. He left my phone number and then stood up, saying, I'll wait for your news. I'll take my leave now. I walked into the door. After sending off village head Xiao, I remembered old Zhao's request. Although my master told me not to get involved, it wouldn't hurt to call old Lin and find out the situation. I dialed old Lin's number. Chapter 66. Choosing a store for the beauty after making the call. I advised old Lin to cooperate with the government's relocation. To my surprise, old Lin showed me no respect and said that the golden silk Nanmu wood of this house was worth a fortune. And the carved panels and stone lions were also worth a lot. He insisted that he wouldn't move unless he received $1 million. After hearing this, I angrily hung up the phone. It seems old Lin is quite a difficult person. When he needed me, he was humble. Now that he doesn't, he shows no mercy. After sitting for a while, I felt something was off. How could old Lin be so familiar with the value of Nanmu wood and the price of carved panels? I slapped my thigh and suddenly realized that someone must be behind him, someone with connections and power, promising old Lin huge benefits. So who could this person be? I wrote down a few names on paper, thought for a moment, crossed one out, and then crossed out another. My gaze fell on the remaining name, Deng Fugen. So, I began to deduce based on the premise that Deng was the mastermind. Mr. Deng doesn't show his face and instruct someone else to incite everyone not to move. Then the government arrests people, the situation escalates, and the opposition grows. The villagers start to report upwards. The government has no choice but to start putting out fires, intercepting people on the road, or bringing them back to the capital. Faced with mounting pressure, they reassess their strategies. Some insist on increasing their crackdown, while others advocate for appeasing the public and using other methods to defuse the situation. After all, continually reporting to higher-ups is detrimental to the city, so the appeasers are in the majority. In the end, they release the people. However, letting them go doesn't help. The public feels justified, and the matter drags on. At this point, Mr. Deng would step in, willing to help the government in exchange for being in charge of the relocation. So how would Mr. Deng handle the relocation? This was the second process I needed to deduce. What methods would he use? I unusually lit a cigarette. After thinking for a long time, I couldn't come up with anything. Hello, master. I felt like I was waking from a dream when I saw a woman in a red sweater standing opposite me. So I awkwardly smiled and said, "Please sit." She smiled and asked, "Don't you recognize me?" After examining her carefully for a moment, I said, "I remember now. You're the one who used to distribute advertising flyers, often coming to our rice noodle shop." She pouted. "That's old news. I stopped distributing flyers long ago. I learned a craft out of town and plan to open a cake shop. I have 2 locations. Please help me choose." She reported the street names. "Don't you want to analyze?" I shook my head, opened my laptop, and said, "This is more accurate than analysis. 25, Luqiao Street, and 211, Wanhue Street." I entered the addresses and slowly moved the mouse. She came over and stood beside me. I asked, "Is 25, Luqiao Street to the left of the intersection of Zhengyang Road and Finyang Road? This one?" She exclaimed, "That's very clear. There's a Vanke Plaza office building and a food court right next to it." I then switched to 211, Wanhue Street, and said, "Next to the university town, beside the museum." She replied, "That's clear too. Even the public toilet nearby is up and running." High tech. I kept switching back and forth between the 2 addresses, zooming in and out to compare and identify. Then I said, "Choose the university town." She looked surprised. "How do you read this feng shui?" I scoffed. "This isn't about feng shui. It's about consumption." "Then analyze it for me," she said, leaning almost against my back, her fragrance wafting towards me with an alluring scent. I carefully analyzed for her. There are many white-collar workers at Vanke Plaza, while there are many students in the university town. White-collar workers have more money, but are very realistic. Students are a bit tighter with money, but they are still romantic. There are indeed many white-collar workers at Vanke Plaza, but they go on fewer dates and are very cautious when dating. Students are different. Some start dating as soon as they enroll, dating 2 or 3 people at a time. Or they might date for 2 years, and when it's someone else's birthday, don't they need to buy a birthday cake? She nodded repeatedly. I continued my analysis. White-collar workers may have more money and seem more willing to spend, but they think about buying houses, cars, and marriage, right? They have to consider their finances. Students use their parents' money. They aren't as concerned about spending. She was almost leaning on my back. I glanced back at her, and she shyly pulled away, blushing as she said, "You explained it so well." I moved the mouse again. The food street next to Vanke has cake shops. Doesn't that mean some consumption will be diverted? After saying that, I pressed the printer, and a paper came out. "Take a look." She read, "The public toilet in the food plaza has an average daily foot traffic of 21,382 people. The public toilet in the university town has an average daily foot traffic of 42,654 people." Her jaw almost dropped. "This data is available? This is real-time dynamic update software. It has everything." She excitedly said, "So, you mean we should choose the university town?" I teased her, deliberately saying, "There's one key point I haven't told you." "Ah," she exclaimed again. I smiled and said, "To tell you the truth, the key is the price point. There are others making cakes in the university town." She quickly said, Yes. I wanted to say that. I have a shop back home that sells dried tofu. At first, others wanted to drive it out of business, but everyone who tried to do so ended up failing." She stretched her neck. "Why?" I laughed heartily and, after finishing, told her, "Its pricing is set at $1.50 per piece of dried tofu. If it's less than $1.50, others can't make it. If they do, they lose money. If it's more than $1.50, customers feel it's not worth it and want to buy." She patted her head. "I understand, Master One. You need to set a reasonable price while ensuring quality is better than others." I crossed my arms. "If you can achieve that, congratulations. You can open branches in other cities." She didn't seem excited, but asked, "Has your sister opened a branch?" I stared at her. Zhuge Liang lived in Longzhong, and not many believed in him. But Liu Bei did, making 3 visits to the thatched cottage. She suddenly understood. "Your sister doesn't believe in you, but my sister believes in you." After saying that, she sat up straight, leaned forward, and looked serious. "Brother Juan, I need to tell you something serious. I have a younger sister who is prettier than I am. I'm serious. Then she pulled out a photo on her phone and said, "This one pretty, right?" I looked at it. She was indeed beautiful. I then chuckled and said, "My mother has a rule. No one with a small butt and no one who is too beautiful." She turned her face away, pretending to be annoyed. "I'm trying to talk to you seriously, and you're joking." She is in her senior year. The age is just right. I didn't respond, just smiled at her. She couldn't take it anymore and asked, "How much?" I said, "Regular price." She added 100 and stood up, reluctant to leave, giving me a sideways glance. "Think it over. I really think it's suitable." I didn't take her words to heart. The master calculated my fortune seriously and said that late marriage meant late marriage. Besides, once you start dating, you have to think about buying a house and a car. And I didn't have the financial means for that. After she left, I looked at the name Deng Fuging and continued to think, what tricks does Mr. Deng have? At that moment, the master's wife and Aunt Chen returned. I realized it was already past 6 o'clock. Driving home, my sister called, "What time is it? If you're not coming back for dinner, at least let me know." I joked, "Comrade, Wan Shuexiu, the busier people are, the more important they are. Can't you wait a bit?" She said, "Let's chit-chat. If you're not home in 5 minutes, I'll put some water in the pressure cooker and make you drink rice soup." Suddenly, I had an inspiration. Mr. Deng would definitely use high tricks to let old Lin drink rice soup in the end. Chapter 67. Old Lin and Old Lu went missing. Things escalated quickly. Old Lu and Old Lin were arrested. The newspapers immediately reported. To successfully complete the relocation of the Shun family courtyard, Lu Shan and Lin Mei, who obstructed the work, are now detained. I only then learned their full names. Old Xiao was anxious and called me right away, asking for my help to get them out. I replied, "Old Xiao, I really can't help with this." I guessed Old Xiao was very disappointed. "All right, I know your difficulties." I found it strange and asked, "Didn't Old Lin and Old Lu have conflicts over the fishery? How'd they end up together?" Old Xiao said, "Once you proposed that idea, both of them were convinced. In the end, they decided to combine their efforts, add some fish fry, and run it together, becoming good friends." I see. Old Xiao was somewhat angry. Old Lu is cunning, while Old Lin is foolish. The cunning comes from Old Lu. I expressed my concern. People have been arrested. Do the two women still care about the fishery? Old Xiao said, "You don't need to worry about that." Before they were arrested, they happened to encounter a businessman from another county who took all the fish away. I remained silent and hung up the phone. Someone was behind this, and the mastermind had solved the concerns of both Lin and Lu's families. Next, he would definitely incite the wives of Old Lin and Old Lu to create trouble. Sure enough, 2 days later, I heard that Lu Shan's wife was going to the city government courtyard to drink pesticide. I remember the year when dealing with the fish pond dispute between Lu and Lin. Lu Shan told his wife, "There's a snake." Her terrified expression left a deep impression on me. Such a woman is feisty on the surface, but truly timid. Would she drink pesticide? Lu Shan's wife and a group of people went to the city government courtyard, bearing a big sign of injustice, kneeling in the courtyard and attracting countless onlookers. Later, they were taken away by village officials. A few days later, she teamed up with Lin Mei's wife and went to the capital to cry out for injustice. After being brought back by city officials, they were guarded by village officials at 2 levels. Unexpectedly, these 2 women sneaked out late at night, walked several miles on a small road, prearranged a vehicle, and took a train to the capital again. These 2 women caused a commotion in Wuxiang City, prompting higher authorities to instruct, release them immediately, patiently and meticulously do ideological work with the masses, exchange heart for heart, ensure the relocation goes well, and guarantee the safety of the people. After such a disturbance, Lu Shan and Lin Mei were released back home. The 2 became even more reckless, and the relocation work came to a standstill. Seeing this situation, General He had no choice but to call for the acting Shungrun company to withdraw. The relocation of the Shun family courtyard was halted. However, the hidden dangers remained. If it rained heavily, the buildings would surely collapse and lives would be at risk. The city government was in a headache over this hot potato. At this time, Deng Fuging stepped in. He expressed his willingness to share the burden of the city government, responsible for signing the relocation contracts one by one. The leaders asked, "What method do you have?" Deng Fuging patted his chest. "There are 3 kinds of affection in the world: familial love, romantic love, and friendship. I, Deng Fuging, have no romantic love, familial love, or friendship with the people of the Shun family courtyard. But my hundreds of employees must have some love and friendship with them, right? My employees don't have it, but their relatives and friends must have love and friendship with the people of the Shun family courtyard, right? I will persuade them with emotions, without fighting or scolding, and ensure the relocation goes smoothly. Of course, the condition is the same. All the bricks, windows, and wooden pillars of the Shun family courtyard belonged to him. Hearing this news, I calculated that General Deng only needed to pacify the two troublemakers, Old Lin and Old Lu. So, how would he handle these two? On the night of the third day after New Year's Day, Old Xiao hurriedly came to the night talk room to find me. He spoke with a choked voice, saying Old Lin and Old Lu had gone missing. I brewed him a cup of tea and calmly said, "Don't cry yet. Tell me everything you know." Old Xiao recounted. A few days ago, Old Lu and Old Lin said they were going out to order some fish fry, and then they left. It's usual to be out for 2 or 3 days to check the fish. This time is strange. They haven't returned for 4 days, and their phones are unreachable. I asked, both of their phones are unreachable? Old Xiao looked panicked, yes. If one of them could be reached, then they wouldn't be missing. I stared at Old Xiao, reported. Old Xiao hesitated. Finally, he said, "We need to file a report, but first, can you tell me if they're safe?" I looked at the character, meaning peace. I laughed wildly. Old Xiao was surprised and didn't know what to do. I lowered my voice. The top is a house, and the bottom is a woman. The two went out together, made a small mistake, and didn't have enough money on them, so they were held up. Upon hearing this, Old Xiao's eyes widened. Are they safe? I laughed. Safe. Don't worry. The next night, Old Xiao came again, looking joyful. He said the two had returned safely, and it was indeed for the reason I mentioned. I smiled. Tell me more. Old Xiao hesitated. Just you know and I know. Old Xiao then recounted this strange incident. At the end of December, the boss who bought fish from Lin and Lu called them, inviting them over to his house to play and check out the fish fry. Lin and Lu went. The fish boss was very hospitable, treating them to good food. At night, he even gave them each a room. Not long after they checked in, a phone call came in, asking if they needed services. The two, in a daze, agreed. As a result, 2 ladies arrived. Coincidentally, while they were in the midst of it, the police came and caught them in the act. They were then taken to the police station, each fined 5,000. They didn't have enough money on them, so they had to contact the fish boss, who paid their fines. After listening to Old Xiao, I asked, "How do you know all this so clearly?" Old Xiao's face turned red. My cousin Lin didn't want to continue making a fuss, fearing his wife would cause trouble, so he asked me to help. And that's how I learned the real reason, because the fish boss had installed a camera in the room. Then, I waved my hand. No need to say more. I know everything. The fish boss made Old Lin and Old Lu write a guarantee, promising not to obstruct the relocation anymore. Otherwise, he would make the video public. Old Xiao nodded seriously and asked, "So this fish boss was arranged by General Deng?" I didn't confirm or deny, just smiled. Old Xiao seemed somewhat fearful and said, "Such a big boss would do something like this?" I said, "Come, have some tea. This is Longjing tea sent to me recently by my friend, Mr. Murong from Hangzhou." Old Xiao took a sip, not praising the tea's quality or fragrance, but worriedly asked, with his power, will he still go after my cousin in the future? I said, "Old Xiao, I most dislike keeping other secrets. Whatever you said tonight, I have already forgotten. After drinking this cup of Longjing, everything will be as if it never happened." Old Xiao understood my meaning, chuckled, raised his cup, and drank it all. Good tea, fragrant. After Old Xiao left, I shivered. No wonder the master told me not to interfere. That smiling, Mithril-like General Deng can do anything. Then I broke out in a cold sweat. It's not easy to stay alive. If it weren't for the master teaching me step by step, I wouldn't know so many tricks. It seems that not going out to learn was the right choice. If I want to venture into the world in the future, I still need to learn from a master for a few more years. Chapter 68, Second Young Master. The most unlikely con man, the master has finally returned. I was about to report to him, but he looked at me with that kind and slightly mysterious gaze. I'm at ease with matters at home. Your mistress has already spoken with me. You are handling things independently and in an orderly manner. I stammered for a while. He smiled. I understand what you mean. The relocation of the Shun family courtyard has been settled. General Deng has taken the burden off the city government, which is good. Upon hearing this last statement, I swallowed back what I wanted to say. Did you enjoy this trip? I cautiously probed about what he had done on this mysterious journey. The master remained expressionless and said, General Lon initially invited me to Shandong to help with a new real estate project of his, to oversee the feng shui. I was supposed to return in 3 to 5 days, but then he invited me to Beidei. For a rest? No. He took me to meet someone and asked me to assess whether this person could be trusted. Oh, and what happened? Let me first tell you about this person, so you can broaden your horizons. The master began to explain. A year ago, General Lon met a mysterious person at a friend's dinner party. This person lives in the capital, and everyone at the table referred to him as the second young master. As for whose second young master he was, General Lon didn't dare to ask directly. No one would disclose the second young master's true identity, because some identities cannot be made public. He is simply the second young master. Some people who had been to Beijing said that the second young master picked them up at the airport in a very ordinary car, quite casually. Some questioned his identity, saying, how could someone of such status drive a Passat? But this was quickly suppressed by an insider's explanation. The more special someone's status, the more low-key they tend to be. Those from prestigious families often have strict upbringing and act just like ordinary people. If he were a con man, he would at least rent a luxury car, but the second young master drives an ordinary car and takes you to a regular restaurant. This reflects genuine confidence without the need for pretense. People in the circle provided examples, like how brother F.A. rides a bicycle to buy flip-flops, all of which are from street vendors. Then someone added, billionaires buy belts for 2 or 3 yuan and wear them effortlessly. General Lan added the second young master's WeChat. The second young master rarely posts on his moments. When he does share a photo, it's usually of scenery from places you aren't qualified to enter. In short, the second young master is elusive. One day, he posted on WeChat a single sentence. Investing in Cambodia has great potential. Below, some liked it and others commented. The people were not many, but each was quite famous. General Lan curiously sent a message to the second young master asking about the investment in Cambodia. The second young master did not reply a word but sent back a Chinese version of a bidding document for civil engineering projects in Cambodia, which outlined the investment details. To put it simply, it involved organizing a large convoy to transport earth, fill lakes, and build cities. The project budget was 100 billion yuan, with a profit of around 20 billion. General Lan was not familiar with such projects and consulted a boss who specialized in this field. The other party said, the profit should be around 25 billion. If the intermediary admits to making you 5 billion, it's true. If they want to take 5 billion from your 20 billion, then they are too greedy. A few days later, General Lan asked on WeChat if the 20 billion was net profit or if the intermediary had to take a cut. The second young master replied, the 20 billion is net profit and the intermediary has already taken 5 billion. General Lan was intrigued, so he invited me along. The master simply recounted the events of the past month. I thought that the master might not understand international business, so I asked, what is your main role? The master replied with 2 words, assessing people. I felt like my heart was beating like a drum and dared not speak directly, thinking, can you really assess accurately on a 100 billion project? I changed my question. Does assessing people take this long? The master laughed. Assessing someone can be done in 1 meal. I chuckled, but you were gone for a month. The master smiled. It's not just about assessing the second young master. General Lan took me to a dinner one day, a salon the next, meeting friends of the second young master and friends of friends. There were people involved in contracting projects in Cambodia, and also those the second young master introduced to discuss the project with us. It started in Beidei and later moved to Beijing, Shanghai, and Shenzhen, running everywhere. I understood that it wasn't just about assessing the second young master. It was also about assessing his friends, friends of friends, and those introduced to discuss the project. The master nodded. I asked, what do you think in the end? The master chuckled, a high-end version of SEMA journalist. How did you see that? The master did not directly answer my question, but said, the second young master has deep connections, which I couldn't initially discern. He indeed has ties to high-level people, which would be verified. There are some details I cannot disclose to you. I nodded. The master continued. It's true that the second young master has connections, but these connections are limited to general interactions, much like Lu Lao visiting the Grandview Garden. I suddenly realized the second young master is a con man who has more confidence than SEMA journalist, and he doesn't look like a con man. The master looked at me with satisfaction. What you just said is exactly what I wanted to convey. Everything can withstand verification. He is not a con man. But he is indeed a con man. Because he can withstand scrutiny, he doesn't need to pretend. He wears ordinary clothes, drives an ordinary car, and speaks and acts openly. You can't find any flaws. He even invited General Lan to sit with big figures. They sat for about 10 minutes, exchanging only a few polite remarks without discussing anything else. But it was enough for General Lan to believe that everything was real. I interjected. General Lan made up his mind. Yes, my persuasion was useless. General Lan said that even if the other party is a con man, he still wants to take a chance. Because as long as he pays a 10 million deposit first, the second young master can get the project going. According to General Lan, even if their essay loss, it would only be 10 million. If it's real, then it's 2 billion. I exclaimed, rich people really are bold. 10 million, and they don't even blink. The master continued. At that time, General Lan said something. If he is truly a con man, does he fear being exposed? When I heard that, I thought it made sense. The master sneered. You've never been abroad, have you? I nodded. The master taught me. When you enter another country on a plane, you receive a card in all English and are asked to fill it out. You want to know how to fill it out and will have to ask others. Others will point out that you should check this box here and that box there. When finished, you want to even know why you filled it out or what you wrote. General Lon will face a similar outcome. They are not conning you. It's a business trap that is legally impeccable. They want to sign a contract with you in China. They will sign it in Cambodia. Once you sign the contract, with black and white terms acknowledged, if you go to court, you'll have to go to Cambodia. Oh, I exhaled deeply. The master warned me. In this world, there are only the simplest truths. There are no free lunches. But when simple things are complicated, you will start to believe in them. Simplicity is the essence of things. I blurted out. The master seemed a bit regretful. On the last day, General Lon was dissatisfied with me. He said he wanted me to stay a few more days. I insisted on returning, and he offered me 100,000 yuan, which I declined. After returning, I felt gloomy. Lon Lishing was like a runaway bull, and I failed to grab the bull's nose and pull it back from the edge of the cliff, feeling guilty. I advised, you shouldn't feel guilty. You fulfilled your responsibilities. It's his own choice to jump into the fire pit. There's a saying online. There are too many fools in this world, and not enough con men. The master praised me. You haven't wasted these years of learning. You can discern the essence through appearances. At that moment, my phone rang. It was Mr. He. I saw it was He Xiaobua. The master gestured for me to answer the phone. I put it on speaker. Haha, hello, Mr. He. The master just got back. I'm leaving this afternoon and can reach you Ranju by 9 tonight. Please inform the master for me. I want to disturb him with a call. The master nodded. I said, okay. Chapter 69. The endless tactics of the marketplace in the evening. My master didn't ask me to come over to sift tea and pour water. I felt a bit disappointed, as it seemed that he was having a private discussion with He Xiaobua. The next day at Yuranju, my master appeared calm and composed, as if he had never come by last night, sitting there reading a book. While making tea, I noticed that he was reading a vertical text and asked, what book are you reading? Mei Hua Yishu. As we were chatting, someone walked in, looking dejected, and said, Master, do you remember me? I recognized him as Boss Deng from the building materials store. My master shook his head. Old Deng looked surprised. I measured the character, Mo. My surname is Deng. My master still shook his head, and I wanted to remind him, but I swallowed the words. My master has a good memory. He has told me many times that in this line of work, you must remember not only the person, but also what you discussed with them. Otherwise, if you told someone they would have a daughter last time, and now you tell them they'll have a son, wouldn't that be embarrassing? So why did my master say he didn't remember? Old Deng reminded him again. Last time I measured the character, you said the intermediary was called Ma Run and advised me not to go into this business. Don't you remember? My master smiled. What I say, of course you remember. If I'm right, you call me master. If wrong, you call me Meng Sure. As for me, people come and go. Once I cut off someone else's business, I forget it. Old Deng became a bit embarrassed. You are a master, not a Meng Sure. Now, I've got 60,000 yuan trapped in this, and there is no sign of a business, and I can't get my money back. What is the big deal? You're 60,000. Some people lose 1 million as tuition fees. How can you gain insight in life without paying some tuition? I couldn't help but laugh. Old Deng's face turned bright red. Master Wan, don't laugh. 60,000 yuan. While it's not enough to hang myself or jump into a river. My wife nags me every day, and who knows, one day I might really hang myself. After saying that, his eyes turned red. My master finally spoke. Why can't you get it back? Old Deng looked furious. The intermediary, no, that Ma Rin took 5,000 from me, saying he would do something. Then he said it was insufficient and wanted another 1,000. I think as long as the business gets done, it doesn't matter if I earn 1,000 less. After he took this 60,000, he keeps saying he's working on it, but there's no result. He loves to gamble, and I worry that this money might be lost to gambling. So I asked him for it back, but every time I ask, he just deceives me. I want to measure a character to see if I can get this money back. My master remained silent. I said, you write it down. Old Deng wrote down a character. I handed the paper to my master, but he didn't even take it, saying, you want to get it back. Old Deng's face twitched, disappointment, anger, and regret all twisted together, changing his expression. My master waved his hand. You've paid your tuition. I want to take your money. You can leave now. Old Deng hesitated, opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately swallowed it down and turned to leave. I asked, you hold a grudge against him for not listening to you last time, right? My master shook his head. Why would I hold a grudge? What we say, do you think they really listen? To others, it's just a reference. So don't take yourself too seriously. I blushed and said, then how do we analyze this character? We, 2 mouths, things like this usually wouldn't be written down. So if the other party refuses to acknowledge the debt, It's just a verbal agreement. And if he doesn't pay you back, you have no basis even if you go to court. I thought that this note indeed would be difficult to write. My master continued, in such matters, it relies on personal trust. It can't be clearly explained. Why do the underworld and the Jianghu place trust as the first priority? Because they commit crimes together and do things that can't be documented on paper, hence the emphasis on keeping one's word. Modern people have found that keeping one's word is often unreliable, so they insist on signing contracts beforehand, and for important matters, they even ask for third-party notarization. Oh, this character has two mouths. As long as the other party refuses to acknowledge the debt, old Deng's money will be gone. I genuinely worried that old Deng might not be able to get that money back. Measuring characters for others is like this. One moment you're worried for someone, and the next you might forget because too many people come and go. At that moment, my phone rang. Looking at it, it was Village Chief Chiao. I stepped out to the yard to answer the call. Village Chief Chiao invited me to go fishing at his house this Saturday, saying that Director Zhang from the Urban Management Bureau of the West District would also be there. I agreed. Just after hanging up, Boss Deng called to ask if my master was home. After I replied, he said, I'll come and visit him right away. After I informed my master, he nodded, clean up the study a bit. I started tidying up, then boiled tea, arranged fruits and cigarettes. Half an hour later, my master and Boss Deng walked in, chatting and laughing. After my master sat down, he said, I've been away for more than a month and rested for a few days upon returning. Boss Deng laughed heartily. When you were away, I had no one to ask for advice. Seeing the government and Sheng-run company couldn't even move the Shun family courtyard. Without your consent, I ran over to the city government and recommended myself. My master smiled. Good thing, good thing. Boss Deng sighed. I'm helping the city government relieve their worries. A good thing is a good thing, but it's also a difficult task. My method is, if the comrades sent by the company can't do it, I'll mobilize those who have relatives with the Shun family to help. Those who do well, I'll reward 5,000. How to do the work? I want to interfere. My master asked with a hint of meaning. I heard there are two troublemakers. Have you prepared well for that? Boss Deng laughed loudly. If I didn't prepare well, would I dare come to your place to pay my respects? I plan to invite you over there tomorrow to see the feng shui of the resettlement area. My master nodded. Boss Deng looked serious. This is very important. I went to the Shun family courtyard that day and talked to the common people, asking why there's so few rich people living in such old houses. The expert said last time that the road construction ruined the feng shui. When we build new houses, I must invite Master Hongi to oversee it. The crowd will applaud. My master said nonchalantly, You flatter me. Boss Deng continued. If you go, the people will feel hopeful. Who doesn't want a good location for their houses? Making them prosperous and happy every day? My master smiled. No problem. Shanhong has also learned modern feng shui, using software to determine the direction. Boss Deng looked at me. Shanhong, you'll have to work on this tomorrow. I know the software can determine it quickly, but the common people are not that sophisticated. If it's done too quickly, they'll think you're deceiving them. If you take an hour, they'll believe you. This is similar to I couldn't help but interject. This is similar to a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. When you touch the left hand and then the right hand, and then back to the left hand, the patient feels you are serious and too good to them. Boss Deng turned his gaze to my master. As the saying goes, like father, like son. Now it's like a famous master must have talented disciples. My master coldly smiled. He still has to learn from you. You clearly know how to speak, but only say half, letting others fill in the gaps, giving the cleverness to others. Boss Deng's face turned red, and mine flushed as well. In front of someone like Boss Deng, my performance felt like that of a pig. Boss Deng clasped his hands. Master, I only respect you. My master smiled. Let us not say anything else. You can persuade Lao Lin and Lao Lu. For this, you are worthy of being the richest. Boss Deng hurriedly picked up his tea and took a sip, laughing heartily. It's all thanks to Master S. good teaching, treating others kindly. You have to reason with troublemakers. When the demolition starts, I'll also assign some small projects to them. Hearing this, I realized how seamlessly Boss Deng switched between the roles of the bad cop and the good cop. Truly a master. No wonder my master didn't dare offend him. After chatting for a while, Boss Deng took his leave. The next day, Boss Deng personally accompanied me and my master to the Shun family courtyard. I first used the software to determine the direction, then took a compass, looking left and right. After about an hour, I finally marked the orientation. Indeed, the crowd was very satisfied, saying, Master Wan, we feel at ease with you here. After all, you are a familiar face and meticulous. I said that I would only handle the initial stage, and in the end, the master still had to make the final decision. Someone stuck out their tongue and said it was more meticulous than embroidery. I thought my acting was decent. After performing for about an hour, I finally called the master to make the final decision. The master looked around seriously, inspecting everything. Lin Mei's wife pulled me into a corner where no one was around and said, "Master One, my husband is a pig." In the end, he agreed again. I don't know what's wrong with him. I whispered, "Sister-in-law, I told you years ago that you would move into a new house, but you didn't believe me. This is fate. It has been predetermined by heaven, so don't blame your husband. After moving, you will prosper." She asked, "Really?" I replied confidently, "I can accurately predict that you will move, and I can also predict that you will become wealthy." She quickly thanked me. I felt a bit bittersweet. She was just a pawn in someone else's game, and I was merely a pawn in someone else's as well. Chapter 70. Is Xiaoxiao a beauty? On Friday afternoon, Village Chief Xiao called me and said, "Tomorrow is the weekend, and it's sunny with rising temperatures, perfect weather for fishing. Come over early." Thinking about the chance to learn fishing skills, I readily agreed. By 9 a.m. on Saturday, I arrived at Village Chief Xiao's house, where only he and his wife were present. Village Chief Xiao said, "Let's go. Director Zhang won't arrive until 10. We're heading up the mountain." I knew he was going to teach me fishing techniques, but I wondered why we were going up the mountain. He didn't explain, and I didn't ask. After climbing for a while, we reached a flat area, and Village Chief Xiao smiled and said, "Let me first introduce you to the grasses for making fish bait." He then taught me to identify 3 types of grass: one with wide leaves, one with long narrow leaves, and one with serrated edges. Mash these 3 types together, mix with rice grains, roll into balls, and toss them into the water, and the fish will come, Village Chief Xiao said mysteriously. Having grown up in the countryside, I remembered them at a glance. I was secretly amazed. It turns out these common grasses, when combined, make fish bait. It's like breaking through a layer of paper. Without doing so, you'd never know. While Village Chief Xiao busied himself gathering grass leaves, I collected grass seeds. After coming down the mountain, I watched Village Chief Xiao make the fish bait. My master had taught me some herbal knowledge, and I knew that the one with serrated leaves was the main ingredient. After observing, I started making my own portion. Village Chief Xiao watched me mash the bait and said with a smile, "You understand pharmacology." Before long, I had finished. I chose a corner of the pond and tossed the bait in. To my surprise, a large group of fish swam eagerly towards my hook. I pulled once and caught one, pulled again and caught another. Goodness, if I lost my job, I could just fish every day. With this bait, I wouldn't become a complete proletarian. A gentle breeze blew, and the water rippled. I felt overjoyed and hummed a little tune. I don't want to become a god or an immortal. Just want to enjoy life by the water, fishing in rivers and lakes, exchanging my catch for wine money every day. I sang while keeping the rhythm. In less than 10 minutes, I had caught 5 fish. That was enough. I couldn't eat that many. I reeled to my rod. At that moment, an off-road vehicle drove into the yard. It was Director Zhang. Village Chief Xiao introduced him to me. A middle-aged man in his 40s nodded gracefully at me. For some reason, Director Zhang seemed very approachable, lacking any airs of authority, and resembled a familiar acquaintance whose name I couldn't recall. Director Zhang shook my hand and smiled. "Master's disciple, I've heard a lot about you. The village chief has mentioned you several times." Just then, another person got out of the car, instantly blinding me with surprise. Was that not the owner of the Fenghua Shuyue establishment, Yumarin? Yumarin ran over, dramatically opened her arms, and said, "Come here, little brother, give me a hug." After a symbolic hug, she looked at me affectionately. "You've gained some weight. You need to get out and exercise more." I couldn't quite figure out her relationship with Director Zhang and laughed. "Aren't we here to fish today?" At that moment, Director Zhang smiled at Village Chief Xiao, who was holding a bowl of fish bait. "When are you going to teach me your bait-making method?" Village Chief Xiao chuckled. "The technique is not meant to be passed on, but if you want bait, I can make as much as you need." I was secretly shocked. It seemed the village chief thought highly of me. Director Zhang, rod in hand, walked while saying, "You're such a miser." Yumarin waved at me. "I'm going to check it out." I didn't follow. Village Chief Xiao's wife came over, looked at my bucket of fish, and smiled. "Xiaowan, let me teach you how to cook fish." I followed her into the kitchen. I watched as she deftly cut open a large fish in just a few moves. A neighbor lady had already started a fire for her. She said, "You must cook the fish over a high flame." After saying that, she poured oil into the pot, and when it was about 80 hot, she placed the whole fish in, causing the oil to sizzle. As the fish fried to a light golden color, she poured boiling water from a thermos into the pot and taught me. The key to boiling live fish is this trick. You can't use cold water. It must be boiling water. The broth will be as creamy as milk, and the fish will be especially tender. That's all there is to it. I laughed and said, "Thank you. I'll show my parents when I get back." At that moment, there was a commotion outside. When I went out to look, I found many people gathered around to see the big fish that village chief Qiao had caught, weighing about 10 pounds. Director Zhang had also finished, having caught 6 or 7 fish. At noon, the Qiao family prepared a delicious spread: boiled live fish, stir-fried winter bamboo shoots with cured meat, tripe, and stewed chicken. Especially that fish soup, it was incredibly fresh and delicious. During the meal, Director Zhang joked, "Shan Hong, let me introduce you to someone. Village Chief Qiao has 3 daughters. 2 of the older ones are married, and the youngest runs a clothing store in the city, and she's quite beautiful." He then turned to Village Chief Qiao and asked, "Where's Xiao Xiao? Why hasn't Tishi come back?" Village Chief Qiao smiled. She was supposed to come back, but she ran into her sister's birthday, so we sent her as a representative. Yumarin chimed in with a playful poem. "Shan Hong is highly talented, and Xiao Xiao is as beautiful as a flower. Truly a match made in heaven. The village chief has plenty of land. You can build a villa here." Director Zhang looked at me with a smile. "Now you're famous. You'll be even more so in the future. Famous people don't have to live in the city. A good wine doesn't fear a deep alley. Others are driving in line to find you." Director Zhang turned to tease Village Chief Qiao. "Village Chief, you should get 1,000 square meters of land for Shan Hong. A 300 square meter villa is enough for Master Shan Hong, but the parking lot must be big enough." Village Chief Qiao and his wife just chuckled. Yumarin looked at me meaningfully. "Shan Hong, you haven't made your position clear yet." I joined in their teasing. "I'll just follow my sister's arrangements." She frowned. "Following isn't enough. Both of you have to agree. We're just matchmaking, after all." Village Chief Qiao's wife said, "Let us eat fish. How does it taste?" I nodded repeatedly. "It's cooked well." Director Zhang, looking happy, said, "Shan Hong has agreed. Let us find an opportunity to meet next time." I was so embarrassed that my face turned red. After eating, the Qiao family sent us each home with a bag of fish. Some were the ones we caught, while others were caught by Village Chief Qiao. We truly returned with a full load. Passing by Yuanju, I took 3 fish to give to my master. When I got back to the Buddhist tree powder shop, I handed the fish to my mom. She poured the fish from the bag into the water tank and exclaimed, "Oh, there is such a big one." I rushed over to see. It was indeed the big fish caught by Village Chief Qiao. "How much is it per pound?" My mom asked. "It's from a friend's fish pond, no charge," I said while running downstairs to the backyard to find an empty vase and scatter the grass seeds. Back in my room, I lay on the bed, ready to take a good nap. Yet, I couldn't fall asleep. Village Chief Qiao had personally taught me the fish bait-making technique and had given me the biggest fish. Director Zhang and Yumarin joked at the dinner table. Were the Qiao family really thinking of marrying their daughter to me? Whether or not to date was secondary. I wanted to see how my Wan Shan Hong was valued in others' eyes. If she was like Chun Erseo's daughter, Qiao, as introduced by my sister, it would mean I could only find a lower-tier girl. But what if she was a graceful and lovely girl? That would prove that Wan Shan Hong was considered a promising investment in others' eyes. Thinking this way, I suddenly felt an impulse to meet that yet-to-be-seen girl, Xiao. Chapter 71. Heart racing at the sight of the master the next day at work, I felt as if I had a ghost in my heart. Not daring to make eye contact with my master. He had determined that I wouldn't get married until I was 30, and I was only 24, so I was keeping it from him. "Did you go fishing yesterday?" My master asked as he sat down and took a sip of tea. I knew how perceptive he was, so I stood up to boil water. As I turned, I said, "A group of friends invited me several times, so I went." Before I could finish, my master picked up the conversation. "The weather was nice yesterday, a great day for fishing." I was facing away from him, replying. At that moment, a savior appeared to relieve the awkward situation. Old Xiao walked in, holding a textile bag, and shouted, "Master, Teacher Wan, I brought you some fish and turtles to try." My master smiled. "Why are you being so polite?" Old Xiao raised his eyebrows. "Lin Mei and I are both helped by you. After your visit, you must have said hello to Manager Deng, and he let my cousin take on part of the demolition project. Isn't that a good thing?" I took the woven bag, went to the backyard, and emptied it into the fish pond. After coming out, I made tea for Old Xiao. He had a few casual chats before leaving. Just then, my phone rang. I saw it was Yumarin and quickly stood up to walk outside to the living room, just in time to bump into a woman in her 30s walking in. What a savior. My master would have something to do and wouldn't pay attention to me. I walked outside the courtyard and lowered my voice. "Hello, Sister Yu. Shan Hong, I'm serious. You should consider Village Chief Qiao's daughter. Xiao is good-looking and comes from a good family. Don't underestimate the village chief. Even if they replaced him with the town chief from the neighboring county, he wouldn't take the job." I chuckled. "I'll send you a few photos. You can take a look first." I kept chuckling. She said, "I'll hang up now." Then my phone beeped, and I walked to the curve of the pond, sitting down to open the pictures sent by Umarin. The first picture, a girl with big eyes and shoulder-length hair, leaning against a peach tree in full bloom, her face close to the flowers, gazing affectionately at the person looking at the photo. Those eyes were so beautiful. Suddenly, my heart felt empty. The second picture, she was standing at the entrance, turning back with a smile. Her gaze was even more captivating, as if it could steal one's soul. If Li Qingzhao's poem about swinging needed a picture, it would have to be this one, leaning at the door, looking back but smelling the green plums. If I were there, I would have made her hold a flower in her hand, or even bite a blade of grass, adding to her charm. It seemed that the person helping her take the photo had the skills of a seventh grader. After looking at these two pictures, my face flushed and my heart raced. Xiao matched my expectations for a beautiful girl. My mother and sister really underestimated my worth. With their perspective, finding a girl from the city would be a great achievement. How can a sparrow understand the ambition of swan? I, Wan Shanhong, am currently a junior master, and in the future, I will surely become a great master. How can I settle for a mere reproductive machine? After a while of quiet outside, I touched my face, which had already cooled down, and then slowly walked back into the courtyard. My master was explaining something to a woman involving a character. I sat beside them, pretending to be very focused. I only heard him say, "You can't be impatient about this matter. The more impatient you are, the more mistakes you'll make. Take it easy and think it through before acting. Is that okay?" The woman seemed very satisfied, thanked the master, stood up to count the money, and bowed before leaving. Once the woman disappeared at the courtyard gate, I asked, "Master, what was she consulting about the character?" I said this because I was afraid my master would ask why I had been out for so long. My master took a puff of his cigarette, exhaled a long stream of smoke bubbles before saying, "Competing for position with someone. There's still no outcome. It's best to talk more about knowledge with the master to avoid him focusing on my emotional changes." I became very proactive and said, "Please listen to my analysis. If I say something wrong, please correct me." My master took another puff of his cigarette, exhaled long smoke bubbles, and smiled slightly with a mysterious look in his eyes, as if he understood the world completely. My legs trembled a bit, and my face felt calm. After a pause, I said, "Because of the competition for the position she asked about, I think the character should be analyzed from the belts worn by ancient officials. A belt has a knot. If it's untied too quickly, it can easily become a dead knot. So you need to take it slowly, find the source of the belt, and once you pull it, the knot comes undone." My master looked at me. "Are you done explaining?" My legs trembled again. "Yeah." My master smiled. "You got half of it right. Do you know where that knot is?" I shook my head. My master laughed heartily. "This woman is working hard for nothing. The key is whether the leader likes her or not. Before you came in, I had already told her this." My face turned red. My master asked meaningfully, "Are you in a relationship?" My face turned even redder. I lied. "It's just my mother and sister. They're afraid I want to find a wife in the future, so they keep introducing me to matches." My master's expression darkened. I was scared, feeling like I was plummeting from a waterfall, my head filled with smoke. I explained. I told him that you analyzed my fate and said I'm destined for a late marriage. My master said seriously, "Shanhong, you can date, but you want to be able to marry until you're 30. That's your destiny. Before 30, I can't even date?" I stared at my master, my legs trembling under the table. "You could try." After saying this, my master stood up with a smile and walked toward the courtyard gate. I was astonished. I didn't know if he meant this in one way or two. The first meaning was, if you don't even believe my words, then go hit a wall. The second meaning was, you can date, but you'll never succeed. You're destined to find your other half only at 30. So there's no need to waste energy on dating. It would be futile and a waste of time. I knew I couldn't ask my master again unless I wanted to be a pig. Fortunately, it was almost time to get off work. I sat there, rubbing my hands anxiously, determined to wait for my master to return before I dared to leave. After a while, my master came back, and I stood up. "Master, then. I'll take my leave first." I paid special attention to his expression. Someone at his level of cultivation wouldn't show any emotions on his face. No matter what, he kept all his emotions hidden in his heart. He nodded and said, "The car tire needs air." My heart finally settled. I thought, so he went out to check the car? I quickly said, "Okay, I'll fill it up as soon as I get back." After filling it up, I returned home, and my mother was cleaning fish. She glanced at me with a surprised expression and asked, "You look off. Did you have a fight with someone?" I was taken aback. Even my mother, who was a divination master, noticed something was off with me, so I must have looked particularly out of sorts. I deliberately let out a loud laugh, like a goose honking. "My dear mother, your son is so refined. How could he fight with anyone? Cool, mate. Let me help you cook the fish. I have no idea how to cook. Don't ruin my pot. I smiled and said, when you get older, there will be times you can't cook. If I don't, who will? Let me practice once. My mother shot me a glance. Go away. I pleaded, just this once. My mother looked at me affectionately. All right, don't waste this big fish. I started to cook while she stood aside. I said, you should go rest. If you keep watching me, my hand will tremble. After persuading her twice, she finally went to the living room. Family members returned one after another, hearing that I was cooking fish. They occasionally came to check on me and joked that I was preparing to find a girlfriend since I was so diligent. When I served the pot of boiled live fish, the whole family gathered around to take a look, exclaiming, wow, this broth is as white as milk. Before we even started the meal, my sister picked up a ladle, scooped a spoonful into her mouth, and after finishing it, her eyes bulged out. Wan Shan Hong, we don't need to go to Yuranju anymore. Come back, come back. Let us open a restaurant. My brother-in-law also took a spoonful, drank it without saying a word, then scooped a bowl and hurriedly finished it, continually smacking his lips. Seeing this, my parents also started drinking the soup. After finishing, they all stared at me. I burst into laughter, honking like a goose, with my neck arched toward the sky. My brother-in-law fixed his gaze on me, clapped his hands, and then pointed at my nose. You must have secretly found a mother-in-law. This is clearly a technique only passed down by a mother-in-law who loves her son-in-law. I hurriedly waved my hands. My mother shot me a glance. It's possible. The whole family erupted in laughter. Chapter 72, we were both stunned the next day at work. Fearing Master would notice something amiss, I simply noted a message on WeChat. Please call after work unless it's a special reason. I even made a special post on Moments, knowing Master wouldn't see it. Even if he did, he would think this one Shan Hong is quite dedicated. I then switched my phone to silent mode. Mr. Deng, Mr. Law, Mr. Yu, Mr. He, along with their secretaries and staff, Lao Xiao, Lao Lin, Dong Zi, my sister, my brother-in-law, and others, I would take calls from them right in front of Master. For calls from Yu Marin, Director Zhang, Village Chief Xiao, and the like. I would deal with them later. It just meant I would go to the restroom a bit more often than usual. However, sitting in that somewhat smelly place without any real need, replying to them on WeChat, was a bit uncomfortable. Master didn't notice anything unusual. Before I knew it, Friday arrived. That afternoon, I was having lunch at home when Director Zhang called. I put down my chopsticks, walked to the staircase from the second floor to the first, stopped and smiled, saying, hello, Director Zhang. He replied, tomorrow at 8 in the morning, you, I, and 2 female friends will go hiking together. Got it, I said. Got it, understood. He continued, you leave your house at 8:30, drive to the Ibu chic clothing store, and a 20-year-old girl will be getting a ride from you. Understand? I chuckled and said, not really. He replied, that's settled then. After he hung up, I almost bumped into my mom when I turned to head back to the living room. I was startled. She had been eavesdropping, back at the dining table. My mom asked, who is Director Zhang? That is a strange name for a girl. My dad, sister, and brother-in-law all burst into laughter. My brother-in-law explained, people nowadays keep it simple. Director Zhang is just called Director Zhang, and Director Li is called Director Li. My mom stared at me. So, Director Zhang called you? I nodded. She looked surprised. A director took the initiative to call you? I nodded again. She was even more astonished. What did he call you for? I replied, he invited me to go hiking with him tomorrow. He invited you? My mom thought I was getting more and more boastful. My brother-in-law chimed in. Mom, Shan Hong is your son at home, but outside, people call him Master. He's respected. My mom pondered for a while, staring at me, and finally said hesitantly, going hiking with a leader is appropriate. We're all outsiders here, and we should rely on the leaders for support. I generally take 1 day off each week, and as long as I'm for Master, it's fine. So, I call my brother-in-law aside. You go fishing tomorrow. I'll give you a bag of fish food, and I guarantee you'll catch some to eat and sell. Really? You dare to deceive your brother-in-law? After saying this, I led him to my room. Speaking of which, my sister is quite formidable. She has almost stripped my brother-in-law of all authority as an intellectual. Now, he is basically useless. My sister doesn't let him manage any matters in the shop. He is happy not to manage anything. If he tries to manage something, my sister will argue with him. Whenever my sister roars like a lion, I do feel a bit sorry for him, as I'm the only one standing by his side. It's 1 against 3. He is definitely the weaker party. Fortunately, he has a particularly mild temperament. When my sister roars, he shamelessly smiles. I took out a bag of fish bait and said, you go to the river to fish. Just save me 3. My brother-in-law looked a bit skeptical. Save you 3? Whether I can catch 3 is uncertain. Don't worry if it's less than 3. When you come back tomorrow, you can slap me. I slept uneasily that night, filled with wild thoughts. However, the next day at 7:30, I still fulfilled my mission. Got up on time and had a bowl of rice noodles at the shop. I washed the car again, excitedly drove out, and once I found a parking spot, I realized that the Ibushi clothing store is located at the intersection of Shangyuan Avenue and Shurdai Chunguang Avenue in the city center. Thankfully, there was no traffic, and I arrived in 20 minutes. From a distance, I saw Director Zhang's Toyota SUV parked at the store entrance. I honked the horn. Director Zhang leaned out of the car window, waved at me, and then stepped on the gas and left. Shortly after, a girl walked out of the store, pressing a button in her hand to lower the rolling shutter as she walked slowly toward me. I jumped out of the car and waited for her by the roadside. Her figure grew larger and clearer. A girl in a white short coat, black pants, and black boots, in her 20s, walked gracefully toward me. When she was less than 5 meters away, she froze. I could completely understand. Perhaps Umarin had told her about my good looks, but she never expected I would be so extraordinarily handsome. I was definitely not the kind of little Taoist pre-seen in movies or television dramas, but rather a tall man with sharp facial features and a striking presence. I wore a pair of jeans, a black Zhongshan suit with a stand-up collar, presenting a mix of a Western cowboy and a Republican intellectual. This style would catch attention in any setting. Of course, I was also stunned. Although I had seen her photos, the difference between a still photo and the real person before my eyes was enormous. Some people look better in person than in photos, while others look better in photos than in person. She was more beautiful and captivating than her pictures. Besides being well-dressed, her face was fair and rosy, with a high nose and a small mouth. I must save her eyes for last in my description. They were a pair of shiny, jet-black eyes, untainted by worldly dust, pure as a deep pool. "Hello, Xiao Xiao." I broke the silence. Her eyelashes fluttered a few times, seemingly shy. Without calling my name, she smiled shyly and lowered her head to say hello. "Get in the car." Having followed Master for a long time, I had become somewhat serious, often directing others, adopting a bit of a master-esque demeanor. But upon seeing a beauty, the scoundrel nature from my high school days came over me. "Didn't you apply to the film academy?" This flattery worked like a charm. She immediately relaxed, reverting to her usual self, glanced at me, feeling ecstatic inside, but pretending to dislike it. "But it's good you didn't apply. Otherwise, I'd have to look up to you as a star." And after a while, my neck would hurt. She tried to hold back, but couldn't help but burst into laughter. She was just short of calling me a master of romance. Not allowing her to speak twice, I had to strike again. I said seriously, "Let me tell you a story." Her face turned red, probably because I wasn't telling a proper story. She bit her lower lip hard to avoid bursting into laughter and losing her goddess demeanor. Clearing my throat, I said, "Little kept a goldfish, and when the goldfish died, he was very sad and planned to cremate it and then give it a water burial. He placed the goldfish on the stove to roast. He roasted, and once it was cooked, he forgot his original intention and ate the goldfish." She listened without laughing, gave me a sidelong glance, as if asking what kind of joke this was. Of course, this was a cold joke. I said, "Didn't he get it, right? Let me give you a metaphor. Some gentlemen come into your clothing store to look at clothes, and after looking for a long time, they forget their original intention of buying clothes and fall for the shop owner." ISNT that the case. She could no longer hold back, one hand over her heart, the other covering her mouth, bending down and laughing uncontrollably. All right, with these 3 tricks from a scoundrel, I had basically established an image of being tall, handsome, and humorous. Next, I drove seriously, waiting for her to talk. After she laughed enough, she felt that if she didn't say anything, it would seem too aloof. Being too aloof would make people think it's hard to get along with her. So she took the initiative to ask, "Do you know what mountain we're climbing today?" "Zimu Mountain." She looked at my profile. "Want to hear the story of Zimu Mountain?" Of course, who wouldn't want a free tour guide? She pouted and said, "Zimu Mountain is a myth created by our tourism director." "Oh, I know Zimu Mountain, but as an outsider, this is the first time I've heard that Zimu Mountain is a made-up myth." I tilted my head and glanced at her pretty face, saying, "Go on." Chapter 73. Bad men are not loved by women on the way. Xiao told the legendary story of the discovery of the mother and child mountain. More than a decade ago, a middle school teacher named Qiao Tongyu was invited by a colleague to visit his hometown. The colleague lived halfway up the mountain, and while standing in the courtyard, Qiao Tongyu casually looked across to the opposite peak. He thought the 2 peaks on the opposite mountain resembled a mother holding her child. After returning home, Qiao Tongyu wrote a letter directly to the city leaders titled the idea of developing Yujia Village into a tourist area. In the letter, he suggested turning Yujia Village into a scenic tourist area, naming the 2 peaks in the village as Mother and Child Peaks. and then organizing a nationwide competition for couplets about mothers, establishing a monument for these couplets. After reading the letter, the city leader instructed the Education Bureau chief to find Qiao Tongyu immediately and bring him to meet him. The next day, the city leader took Qiao Tongyu and the Tourism Bureau chief up the mountain. A month later, the city transferred Qiao Tongyu to the Tourism Bureau. Later, he gradually became the director of the Tourism Bureau. After Xiao finished her story, she tested me. Do you know where Director Qiao's home is? Such a childish question to test me. Master Shan Hong? I laughed heartily. Her face turned red. What? Is it too difficult? Of course, it's in your village. Why? First, his surname is Qiao. And second, when you talked about Qiao Tongyu, you were full of pride. You guessed it right. He's also my relative. But it's a bit distant. In terms of seniority, I call him cousin. Not just a relative, he is your kin. I teased. Why? My dad told me he is related to us. People on my dad's side are called kin. On my mom's side, they are called relatives. Those with vested interests are called friends. And those with similar interests are called companions. No matter how distant Xiao Tongyu is, he is your kin. You can give him a call and ask him to waive our entrance fees. Upon hearing this, she blushed and glared at me. I don't have that kind of power. My bad boy tendencies resurfaced. Explain the words relative and friend to him. Say, brother you, I am your kin, and he will immediately waive it. And who knows? He might even have the whole bureau wear uniforms and order a batch of tourist outfits from your shop. This time, she not only laughed uncontrollably, but also pretended to twist my arm, saying, actually, you are so bad. At that moment, Director Zhang called, asking where we were. I checked the navigation and then told him the address. Director Zhang said, hurry up, I'm right in front of you. In less than 5 minutes, we arrived at a huge parking lot. 2 cars parked side by side. As soon as the car stopped, 3 or 4 people came over. The leader, who was not tall, rushed over in 3 steps and shook hands with Director Zhang, saying, your work is efficient and swift. I didn't expect you to be the same when visiting a scenic spot. I thought you would sleep in a bit longer on weekends. Director Zhang introduced me. This is Director Ming of the Scenic Area Sanitation Office. This group is all his subordinates. Then he introduced Director Ming to me as one Shan Hong, a direct disciple of Master Hong Yi. Director Ming extended his hands and shook mine vigorously 6 or 7 times, saying, I have long heard your name, like thunder in my ears. Director Zhang then introduced Xiao to Director Ming. Director Ming did not extend his hand, but bowed slightly, saying, welcome, welcome. The few people Director Ming brought with him said they would go prepare the meal and left in their car, leaving Director Ming to accompany us up the mountain. Director Zhang and Yu Marin walked behind, chatting and laughing. Director Ming mainly accompanied me, walking while introducing. This scenic area has taken about 10 years to build, and it has become quite impressive. Yujia Village has been renamed Sizhuang. The slogan has also been refined into a very catchy one. There are only 2 mothers in the world, one at home and the other in Sizhuang. Many people come for this slogan. If they cannot go home to see their mothers, they come to Sizhuang, kneeling in front of the statue of the compassionate mother at the foot of the mountain, praying for their mother's safety. Some people have lost their compassionate mothers and regard this statue as their mother, burning paper offerings in memory. For a time, the Compassionate Mother's Temple had a bustling incense presence, and the Compassionate Mother Mountain was crowded with people, becoming a famous scenic spot in the neighboring 5 provinces and 3 cities. He then introduced that the Compassionate Mother Mountain is located in the East District. Although Director Zhang is not the Tourism Bureau chief, he oversees the sanitation work in this scenic area. Oh, I see. Director Ming is mainly responsible for today's reception. After a while, we arrived at the foot of the Compassionate Mother Temple. It is a magnificent building, with people coming and going in crowds. Upon entering the main hall, many people were kneeling in front of the huge statue, silently reciting prayers. However, this statue neither resembled Guanyin nor Mazu. Director Ming, with his good observational skills, hurriedly explained to me, it's modeled after the shape of the mountain, with slight modifications. We were waiting for Director Zhang. When he came in, he said, I have my beliefs. I don't usually worship bodhisattvas, but everyone has a mother, so when you come here, you must pay respects. Director Ming handed each of us 3 incense sticks. We took the incense from Director Ming in turn and, like Director Zhang, bowed 3 times in front of the statue. After leaving the main hall, we began to ascend the mountain. Director Zhang said, the mountain starts relatively flat, but it gets steeper as we go up. I said to Xiao, who is my classmate, if she can't walk, I'll carry her. If Xiao can't walk, then Hong, you carry her. I laughed and said, just follow the leader. If the director carries her, I'll definitely carry her. Director Ming joked, Don't bet with Director Zhang. He is a leader who dares to speak and act. The previous directors were all called Chiu Director, but he's called Gone Director since he took office. Umarin said, Chiu Director doesn't sound good, and Gone Director also doesn't sound good. People who don't know might think Director Zhang is full of energy. Everyone laughed. Xiao turned red, turning her face away to look at the scenery. Director Zhang said, acting openly and honestly, what's there to be afraid of? Director Ming said to me, you all go ahead. Young people have plenty of energy. We gradually opened up the distance. Xiao and I walked in the front. Director Ming walked leisurely in the middle, and Director Zhang and Umarin strolled slowly at the back. Xiao pointed out different scenic spots along the way, introducing them to me. Look, the Moon Bay. I saw several acres of winding terraced fields. Look, Jiangjinyu, I saw a stream between the mountains. Look, Yanlongsha, I saw a few trees by the river. I mischievously said, looking at those places is not as good as looking at you. This time, she really started to move, giving my arm a hard twist. She said, so bad. There must be many girls who like you. Well, that's basically true, but I don't like them. She rolled her eyes at me. Smooth talker. In fact, from the moment we met, we had chemistry, which is why I dared to joke along the way. At halfway up the mountain, there was a flat area called the Compassionate Mother Cultural Square. Unsurprisingly, it was filled with various souvenirs related to mothers, such as protective amulets for mothers, compassionate mother thread spools, and Samlang visiting his mother. On the slope, there was a stone tablet forest with poetry inscriptions. While they looked at the goods, I went to look at the inscriptions. One large stone was inscribed with the thread in the compassionate mother's hand, the clothes on the child's body, sewn tightly before the journey, fearing a late return. Besides this poem, I read each stone tablet one by one. Goodness, none of them were impressive. It seems that modern people can reach the heavens and enter the earth, but they definitely can't write poetry as well as the ancients. Xiao was following behind me, and I saw her looking as well. Based on my intuition, she didn't seem to be interested in these things. Let's go. There's nothing to see here, I said. She was busy taking pictures of the poetry tablets and said, wait a moment, let me take a few more pictures to send to you later. My heart warmed. I didn't expect her to be so considerate. When we returned to the large flat area, Director Zhang was getting angry with Director Ming. Every time I accompany a leader here, I have to endure a scolding. With such sanitation, it's no wonder tourists are dissatisfied. And it's no wonder leaders are scolded. After this scolding, the tourists probably understood that the one scolding was the leader. The bolder ones came up to complain, what kind of compassionate mother mountain is this? It looks like there's no mother home. Even the toilet paper is hanging from the treetops. When Director Zhang saw the situation, he realized that if they didn't leave soon, they wouldn't be able to wrap things up, so he said, let's go. Let's check if the sanitation is better up there. They continued climbing the mountain. Director Zhang and Umarin walked a bit slower, while Director Ming quickly caught up with me, expressing his concerns. There weren't enough staff, the personnel's enthusiasm was low, and the work was too exhausting with all the uphill and downhill. The tourist quality wasn't high, and they littered everywhere. About 20 minutes later, we reached the summit. At the top of the mountain, there was a large platform surrounded by iron chains or concrete walls. Below the chains was a bottomless abyss. People stood by the chains or walls, gazing at the peaks across from them. Amid the swirling clouds and mist, a mother held her child in solitude, with no mountain ranges connected around them. From any angle, that mother looked equally kind. I couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of nature. Xiao seemed a bit scared, tightly holding my outstretched hand. We held hands, running from here to there, from the east to the west, as if we had known each other for a long time, as if we had held hands like this ages ago. It's easy to go up the mountain, but hard to come down. Let's take the cable car down. Director Ming had already bought tickets for us. What about Director Zhang? I glanced at Director Ming. He had a mischievous smile on his face. I'm only responsible for accompanying you. We got on the cable car and started descending. Xiao sat in front of me, the wind blowing her black hair, occasionally brushing against my face. That ticklish feeling and the fragrance from her hair filled my heart. I couldn't help but touch the strands of hair floating behind her head. She turned to look at me, smiled faintly, and asked, is it getting in your face? That smile was so enchanting that I shook my head and said, I actually like it when it gets in my face a little more. Chapter 74. Caught in a dilemma after descending the mountain, Director Ming drove the way. The two cars headed down the mountain, passing through several slopes and ditches before stopping in front of a farmhouse. It turned out to be the home of the sanitation station's driver. Although it was called a farmhouse, it was actually quite modern. Half an hour later, Director Zhang's car arrived. Once the car stopped, I knocked on the door, and Director Zhang pressed the door lock. I got in. Umarin asked, so did you two hit it off? I didn't know how to respond, my face turning bright red. Director Zhang winked at Marin. Do you even need to ask? I said seriously, Director, Sister Yu, I have a favor to ask of you. They both looked surprised. I felt okay, but I paused deliberately at this point. But what's wrong? Marin was even more surprised at my hesitation. Dating is a big deal. Let's get to know each other first. I'm afraid if it doesn't work out, others will say I'm picky, that I couldn't settle for one. Director Zhang asked, have you been seeing many? I feigned a pitiful look. My mom and sister, afraid I won't find a partner, introduce me to someone every day, bringing people home. They've even brought over the neighbor's daughter, but some are too fat, some too thin, and I didn't agree to any. Now it's good. Since I didn't like the neighbor's daughter, the neighbor aunt keeps advertising for me daily, saying, oh, another one has come out. Oh, another one has been brought in, like I'm choosing a concubine. I finished my exaggerated tale, and they both laughed heartily. Marin empathetically said, I understand what you mean. We'll pretend we don't know about this. She then turned to Director Zhang and said, you should greet Director Ming. I also mentioned it to Xiuxiu's family. Director Zhang nodded. After getting out of the car, Director Zhang called Director Ming aside and whispered a few words. Director Ming nodded. During dinner, the atmosphere changed. Director Zhang, Marin, and Director Ming didn't tease me at all. Everyone only discussed how delicious the food was and how to further develop Zima Mountain. They turned what should have been a flirtatious and humorous dinner culture into a seminar on tourism development. Xiuxiu didn't join the conversation, focusing solely on eating. When leaving, Director Zhang said sternly to Director Ming, you need to come up with a solution for the sanitation of the scenic area. Otherwise, you'll be reassigned as deputy director. Director Ming's face turned pale. Okay, I will find a way. After dinner, we drove away. Along the way, I thought about how to convey to Xiuxiu that I would be working underground for a while. I asked, do you know my master? She shook her head. I've only heard of him. I maintained a calm expression and intentionally told her some shocking things. He smiles at others, but is strict with me. I can't be late for work, need to explain if I take leave, and he even said not to rush into dating. Her face turned pale. He treats you like that? I replied, yes, I'm afraid of him. Why are you afraid of him? Xiuxiu couldn't figure out. He asked the boss in this field. If he doesn't like me, I can't stay here. Xiuxiu looked a bit disappointed and turned her face to look out the window. She probably thought, what era is it that someone is controlling your dating? I remained silent for a while and said, actually, it's not a big deal. Usually, I can find you. She then turned her head to look at me seriously. The car behind us honked, passing us, and the other car window rolled down. It was Marin. She waved at us, and the car sped away. You know Sister Yu? She asked. She's my cousin. Oh, why didn't you call her sister? You don't seem that close like sisters, Xiuxiu pouted. I won't tell you. She looked really cute when she was angry, and I couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? I said. I can analyze it for you. You don't like your cousin being with Director Zhang. Actually, I also didn't know what the relationship between Director Zhang and Marin was, just guessing. Xiuxiu defended her cousin. My cousin is divorced, and that guy is also causing a divorce. I stopped discussing this and talked about other things. The journey that felt long on the way there seemed short on the way back. We exchanged trivial talk, according to psychologists. 90% of conversations during dating are trivial or even just finding something to say, and soon we arrive at her shop's entrance. She glanced at me twice before getting out of the car. I slowly started the car and waved goodbye. She stood there and gently waved back. By the time I got home, it was nearly 2 o'clock. I parked the car, returned to my room, and collapsed in a bed, feeling quite tired, perhaps due to not resting well the night before. I didn't know how long I had slept when a loud knock on the door woke me up. My brother-in-law came in, immediately closing the door with a joyful expression. Where did you get that fish bait? A friend gave it to me. Do you have more? I asked him to get some. He excitedly said, you know, fish in the river are 100 times smarter than those in ponds. It's rare to catch one. But I caught 12. The smallest were 2 pounds each, and the largest over 5 pounds. I pointed to a stool and said, sit down for a bit. I wasn't as excited as he was and prepared to talk to him about Xiuxiu because in this vast city, I don't have many relatives. Among my relatives, only this brother-in-law shares a connection with me. I brewed tea, washed the cup, poured a cup for him, and noticed my brother-in-law looked at me with a serious expression. What's going on? I told him about my master reading my marriage, Director Zhang, and Marin introducing me. In today's meeting with Xiuxiu, he stayed silent for a long time, sipping his tea without saying anything. The atmosphere was quite tense. I went to the bedroom to get a pack of cigarettes and gave him one. We both lit up. My brother-in-law took a puff and suddenly extinguished the cigarette. Shan Hong, it's not easy for us to come out and settle down here. You must listen to your master. My heart felt empty, drifting aimlessly. How about this? Just date for now. After all, you don't know if it's suitable. Keep it a secret. If it gets too intense, the new year is coming. Will she come to your home for the new year? Will you go to her home? This is urgent. I felt my brother-in-law was actually a person with foresight, and I nodded. You think it through. Take it slow. If you think this girl is the best partner for your life, you can also bring it up with your master. If worst comes to worst with your current skills, you could change cities and develop independently. I gasped. You see, the realm of fate is also a world of its own. I can't break ties with my master. Moreover, if this gets out, I'd be labeled as betraying my teacher and dishonoring my ancestors, making it hard to survive anywhere. Just take it slow. There will be a way when the car reaches the mountain. My brother-in-law patted my shoulder to comfort me. Chapter 75, Those who disdain me must be given a lesson the next day at work. I brought 3 fish of moderate size to my master. Going fishing again? He asked with a smile in his eyes. My parents are here. They like fish just like you do. Pond fish aren't as good as lake fish, and lake fish aren't as good as river fish. River fish come from living water and taste fresh. That's why I go fishing once a week. I was also looking for an excuse for future vacations. Very filial. After saying that, my master walked to the backyard, but suddenly he stopped, turned around, and said, I have something to do this morning. I stood up to boil water, and at that moment, the couple walked in. The man looked me up and down and asked, Where's your master? He's busy. If there's something, I can check it for you. He surprisingly replied, That's fine, we'll wait. My mood soured immediately. How could they distrust one Shan Hong like this? The woman was more open-minded. He's been having nightmares lately and wants the Taoist to help him calm his spirit and suppress his fear, maybe with some talisman water. Since they disdain me, I decided to give him a lesson. I leisurely poured myself a cup of tea, held the cup with both hands, and scrutinized the man. He looked to be in his 40s, with impressive eyebrows and a certain air of authority, but he had 2 long whiskers growing from the corners of his eyebrows. At his prime, it was strange to see such notably long hairs. This indicated a deficiency in kidney energy. I decided not to pursue this angle just yet since I'm not a doctor. I'll discuss it with him later. I sneered and said to the man, whether or not to use a talisman. Do you want me to prepare some talisman water? Let's put that aside for now. I just want to ask you one thing. Your mother is a tailor, right? The couple looked surprised. Before the man could respond, the woman asked, How do you know she's a tailor? I snorted. No need to ask, right? Just confirm. The man awkwardly smiled and said, Yes, she's an old tailor. The woman, curious, pressed, Give me a reason. You don't even know us. The reason is simple. When someone enters the door, a tailor will look them up and down to estimate their height and how much fabric they need. This becomes a habit over time. Your husband looked at me just like that when he came in. Does this get inherited? The man caught my slip. I shook my head. No, it doesn't get inherited. But children's behaviors start by imitating adults. Over time, you unconsciously form this habit. The woman became interested and asked, Then what do you think my profession is? I smiled slightly. That's not within the scope of dream interpretation. I just showed you a trick because you don't believe me. Tell me, I'll pay more. She urged me. I sneered again, then I'll make a guess. The woman stared at me intently. You're a human soul engineer. You teach. The couple nearly slid off their chairs, their mouths agape. The woman said, You are indeed a master. You were taught by a Taoist. How did you know I was a teacher? Well, when you entered the room, you scanned from left to right, and then from right to left, sweeping the area. That's your professional habit. When you step onto the podium, you scan the room to establish authority. The entire audience will quiet down. The woman and man exchanged glances. They had been lounging before, but now each sat up straight. The woman said, Sir, you misunderstood. Please help my husband with some talisman water. My master taught me 2 things. Talismans aren't used on patients. They are only used when the spirit has been stimulated. Your husband drinking talisman water won't help. He has a physical ailment. Physical ailment? They both exclaimed simultaneously. I pulled a cigarette from the box on the table. To my surprise, the man was quick on the draw, immediately lighting it for me. I took a puff and slowly exhaled a series of smoke rings, refusing to speak. A master who doesn't show off is definitely a fake. After a long silence, without looking directly at them, I clearly had the skills. The couple became obedient, their faces plastered with flattering smiles, waiting for me to speak. After finishing half of the cigarette, I finally smiled faintly. Let me explain what dreams are. A dream is a type of brainwave activity. It can be divided into normal and abnormal dreams. Regardless of the type, they're all helpers of the body. For example, when you're growing, your bones are developing, and you might dream of jumping from a height. That helps you stretch your meridians. When you reach 15 or 16 and develop normally, you have erotic dreams, known as emission due to fullness, which assist in your sexual maturity. Dreaming of loved ones helps you miss them. Similarly, frequently having nightmares is also a reminder that your body needs treatment. The man and woman exchanged glances. I continued. If you sleep on your back, you won't have nightmares. If you sleep on your side, you will definitely have nightmares. The man was so shocked he almost knelt, bowing with both hands. You are a deity, a living immortal. That's right. You have kidney issues. There are two kidneys, and when you sleep on your side, it puts pressure on them. The so-called nightmares are a form of self-protection from a body. Once you fall into a deep sleep and press on the ailing kidney, the dream comes, waking you up. It can't speak. It merely reminds you not to press on it and to allow the blood to flow smoothly. Ah, I see. The man exhaled as if awakening from a dream. The woman asked, "How do you know he has kidney issues? You're not a doctor." I raised an eyebrow. "Did I tell you where I make my money? You asked me how much I charge, and then ask how I know." The woman trembled in fear, awkwardly smiling. "Master, please forgive me for what I said wrong." The man chimed in to apologize. Though she's a teacher, she still needs to improve her manners. I waved my hand. "I won't hold it against you." The woman asked, "So we shouldn't use a talisman?" I smiled. "Go to the hospital tomorrow for a checkup. Getting a doctor's prescription is more effective than using a talisman." They thanked me repeatedly, promising to go to the hospital the next day, and then asked how much it would cost. I waved my hand. "No need to pay, if you got it right. In a few days, I'll be at the Buddha Tree rice noodle shop. There's a night talk room there. I'll be there in the evening. The room is lacking a banner." The woman insisted on paying. Business is business. The money needs to be counted. I frowned. Do my word mean nothing? The couple stood up, continuously expressing their gratitude, stepping back a few paces before turning to leave. I stood up and stretched, thinking about getting some fresh air outside. Suddenly, my gaze fell on a chair. There was a red envelope on the chair. I picked it up and counted. It was exactly 500. I stuffed it in my pocket and walked outside. When I returned to the living room, my master came out. He said, "Come by at 1 in the afternoon. We're preparing to go to Shenzhen for the new year, so we need to leave early." I just remembered how quickly the new year was approaching. Only 20 days left. At that moment, my master's wife also came out and said, "Shan Hong, we're planning to leave at 3 in the afternoon. We intended to leave later, but the child already booked tickets for me, making it very rushed. Before we go out, I need to tell you a few things." I looked at her seriously. She counted on her fingers and mentioned 3 things. First, the door must be open during the day. Second, you must stay here at night, and the latest you should come over is by 9. Third, we need to install a surveillance camera at the main entrance. My master added, "The camera should be discreet. We'll remove it after we return." This last sentence puzzled me. Why would they want to remove it after they returned? Are they monitoring me? I didn't dare to ask, just smiled and replied, "I'll follow your instructions." On the way home, I thought while driving, are they monitoring whether I go during the day and whether I stay overnight at Yuranju? That shouldn't be the case, right? My master, who has such good character, could just have someone install one while I'm resting. Why bring it up in front of me? It seems there is something that can stump one Shan Hong after all. I couldn't sleep and had to think it through clearly. Chapter 76. The more books I read, the more ideas I have at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. My master's wife gave all the leftover fresh goods, including the 3 fish I sent, to Aunt Shun. Aunt Chen's son drove her away. After I sent my master and his wife to the high-speed railway station, I first went to 58 Tongsheng to find a local computer store and asked someone to install surveillance cameras at Yuranju. When I returned to Yuranju, a young man arrived. I said, "Install the cameras discreetly." The young man was busy outside. I found some paper and a pen in the living room to conduct logical reasoning. My master wouldn't suspect me, but I would eventually have to leave, like for lunch, dinner, or maybe go over a bit later at night. The surveillance cameras can prevent theft. That's not right. To prevent theft, they should be installed in obvious places. My master wouldn't suspect me, but he might worry I would bring some random friends to his house, even a female friend, to cuddle. Although they all firmly believe that one Shan Hong is serious, the outbreak of wildness in an unsupervised environment is uncontrollable. Moreover, my master's wife has a severe cleanliness obsession. Yes, I finally found the answer. I absolutely cannot bring Xiao to this supposedly safest place in the world to engage in an activity of one mouth, trying to find another, ultimately leading to a mutual search for tongues. "It's done," the young man said as he came in. I went out to take a look, and indeed, he was very attentive, installing it on a large tree in the yard. Only birds could find it. People wouldn't be able to. The young man helped me connect my phone and guided me on how to check the effect on my phone. I said, "It's better than the Mona Lisa." He looked puzzled and asked, "What do you mean?" "Any angle looks good, 360 degrees without dead angles." He chuckled. "You're more cultured than my brother." "Who is your brother?" "Ling Hui Tong, the one who writes hazy poetry. He's somewhat famous." I shook my head. "I only know Li Bai." He pressed his chest and laughed nonstop. When he finished laughing, I said, "Add me on WeChat, so we can contact each other next time." He said with a smile, "Just let me know when you need to install again. I'll come right away. I shook my head. A month later, I need to trouble you to take this surveillance down. Huh? Why take it down after installing it? There's too much money involved. Let's stimulate domestic demand. He laughed so hard he hiccuped. After laughing, he asked seriously, do you really want to take it down? I also looked serious, really, mainly because my house doesn't have your lift stairs. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother you. Seeing I was speaking the truth, he looked at me and said, this is the first strange thing I've encountered since I started installing surveillance cameras. Really, if I lied to you, I'm not human. I scanned the QR code to pay. Hope you could tell your brother about this. He can write a good hazy poem. After he received the payment, he said to me, you're too humorous. A very cultured kind of humor. I didn't respond to him anymore. I thought to myself, as long as my master isn't around, my humor is everywhere. Looking at the time, it was 5 o'clock. I drove home. While having dinner, I suddenly received a call from Director Ming. To prevent my mother from eavesdropping again, I put down my chopsticks and answered the phone. Oh, Director, what? You're sending me some fish. No, the axolotl? Oh, it must be before 9 o'clock. Okay, bye. My mother's eyes were ablaze. Shan Hong. I don't know if he is an official. I just know he is the director of the health station. You ordered him to deliver fish, and it must be before 9 o'clock. Don't blame me for saying I didn't educate you. You have no manners at all. How capable are you? With someone like my mother, who lacks culture, first, do not argue. Second, admit your mistake immediately. I held my head with both hands and said, please don't hit me. I will definitely change next time. My exaggerated expression made even my father laugh. My brother-in-law advised, you don't understand the situation. His master and family went to Shenzhen for the Spring Festival. Shan Hong is going over to guard the yard at night. My mother's attitude changed when she heard it was to guard my master's yard. That's more like it. I hurriedly finished the remaining bites of rice and went downstairs to the night talk room to wait for Director Ming. In less than half an hour, Director Ming arrived. He entered and said, there were too many people the other day. It was hard to deliver. I just delivered some to Director Zhang and brought you two. The axolotl is a nationally protected species. We raise them ourselves at the sanitation station. Don't worry, we have some quality control. I called my brother-in-law. He came downstairs and exclaimed, wow, that's a big one. After saying that, he picked up the bucket and left. I brewed tea and apologetically said, there's nothing to eat. He waved his hand. Tea is fine. I'm just happy to chat with you over a cup. Hearing this, I understood that the director had come prepared. When the water boiled, I poured him a cup of tea and looked at him with a smile. Director Ming said, can I take a bit of your time to talk about some matters? I smiled and said, I'm not the Secretary General of the United Nations. I don't have that much to handle. He said seriously, actually, I've heard your name for a long time. You started out at Fenghua, Shu, and then I heard you moved home to set up a night talk. Yes, that's right. He stood up to close the door, then sat down and continued. I wanted to come over several times to chat with you, but I was afraid it would be awkward since we weren't familiar. Now that we are more familiar, I want to share some heartfelt words with you. Rest assured, the night talk is still well regarded because whatever we discuss, we finish and that's it. You can say whatever you want. He said earnestly, I can also read faces. At a glance, I can tell you are a steady person. You have this skill? He took out a pack of cigarettes, gave me one, lit one for himself, and as a puff of smoke billowed out, his words carried a smoky flavor. My ancestors did this. I only know a bit. After all, I graduated from university, and my father didn't want to pass that knowledge to me, just to prevent me from being deceived, teaching me some skills in recognizing people. I nodded. Skills in recognizing people are great. As a director, managing so many people, being able to recognize people means being good at using them. He sighed deeply. That's what troubles me. There are over 100 people, but not enough to use. Work is exhausting. I get criticized every day. You see, yesterday Director Zhang specifically called me out, saying if I can't do it well, I should step down as deputy director. He is a tough character. He means what he says. I felt some sympathy for Director Ming. He exhaled a puff of smoke. It might be a bit difficult for him to replace others. But for me, it's just one word. Why is that? Director Ming said, Shan Hong, let me tell you the truth. My ancestors were fortune tellers. What kind of profession is fortune telling? It's a lowly trade. Of course, don't misunderstand. You're not lowly. Your master is one of the very few in this field. It means a lowly background, no one in the court. Director Ming continued. I became this director through hard work and diligence. I used to be the director of the second sanitation station in Xiqing district. Because the scenic area was unsatisfactory to a city leader, the bureau leadership was also dissatisfied, and tourists were unhappy with it. They organized to transfer me here. I thought that as long as I worked hard and put in effort, I could turn the situation around. However, after coming here, I went to the front line myself, but no matter how hard I tried, it was still unsatisfactory. I asked, isn't there enough manpower? There really isn't enough manpower, but there's no way to increase it. There are regulations. I was momentarily at a loss for words. After all, I had never worked in administration, and giving him advice felt like crossing a mountain. I fell into silence. Suddenly, I urgently needed to use the bathroom and said, "Excuse me for a moment." In the bathroom, I relieved myself for a long time and suddenly saw the book The Blood and Tears History of Australian Immigration, which I occasionally flipped through. Suddenly, I slapped my thigh and had an idea. Chapter 77, The Longzhong DUI, for Director Ming, coming out of the bathroom. I became calm and confident. I thought to myself, my master is in Wuxiang City, a towering peak standing before me. If I want to establish myself here, I need to set up the sign for our night talks. Inside, I felt 1,000 horses galloping, but my face was serene. I mustn't reveal the plan to him immediately. I should hold back and then build up. I knew he wasn't interested in drinking tea, so I picked up the cup and deliberately said, "Tea. Dragon, well sent by a friend." Director Ming, lost in his own situation, chuckled bitterly. Life is like this. Just because you want to work hard doesn't mean things will go well. Some things, no matter how hard you try, are hard to accomplish. If I have to change people, there's nothing I can do. If I let someone else do it, I just can't believe he asked Zhuge Liang. He slapped the tea table. I smiled and said, "Getting angry is useless. At worst, you won't be the director anymore. What's wrong with being a deputy director? You can still live." He looked at me in surprise. I understood that he wanted to chat with me to seek advice. Unexpectedly, my dog-esque mouth, like others, couldn't spit out ivory. He must have been utterly disappointed, muttering, "Still living, still living." If we continued chatting in this manner, we would almost talk ourselves to death. At this moment, I suddenly burst into wild laughter, leaving Director Ming puzzled. He stared at me, fearing I might have a problem because there's only a step between genius and madness. I tapped on the tea table. "Let me give you a little idea. You won't demote, you'll get promoted." Director Ming leaned forward, almost crossing the tea table, looking at me with a devout expression. His eyes fixed on me, urging, "Go on." I crossed my arms and leaned back, leisurely saying, "Yesterday, I noticed that the scenic area only has one entrance and exit. The other places are all cliffs." He nodded repeatedly. Right, one entrance. How many people do you have now?" 126 people. "You don't need that many. Half will do. About 60 people is enough." Director Ming's eyes nearly popped out. "Master Wan, hurry up and tell me." I wasn't in a hurry to reveal the answer, smiling. "You're Liu Bei, and I am Zhuge Liang. Now, I'll give you a clever strategy. But first, let me tell you a bit of history. Whatever you say, I love to hear it." At this moment, my phone rang. It was Xiao calling. I stood up and said, "You sit for a moment. I'll take a call." I walked directly to the door, and his gaze escorted me out. "I sent your photo. You received it, right?" Xiao asked, her voice tinged with anxiety and dissatisfaction. I looked apologetic. "I'm really sorry. I've been swamped. I was busy in the shop, sending your Master S family to the high-speed train station, installing surveillance. And Director Ming was looking for me for something last night." I recounted everything truthfully. She sighed. "I know it's busy with the New Year coming. I'll come to visit you tomorrow night." "Great. No more talking. Director Ming is waiting for me." "Okay." I returned to my seat, and Director Ming flattered. "You really are a busy person." I took a sip of tea, deliberately putting on airs. Where was I? "Tell me some history." Right. I cleared my throat and continued. "Australia was originally a desert, discovered by navigators. They began to migrate to Australia to develop this desolate land. Development required a large labor force, which at that time were called slaves. The initial method was, when boarding the ship, for example, in Spain, France, or Germany, to count the number of slaves. For 500 slaves, the shipping cost for 500 slaves was paid to the ship owners to send the slaves to Australia. In that era, there wasn't the advanced technology we have today, and over such long distances, some slaves fell ill on the ship, some severely ill, some died. The ship owners didn't care, whether sick or dead. They all tossed them into the sea to feed the fish. So, when 500 slaves set sail, only 400, 300, or even just a few dozen might make it ashore in Australia. Didn't the developers suffer losses? Later, the developers thought of a way. "I won't manage anything. I'll just sit in Australia and collect people. The price is higher. I want the living, healthy ones." What happened then? Director Ming quickly interjected. The ship owners had to stock sufficient food on the ship, provide doctors, and treat the slaves like royalty because every living person was a pile of silver. I raised my teacup. Cheers. Now, Director Ming's problem has an answer. He rubbed his head, still not fully grasping it. I said, "My solution is this. At the entrance and exit of a scenic area, install a few weighbridges and charge by weight. For example, Paper products cost a certain amount per kilogram, metal costs another amount, etc. Charge based on categories and weight. This way, to earn more money, 1T people become very diligent. They even climb up to get the scraps of paper hanging in the trees because picking them up means income. Director Ming was silent for a long time, unsure if he was too excited to speak or stunned by my Zhuge Liang-style rhetoric. Suddenly, he stood up, walked around the tea table, tears streaming down his face, and knelt before me. Once, twice, 3 times he knocked his head on the ground. This action stunned me. I stood there for a moment, unsure whether to help him. He stood up, tore off a few pieces of napkin from the table, wiped his tears, and awkwardly smiled at me. I really cried. Don't laugh at me. I shook my head. He sighed. You're the first smart person I've met. I carefully explained the benefits. This way, not to mention the toilet paper and plastic cups on the road, even the paper blown far away by the wind hanging on the cliff, they'll go pick it up. Director Ming said, before, when workers saw tourists littering cans, they would get angry. Now, they will watch others. As soon as someone finishes drinking, they will say, Don T, throw that away. Give it to me. I continued. Before, one person would slack off and dawdle. Now on Sundays, they'll call their husbands and kids to pick up trash together, and their husbands and kids 1T even need you to pay them. Director Ming pressed his hand to his chest and exhaled deeply. Teacher Shan Hong, I sincerely call you teacher. You are younger than me, but you are indeed my life mentor. I shook my head. I wouldn't dare. When I was young, I made mistakes and my father made me kneel. I wouldn't kneel, but tonight, I knelt before you. I said, this way, you 1T be demoted to deputy director. You will rise to become deputy director and then director. He said earnestly, no matter if I become director or deputy director, I have made a friend in you. And I acknowledge you as my mentor. I couldn't sit still anymore. I had to go home to write the plan. I smiled, go ahead. I walked him to the door, and he bid me farewell with reluctance. I looked up at the starry sky. Checking the time, it was 8:30. I hurriedly drove to you, Ranju. I had taken on another person, and this person was worth nurturing. I couldn't help but hum a little tune I adapted, the delicate youth on the shore, not wasting a lifetime of spring. Chapter 78. The advice I gave her, she couldn't except at 9 o'clock in the evening. I arrived at the quiet residence on time. After parking, I stood at the entrance, feeling a bit flustered. The entire house was dark and silent. If it weren't for the lights around, it would have felt like a haunted house. I opened the gate and turned on the lights until everything was bright, which gave me a sense of familiarity and safety. I boiled water, brewed a pot of tea, took a blanket from the guest room, turned on the air conditioning, and prepared to spend the night in the study. I usually read for a while before sleeping at home, but in this unfamiliar environment, I found it even harder to fall asleep. After all, I had Xiao to chat with. I dialed her number, and it took a long time for her to pick up. Are you still awake? I asked. Yeah. I haven't finished work yet. It's almost New Year, and there are a lot of customers. Oh, then you're busy. Okay, I'll call you back later. I browsed the website aimlessly, not really absorbing anything, just waiting for my phone to ring. About half an hour later, Xiao called back. I just finished and locked up the store, she said. I cheekily asked, aren't you going to take a shower? She probably blushed like Guan Yu and retorted, in winter, do you have to shower every day? I grinned mischievously. Oh, I always thought girls are more hygienic than us guys. She asked, have you arrived at your master's house? Yeah, the area is over 500 square meters, and right now only a guy named Wan Hong lives there. I feel sorry for him. He's so lonely. A burst of schadenfreude, a laughter came from her side. I imagine her lying in the attic of the clothing store, chatting with me, just like this, thinking how nice it would be to lie together and talk. I asked in a rather lewd way, your bed must be quite small, right? She said, Wan Hong, can we talk about something else? It's too stiff. Just call me Xiao or something like that. ISNT that better? She laughed and then asked me, did you date in high school? No, don't lie to me. You sound very experienced. Comrade Xiao, to tell you the truth. I was focused on getting into college and hardly spoke to girls. Oh, you should call me Xiao or just Xiao. She laughed lightly. You must have had many admirers in high school, right? I want to tell you. I like rankings. For example, in class, I was first in Chinese, 23rd in math, and 47th in English. Now, I want to rank myself among Xiao's admirers. Just tell me if it's a 2-digit or 3-digit number. After a long pause, she replied, I'm counting on my fingers, and I still can't figure out. I chuckled. You're quite humorous. Learned it from you. We flirted back and forth until she said, sorry, my battery is dead. You should sleep well. I looked at the wall clock and thought, goodness. Einstein's theory of relativity must have been inspired by love. We had talked for 2 hours, yet it felt like time flew by. After hanging up, I couldn't sleep. So I picked up a book. I read until I felt drowsy, but still found it uncomfortable to sleep on the sofa. I took the blanket into the guest room and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, I was awakened by Shioshio's call. She cheerfully said, "I made you a bowl of noodles. Please check WeChat." I suddenly remembered that I should go out for breakfast. I walked a few steps east of the courtyard and found a breakfast shop. I bumped into Jingjing from the ginseng store, and she looked at me in surprise. "Your family runs a breakfast shop, and you still come out to eat? Won't your sister beat you up?" Wow, my sister's reputation has spread even to the street? I chuckled. "She doesn't hit people. She's very gentle. My Master S family went out, and I'm here watching the house." Several neighbors, having overheard our conversation, asked with concern, "Aren't you afraid to sleep alone?" How could a quasi-master say he is afraid? I laughed heartily. "I've never seen a ghost. I really want to see one." They believed me because my Master S reputation was so grand that surely I had learned some esoteric arts. Back at Quiet Residence, I sat in the living room with no business to attend to. It made sense. There were only 10 days until the new year. Those who were supposed to get married, move, or settle their affairs had already done so, unless an elderly person suddenly passed away, needing to choose a burial date, or someone in the hospital was on the brink of death, trying to see if they could hold on until after the new year. There was really no reason for anyone to come to Quiet Residence. So, it was normal that there was little business. I didn't wish for any business either. These were not good situations for others, but rather painful matters. I sat there quietly. Fortunately, some idle neighbors came in to chat with me. They knew my Master S family well, and eventually shared past stories about them. For instance, they debated whether my master and mistress had gone to Shanghai or Shenzhen. Some said they definitely went to their daughter's house in Shanghai, while others argued that it could also be their son's house in Shenzhen. I said, "They went to Shenzhen." They looked at me incredulously, insisting I must be mistaken and that they should have gone to Shanghai. As a quasi-divination master, I understood the subtle implications. What did this argument mean? It was normal for children to go to either parent's house. I looked at them and said, "Both the palm and the back of the hand are flesh." They chuckled and dropped the topic. Thinking quietly, there was quite a bit of information in this discussion. They didn't ask, and I didn't inquire. The less I knew about other people's family matters, the better, especially regarding my Master S family. When an elephant steps on an ant, the ant asks why. "You need to give me a reason." The elephant sneers, "Dear, you know too many secrets." At that moment, a woman walked in, and the neighbors wisely withdrew. That was the reason they rarely visited. During divination, personal privacy was inevitably involved, and it was impolite to eavesdrop. The woman looked to be in her 30s and was beautiful. I emphasize beautiful because it's a level above pretty, indicating someone who is more intelligent, elegant, has a better temperament, and is more attractive. Besides making a good first impression, she immediately raised my favorability by 1,000%. She didn't ask if my master was present. Her first sentence was, "You must be Mr. Wanchenhong, right?" She came specifically to see me, which naturally made me happy, and I poured her tea as an exception for a customer. She accepted the teacup with a smile in her eyes, saying, "I thought you were always working in the night talk room. I asked people at the powder shop, and they said you were here." She had followed me here on purpose, and my favorability soared. I smiled. "I'm here during the day." She held the teacup with both hands and said, "I don't want to have my fortune told. I want to ask you something." I understood she needed psychological counseling. "Go ahead." She began to express her thoughts. After listening, I smiled and said, "You said so much. Let me summarize. You and your husband are very affectionate, and you abide by the ways of a good woman. But your mother-in-law always suspects you of having an affair. Is that right?" She nodded, her beautiful big eyes looking at me, waiting for my next words. I averted my gaze. The problem was in her eyes. I dare not look directly at her. Wan Shenhong, someone completely unrelated to her. She was married, and there was a significant age gap. She couldn't possibly fall in love with me. Yet I received an unusual message from the waves in her eyes. They sparkled with affection, as if she were in love with me. I said, "No rush. I'll slowly analyze this for you. You should consider getting eye surgery." It can't be like that. Chapter 79. She is definitely a ballet dancer. When I said I wanted to perform surgery on this woman's eyes, it was actually a very artistic way of speaking. The eyes are the windows to the soul. In terms of eyes, they can be categorized as follows. Drunken eyes, indicative of a life of indulgence and financial loss. Sleepy eyes, suggestive of greed, loneliness, and suffering. Surprised eyes, indicative of timidity and premature demise. Lustful eyes, suggestive of lewdness and wickedness. Phoenix eyes, indicative of wisdom and intelligence. Dragon eyes, suggestive of loyalty and devotion. Tiger eyes, indicative of great leadership talent. Horse eyes, suggestive of mediocrity and lack of ambition. Deer eyes, indicative of impatience and emotionality. Fish eyes, suggestive of foolishness and a short life. Sheep eyes, indicative of deceit and malice. This woman happens to have phoenix eyes with a touch of peach blossom. Such a person is highly malleable. Don't be fooled by her surface elegance, intelligence, and grace. She is actually a person with a dual personality. The woman remained silent for a while before asking, "You're not really going to perform surgery, are you?" "My eyes are fine." I laughed and said, "I was just joking. I was complimenting how beautiful your eyes are." She placed her hand on her chest and let out a long sigh. I said, "I'd like to ask you a few questions, and then I'll provide some insights into your relationship with your mother-in-law." She nodded. "You come from an intellectual family and had a privileged upbringing. You've studied, been allocated jobs, and Haven T faced much hardship," I said. She nodded. "Your husband's family is from the countryside, but he stands out in both appearance and talent. Your union wasn't smooth. Initially, your parents opposed it, but they gradually accepted the reality," I continued. She nodded again. "Your mother-in-law came from the countryside to live with you. The relationship between you two seems fine on the surface, but internally, there's a lot of tension, and conflict will arise sooner or later." She nodded, raising my eyebrows. I said, "The answer is clear. Your mother-in-law has lived in the countryside for so long and has strong feudal beliefs. While you're lively and playful with colleagues and friends, which you think is normal, your mother-in-law disapproves of that. Plus, with your beautiful phoenix eyes, just a glance can evoke romantic feelings. She finds that even more intolerable. This suspicion is understandable. You need to restrain your behavior in front of her." She responded, "It's not just that. She disapproves of any slight affection I show to my husband." I laughed heartily. She looked puzzled. "In front of the experienced Shan Hong, such matters are trivial." I blurted out, "Chances are your husband comes from a single-parent family." "How do you know that?" she asked. I replied, "Love is selfish." "Did your father-in-law divorce your mother-in-law when they were young?" She thought for a moment and said, "My mother-in-law divorced my father-in-law when my husband was 10. Your mother-in-law raised her son alone. He is her entire world. Showing affection to your husband in front of her is like taking away her love, like cutting off a piece of her flesh. Oh, but sometimes I complain about my husband's flaws. She knows I do it for his own good, yet she still gets upset. Give me an example." "For instance, my husband has a habit of being forgetful. Once, he bought a fish at the market but forgot to bring it home, only bringing back vegetables. Even my mother-in-law was displeased. I said to him, 'You need to fix this habit. If you forget to bring your bank book when you go to withdraw money, that would be a problem.'" "Did your mother-in-law get upset when you said that?" "Yes." I coldly said, "That's a lie." She was startled and quickly said, "I didn't lie." I shook my head. "Even if you didn't complain about your husband in front of your mother-in-law, you must have said the same thing to your mother, that he is always forgetful." She heard that. Her face turned red, and she admitted, "I was in the kitchen at the time, and I did complain that way. But my voice was very low." I said seriously, "Only hearing your side, I would think it's entirely your mother-in-law's fault. The more I understand, the more I see your responsibility as well. One thing I must tell you is that when you talk about your husband's flaws, you must not involve his parents, because most people's flaws are also their parents' flaws. Criticizing your husband is equivalent to criticizing his parents." "Oh," she responded with a long sigh. Her consultation was nearly over, but she looked a bit confused and asked, "Mr. Wan, you're not married, right?" I nodded. "How do you know so much about family dynamics?" I smiled and said, "There are priorities in learning. Each profession has its specialization, just like you teaching ballet." She initially intended to stand up, but sat back down, looking bewildered, and asked, "How did you know I teach ballet?" "From the moment you walked in, I could tell. People who practice ballet for a long time walk with their feet turned out," I explained. Her eyes sparkled. "I'm really impressed by you." After counting her money, she thanked me and stood up to leave. Just as she took a few steps, I called out, "Wait, you were referred by Director Ming." Her face turned red and pale, and she asked, "He mentioned you?" I shook my head. She said, "That's amazing. Let us add each other on WeChat." After the woman left, I called Director Ming. He said, "Yes. Did she mention it? But did you guess?" I laughed. "What did I guess?" "I deduced it. Generally, people don't come looking for me during the day. If they can't find me, they would insist on coming to you, Ranju. It must be that you spoke highly of me in front of her." Director Ming chuckled. "My child studied dance with her, and I ran into her this morning. She seemed upset and mentioned her tense relationship with her mother-in-law, so I recommended you. I didn't expect her to come find you this morning." After chatting for a bit, I hung up. Consulting for this beautiful and alluring dance teacher made me break out in a sweat. It really drained my energy. I opened a drawer, as I usually do after finishing a task, took out my notebook, and noted down some key points. Name, not inquired. Occupation, dance, mainly ballet. Characteristics, phoenix eyes with peach blossom, indicating future possibilities. Full forehead, indicating a privileged upbringing. Summary, can only share joys, not sorrows. If the husband's career is smooth, the marriage is stable. Once their essay setback, they will part ways. I locked the password book, placed it back in a drawer, and locked the drawer. Not want to go home for lunch, I ordered a meal. After eating, I felt especially tired and went to sleep. I ended up sleeping until 4 in the afternoon. At that time, I checked the surveillance video and saw no one had come. I decided to head home early. After all, I still needed to go to Xiaoxiu's place in the evening. On the way, an unfamiliar phone number rang twice. On the third ring, I answered. Mr. Wan, my husband went for a checkup this morning, and he indeed has a problem. Thankfully, we came to see you. Otherwise, it would have delayed treatment. Oh, as long as he receives timely treatment, that's good. It's not a serious issue, right? The doctor said there's not much of a problem. But if it drags on for half a year, oh, that's good. In a few days, I'll send a banner to you. I've been busy lately and was afraid you'd think we're untrustworthy. I said, let us wait until after the new year. I'm quite busy too. All right, I won't disturb you. I'll bring the banner tonight. I need to return to you, Ranju by 9. Even dating requires squeezing in time. No wonder celebrities on TV complain. They really don't have time to date. I thought they were lying at first. But now I understand. Even a budding star like Wan Shan Hong is this busy. Chapter 80, just as I wanted to go on a date. A war broke out at home. After dinner, I was about to go downstairs when my sister called out to me. She smiled at me in a strange way and asked, Shan Hong, are you in a relationship? I looked at my brother-in-law in surprise, meaning did you tell my sister? He shook his head vigorously, meaning he absolutely did not betray me. My mom and dad both looked at me curiously. Normally, being in a relationship is a good thing, but I shook my head like a guilty thief. My sister said, I saw it on Moments. I was very curious and pretended to be casual, saying, Moments? I'm Wan Shan Hong, not a celebrity. Only celebrities have paparazzi following them every day. Director Zhang of the Urban Management Bureau is criticizing the sanitation at Zima Mountain. You were standing next to a girl, holding hands with her. That girl runs a clothing store. I've bought clothes from her before. I recognized her right away. Are you dating her? My sister opened her phone and played a video she had saved. My mom immediately leaned in and asked, which one? Oh, this one. She's quite pretty. Then she stared at me and asked, is that what your sister is talking about? In this information age, no one has privacy. There's no point in hiding it anymore, so I smiled. When my sister saw me smile, her face immediately fell, and she said decisively, you can't date her. This sentence made my mom's expression turn sour. According to my mom's logic, in this family, she is the queen, and my sister has no right to be so domineering towards her brother. Even if there were special reasons to stop it, that sentence should be said by her. After all, Wan Shan Hong is her son. Even if my dad infringed upon her authority, my mom would dare to slam the table. My mom's face darkened. What right do you have to stop him from dating? After saying that, she slammed her hand on the table. My sister smiled awkwardly and said, I'll talk to you later. What later? Just say it. If you have something to say, say it. If you have gas, let it out. One is a strong queen, and the other has inherited this strong character. The two women were at a standoff. This time, it was my dad's turn, and my brother-in-law was dumbfounded. Of course, I was even more dumbfounded. It seemed like I couldn't go anymore. My brother-in-law said, Wan Shui Xiao, you have to clarify things with mom first. We don't know the whole story, and suddenly you say something like that. Of course, mom has objections. My sister also felt that she hadn't communicated with mom beforehand, and did a little self-reflection before explaining the situation. Xiao runs a high-end women's clothing store. My sister's circle of friends often buys clothes from Xiao's store. My sister has also shopped there before. So, it's not surprising that they had discussed this girl. She's pretty and gives good advice on what clothes to choose. One of my sister's close friends joked that she could be my sister-in-law. Another friend shook her head vigorously. It turned out that this friend and Xiao were from the same village and secretly told my sister that Xiao's family has a genetic disease. I couldn't name it. It passes to daughters, but not to sons. This genetic disease means that daughters who marry have pretty daughters, but the sons are all dwarfs. Xiao has 2 older sisters. One gave birth to a dwarf, and the other married a big boss who already had a son from a previous marriage. Once my sister explained the reason, the living room erupted. The first to erupt was me. I almost destroyed all my trust in Director Zhang and Yumarin. I was completely dumbfounded, not knowing what to do. My mom looked at me with a gaze that seemed ready to devour me. Is it true? I was so dazed that I couldn't reply. My brother-in-law answered for me. Shan Hong probably didn't know. My dad, a man who never liked to talk, stood up and paced back and forth in the room while gritting his teeth and saying, Son, our family has been passed down for 3 generations. When my mom heard my dad say this, she suddenly cried out loud. Everything was fine during dinner. The whole family was laughing and chatting. Suddenly, I became the center of this family. Their implication was that I knew the situation and insisted on dating Xiao. I stood up and said to my parents, Dad, Mom, please don't get worked up. I didn't date anyone. It was just a joke between Director Zhang and Boss Yu about introducing me to someone. I just went hiking with them once. I even told my brother-in-law about it when I got back. My brother-in-law immediately came out to testify. What Shan Hong said is true. He didn't lie. It was just one hike. My mom wiped away a tear and shouted, that Director Zhang and that woman are too irresponsible to introduce such a person. My sister found a reason to teach me a lesson, saying, are that Director Zhang and Yu Yamei good people? Yu Yamei is a divorced woman, divorced several times. That Director Zhang is still married, but is mixed up with Yu Yamei. My mom put on a serious face. When you make friends, you should choose some good people. Why are you associating with such people? I felt wronged and thought I couldn't explain it to them, so I rushed downstairs, returned to my room, and slammed the door. I didn't blame Xiao, but Director Zhang and Yumaran, how could you do this to me? At that moment, Xiao's phone call came. I glanced at it but didn't answer. When it rang a second time, I still didn't answer. I replied with a WeChat message. I'm sorry, I have something on tonight. A while later, my brother-in-law was knocking on the door, saying, Shan Hong, it's me. I opened the door. My brother-in-law sat down across from me, washed the kettle, and brewed tea without speaking. When the water boiled, he poured me a cup and handed it to me. I didn't expect him to comfort me. Instead, he burst into a laugh from his throat. Not a wild laugh, but a happy, teasing laugh. After laughing, he let out another laugh like that. If it were my sister laughing like this, I would have smashed the teacup. But my brother-in-law, this person who shares a spiritual connection with me, was definitely not mocking me. I shot him a sidelong glance. He couldn't help but laugh again. It was as if this was not a big deal at all. I couldn't hold back anymore and said, what are you laughing at? I don't know anything. My brother-in-law said, I'm laughing at you not listening to your master's advice and suffering the consequences. Your master told you to wait until you're 30 to get married. You're going against him. I even advised you that day. I was suddenly startled. Could my master really be that insightful? My brother-in-law advised, forget it. You just went hiking with her. Not many people know. Just think of it as a trip with a friend. Why the long face? After saying that, he handed me a cigarette and said, what master want? Always pointing others in the right direction, and you can't even handle this small matter. After saying that, he flicked his lighter and brought the flame over. I took a puff of the cigarette and asked, why did they want to deceive me? My brother-in-law said, little brother, bystanders see clearly. I misspoke. Don't take offense. Let me analyze it for you. At that moment, I really needed a psychological analyst. He said, Director Zhang definitely doesn't know about this situation, and that boss you. I interrupted him. Yumaran is Xiao's cousin. She's definitely not a first cousin. I've seen Yumaran walking with her son, a 7 or 8-year-old boy. Quite normal. Oh, then she should know the situation. My brother-in-law said, I'm speaking the truth. Between brothers, don't be offended, okay? I forced a smile and said, brother-in-law, feel free to poke at my heart. I can handle this much. He stubbed out the cigarette, but harshly into the ashtray. In fact, many people look down on those in your line of work. Even though I was mentally prepared, hearing this still felt harsh. I stared at him, a bit unconvinced, waiting for what he would say next. Chapter 81. A rare good brother-in-law. My brother-in-law took a sip of tea and, without considering my feelings at all, said straightforwardly, why do I say that in your line of work, others look down on you? Others think you're doing a low-level profession. Of course, you don't think so, but objectively, that is how it is. I know you're not convinced, and will bring up examples of how respected your master is. But who is your master? At this point, he paused. I stared at my brother-in-law, expecting him to say that my master has superb skills. To my surprise, he said, your master has skills, but it's not just about skills, it's about knowing how to get along with people. His connections include people like Mr. Deng, Brother Long, and a whole bunch of others. If you take those people away, do you think he could still get by? I looked at him in astonishment. My brother-in-law sincerely said, your master is a very smart person. He not only maintains close ties with influential people, but also has connections with those in the underworld. On his street, if there is anything going on, he helps out. If you take that foundation away, who would come knocking at his door? Does Mo Shazi not have skills? Why is he not as good as your master? You all use the same set of theories. It's just that everyone's insights are different. After my brother-in-law laid out this reasoning, I felt much clearer. He continued, aside from your master standing out from the crowd, to others, you are just a fortune teller. The difference is that you don't guess randomly. You understand a little bit. Those who believe in you do so because of your high accuracy, while those who don't believe see you as someone who deceives. If it were someone else, I would have slapped them. But he is my brother-in-law, my family, and he speaks from the heart. This heartfelt truth. He usually doesn't say. He only brought it up as a last resort. I felt a bit grateful to him. I raised my cup, and he immediately understood, lifting his cup to clink with mine. After taking a sip, he continued, "It seems you're able to take in my words, so I'll keep going. The Umaran you mentioned didn't deceive you either. In her eyes, your profession has its gains and losses. If a very beautiful woman marries you, that a gain. If the child born has a defect, that a loss. Besides, she didn't force you. If you understand, then don't pursue it. Everyone wants to sell off the inventory at home." His last sentence made me chuckle involuntarily, and I laughed lightly. My brother-in-law laughed and said, "See, you're laughing now, which means you agree with my viewpoint. When a matchmaker told me that your sister is quite a lady, you didn't hint at all. Did you also want to sell her off sooner?" I shot him a fierce look, trying to suppress my laughter. "Little brother, it's as if nothing happened. If you learn your master's skills well, you'll have milk and bread." After saying this, he stood up, patted my shoulder twice, and left. After my brother-in-law left, I felt much calmer. After freshening up, I sat on the bed, leaning against the headboard, gradually contemplating my brother-in-law's words. We rarely opened our hearts like this. But after tonight's conversation, I realized that my brother-in-law is actually a perceptive person. His stern gaze sees through everything behind the scenes, especially when he joked about how I knew my sister was formidable, even domineering, yet didn't say a word to him. Thinking of this, I laughed to myself. I didn't blame Umaran or the village chief and his wife. Next, I began to feel a sense of awe towards my master. He said I could only marry at 30, and my first romantic encounter ended up like this. Was he really able to predict others' marriages? Or did he hope I wouldn't get distracted before 30 and would work hard to learn some skills? I recalled all the bits and pieces he had patiently taught me. Suddenly, it all made sense. He must have been grooming me as his successor. A person with exceptional skills wouldn't want to take their skills away. His son doesn't want to inherit his legacy. So he sees me both as a successor and as a son. The only one I feel sorry for is Xiao. She is innocent. I didn't answer her calls, and she must have sent me a WeChat message. I opened my phone, and sure enough, there were 3 messages. "Are you very busy? Why don't you reply to me? Are you facing any difficulties?" I painfully closed my eyes. After sitting for a while, I couldn't figure out how to reply to her tomorrow. I needed to express myself delicately without hurting her pride. Lost in thought, I fell asleep with the light still on. After a while, there was a knock on the door again. I turned over in bed, got up to open the door, and was surprised to see my sister with my mother. Looking at the tears on my mother's face that hadn't dried, I pretended to be relaxed and smiled. "It's nothing. Why are you so worried about me?" My sister said, "It's nothing. Do you know what time it is now? Mom couldn't sleep, and she saw the light on in your room. She asked me to come and check." My heart softened, and I said, "I'm sorry, Mom, sister, please sit." They sat down, and my sister said, "It's not your fault. It's my bad character." I couldn't hold back and didn't pay attention to the occasion, which made Mom worry. My mother said, "I'll just say 2 things. First, I don't care how many children you have, but you must have a son. I'm willing to help take care of him. Second, your master is not your biological father. You should treat him like a father. When he says 1, you can't say 2. He said you can only marry at 30. Just wait until you're 30. I nodded seriously. My sister said, "You can go to sleep peacefully. As for the other party, I'll talk to you, Yame. You don't need to approach that girl directly. It's hard to explain." This was what I worried about. So I asked, "How will you talk to her?" My sister smiled for once. "Tomorrow, there's an end-of-year networking event for female entrepreneurs. I'll be straightforward. I'll tell you, Yame, thank you for introducing my little brother to a beautiful girlfriend. My mother is just looking forward to holding a grandchild soon. Our family is only 1 son for 3 generations, and the more grandsons, the better. This morning, my mother even told me she would be willing to help raise 3 or 4 children. Wan Shui Xiao. No wonder she became a female entrepreneur." She patted my shoulder. "The brother-in-law came back to tell me that your future is bright, and I believe that you should broaden your horizons a bit. I didn't know your master had predicted your fate. Otherwise, I wouldn't have introduced a girlfriend to you." My mother said, 30 is 30. What is there to be afraid of? I'm in great health. Just think positively. I only have you as my child." I forced a smile. "Don't worry. I didn't turn off the light because I was reading. I fell asleep while reading." I walked them to the door, and my mother turned back to glare at me. "Turn off the light and go to sleep immediately." Could I sleep? I hardly slept a wink all night. I only felt ashamed. That night at Yuanju, I had said so many boring things to Xiao. Chapter 82. Only geniuses are lonely. The atmosphere of the new year is becoming increasingly strong. I still go to Uranju for my shift every day. No one has come by. I sit there quietly every day. It's fine. During this time, I can reflect on these 4 years. I thought I had learned the essence of my master's teachings, but in reality, I only scratched the surface. In my eagerness to make quick profits, I realized that earning 100 or 200 is not as good as completing 1 or 2 big deals. Therefore, I made up my mind to not date, not get distracted, and to stay with my master for another 6 years. I won't just sit around or play on my phone. Instead, I will find books in my master's study and read one every day. In the South, the lunar calendar marks the 24th day as the little new year. I came to work as usual, sweeping the floor, wiping the table, and making tea. After finishing, I brewed a pot of tea and picked up a book titled The Secrets of Deception. This book contains my master's reading notes, with some sections underlined in red and others annotated. When I reached the chapter The Downfall of Master Ma, I saw that my master had not only underlined a sentence in red, but had also annotated it with "This is not to be done." The underlined sentence read, Master Ma was very miraculous. Sitting at home, he could predict the color of the car that would come to visit. It turned out he had installed surveillance outside long ago. He slapped his thigh and suddenly realized, my master wasn't monitoring me, nor was he afraid of me bringing people to his house. He was just afraid others would say he had installed surveillance, which is why he insisted that it be removed as soon as he returned. Fortunately, I reminded Ling Hu to take it down himself. If I had done it, my master would surely be unhappy because at the very least, Ling Hu would think that my master had surveillance in his home. One must think more about everything. It's like chess, while others think 3 moves ahead. You should at least think 5. I read until 11 o'clock, then drove home, as it was the little new year. The atmosphere at home had returned to peace. That Xiao had not contacted me again. My mother was happy and joked, Chef Shanhong, you come and cook the last fish. I felt a bit awkward because this dish was taught to me by my former mother-in-law, not having become her son-in-law. Yet enjoying her selfless teaching was too painful for me. I frowned and said, Mom, my master said that during the new year and other important festivals, you can't change chefs midway. You should cook. There is no particular skill. Just boil water, and anyone can make it taste good. She glared at me and said, if that's what your master said, then I have no choice. I'll give it a try. Don't blame me if it doesn't turn out well. I smiled and said, you're skilled. Even if you haven't learned to sew, you can make clothes. When you came to the city, you learned Tai Chi in the park, and now you are better than 99 of the city's old ladies. She looked at me affectionately and said, if you have no strengths, you do have one, your sweet mouth and ability to talk. At noon, the family was very happy. They achieved record sales again, becoming an outstanding enterprise in the city's food industry. This was a significant occasion worth celebrating. So, we all congratulated the great businesswoman, Wan Shuexiu, wishing her even greater success in the coming year. There was also a less publicized matter. With the help of his family, Wan Shanhong successfully got rid of a beautiful girl, freeing himself from her entanglement. The family lineage was ensured. Of course, this could only be celebrated quietly, not worth raising a toast. My brother-in-law said, Shanhong is improving year by year. I wish him, in the near future, to become famous like master and attract wealth. With this reason, everyone raised their glasses again. Since there was no enforcement against drunk driving that year, my father, my brother-in-law, and I all drank until we were completely drunk. I slept until 3 in the afternoon without waking up. Knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent knocks on the door woke me up. I got up, dressed, and opened the door. My mother had a serious expression. You promised to guard the courtyard for your master. You should be on time for work. Can you drive? If not, Gao Su will take you. I can drive, I replied, loudly, almost saluting. I walked while habitually checking my phone. My goodness, does my mother have some kind of foresight? In the video, a woman was walking back and forth in front of Uranju, even crouching at the door to peek inside. How bold of her! If she wanted to come, she should come at night, not in broad daylight. That took some guts. I stepped on the gas and raced toward Uranju. After parking, I looked through the car window and saw a fashionable middle-aged woman squatting under a tree on the sidewalk. I approached and asked, "What are you looking for?" She pointed to the courtyard door. "I'm looking for Master Hong Yi." "Yes, I've been waiting for over an hour, and no one answered the door. Even if he is napping, he should be awake by now." As I opened the door, I said, "Master is not home. I'm his apprentice." She casually asked, "You're Master One?" I replied, Yes, yes." She followed me inside and plopped down in a chair across from me, saying, "I heard you're quite capable. Please help me with a divination." "You're right." She wrote the character, return. I felt a chill run down my spine. Even during the little new year, she came for divination. This was not a trivial matter. I asked, "Are you looking for a person or an object?" "A person." As the new year approaches, losing a person is serious business. This cannot be taken lightly. If a child goes missing and I get the direction wrong, it would be a disaster. If it's an adult, it's basically a case of bloodshed. I stared at the character, analyzed it in my mind, and said, "This is a trap." She trembled slightly and asked, "How is it a trap?" "Look for yourself. The character looks just like a well." Her gaze became unfocused, and she asked, "Is there anything else?" This character starts with a vertical stroke, then surrounds that stroke, then repeated. This indicates that you first set a goal, then encircle that goal. So it's a process of repeatedly setting traps related to money. "Oh, can the person come back?" I couldn't tell her directly. The woman said, "Here's the thing. 3 days ago, my husband said he was going out to help someone and didn't say when he would be back. I didn't call him because he often runs errands outside. But today is the little new year. He should be back. I called him at 11 o'clock this morning, but his phone was off. I called his friends, and none of them have seen him these past few days. What do you do? And what is your husband's profession?" "Both my husband and I are laid-off workers. I usually don't do much, just like to play some mahjong. He has a wide social circle, takes on some small projects, or what do you call it? It's hard to say specifically. He helps people get their cars out of the traffic police station if they violated regulations, or if someone wants a loan. He helps them find acquaintances in the bank." The woman interrupted me. Yes, just things like that. If you can't get through, use someone else's phone." I tried, still couldn't get through. I had an answer in my mind. This person was basically in trouble, but I couldn't say it directly. I said, "I suggest you report it to the police immediately." "Report it?" "He loves to drink. When he gets drunk, he doesn't care about anything. We reported him before, and after a few days, he came back fine. It just wastes police resources. I'd rather you divine for me. If he is coming back, I want to report it or look for him." I decisively said, "Report it immediately." After the woman left, I took out my notebook and began recording my reasoning. A few of the things she said were very crucial. The first sentence, "You are Master One," proved she had heard of me. The second sentence, "I heard you're quite capable," indicated that either family members, relatives, or neighbors had come to me before. The third sentence, "I usually just play some mahjong." The fourth sentence, "My husband has a wide social circle." I concluded, this must be Boss Dang from the building materials store who killed the mahjong player. The woman is the mahjong player's wife. This was practically certain. I slammed my fist on the table. However, I couldn't tell anyone about it. It's like predicting an earthquake. If you say one will happen in advance, people accuse you of spreading rumors. When the earthquake actually occurs, they say you got it right. Genius. Oh, genius. All the geniuses in the world. It's neither right to say it nor to not say it. In the end, only 4 words remain, particularly lonely. Chapter 83, Blood Lunar Calendar, the 28th day. After dinner, my brother-in-law said, "Shan Hong, come to my study and have a look. Have you written the spring festival couplets?" He smiled. "I've written the couplets and also prepared a painting for you." I widened my eyes. "When did you learn to paint?" My sister hinted. "He even specially found a master to teach him. I'm the only one managing the store. He's just a hands-off boss." My mother was blunt. "You're meddling too much." "Isn't he a hands-off boss?" I felt my mother was spot on. This clever mother-in-law often speaks up for her son-in-law. My sister teased my brother-in-law. "You better produce something remarkable, or else you'll be managing the store while I go learn to paint." I couldn't help but laugh. My brother-in-law asked, "What are you laughing at?" I continued to laugh until we walked into his studio, and I finally said at that time, "I had a responsibility and only wanted to promote her. I didn't let you in on anything. Keep your voice down. She'll hear you and beat you half to death." My brother-in-law pointed to a landscape painting on the wall and introduced it. "This is a 4-foot vertical piece. What do you think?" I asked, "How long did you study?" He smiled. "Half a year." To paint this well in just half a year is quite different from the norm. You are an artistic genius. Trust my judgment. You will become a true painter and calligrapher in the future. As for that small business, you don't need to worry. Let that excellent female entrepreneur manage it. Focusing on your art is the wise choice." My brother-in-law laughed. "I wouldn't say genius, but you are an appreciative friend, so I'll give this painting to you." I was taken aback and instinctively felt a bit resistant. The painting was stunning with its winding peaks and colorful forests. But there was one thing I disliked. The crimson clouds atop the mountain, a blood-red hue. He thought of celebration, but I thought of blood. Seeing me silent for a long time, my brother-in-law explained, "The meaning is good. It symbolizes the mountains being red all over. Nowadays, we talk about environmental protection. Painting it with lush trees and clear waters would be better." He shook his head, "But that doesn't match your name." I insisted, paint another one depicting spring. The mountains being red is an autumn scene. My brother-in-law looked a bit disappointed, as it was his heartfelt work, and I wasn't appreciative. So he hinted, Shan Hong, ever since you followed your master, I've noticed you have many preferences. I shook my head. Preferences are actually a form of self-psychological comfort. It doesn't mean your painting is bad. At this level, after just 6 months, you will really become a master. My brother-in-law said, you understand the saying Tian's family replaced Qi quite well. Luckily, I had read a few books. Otherwise, I might have been confused by him. The saying refers to a fortune teller during the Warring States period who predicted that when the Chun state fell, it would be the Tian family's world. Encouraged by this, the Tian family work hard and eventually gain power. The phrase means that encouragement leads people to strive towards a goal. I said, in the future, I'll help you with the rejected drafts. The housekeeper of Qi Gong collected his discarded works and later became wealthy from them. He laughed heartily. Thank you, little brother, for the encouragement. I will certainly create good works, lest your sister says she wants to paint, and I'll manage the store. I also laughed heartily. As we walked out of the studio, we headed downstairs together. I received a call from Director Ming, chatted for a bit, then hung up. I turned to him and said, don't misunderstand. It's not that I think your painting is bad, but I had a feeling when I saw it. What feeling? That a murder will occur. Huh? You can predict a murder from just one painting? I nodded seriously. Don't tell anyone. After saying that, I left, leaving my brother-in-law standing alone in the wind, confused. After sitting in my room for about 10 minutes, Director Ming arrived as promised. Without saying a word, he opened the trunk of his car and carried things to my tea room. Just as he set them down, he went back outside, and after a while, he brought in more items. Once inside, he closed the door. I happily complained, cigarettes, alcohol, cured meats. Why do you have to make it so awkward? It's almost New Year. Where are these little things? I know you lack nothing, but you should let me express some respect. I complained again, happily. I can't do anything about you. Sit down. Director Ming picked up the tea, took a sip, tore off a paper towel, wiped the corner of his mouth. His face flushed red and pale, and after a long time, he said, I have an unreasonable request, saying it might hurt your feelings, but not saying it will keep me awake. Is there such a thing? Then I'll be direct. I've completed the sanitation plan. This idea was originally yours. I was just inspired by you, but I wish this idea were mine. That would be great. I suddenly understood that he wanted me to keep quiet about this matter in the future. This idea, from conception to birth, was entirely the work of him, Ming Bai. I was stunned for a moment. This was indeed a bit excessive, trying to take credit for something that wasn't his. Director Ming's eyes were filled with pleading, his voice trembling a little. Master, if it's your idea, it just means you're clever. If it's my idea, I would be valued. Of course, it sounds shameless and very shameful. But think about my situation. You might pity me, sympathize with me. I've been a director for many years without progress. There's even a chance of demotion. Fortunately, I met you. After saying this, a grown man actually took a piece of paper to wipe his tears. I can't stand seeing people cry. My heart softened, and I said emotionally, I understand your situation and feelings. I'm very happy for your progress. Among the clients I nurture, he is someone who can quickly produce results. So, I raised my teacup and said, instead of wine, let's toast with tea. Wishing the director's plan to be a great success and for you to rise step by step. His hands trembled constantly, spilling tea, probably feeling ashamed. Then he steeled himself and drank it down. He put down the teacup. Master Shan Hong, I am very fortunate to meet such a good person as you. I will always remember your kindness. After saying that, he took out a red envelope from his inner pocket. I coldly said, I'll accept the gift, but the red envelope is unnecessary. His expression changed rapidly. Just a moment ago, he was begging. Now he suddenly turned serious. This is not for you. It's for your parents, to wish them a happy new year in advance. Your parents are also my parents, and I will send them New Year greetings every year. His reasoning was impeccable. After saying this, he stood up and left. At the door, he turned back to bow, then strode away. Watching his back, I thought, this person will be successful. Back in the tea room, I closed the door, took out the bills from the red envelope, and counted them. 2 bundles. 20,000? I thought, this person is quite generous. Someone knocked on the door, and I quickly stuffed the bills into my pocket, putting on a nonchalant expression as I opened the door. My brother-in-law entered the tea room, immediately closed the door, and gave a thumbs up. Shan Hong, if I hadn't heard it with my own ears, I would never have thought you could predict. You're amazing, simply divine. After saying this, he forwarded a message from his social media to me. It read, I just heard the news that a murder has occurred in this city, and the murdered man was in a horrific state. Below were some images of the police at the scene. My brother-in-law asked, did you really have a premonition, or I recounted the incident with the woman from the afternoon who came for fortune-telling and my reasoning. He gave me another thumbs up. You could go to the police department's criminal investigation unit. I said solemnly, don't tell Mom and Dad that I predicted this. I don't want to scare them. He nodded. I pointed to the gifts Director Ming sent. Those are from someone else. Let's move them to the second floor together. Two people came into the living room, carrying big and small bags. My mother laughed so hard she couldn't close her mouth and said, Sean Hong, someone has sent you something. You're doing well. My brother-in-law said meaningfully, in the future, instead of sending local products, people will specifically send him gold. My mother stared seriously at my brother-in-law and asked, really? My brother-in-law laughed so much that he was gasping for breath, tilting his neck back toward the sky, and his neck even hurt. Chapter 84. The murder case with a twist lunar calendar, the 28th, 8 p.m. My master called. He said on the other end, Sean Hong, the spring festival is approaching. Starting tomorrow, don't go to Yuranju during the day. There's nothing to do there anyway. Just come and stay at night. Okay. I wish Master, Madam Master, and my brother and sister-in-law, and my little nephew a happy spring festival in advance. Thank you. It seems like someone is setting off firecrackers outside, right? Yes. I'll open the video for you to see. After saying that, I ran towards the Fugu supermarket. My master and Madam Master were side by side, watching the fireworks in the video, both smiling happily. He said, on New Year's Eve and the first day of the new year, Yuranju should set off fireworks too. Make it lively. Madam Master said, you need to buy some candies to give to the neighborhood kids. I shouted, don't worry, I will, just as I returned to the living room. My brother-in-law called. His voice was urgent. Sean Hong, quickly check a WeChat message I forwarded to you. I opened it. It was an official document. Urgent reward notice from the Wuxiang City Public Security Bureau. A murder case has occurred in Dongjia town of our city. The deceased is a male, about 1.75 meters tall, with a black mole on his left cheek, bald, wearing a red top and black pants. Family members of missing persons are requested to come and identify the body. At the same time, we hope that anyone with information will provide clues. A reward of 100,000 yuan will be given to those who provide important clues that help solve this case. Huh? Isn't that old Deng? Did the Maman kill him? I originally inferred that old Deng killed Maman, but unexpectedly, it was Maman who killed old Deng. The plot should be, it's the new year. Old Deng goes to Maman to ask for money. Maman can't produce it, leading to an argument. Maman, in a fit of rage, killed old Deng right there, or set a trap to kill him later. Old Deng has a black mole on his face and is bald. I remember these two physical features clearly. If I previously suspected this murder case was related to old Deng, now I can unequivocally conclude Maman is basically, almost certainly, the suspect. Maman killed old Deng and fled quickly, so Maman's wife came to me for divination. I quickly dialed 110. 110? I have important information regarding the murder case in Dongjia town. Hello, where are you? Please be as specific as possible. We will send someone right away. Do not move from your location. I won't move. My location is fixed. East District, Chengjiao Road, at the residence Yuranju. It was now 9:30 p.m. In less than 20 minutes, police cars with sirens blaring came rushing through the streets, at least 3 or 4 of them, stopping at the entrance of Yuranju, startling the surrounding neighbors. Yuranju was surrounded by police cars, and no one was allowed to approach. I had already turned on all the lights and stood at the gate to welcome them. 3 police officers entered. The leading officer was dark-skinned with bulging eyes. I didn't know his name, but I guessed he was the police chief. There was also a male and a female officer. The female officer looked heroic. The police chief said, please describe your interactions with the deceased in as much detail as possible. I had to start it when my phone exploded with calls. The police chief frowned. Turn off your phone. I replied calmly, I'll put it on silent. What if it's my master calling? And I miss it and make him worry? Using my master's name, he had to compromise, furrowing his brow. All right, you can continue, but be as detailed as possible. I recounted how old Deng had come to me for divination twice, and how a middle-aged woman had come a few days earlier. The police chief said to his colleagues, we can preliminarily conclude that the deceased is indeed old Deng, and the person introducing business with a basket is the suspect. Because the description provided by Juan is more detailed than what we have in our reward notice and aligns more closely with what we see at the scene. He then turned back to warn me. This is just our inference for now, as the case is ongoing. You cannot speak about this matter to others. I felt dissatisfied. As an information provider, he treated me as if I were a criminal. His attitude was rigid, his tone harsh, and his gaze sharp, showing no respect at all. Next, even more absurdly, the pretty female officer handed me a piece of paper, saying, Comrade Wan Shan Hong, this is a confidentiality agreement. Please sign and fingerprint it. I glanced at it briefly and felt even more uncomfortable. I hadn't committed a crime. Why should I fingerprint? I replied with dissatisfaction. I've never fingerprinted before. She had a good attitude and handed me a notebook, smiling. And this record requires your fingerprint too. Please understand, this ensures that what you say is true. In the future, we will compare the motives and processes of the suspect against what you provide. So this is very important. I was very reluctant. Unlike the police chief, the female officer was smiling. Comrade 1, this won't affect you at all. If we solve the case based on the clues you provide, we will reward you. That's the basis for your reward. It's 100,000 yuan. She smiled, and I smiled back, saying, all right, I'll get my first fingerprint tonight. The female officer laughed. I understand your feelings. This is just a procedure. I read through it carefully and said, there's south one place that needs to be changed. The female officer was very patient, smiling. You say it, I'll record it. I said, I initially suspected the suspect was Boss Deng. Now it's Boss Deng who's been killed. The female officer said, noted. Now please fingerprint again. Do I have to fingerprint for the addition too? The young officer joked. This is like a woman giving birth. Once you've had the first child, the second child is much easier. You're just fingerprinting once more, right? After finishing the paperwork, the police chief extended his hand. Thank you for providing such good clues. The pretty female officer said, Comrade Wan Shanhong, let us add each other on WeChat for easier contact. After we added each other, she extended her hand. Thank you for your help. Once the police left, people outside immediately rushed in, asking, what does this case have to do with you? I clasped my hands together. Everyone, please go back. I just signed a confidentiality agreement. I have nothing to say, but they wouldn't leave, each one asking questions. I waved my hands to shoo them away. Go, go, go. All of you go back to sleep. Reluctantly, they dispersed, and I closed the yard gate. Only then did I have time to check my phone. Neighbors Tong Jia, Xiang Jia, Shui Jia, Chun Jia, Jing Jing, friends Dong Zi, Director Zhang, Director Ming, Brother Shi, Fong Bai San, Yumei Ren, Xiao Li Ming, my family, sister, brother-in-law. So many missed calls. At this moment, my phone rang. My master, thousands of miles away, also knew the police had surrounded Yuranju. His first question was, what happened? I recounted what had just happened. My master said on the other end, you did very well. It's the end of the year, and if we can solve the case quickly, it will stabilize people's hearts. Otherwise, rumors will spread, and the common people will be anxious during the new year. Your information will definitely help solve the case quickly. Before my master finished speaking, I heard Madam Master's voice, reminding me to pay attention to safety. After a while, my brother-in-law drove over with my sister and my mother. As I poured tea for them, I reassured them that I was fine, just providing some information. My family felt relieved. My mother ordered, Gao Su, you stay here to accompany Shan Hong for a few nights. After all, the deceased knew him. My brother-in-law, jokingly, said, let me consult with General Manager Wan Shuexiu to see if she allows. My mother glared at him. In the end, Comrade Wan Shuexiu, not surprisingly, said, the 100,000 yuan reward, I can give 10,000 to your brother-in-law, so he can stay until master comes back. I joked, brother-in-law, you should go back. Men sleeping with men requires a fee. If this gets out, you'll only be able to buy a pig's stomach to cover your face. Chapter 85. New Year's Eve. The family debates who my wife is on New Year's Eve, following the customs of her hometown. We ate the reunion dinner and began to stay up late. As it approached 10 o'clock, my mother seemed a bit troubled and said, according to tradition, tonight and tomorrow night, known as the end of the year, or the beginning of the year, Shan Hong, you should sleep in your own home. Apart from my father, my sister, my brother-in-law, and I did not understand these old customs and all asked, why is that? My mother replied, people who do not stay at home during the end and beginning of the year are what? Homeless people, beggars. I felt a bit worried and said, what if someone takes advantage of the fact that there's no one at Yuranju? And I stopped, as it was an important holiday, and saying inauspicious things was not appropriate. My mother seemed to make a big decision. Let us make an exception, master. A master is like a father for life, and that girl can also be considered part of your family. My brother-in-law chuckled and said leisurely, a family is hard to say, but half a family is possible. The distinction between a family and half a family is not really meaningful. The main point was that my brother-in-law's chuckle was a bit unusual, and there must be more to it. My sister asked, why are you laughing so strangely? What do you mean? My brother-in-law laughed and said, Master's wife's niece, Lan Xian, is already 16 years old. This statement immediately surprised the whole family. The most surprised were my father, mother, and sister, as they had no idea who Lan Xian was, and they didn't even know if such a person existed in the world. I was also surprised. Indeed, The wife of my Master S brother has a daughter named Lan Xin, who is a very well-behaved girl. However, she rarely comes to my Master S house. I said, I have hardly seen her, brother-in-law. What do you know her? At this point, my brother-in-law explained. He studied painting under Song Yoji. The president of the city S. Song Yoji's wife is a dance teacher. And Lan Xin's parents often send her to learn piano and take dance lessons at President Song's house. My mother suddenly slapped her thigh. With her rich life experience of over 60 years, she immediately stated, it's possible. The master always says that Shan Hong can only get married at 30. So his wife's niece, who is now 16, will be 22 in 6 years. This discovery by my mother was of equal significance to the whole family as Columbus discovering America. Before Columbus discovered the new continent, people did not know that there was a continent isolated over the sea, which no one knew about. Similarly, before my mother discovered that the master's wife's niece could marry me in 6 years, the whole family did not know that there was a girl in the world, isolated from their knowledge, waiting to be Shan Hong's bride. Then, my sister also slapped her thigh. This makes sense. The master's children are all in other places, and he doesn't want to leave Wuxiang. So marrying his wife's niece to Shan Hong means the disciple becomes a true family member, a junior. The more we discuss, the more it sounds like it. No wonder the master wants to calculate Shan Hong's marriage and firmly believes that Shan Hong will marry late, and all previous discussions won't work out. After my sister said this, she peeled an orange and handed it to my mother, saying, Ginger is spicy when old. Mother, you are as clever as Zhuge Liang. With no one watching the Spring Festival Gala, it turned into the actors' self-entertainment. The whole family engaged in a heated, broad, and in-depth discussion and debate to prove that one Shan Hong and Lan Xin are a family in this atypical mathematical problem. Even my father joined in. He asked my brother-in-law, 16 years old, how tall is she? What does she look like? My mother immediately interjected, is she smart? My sister asked, is her personality good? My brother-in-law became the Information Release Center director. He cautiously answered everyone as questions, adhering to the principle of starting from what he saw and trying not to include too much subjective consciousness, and introduced Lan Xin. Currently, she is 16 years old and about 1.65 meters tall. As for her appearance, just refer to the master's wife. She is smart because in Chinese, being smart specifically refers to academic performance. This is unclear, but she looks smart. As for her personality, he really doesn't know. At this point, it was like boiling water bubbling over. My mother and sister, representing half the sky, broke the convention of 3 women performing a play. The 2 of them volleyed back and forth, even more exciting than the skits performed by Uncle Ben and Song Dandan. My mother counted on her fingers. Height, no advantage. She can't possibly be taller than Shan Hong. As for appearance, if she looks like the master's wife, she must definitely be a beauty. Regarding being smart, being too smart is not good. As for personality, if she's like the master's wife, that is also a top-notch personality. This needs to be understood quickly. My sister, being a female entrepreneur and more in touch with the times, with broader knowledge, analyzed, appearance is not an issue. Girls studying the arts are usually good-looking. Academically, she shouldn't be too outstanding. A girl who excels academically wouldn't go study piano and dance. A person who is good at their main job wouldn't dabble in side jobs. This somewhat hurt the self-esteem of the second owner of the rice noodle shop. Gao Su and my brother-in-law coughed a couple of times to protest. My sister continued, I'm not wrong. She studies dance and piano, which is just to apply to some art school. A girl who does very well wouldn't take these shortcuts. I can't be wrong. At this time, my father spoke. You're all just guessing. Shan Hong probably knows more, right? You seem to have forgotten his existence. Let him speak. In fact, I was on the side and somewhat believed my mother's analysis that my master is not a deity. Can he really determine that I must get married at 30? Is there really this implication? As for Lan Xin, I indeed do not know her well. Later, I rarely encountered her at my master's house, even once a year. My mother said, your father wants you to say something. Why are you just standing there? I smiled. I've seen her at most 4 times. Even less than my brother-in-law. I think everyone should just watch TV. Otherwise, the actors would have performed for nothing. My mother said, it's good to discuss. If we really become a family, it's a great thing. I laughed. This is called wishful thinking. Even if I like her, she might not necessarily like me. Besides, Lan Xin isn't the master's daughter. Can he make the decision? Even if she were his daughter, today's girls might not listen to their parents. So, I think discussing this for so long is a pseudo-proposition. My father concluded, let us just wait and see. There are benefits to being together, and there are benefits to not being together. Everything is predestined. Once he said this, everyone felt it was inappropriate to continue discussing this topic. At this point, my mother started giving out red envelopes. She gave one to my sister, my brother-in-law, and me. Everyone exchanged polite and auspicious words. I checked the time and said, "It's almost 12 o'clock. I'll go downstairs with my brother-in-law to set off fireworks. After we finish, I want tea come back up. The master and mistress reminded me that Uran Jew should not lose to the neighbors." My mother sighed. "Yes." I said, "You have 2 homes now. That's not wrong." My sister and I went downstairs. We arranged the firecrackers and lit them. Every household was the same. Since it's the suburbs, basically every family has a yard in front. Everyone was setting off fireworks. Suddenly, colorful fireworks burst open, competing for beauty. After finishing the firecrackers, I prepared to drive, and my brother-in-law suddenly seemed to remember something and said, "It's loud outside. Let us go to your room to talk about something." We entered the night chat room. He asked, "What are your plans for the spring festival?" For a moment, I couldn't think of what to do. If I were in my hometown, it would definitely be visiting relatives and friends, but here, I don't have any relatives. There's not much arrangement. Just play some small cards. On the 6th day, you drive this car, and we'll go visit President Song together. Fill it up with gas. He once entrusted me to look for a secretary general, and I plan to recommend you. Do you have any materials? For example, poems or essays you've published before. Let me be the secretary general? Yes, you meet the qualifications. I've kept the articles published in magazines from high school. This is definitely not a pseudo-proposition, he joked. After speaking, he laughed heartily. At that moment, the wall clock chimed, signaling that the Chinese New Year was about to arrive in the next second. My brother-in-law and I exchanged New Year greetings and bowed to each other before parting ways. I drove eastward, and the firecrackers on both sides soared into the sky, as if welcoming a visiting foreign dignitary. I navigated through the fireworks and firecrackers, with fireworks falling on one side and rising on the other, creating a welcoming atmosphere. What a good omen. I excitedly tapped the steering wheel. Chapter 86. Visiting Chairman Song, whose past is hard to recall. The 6th day of the first month, sunny day. My brother-in-law got in the car and said, "Xiqing District, suburbs, take the ring road." Once we left the city and got onto the ring road, the car sped up, flying like the wind. My brother-in-law advised me, "Shan Hong, if you want to establish yourself in Wuxiang, you need an identity. Otherwise, how will people address you? Calling you Master Wan? Clearly a joke. You're not a real master. Calling you Master Wan? That's the same as addressing a carpenter, a bamboo craftsman, or a blacksmith. In your field, having more culture is more appealing. Being called Master lowers your status. Calling you Mr. Wan? You seem too young for that. Calling you Little Wan? That seems disrespectful. So, if you become the Secretary General of the Essay Association, in formal occasions, it's easier for others to address you, and it sounds better to you as well." I said, "Brother-in-law, your analysis is spot on. You've thought this through. In fact, I'm also troubled. There was once when Mr. Deng hosted a gathering with leaders present. At the table, he introduced everyone one by one. When he got to me, he hesitated. He usually jokingly calls me Master Wan or Shan Hong. So how did he introduce me? As a disciple of Master Hong, even omitting my name. My brother-in-law burst out laughing, and after he finished, he said seriously, "In your profession, unless you have a very big reputation, it's really hard to introduce you. Therefore, during the growth period, you must have a formal title. This is the reason I encouraged you to join the Essay Association." I sighed, "Brother-in-law, I'm essentially a cultured person. I just failed the college entrance examination, and my talents have never been displayed. Moreover, I didn't even have the courage to repeat a year. My English is inherently poor, and my math isn't good either. Meeting you is like finding a second master in my life." My brother-in-law wasn't being modest. He continued, "You should also gradually associate with some cultured people. The 5 best friends around a person, their total income divided by 5 equals that person's income. The kind of people you associate with shapes your taste. Chairman Song is worth befriending." He then introduced Chairman Song to me, saying his full name is Song Yoji. With the UN flower blooms and falls as it pleases and shares the same name as the famous ophthalmologist Tang Yoji. I, being knowledgeable, responded, "I know. Tang Yoji removed cataracts for great men. His skills are superb." My brother-in-law nodded and continued. "The chairman excels in playing the guqin, chess, calligraphy, painting, and gardening. He is proficient in all. However, the past is hard to recall." "The past is hard to recall?" I asked. "Well, he was too handsome when he was young. He had a whole platoon of women pursuing him, but he could only choose one. So, to win him over, some women never married, some hanged themselves for him, and some jumped into rivers." I then understood what my brother-in-law meant by the past being hard to recall. Step on the gas. I can't wait to meet Chairman Song. Women care about looks just as much as men do, I remarked. You only realize this today? He chuckled. I've known for a long time. I'm just lamenting, I replied. Aren't you accepted by your master because you're good-looking and talented? Thank you, brother-in-law, for recognizing my looks. Ha ha ha. You could be shameless, but not completely shameless. However, Shan Hong, you resemble both your father and your mother. This is a rare genetic opportunity where you inherited all their strengths while successfully avoiding their weaknesses. At this point, he felt he had spoken too quickly and stopped at the word weaknesses. The two of them chatted and laughed as we exited the ring road. I asked, why does he live in the suburbs like us? My brother-in-law laughed. Do you think the suburbs are backward? The affluent live in the western suburbs. After chatting for less than 10 minutes, we gradually entered the suburbs. The houses became sparse, and fields and hills lined up. In front of Small Hill, there was a standalone courtyard with an open gate. I drove into the yard and saw a delicate little villa. Just as we parked, a group of people came out, got in their car, and drove away. Chairman Song stood at the door, waving to that group. My brother-in-law got out first, and Chairman Song called out, Gao Su is here, come in, come in. I parked the car, walked over, and my brother-in-law said, this is my younger brother-in-law, Wan Shan Hong, a disciple of Master Hong Yi. Chairman Song repeatedly said, celebrity, celebrity. I replied, Chairman, you are the real celebrity. At this moment, I took a careful look at Chairman Song. He was under 50, with a truly elegant demeanor and handsome appearance. He had big eyes, a high nose, and a square face, especially with the pronounced under-eye bags, thick and full. Those with such under-eye bags, regardless of gender, possess a strong attraction. We entered a large living room, and Chairman Song gestured for us to sit down. Just then, a woman descended the staircase from a duplex. I looked up and saw a graceful woman. It was clear she must be the leader of that platoon of admirers. As she came down the stairs, she smiled and said, Oh, Gao Su, you've brought a distinguished guest. My brother-in-law and I were about to stand up when Chairman Song waved his hand down, indicating not to be too formal. He introduced, this is Teacher Chun. Then he added, Gao Su's younger brother-in-law, a highly regarded disciple of Master Hong Yi. Teacher Chun smiled sweetly. Oh, then he is truly a distinguished guest. She brought over some tea and lightly opened her lips. This is my special blend. I looked and saw there were no tea leaves in it. Teacher Chin smiled faintly. You don't understand, right? It's made with flower tea, goji berries, and black sesame, all crushed together. It nourishes the skin, reduces spots, and refreshes. Hearing her introduction and seeing the interior decoration, I understood that this couple lived a very refined life. Chairman Song introduced me. She plays the guqin, dances, and teaches students. I collect antiques, read a bit, paint a bit, and plant some flowers. I envied. The lady plays the guqin, occasionally dances in a rainbow attire. The gentleman writes, occasionally plants flowers in the courtyard. Such a fairy tale life, enviable by all. Chairman Song said to my brother-in-law, your younger brother-in-law is not bad. He speaks eloquently. My brother-in-law smiled. We are both outsiders. I hope the chairman will support us. Chairman Song waved his hand. There's no question of support. I'm a laid-back person. If we are friends, we can meet often. In summer, we sit in the courtyard with a cool breeze. And in winter, we have new wine brewed with red clay. I don't know where he kept his wine pot, but after saying this, he bent down and took out a pot of wine from under the tea table. Teacher Chin immediately placed it on 3 wine cups, along with a plate of peanuts and several plates of marinated dishes. Chairman Song poured the wine with an ancient style. A line of wine flowed into the cup, neither too much nor too little, without spilling. We slowly savored the wine and chatted. Chairman Song said to me, regarding your situation, your brother-in-law has introduced it to me. I will give you a number. After the new year, you can find Secretary General Shi Ruochin to get a form. First, fill out the form to join. Then, in March this year, we will have an election in the association. I plan to have Shi Ruochin as the vice president and appoint you as the Secretary General. I quickly raise my wine cup. In return for the flowers, I toast to the chairman. He clinked glasses with me, still taking just a small sip, and then said, among the SA circles in the province, our city's SA association is the most vibrant. Everyone writes a bit, engages in some activities, like attracts and people form groups. Having a team gives a sense of belonging. For example, last year, we organized a May Poetry Festival with dozens of people riding on 2 boats, singing and dancing with the Yangqin at the bow, reciting poetry. During the Mid-Autumn Festival night in September, we gathered at Sijin Square, lighting a bonfire, roasting lamb, reciting our articles, and then dancing around the bonfire. It was all very interesting. The romantic bonfire in my heart had been ignited by his words. I liked this kind of life, but I couldn't show too much eagerness. I just smiled at him waiting for him to continue. Seeing my serious expression, he continued, "Such teams are very nurturing. Some young people who joined the association were originally just ordinary cadres, but through writing articles, they were discovered as talents. Some have moved to better positions, and some have been promoted to group cadres." I said, "I really like this kind of team life." President Song said, "Living is not just about being well-fed and warmly clothed, but the soul needs a place to rest. The spirit needs a home." I laughed and said, "President, you truly have a way with words." At that moment, President Song suddenly changed the subject. "Shan Hong, I've heard your brother-in-law mention several times that you are quite skilled at divination and interpreting matters. I have something I'd like to ask you privately. Is that okay?" My brother-in-law secretly gave me a look, meaning I had to agree. I nodded and said, "Sure." President Song stood up and took me upstairs. Chapter 87. Cultural figures under control must use ruthless tactics. This chapter should be read slowly to appreciate the wonders of Chinese characters. My brother-in-law wisely stayed in the living room to chat with Teacher Chun. The president led me into a small reception room on the second floor. I discreetly scanned the room. It was simple and clean, without a speck of dust. Against the east wall was a bookshelf. The south side had a floor-to-ceiling window. There was a pair of sofas to the west, and a painting hung on the north wall. The painting depicted a large eagle soaring high. I stood in front of the painting and read the inscription. "The wind passes. 1,000 sounds cannot be retained. The vast sky and sea are the hometown of the rock." He smiled and gestured for me to take a seat. Then he walked around the coffee table and sat down on a low chair opposite me to brew tea. "Do you also like paintings?" the president casually asked while washing the cup and pouring water. "I enjoy appreciating them. Mainly interested in the inscriptions," I replied. For some reason, whenever someone asks me to interpret characters or clarify doubts, a sense of regal authority seems to possess me. President Song sat on a low stool while I comfortably sank into the high-end mahogany sofa. "Tell me about the inscription," he said, picking up tea leaves with tweezers and placing them into the brewing cup. "All right, let us talk about it. Otherwise you might think I'm a novice," I smiled faintly. The two short lines express a heroic and bold spirit. It describes the rock spreading its wings, indifferent to mountains and rivers. The sea and sky are its true homeland, the places where it can achieve great things. However, I intentionally paused here. The tea had boiled, and the leaves were rolling up and down. He was about to pour out the first brew, but stopped and said, "Continue. You're explaining very well." "Then I shall continue." I furrowed my brow slightly. "However, there is a slight regret. It's not original, but rather adapted from Qi Baishir's inscription. The clouds are the hometown of the crane. Of course, Qi Baishir isn't original either. He directly quoted it from Zheng Banqiao's poem. The original poem by Zheng Banqiao is, "A refined room needs not be large. Fragrance of flowers does not depend on quantity. The sea is the dragon's world. The clouds are the crane's hometown." As soon as President Song heard this, he poured out the first brew and added more water to the tea. He looked up, raised his eyebrows, and smiled. "Being a Secretary General is more than enough. You could be Vice President later on." I waved my hand. That would be showing off my limited skills in front of the president. The second brew was ready. He lifted the teapot, filled half a cup for me, and asked, "I have a question I'd like to consult you about. But first, let me introduce something. During the Xianfeng period, this large area of land in the western suburbs belonged to my family. Later, my family gradually declined. Besides my family situation, after 1949, many landlords and wealthy merchants fell overnight. May I ask, did they all fail because their ancestors' graves were not in the right place? Why did their fates change simultaneously?" After listening, I realized that President Song wasn't trying to make things difficult for me. He simply didn't believe in my perspective. No wonder. Despite being in the same city, he considered himself a cultured person, and my master a cultured person, yet they had no interaction. I had never heard my master mention him. I laughed heartily. It had to be a powerful laugh, wild and impactful, making him feel completely like a novice. Sure enough, the laughter had an effect. His hand that was pouring tea froze in midair, as if it had solidified there, his eyes fixed on me. "President, can ants perceive the existence of humans?" I asked. He thought for a moment and shook his head. "They probably cannot perceive it. Their vision cannot see the entirety of a human, not even the tops of our feet." "President, how much do we currently understand about the vast universe?" I inquired. He immediately replied, "Aside from the beautiful country claiming to have landed on the moon, no one from any other country has been there. We know too little about the universe." I smiled. "Exactly. Humanity in relation to the universe is like an ant. When will a person step out and extend their foot? The ant cannot know. When a person walks, how many ants are crushed beneath their feet. For humans, they are unaware and indifferent. The president nodded repeatedly and poured me a second cup of tea. I summarized. Humans have their own principles, and heaven has its own principles. The principles of heaven operate at their own pace. When changes occur, we do not know. Therefore, when the principles of heaven change, people of the same type will all change. The president raised his cup and said, "Come, let us toast." This is the first time I've heard you explain so clearly. Others either speak grandly or are tongue-tied and cannot articulate. I knew that the president's attitude had shifted a bit. Next, he would likely ask about something specific. So, I just drank tea and remained silent. Sure enough, he said, "I'll test a character, the foolish. I want to see if it can bring wealth." I immediately replied, "You can make a bit of small money." He stared at me in disbelief. I, Wan Shan Hong, was determined to avoid repeating a single word I had said before. He looked at me, and I leisurely sipped my tea. The president reminded me once again, "The foolish." I refused to repeat myself, firmly stating, "I said you can make a bit of small money. Didn't you hear?" Finally, he conceded and asked, "Shan Hong, can you analyze how you know it can bring a bit of small money?" President Song was a well-read man. If I started analyzing using yin-yang and the 5 elements or broke the character down, adding or subtracting strokes, he would think I was just talking nonsense. Since that was the case, let us get serious. Let us play a little 112. At this moment, my master's temperament emerged. Without a bit of temperament and personality, one cannot thrive in this field. "President, please find a pen and a piece of paper." He got up to find paper and pen. I said, "Stop sipping tea in small cups. Find 2 large cups and fill them with tea." He had no idea what I was going to do and complied with my request to brew the tea. I said, "Please sit on my side. I want to write for you to see. It's much more convenient if we sit together." He then understood why didn't T want him sitting opposite me brewing tea. I wrote opinion vowel. Then I wrote, you. He looked puzzled. I explained, Chinese characters can convey meaning even through their pronunciation. The characters above all contain the same vowel, so their meanings are also similar. Characters with the vowel mostly represent 1, a little more, but not a lot, 2, apart. Then, I pointed at the words on the paper and explained each one. You a little more like surplus grain, but not a lot. You the extra part like development, which doesn't T suddenly become very large, but grows little by little, like a fetus developing. You an observation post that slightly protrudes from ancient city walls, not extending much. Ju relatively small, like limitation, locality, etc. You to prepare a little in advance, like preparing to run. Upon hearing ready, the body leans slightly forward, but not a lot. You to exceed a little bit, like to surpass or transgress. Having said this, I paused to let him digest it. He silently read each character one by one. After finishing, he looked at me, feeling I was simply incredible. Suddenly, he pointed at the character for foolishness. You haven't analyzed this character. Does it also contain the meaning of a little more? I nodded seriously. Being a little more stubborn than others, holding on to rigid ideas, unwilling to adapt. For example, the story of the foolish old man moving mountains. He only knows to dig and dig, not considering to move to another place to build a house. After hearing that last sentence, President Song burst into laughter. After laughing, he looked at me and said word by word, "Mr. Shan Hong, you have true knowledge." At that moment, Teacher Chun came upstairs and entered, saying, "You two are truly kindred spirits chatting for so long. There are guests arriving." President Song smiled. "You buy stocks. I scold you for being foolish. I just asked Shan Hong to test the character, and he said you can make a bit of small money." After saying this, he quickly went downstairs to accompany the guests. Teacher Chen clapped her hands in delight. "Thank you, Master Wan. You must stay for lunch. You can't leave at noon." After saying this, she patted my shoulder, her eyes sparkling with laughter. The look in her eyes surprised me, suddenly reminding me of that dance teacher who walked with her feet turned out. I asked, "Teacher Chun, you have a younger sister, right?" Teacher Chen's eyes widened, and after a long pause, she asked, "How do you know about our family situation?" I shook my head and said, "I know nothing." She then asked, "So how do you know?" "Excellent genes have a hereditary advantage," I replied. She smiled and said, "So mysterious. Gao Su didn't bring you over sooner. Look, a handsome and smart young man. I just met you today. Hurry up and come downstairs." This kind of dark yet bright, shimmering gaze, no man can resist. I extended my hand and said, "Teacher Chun, you go first." Chapter 88. Why does Lao Xiao want to go out and develop? After leaving Chairman Song's house, about a mile away, my brother-in-law said, "Stop, I'll drive." I waved my hand. This little bit of alcohol is nothing. "Stop." For the first time, I noticed my usually gentle brother-in-law had his eyebrows raised in anger, which was quite intimidating. We switched positions. As he drove, he said to me, "Do you know you've drunk quite a bit today?" I laughed and replied, "I can handle it. If I want to be the Secretary General, it's polite to drink when the chairman and teacher can offer." My brother-in-law was silent for a while and finally sighed, "But you can't not drink. I've eaten at their house multiple times. He usually doesn't drink much. But today he's genuinely happy. Wan Shan Hong, can't you see? They really like you. Like everyone else in the world." I clearly heard him, but pretended to ask back. "Really? I didn't notice." "Not yet. You're a pig," he said. "The chairman is a bit tipsy and even wants to drink with you. Besides, he didn't accept the red envelope you gave him. Teacher Chun personally served you food. You've already received extraordinary treatment." With my brother-in-law pointing this out, I sobered up quite a bit and said, "So, you're saying I made an atheist upstairs a bit believe in divination? By the way, I've been wanting to ask, why did you two chat for so long upstairs?" I smiled, raised my eyebrows, and said, "Once we went in, I saw a painting, and starting from the inscription, I didn't give Chairman Song any face and directly pointed out that his inscription was a variation of Qi Baishi's. That wasn't all. I also pointed out that Qi Baishi was just a setter. He was quoting Zheng Banzhong." My brother-in-law interjected, "The boss of the jewelry store next door, Boss Su, is also a setter." I thought my brother-in-law was saying that Boss Su could play volleyball and retorted, "So fat, can he be a setter?" My brother-in-law smiled mysteriously. After a moment, he said, "Boss Su headed the ball sent over by his mother-in-law and passed it to his rival. He excellently completed the task of a setter." Hearing this, I laughed heartily. "Your cold humor is too cold." My brother-in-law asked, "What else did you talk about upstairs?" I detailed the summary of our conversation on the 6th day of the Lunar New Year. My brother-in-law appreciated my explanation of the character for foolishness and said, "Shan Hong, your interpretation of foolish as a bit more stubborn than others is very good, even more accurate than the Xinhua dictionary." "Ah, you remember how the Xinhua dictionary explains it? Don't be surprised. When others write, they just keep copying and think that if their writing looks a bit like Wang Shiji or Ouyang Sun, they consider themselves calligraphers. I'm different. I first consult the dictionary to understand the meaning of the character before copying. For example, foolish. The dictionary explains that foolish means silly, stupid. Stupid also means silly, stupid. Actually, your understanding is correct. Foolish means stubborn, single-minded, whereas stupid indicates more of an intellectual issue. I clapped my hands and said, "That's true. You should write a letter to the editorial board of the Xinhua dictionary." He shook his head. "I don't want to write." "Why not? The editorial board will invite various experts to hold a meeting for research, and a large group of experts from Shanghai, Hunan, Shaanxi, Hainan will gather in Beijing. In the end, after researching, the conclusion is no mistakes, no changes. The airfare, accommodation, and meal expenses waste a large sum of the country's money." "Ha ha. You're getting funnier." After saying this, my phone rang. It was Lao Xiao, asking if I would be home tonight to pay New Year's greetings. I said, "Try to come early, by 9 o'clock. I'm going to Yuranju." He said on the phone, "Okay, I'll come at 7 sharp." Shortly after, Xiao Youxiang called, saying he would come by to visit in the evening. I asked, "When will you come over?" He replied, "Is 8 o'clock okay?" I said, "Fine." My brother-in-law said, "Look, you're still a prospective Secretary General, busier than the Secretary General of the United Nations." We chatted and laughed all the way home, arriving in half an hour. In the afternoon, I specifically went to Brother Sher's house to pay New Year's greetings. He gave me a big bag of marinated meat. After bringing it back, my mother said, "Oh, Shan Hong has someone sending gifts again." I noticed a flash of displeasure on my sister's face. During dinner, my mother pointed to the marinated meat, and cured fish on the table and said, "Usually in our hometown, relatives and friends send things, but here there are no relatives, all thanks to Shan Hong's friends. In fact, there are also warm feelings in the city." I can swear that my mother's words were 100% heartfelt. However, my sister's face was clouded. To her, my mother was indirectly criticizing her unfairly. As the owner of a business, she not only received no gifts, but also had to carry bags to give to others. I said to my mother, "Eating too much of these isn't good. You should eat more vegetables. This is what my sister and brother-in-law usually grow in their spare time." This sentence finally salvaged some face for my sister. She seized the opportunity to elaborate, "Mom, the high blood lipids, high blood pressure, and diabetes nowadays are all caused by these big meats and fish. Eating more vegetables is healthy and can lead to longevity." My brother-in-law asked me, "Aren't you going to eat and chat? Isn't someone looking for you?" My dad timely intervened to stop the potential conflict between the queen and the businesswoman. Giving me a stern look, "Shan Hong, no talking while eating. Just eat. As you command." I quickly finished and was the first to exit the discussion. After sitting in the night talk room for a while, Lao Shao arrived, bringing along chicken, fish, and a few turtles. After sitting down, he said the turtles were sent by Lin Wuyue. Lin Wuyue is responsible for part of the demolition project and made some money, so he specially thanked me. I smiled and said, then please thank Lao Lin on my behalf. Lao Shao said, I want to venture out. The master once said that Lao Zhao's tea house could do good business for 7 or 8 years. Why would he want to go out? I put down my teacup and looked at him with a puzzled expression. Is the tea house business not good? It's pretty good. There are 2 reasons. One is my wife, whom you've seen. She can manage it on her own. That's enough. The second is a friend invited me. I was quite concerned about Lao Shao and asked what kind of friend it was and what business he wanted to do. Lao Shao smiled and said, there's quite a story behind it. Before the new year, a customer came to the tea house to drink tea. Over a small matter, he criticized the waiter. The waiter ran to me crying, and when I walked in, I found out he was from out of town. Could the local people have written it on their faces? No, I didn't express it clearly. He spoke in a plastic Mandarin that I'm particularly familiar with. I once said that I picked up a password box on the Jingwang line. The accent of the friend who picked up the password box in Yang was exactly the same as the customer's. Hearing this familiar voice, I quickly asked, friend, do you know Chen Yusheng? Because Chen Yusheng is also a famous person in his hometown. The customer looked at me, sizing me up, and then nodded. I said, since you know him, I had a life-and-death friendship with him, but after I went into jail, I lost contact with him. I laughed heartily. Lao Shao, you really have a past. You deliberately reveal that you've been in jail. The other party should be afraid of you. Lao Shao laughed and said, indeed, he was afraid that I, this pseudo-desperate person, would take action. He stood up and bowed, saying, brother, let's talk it out. Don't act. Chen Yusheng and I are from the same village. We aren't friends, but we are acquaintances. Through Lao Zhao's vivid narration, I understood that his former friend from the underworld, Chen Yusheng, has now become a very wealthy person. Then, Lao Shao contacted Chen Yusheng through the phone provided by the customer. Chen Yusheng invited Lao Shao to re-enter the underworld. What are you going to do? To run a temple. I said, wait a minute, I need to go to the bathroom. Chapter 89. The sudden change of winds and cloud. Forgive my ignorance at the time. It was the first time I had heard of such a business. However, as a quasi-master in the eyes of others, I couldn't possibly ask him directly what Bao Temple meant. I pretended to squat in the restroom. I searched Bao Temple on Baidu, and the explanation was completely beyond my understanding. Some capital groups inject large amounts of money into abandoned or poorly attended temples, bringing in so-called high monks and great masters to create various myths to attract believers. In plain terms, whether Chen Yusheng believes in Buddhism, I do not know, but he certainly believes in money. Whether the high monks are virtuous, I cannot say, but they are undoubtedly puppets of the capital groups, that's for sure. As a divination master, of course, I can't manage these social issues. I can only provide an answer to Lao Zhao's specific problem. Perhaps I stayed in the restroom too long. It was originally sitting, actually stood up, rubbing his hands and pacing around the room. Only after I came out did he sit back down. Lao Shao rubbed his hands. Are we going or not? Nothing's been decided yet. I take it as a drum roll and a New Year greeting. Since I'm here, let us have you measure it for me. I said, same old rules. He wrote the character on a piece of paper. Just as he finished writing, suddenly, the sound of firecrackers erupted outside, followed by fireworks lighting up the sky. And the sound of gongs and drums grew louder, getting closer. Both Lao Shao and I felt curious and ran outside, only to see the local fire dragon dance coming this way. Every household was setting off firecrackers, celebrating with fireworks. We returned to the tea room. Lao Shao looked at me, eagerly awaiting my answer. I pounded my fist on the tea table, the sound resonating. All right, you can go. Lao Shao looked at me and said, Teacher 1, please tell me in detail. I happily replied, this character is quite timely, because in our divination technique, there is a method that does not require analyzing this character. Not analyzing? Yes. This method is called Xian Guan and He. To put it metaphorically, if you want to have a child, you can write any character and, suddenly, a boy runs in from outside. He doesn't come early or late, but just when you ask whether it will be a boy or a girl, he arrives. I want to even measure this character and can confidently say it will be a boy. For example, if you want to go out to earn money and measure whether you can make money, at that moment, my neighbor brings me money, regardless of the reason, whether it's a debt or asking me to buy something. This character doesn't need measuring either, because he doesn't come early or late, but just happens to come with money at that moment. I can confidently say you can earn money. This method is called Xian Guan and He, which is predestined in the dark. Do you understand? Lao Shao smiled. Commander, I understand. I continued to explain to him. You just wrote the character, and outside there are sounds of firecrackers, fireworks rising, and the dragon dance, all incredibly festive. This is called Xian Guan and He. Now, analyzing this character further, you are temple, and the characteristic of a temple is incense offerings. The character plus, the character becomes firecracker. This character also corresponds with the lively atmosphere outside. Firecrackers replace the old year and the new year. The spring breeze brings warmth into the Tusa wine at every household. The sun shines brightly, and they always replace the old charms with new peaches. I send this poem to you. Replace the old charms with new peaches. It indicates you are leaving your old job for a new one. I wish you all the best. After my analysis, Lao Zhao's face was beaming with joy. He gave me a thumbs up. The reason you can earn money is that your analysis is so thorough, and you speak convincingly. It's unlike the blind one in our place. When asked why, he just says, it's calculated. I put on a stern face. Lao Zhao, it's because of you that I'm so detailed. For others, I'm also the second blind one. Lao Zhao laughed so much that his gums showed. Finally, he leaned forward and asked, are there any precautions? I teased him. Not many precautions, just don't wash for 3 years. His eyes widened in confusion as he asked, why? I straightened my face. The character plus 3 dots of water is called soak. Once you take a bath, the money you earn will go down the drain. He stared at me intently and asked seriously again, can I wipe myself instead of taking a bath? I couldn't hold back my laughter any longer. The tea in my mouth sprayed all over him. Amidst my hearty laughter, he finally understood. I was joking in the end. I said, Lao Zhao, it's not all a joke. The money going down the drain had a lot to do with soaking. Think about it carefully. Between friends, let us leave it at that. Lao Zhao's face turned red and then pale. Then he stood up, clasped his hands together. I've received the esteemed Master's words. Reflecting on the past, my ambition remains undiminished, and looking forward to the future, my confidence is greatly boosted. Lao Zhao took his leave, and with each of his movements, he regained the heroic spirit of his past travels. At the door, we shook hands tightly. He stepped back 3 paces, bowed again, then resolutely turned around, and his car emerged into the endless sea of traffic. After sitting in the tea room for 10 minutes, Xiao Youxiang arrived. The two of us took our seats, and I lit a cigarette and brewed tea. After pouring him half a cup of tea, I smiled. You just went out for a few months and are back again. Hard work. He shook his head and sighed. Still for the old lady? Here, the rule is that during the first year after a relative passes away, relatives must come home for the memorial. My cousin went in, and as the younger cousin, I have to take charge, so I rushed back before the new year. I only finished up this morning. I gave him a thumbs up. You truly have the spirit of a chivalrous hero, a manly demeanor, and a sense of family responsibility. He seemed quite indifferent and said, it's what I should do. After saying this, he opened a black briefcase and took out a pair of jade bangles to give to me. I declined. Last time, you gave me a bangle. Speaking of which, I did some things for the old lady, so it's only fair. He sighed. The journey tests a horse's strength, and time reveals a person's heart. This saying is so good. At that time, very few people gathered together. Yet you were dedicated and diligent. Moreover, the old lady showed her spirit as soon as she arrived there. My niece-in-law gave birth at the end of the year. I still wanted to refuse. He simply stood up and said, I know you're busy, and I'm a bit busy too. I want tea stay long. This bangle is most suitable for your mother to wear because it's called emerald. After sending Xiao Youxiang off, it was already 8:20 p.m. I called my brother-in-law to come help move things, but he said he was playing cards with my parents. I had no choice but to move things up by myself, one trip at a time. My mother looked at me several times, her face full of joy, and said, so it was moving things. Your brother-in-law should come to help you move instead of playing cards, and he didn't even say it clearly. My sister said, Dad, Mom, you're getting older. It's better to rest early. After saying this, she actually put down her cards. My mother's face was clouded. I knew the situation well and subtly signaled to her. She followed me directly into her bedroom. I lowered my voice. This is a pair of bangles given to you by a friend. They're quite valuable. Please keep them safe and don't show anyone. She nodded. I said, I'll go to Yuranju now. Just as I sat down at Yuranju, my brother-in-law called, Shan Hong. Did you give a pair of bangles to Mom? I was taken aback. I told her not to show anyone, but she interpreted anyone as people outside. She thought there was nothing wrong with showing off a little at home. I hurriedly asked, what is going on? You need to talk to Mom. The old lady doesn't pay attention to her words and has upset your sister. Your sister discussed with me about buying a small second-hand house for Dad and Mom to live separately. I felt my face flush with embarrassment and felt utterly ashamed. It should have been my responsibility as their son to take care of their living situation. I had not fulfilled my duty. I said, brother-in-law, I will definitely discuss this matter with my sister properly tomorrow. Chapter 90, Every family has its own difficult scriptures starting from the seventh day of the new year. Business at Uranju has been booming, with people coming in from outside to work or run small businesses, asking which day is auspicious for going out or which direction is favorable for development. These trivial questions I can basically answer with just a finger. However, according to my Master S teachings, for very simple matters, one should take it slow. The slower you are, the more serious and responsible people think you are. For very tricky matters, one should act quickly. The faster you are, the more capable and brilliant people perceive you to be. Following this principle, I would alternate between looking thoughtful and pondering, which made the people waiting behind me very pleased with my serious attitude. Some would come up and offer me cigarettes, while others noticed my teacup was empty and took the initiative to refill it for me. In fact, I felt that taking a minute for each person was quite unfair to the 100 yuan they paid. At 11 in the morning, just as I was thinking of going home, a girl in her 20s walked in, looking somewhat attractive. For both men and women, attractiveness can be assessed in two ways. One is bone structure beauty, where the facial skeletal distribution is reasonable. Such individuals remain good-looking and possess a strong aura even as they age. The other is average bone structure with certain distinctive features. When young, they may have abundant collagen and plump skin, appearing beautiful, but they tend to become ordinary as they age. The girl who walked in clearly belonged to the latter category. Her attractiveness was not due to her bone structure, but rather her voluptuous figure, especially her captivating eyes. Additionally, her breasts were particularly large, as we would describe in my hometown dialect, like a wet nurse serving 2 bowls of braised pork. She sat down and said, "Sir, I want to check a character. I'm going to Guangdong to work. Do you think I can go?" I pointed to the paper and pen. She wrote the character, fragrance, and said, "My name is Xiang Xiang, so I'll just write, is that okay?" I glanced at what she wrote and shook my head. "It's best if you don't go out." She looked up and asked, "Why not?" I replied, "Because I feel something is off. The top left stroke of your is written as a dot. If you hadn't said it was, I would have thought it was lost." She shot me a glance and said, "Oh, I see. My friends and I've already made plans. I really can't go." Hearing that, I knew her mind was made up, so I said, "That's my suggestion, but your legs are your own. You decide. How much do I owe you?" "No need to count. For those who might encounter bad outcomes and don't heed advice, my master taught me not to charge." She asked, "Really? Is it because you find me pretty that you aren't charging?" I wasn't in the mood